In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice, a flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos. Each note, a shot of pure ether.
All right, boys, welcome to Flat Earth Friday. Oh, oops, got the wrong video up. 1 second. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 104. We're going to watch Proud's intro, and then we'll join the panel. In a second, there was a 5-minute video here. We're going to watch the 5-minute one. I think it was on Proud's. 1 second, lads. Is it this one? Nope. All right. Well, I'm giving up on that. I thought I seen one that was 5 minutes. Well, we'll just watch the regular cut. Here we go.
Stop running in the hall. Good to stop. Slow down, sir. Slow down, sir. Stop running in the hall, sir. Anthony, get the class. You're never gonna become a college student at that rate.
Got it. Fucking science. Yeah, fucking science, bro.
Level, check. Goggles, check. Nodules, check. Fucking science, bro.
Hiya, lads. Welcome to science class. Bob, quit writing raps in your log sheet. No one's gonna sign your ass. Okay, let's get scientific. Fossil fuels come from years and years of biodecomposition. It's really just scientific. Why didn't all the fossils turn to oil? Some did, some didn't. Anyway, didn't Rockefeller pay a scientist off the year Geneva Convention? Wait, what was that? You wanna come up here in front of class? What, you wanna teach? You really think you're smarter than me? No, sir. Sit down. Here's your homework on the atom bomb and the World War, how it affected us then and now. Well, I seen the footage and I really just want some answers. How does someone film an atomic bomb and it doesn't destroy the camera? I mean...
All right, lads, let's join the panel. And lasses. All right. I no longer see that the space is live. Or am I? Nope, it ended. Okay, so technical difficulties. Nice. All right, Sacred's restarting his phone. And he's going to remake the space, so we'll go from there. So I'm going to rejoin the boys on Discord here for some background noise. Yo, lads. I'm live right now. There were some technical difficulties, so I'm just going to stream you guys talking. So continue on.
Okay.
So anyway, Ruhi, if you were saying that you realize that the Earth is flat.
Yes. Did you get it recorded?
Unfortunately, no, but Shane did make an AI of you saying it, and that's almost equivalent.
Da, 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 da.
Uru, have you figured out the Earth's flat?
Oh, not quite. I'm getting there though. Soon.
Getting there? Yeah.
Give me
Starting
a
to figure
couple
it out.
months. Yeah. Give me a few more months.
Few months, yeah.
Yo, Rue, what do you think about the radius of the celestial sphere being infinite and that being equivalent to a plane?
I don't think the celestial sphere has a set radius.
It's infinite.
Oh, fuck, getting feedback now. Hold on. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know. Word on the street is there's an infinity symbol in there, and they just cap it at 39.59 for the boys.
Yeah.
It is kind of arbitrarily defined, right? Like, have you ever seen the fundamental plane that they use, where it's like it's literally just an infinite plane that intersects the globe essentially at the equator? Shane calls it the bisecting
equatorial
meridian, right?
Plane. Just
Yeah,
the
yeah.
equatorial plane of the celestial sphere.
Very similar in conception, right? Where they're just like, for all intents and purposes, it's infinite, right? Because it's just a construct.
Cool. Yes.
So if you were applying that to the sky, right, you could equally say the same thing.
No, because the sphere has two hemispheres. You can't have two hemispheres on a plane.
I feel like you could, though, if the effect was optical relative to an actual rotation, right?
It's like, what's his name? Icon Science that. Oh, fuck. Icon Science that beat me to the punch yesterday. I was going to put out another Witsit video. In the debate, he brought up the cosmic microwave background radiation and how there's like an axis to it.
Yeah.
And the plane aligns with the plane of the solar system.
Mhm.
I mean, that data is spherical data. How do you get spherical data?
Oh, dude, is that where that came from? Did he do that? Is that why this fucking dude showed up last night tripping balls on that argument?
Possibly.
Got you. Yeah, dude, somebody showed up with that same shit. It's literally just an observation of the sky mapped to a celestial sphere, man. Like, what do you mean?
Well, it's pointing in all directions.
And it intersects with the sun's ecliptic or the tilt of the earth, like depending on your reference frame, right? So it's literally a like the whole argument that's being made is like nonsensical. Because you could make the same observation and you could have the same observation on a plane, right? And then map it that way. Yeah.
No, the data is looking in all directions. You can't look in all directions on a plane. You can't look beneath the plane.
Buddy,
simple as that.
You think they looked in all directions and then mapped it on a sphere like that?
The argument relies on that plane going through a sphere. That is the argument. He can't make the argument unless the data represents a sphere. I don't even know if he knows that.
Dude, I feel like you guys are like kind of missing that it's not required. And you're like hinging it all on that. That's literally what that guy was doing last night. And that's not even an issue.
Chookity chook.
Yeah.
Roofie is just a mook. What's a mook? How do you get rid of the heart at the bottom right corner of the YouTube chat, live chat?
Dude, if you figure it out, you let me know. It's the most annoying thing ever. It's always just in the way of somebody's message.
Yeah. The one you want to read, yeah. Roofie is just a mook. Uninstall from the interweb Roofie.
That sounded like a Zetetic dig.
Yeah.
You gotta call it.
To kick out that horrible accent, did we? What?
But what's happening with the space? Did it tank immediately? Like my stream is running hot right now. What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, he started a new one. It's live now. I'm gonna join. All right, boys. See you on the other side again,
Yeah,
part
boys.
2. Dude, how crazy is that? They're like, we mapped it to a sphere, sky sphere. Jeez.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
Going down. Lower ground floor. REN. Accessible.
Wait, today not Friday, is it? It's Friday already? What up, levelheads?
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. Had to rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Yeah, clone and modified beef though. Heavy metals all in drink though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in the cup. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in the cup. Put him in the cup. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in it. Put him in the cup. Put him in it.
They try to slow us down. They can't stop us though. Retweet the space. Let's get it.
FEMA coffin. Yeah. Some people watching. Yeah. Town shit. Yeah. Niggas sleepwalking. All these dead riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. But baby mamas. You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Skiat? You don't want a Tupac, you want love and hip hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week.
Wake up!
Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though. I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though.
It's
Still
black!
I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone them modified beef though.
B.O.B. what up?
Nigga in the sleep though. Sleep though. Put him in it. 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 Put him in it.
Use the technical difficulties, we all know.
Put him in it. 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 I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick if people charge me though. I'm I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Oh, set a nigga up for the kilo.
Louder, Friday.
I'm sleep though. Deep underground, ETs though. Burning Mac, man, so rest in peace though. Found Make 28, well, we know. Nigga, what you
Fridays, the truth unfolds. Ex-hosting the show, we're breaking the molds. Every Friday night, we gather round, dive deep into truths that astound. Veils in the house, with facts so clear. He's on a mission to make things appear. Flat Earth believers, we stand tall. We're breaking barriers, we won't fall. Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go. Interstationary Saturday, don't you know? Theo keeps proving. Oh, won't you see the beauty of a world that's flat and free? Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go. Interstationary Saturday, don't you know? Theo keeps proving, oh, won't you see? Beauty of a world that's flat and free.
I have one case where, like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like an explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Yeah. Episode 104. And they still capping about this globe?
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild.
Never.
They lie, that's what they cry, when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave to your die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Stop lying to the people.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here trying to ask why they're lying? May I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even
Hashtag why would they lie, July?
Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me.
So boring.
Can't even deny you're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks well, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve, we expect from a zealot.
Level heads.
Now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digest in the stomach without any warden. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planets coincide with space warp. Astronauts.
Let them know anyway.
Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong. What they're hiding flat. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying blood, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles as easy as pie.
We got the math and science on our side, you heard?
Communication is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1.
We sending out mics all night.
Like the choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is
wide in the building, I see y'all.
Set mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a lie. Picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. That's why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest, stick it deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic.
It's electrostatics.
Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Black the suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed. Medicated mean, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased. When the nation leaves, taken by the beast. Running around like a head chopped off. Won't shut it down for the feds, the cost. Won't dumb it down for the people. I'm so sorry, that's your ego, sorry. Spun around cause the sky's a clock. Won't shut it down unless I get off. Can't gun them down cause the word my Glock. And thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving the stock, yeah. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George. Food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984.
What up, Orwellian?
To explore what's beyond the shore. Seems your ship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than better. And don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a choice but to let him in. I feel it in the ethers. Coming through the speakers. You're talking to see me speaking, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with dots of profound. It's a view that they drown. And I wonder what sound is. The perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I swear to fake. And I've started debate when people still in the matrix station. Waiting for station to say it. Take it, debate it, regurgitate it.
Sacred. We are the level heads. This is Flat Earth Friday. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. We do not take disrespect of any kind, and we will not tolerate racism of any kind. Please enjoy the show.
Hold on, let me plug into the ether real quick.
I'm charged up. I'm charged up.
It's Flat Earth Fridays, episode 104. We back. Level heads in the building.
Flat Earth evidence.
What'd you say, Proud?
104 weeks of flat Earth evidence. Those who ever watched a certain cartoon will understand, but you know, we back, and they still ain't did nothing with us.
I mean, we from platform to platform, space to space. In and out these conversations, it always comes down to one thing. Can you demonstrate the claim? That's all we looking for, right? I mean, look, if you're going to tell us this is our reality, you should be able to demonstrate that, right? Physics is scalable, is what they tell us. So can we scale down what they say is happening and reproduce the phenomena? What happens if they can't do it?
No, I don't want to hear can. They should be able to. I mean, that's what they ask us for, a constant day-to-day basis. Let me see how that works on a flat Earth. How does that work on your flat Earth? I should see demonstration after demonstration for a global. They done had years to perfect their demos, man.
Dude, Proud's so good at it. Dude, what?
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
You heard me, Globe Earthers. You ain't got the answers. And if you do, we want to hear from you tonight. We want you to pull up. We want you to grab a mic. And we want you to bring your best Globe Earth demonstration. We're not even going to do what y'all do to us, right? We're not even going to say, you got to demonstrate everything together. We're going to take it easy on y'all tonight. We just phenomena. If you could demonstrate your phenomena, let's see if we could go demonstration for demonstration. What y'all think? If the Globe Earthers went against the Flat Earthers, demonstration for demonstration, who y'all think gonna come out on top? What y'all think?
I think any logical glober would concede that argument before they jump into it. But that's just me.
Hey, we're going to get into it. I'm going to be very interested to see what the Globe Earth proponents / anti-Flat Earth proponents are going to show up today. That is the challenge. Can the Globe Earth demonstrate Globe Earth? Bruh. It should be simple enough, man. But before we get into it, let's shout out to the squad. Seeing y'all put up, hey, yo, they tried to get us out of here early, man. They tried to slow us up. I don't even know what happened. Open up the space and they shut us down early. Hey, Elon, man, we don't have no expiration on the deal, bro. Chill, man. Chill, okay? Anyway, Proud, how you feeling?
I'm chilling.
Y'all ready to get into Flat Earth Fridays and Stationary Saturdays? I see my man Alan down there. I see Orwelling in the building. Stone, I see you. Howdy, Bill. Nicolas Cage, I see you. Facing Reality, I see you. Sheepdog, what up? Libra, my man OG. F-Bombs, what up? F stands for flat, by the way. Banksy, I see you. Ken, I see you. What up, TM? Sean, okay. Sean in the building. Shane St. Pierre, ADL, the man, the myth, the legend. Days, what up? Hug, I see you, Mr. X. Canadian Ron 79, Chris. Non-Rev in the building. Who it is, what it is in the building. Building 7's in the building. What up, Fink? Flat Lads, I see you. What up, boy? Timbo. Ominous in here. Lucy in here. OG Meatball. The only balls we acknowledge. Pause. No diddy. What up, OG? Karen, I see you. Justin, I see you. Nathaniel in here. Flurf Coin in here. J-Rod in the building. Barbara Dan in the building. Dirty Roofer in the building. Matt's in the building. Cass City. Fuke, Sun God, Jesse. Oh, we got OG Meatball and we got Coffee in here. Uh-oh. Twitter Space is getting infiltrated by by the clubhouse. Shout out to the house, man. Shout out to the clubhouse. What up, y'all?
Who watching the fort?
Right. Both y'all can be over in Flat Earth Fridays. What's going on Clubhouse?
You gotta come up here, OG, and tell us if you ever ran into Rohan, Mr. Vax, 8 times over.
Yo, send OG on mic. We gotta talk to my man OG. Dude is in the building. Cat's in the building. Indiana's in here. Jerry Johnson's in here. Liliana, the ambassador, just pulled up. Madam Ambassador. Fly Me to the Moon drops today. And we've been talking about it. Word on the streets is a little bit of a spoiler alert. So if we get into our predictions, I'm going to try my best not to spoil it for y'all. And there's a few other things that I want to touch on, but let's slide to the guys real quick. Let's say what up to the fam.
Yo, what up?
Sheepdog's in the building. Alan's in the building. Nicholas Cage in the building. Cage in here. Bill in here. Stone is in here. Hod is in here. Was that Alan?
Yo, yeah, I just got back from Fly Me to the Moon, dude. Voldemort dies at the end.
No!
You do know Voldemort's the villain, right?
Yes.
Yes!
I mean, dude, yeah. He totally.
He was always my favorite, low-key. I think he was just misunderstood.
Dude, I don't think there's anything wrong with killing a unicorn and living inside of the back of another man's head and having a symbiotic relationship with him to sustain your life because you're cursed because you tried to kill a child, but his mom cast a level 99 reflect spell and it hits you back. Like there's literally, like we all make mistakes. We all have a past. Everyone just started, taking a really dark turn with Voldemort, started cursing him. Oh, we can't talk about him. Oh, the dark arts. Now everyone's all afraid, and every time there's a whisper, it's insane, dude. It really ruined the culture of Hogwarts, and after that, they were never quite the same.
Never quite the same. Kids had PTSD, lawsuits filed, and it was just a train wreck. But I mean, like, can you blame them? If I had to learn 10,000 spells to graduate from 6th grade, I would be pretty pissed to die. Like Voldemort's main thing was that he just didn't want to die. Like, you split your soul a couple times and you stay alive, and it's almost like Neuralink and like space chips. And if you really want to get deep into it, Madara and Voldemort are like 2 peas in a pod, and Orochimaru and Voldemort are like twins. But I feel you. I hope Fly Me to the Moon is just as interesting as the Chronicles of Voldemort.
Yeah. And you know what's really interesting about the Chronicles of Voldemort is when they make Horcruxes. Did you know that one of the Horcruxes that Voldemort bound himself to was a 1972 replica of one of the astronaut missions where they went to the moon? So that's really cool that NASA paraphernalia is directly related to the soul of a demon / unicorn blood drinker, which is obviously frowned upon in the community.
Why am I not surprised at all by that? Like, not even a little bit.
But they don't mess with penguins, though, right?
Well, unfortunately, Voldemort does.
No penguins were harmed in the making of this film.
Hold on, guys. Let me harness my gravity.
Expecto Patronum!
Oh yeah, dude, you guys should see Proud cast in Wingardium Leviosa in class. Go ahead, Proud, cast it.
That spell was like a grandfather paradox spell. Fun fact, he technically casted that spell for himself in the past so his future self wouldn't die. It's little time warping paradox incorporated in there.
Well, you know what they say, when you play with magic, your timeline gets all screwed up. So. But anyway, my apologies. I didn't mean to hijack over the spoiling the new movie. Let us continue, boys.
Dude, your dry humor cracks me up every time.
I love a good Harry Potter joke.
I live for him.
I got a question about Magic the Gathering.
Who?
It's a spinning rock Magic the Gathering. I got a question about Magic the Gathering.
So I was able to decipher spinning rock and mash together Anabu. I don't want you to forget your question, but Nicholas and Hyde definitely do want to jump in and maybe tell us something about their Voldemort history.
So, has anybody watched that movie yet? Because I have.
Don't forget your question, Anabu. And no, I haven't, Cage.
All right.
I was just informed about it.
All right. You're going to be disappointed. Turns out.
Hold on, Cage. You seen Fly Me to the Moon already?
Yeah.
Oh, you've seen it already.
Dude, it came out today, and I got a jailbroken Fire Stick, so it wasn't the clearest feed. It was a bootleg feed, but I got it all, man. Yeah, they did bring up some interesting things, like the temperature of space and how film wouldn't work in it. Man, I want to tell you, but I don't want to ruin it for Proud, because other than I probably already did, because she's going to be disappointed because it's fake.
Spoiler: they landed 6 times and couldn't go back again.
But yeah, I watched it.
Too painful.
I watched it this morning. I honestly, the way they ended up doing the movie, I was like, man, that's just the worst. The way they ended it was like they couldn't figure out how to end it, and they just said, I don't know, do something. But it was the lead up to it was, as far as the movie goes, it was a decent movie until the ending, and it just got all convoluted, and it didn't really make sense what the hell they're trying to go with.
So it doesn't end like reality? I'm confused.
I was gonna say, so they tried to end it like I don't know, like Einstein and the rest of the wizards tried to end the ether with dark matter.
When you see it, you're gonna understand it. What the premise of the movie is and how they ended it, or like, whoa, that was pretty weak. But I did want to say shout out for 140 episode there, and shout out to everybody. I just want to let you know that the reason why you see John in here, he said he's gonna be able to provide us with an experiment refracting a shadow, a la Canigou Mountains. So I just wanted everybody to be on their tippy toes for that and be excited. He's gonna prove it.
Yeah. Who's bringing the demonstration?
John Coffey, man. He said,
oh yeah, let's get it, Coffee. First one of the night. I can't wait to see that.
I was excited.
My space boots, bro.
Yeah, he said he was going to bring it on here, so I just wanted to get everybody all prepped up with that we're about to have to eat some crow. I am a little hungry. I could go for some crow. I heard it's pretty good. Just don't let their family know, because I don't need any of that kind of retribution on me and stuff. I get mad at you.
Hey, Cage, didn't you have a part in the new movie? Didn't you have a little cameo?
No. What? No, that was Woody Harrelson. Was I in it?
I thought I could have sworn there was a scene where you were, doing your thing in there.
Hey, don't confuse Cage with Brian Sweet. Two completely different guys.
Can't even keep up with his doppelgangers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
He's on account 3 right now.
My realities can convalesce into each other, and I don't know what the hell's going on. Sometimes, that's why I can do time dilation and space warping and find temporal pockets, man. I go in and out. I shift in and out.
Love those temporal hot pockets, man. Oh,
dude,
and so coffee is here, man. Throw him a mic. Let's roll.
He's down with it, bro. I ain't lying. He said he's bringing it. He's bringing the heat. He said he could do it. He said he's gonna work on it.
Show me the goods, baby.
So I'm excited, man. How y'all doing tonight, man?
It was a good space, by the way. Legends for hosting it every single time. Much appreciated.
It's only because of you guys, man.
100% killed it tonight.
Only because of you guys. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing, man.
Hey, y'all got to give Cage more robot status here, man. The dude's been at it since 8 o'clock this morning, and it's 8 o'clock tonight already. So he's been at it for 12 hours, and he's still going.
I can't get enough. And I can't get enough.
Sacred hit him with the Ether Blast, bruh.
The young android approaches.
Just saying, man. Some guys, I just feel it.
Cage, didn't you want the Tasmanian devil?
I'm telling you. I love it.
Oh, that didn't show you what it looked like. One looks creepy, but one looks kind of suave. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yeah, it's all for you guys, man. Love it.
How about that globe? The globe that I put up the Nick Cage pic from like 1984, and he's talking about the hair in his chest. I'm like, whoa, that's a bit too much.
Yeah, that was.
That was fun.
Some of them get a little. It's like, bro, I ain't that way, man.
You have a Glober fan.
Got Sir Flurfington of Parkington saying how he won something. Says I'm bullying everybody. But he just lets me do it. So he's not coming up here to slay me or nothing. So
wait. The anti-Flurfs is crying about bullying.
He said I was bullying Peter Globinski. See you up there bullying him. I was like, how you gonna be in my comments and not come up here and stop this shit? That's some weak ass shit. I'm just saying.
Ain't it cute watching them try to bully people like on a keyboard, but then when it comes to the mic, they start crying about the same type of energy.
Oh, they start changing their voices. They got 3 different voices. Start crying and shit.
Right.
I mean, they all have a PhD in projecting, so.
PhD in projecting.
Jump into conclusions. But I can't wait to see this shadow refracto copy. I mean, I'm excited.
Yeah, I gotta see this, right? Because they say that there's an absence of light that's being refracted into an illuminated sky. So I can't wait to see how he's going to demonstrate that.
And the funny thing is, I was like, bro, you can see the sun coming towards the mountain where you can actually start seeing the mountain. You got problems here. Anyway, it's going to happen. I have faith in him.
It's a mirage.
It's an illusion. That's so crazy. You really got to think that damn near 100% of your observations are illusions. That's so crazy. That is so crazy. Hey, shout out to Cage, man. I don't know how you be putting in all them hours. Hey, I guess that's Cyborg Cage in the building.
I might have got some upgrades. I don't know, man. Might have, maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I'm pulling up a video of the transformation now for those who want to see how Nick Cage became a cyborg.
We're going to have to rotate some mics to bring up coffee.
You know what? I'll drop back down to listener. I'm over here trying to eat some dinner and talk to you guys. And I'm like looking at it going, damn, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, I could drop down as well. I'll be here all night. So
Facts. You already know we're not going nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Even Elon can't get rid of us.
We'll be around. We'll be around. I'll be back.
Yeah.
What's good for dinner?
Oh, I'm just doing some spaghetti. Keeping it simple.
What's good, my guys? Can you hear me?
It sounds like you're in the ether.
Hell no.
I didn't even hear that, man. You heard that?
Yeah, you need to snuggle up
Sound
your
like
mic,
you,
bro.
sound like you were talking out of a paper bag, to be honest.
Man, refracted
My
his
bad.
mic.
It's my fucking headphones. They suck. But yeah, I'm gonna try to I'm gonna do the demonstration. I'm gonna carry it out just to make sure that the understanding
Did
is
you put your
correct.
headphones back on, John? You're having the same problem you had before, man. You can barely hear you, bro.
And to
Your mic sucks.
Yikes.
But I'm gonna drop down to listener.
Yeah, you might need to also back your mic away. It sounds like it's a little close too. And we have an audio engineer on standby if we need to get down to it, dog. We got you. Full tech
That's right.
support.
SWAT team. Audio SWAT.
Hey, let's slide to Orwellian. Orwellian, we missed you last week, bro.
Yo, what is going on, Levelheads? What's cracking, man? It's been a wild couple weeks. Actually, it's been 2 weeks. Trust me, I've been keeping track.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks actually. Yeah, you right. What's good, bro?
I feel like we had a divorce or something. I'm over here like, man, they're gonna be mad as hell at me. Nah, man, I've been chilling. Speaking of upgrades, actually, I got a couple things I want to talk about real quick. The title for one, Earth demonstrable, right? Okay, upgrades. The P1000 showed up on Wednesday, bruh. So you know what that means.
Christmas time.
Look out. Look out,
Let's
y'all.
go.
Hey,
Let's go.
I keep getting all these damn trolls in my comments after I posted that talking about, oh, your sensor sucks. And it's like, bro, you don't even know. It's not about the sensor. There's so much more to this thing than you even understand. But that's fine. Y'all can hate. I got the haters back. I'm like, cool. All right, run that. Let's take some pictures. I'll put a couple up in the jumbo. Really haven't had much time to play with it. I'm only going to get some free time this weekend. It's going to be what it is. So, yeah, Earth demonstrable. I don't know. We're going to find out for sure. We're definitely going to find out. But, hey, in the intro, which was dope, by the way, as always, Proud. Shout out to Proud. You were like, yo, wake up. VOB. Always. Man, it hits me hard. You already know how I am with him. You said, wake up, man. Flat Earth Friday is supposed to be an alarm clock for people. Not just that, but the community, right? Wake up. We are the alarm clock. Why are you fighting the alarm clock? I get it, right? All of us get it. Trying to roll out of bed, got to go drag your ass to your menial job, whatever it might be, but this ain't the same thing, y'all. Wake the fuck up. It hit me like a ton of bricks, Saker, when you said that. I was like, bro, he ain't fucking lying, man. He's onto something for real. You need to wake the fuck up, for real. We need to wake up. But, I'm going to, bro, upgrades. Dope PC, going to be able to do some, bro. The content creation is about to kick off, for real. I'm not playing around, man. I kind of dove headlong into this whole thing. It was just CapCut playing around on the phone, lit a fire on my ass, being in this community the whole nine. And, obviously being inspired by some of the legends. You got Robot Polisher for sure. I'm like, what? So shout out to Robot Polisher. Hey, this is what I did want to say. If y'all don't know, Zetetic got nuked. He's down there listening, but his app's different. So definitely tap on his PFP and make sure you follow his account.
They nuke Zetetic? Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Free Zetetic, bro.
Bro, they got our boy over the word mook. Mook is apparently it's I don't know, now it's a
wait, it should be short for Mama Luke, like Mama's boy.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to say it now because they associated it with guys that wear the funny hats and dig tunnels in New York. So he got nuked. So yeah, shout out to Zetetic. He's down there. His at's different, so definitely follow him. But nah, bro. 2 weeks. I've been trying to catch up on the recordings. Obviously, it's yeah, man. Since day one, I haven't missed one. Missed 2 back to back, and I'm over here salty. So I'm just glad to be back in the building, man. I'm gonna land a plane right there. Actually, I'm not gonna land a plane. I'm gonna land that P1000 right there for real. And yeah, y'all stay tuned. I'll be here all night. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, free Zetetic. Long live Zetetic, man. Can we get the guy out? Elon, what we gotta add like an addendum or something, bro? Come on, man. You can't be nuking the level heads. Anyway, shout out to Orwellian, bro. I can't wait for you to post some observations, bro. That's gonna be lit. Whatever you do, send them to me, bro. I can't wait to see that.
I will. By the way, that's what I wanted to mention real quick. So I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. And for anybody listening, I think Stone kind of paid attention to it. I brought it up a few times, but so obviously I live in Minnesota. So there's a lighthouse on the north shore of Lake Superior. It's called Split Rock Lighthouse. It overlooks the Apostle Islands, which happen to be, basically Wisconsin. I believe the mileage is about 40. They're visible depending on the the refraction index by the naked eye, which they shouldn't be if you're at elevation. But if you're on the ground, I guarantee that P1000 is going to give me some sauce. So I do have plans in the next probably 3 weeks to head out there. I will be obviously taking measurements. We'll have observer height, the whole 9. And if I get some favorable conditions, bro, we're gonna have something. We're gonna have something with that too. Like I am. Like I said, dude, I'm diving headlong into this, bro. So that I almost forgot. Thank you for bringing that up, and I will share it. But yeah, that's what's on deck.
Finger on the shutter button and ready to push it.
He's heating up.
Yes, sir. Heating up. All right, I'm gonna land there. P1000 gang. What's up?
Hey, now so try to snatch them from us. He's like, oh, let's just do a deal with the Nikon. Let's get them. Nah. My guys can still get their hands on the goods, brother. Sorry, NASA.
63 million a day. 63 million a day. We talked about this in Cage's Space. You know what actually happened, right? NASA straight up bought Nikon. Bro, with that kind of money, they put him in the grave. They bought Nikon.
And who approved that, bro? Like, aren't they the government officials? Like, don't we control? Who signed off on that? Did y'all get a memo?
Finance department.
Really? Because I could have sworn my federal tax dollars was funding that whole thing. Did y'all get a memo? Did they run that by you?
That's that all caps name, bro. They don't have to.
I do recall somebody calling and asking a couple of weeks ago, but I missed the call. So I guess they took that as tacit agreement and went ahead and ran with it, which honestly, I kind of respect it.
You should do stand up, man.
But that would conflict with my Friday night schedule, brother.
Let's go.
Were they going out of business or in some kind of debt?
To my knowledge, hell no. They're probably one of the most purchased camera brands and readily available. I'm talking like anywhere. Walmart's got them. They got them all over the place, and they're selling them like hotcakes. I've been doing it for a long time. So unless they have the worst business model that we've ever seen, I can't imagine that being possible. I am speculating. I will look into it, but I doubt it. I think NASA straight up bought them. They were like, bro, you got to knock this off. You see this thing you produced? You see what it's doing? Knock it off. We can't compete with this shit. You're fucking with our CGI. You're raising questions. People are noticing. So we're just going to buy you. How's that sound? And it's gone.
They just copped a globe killer. That's cool.
That's South Park. Yeah, I remember that. And it's gone. That was hysterical.
That check had many zeros.
Shouldn't be too hard. They've sold, a bunch of them, and so their sales probably peaked. Not that they wouldn't sell more, but potentially billions to just quit making them. Yeah.
Yeah. Did this happen after they discontinued it, or they bought it first? They see maybe they didn't want them to no possibility of making anything like that again, I guess.
I believe there was a correlation between the cancellation and the contract with NASA. Don't quote me on it. That's also something I'd have to research. But I think that if my memory serves me correct, which it usually does, those two things happened kind of like a coincidence. You know, I'm a coincidence theorist at this point. Very, very close together.
Hey, just real quick, I'm getting a few notice people saying that we cutting in and out. Just a quick mic check for those in the listeners. Just tweet at me, let me know what you can hear. I'm gonna check the group chats too. Let me know if y'all can hear us all right.
No, everyone's been super loud and clear tonight, except for the guy earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, had issues with was coffee, but he had headphones on, and then he got rid of the headphones, and he was okay, but then he was bad. So, no, I haven't heard any, and especially Alan. Alan's the one who always gets nuked, man. We hear him, he globes out, and then he's just like, you know what, I rage quit, I'm done. So, no, everything's been straight so far.
Testing. That's nice.
Yeah, oh, Proud. When you do mic check, can you do the noise it sounds like when Globers ask you to show it how it works on a flurf? That was so funny, dude. I was dying. Like the mannerism and like the attitude and like the mean-spirited disingenuousness of it. Like you really encapsulated it in a way that was artistic, one would say. So if you could do it again, like on command or something, that'd be dope. Or just like throw it in randomly.
The imitation of that Glober did. You don't have any answers. I swear I thought it was that specific troll they did. What do you have, like an implant voice changer? Can I get one of those?
Yeah,
that was really good.
Tonight's episode. I'll sprinkle it in for you guys randomly. We hear a lot of that on TikTok. It's almost engraved in my head now.
It's such good rhetoric, right? It's just, how would it work on a or how would it work on a like as if it would just be like, dude, what are you talking about? How?
I love when you explain something intricate in detail about how flat Earth works, and then they disregard everything you said, totally just skateboard past it, just to say some shit like, well, if it was a flat Earth, how would they fall off the edge?
Just hop on the skateboard.
That's the one that makes you pour the drink. Like, I just articulated electrostatics, and you are asking me how you not fall off a flat Earth? Okay, I'm gonna take a break now.
Yo, you flat smacked him with a skateboard? Now I know why they're so damn emotional.
Whole bunch of Trek marks just on the side of the head.
But like, if the Earth was flat, how would I start my car? Like if I put the key in the ignition and turn it, like how is the combustion engine going to function on a flurf? It doesn't even make any sense.
Globe proven.
Globe logic.
Wouldn't my car roll off the edge or something?
I mean, it's too rare. Like, they should be able to. You can steel man in flat Earth without conceding it, you know. But it's too much of a, you know. They're not that, you know, learning disabled. I don't know, what do I say? I mean, they're not. They're really smart, you know. It's just they don't want to. What is it? None is blind as those who will not see, you know.
All right. We got a bunch of poison in the well now. Let's not keep Johnny waiting. Let's see what's up.
Hey, real quick, before we get into this, because I actually want to kick off Flat Earth Fridays with the first demonstration, see if the globe earthers can match. But before we get into all that, I do kind of want to run by some of the recent things that we kind of been experienced over the week. A couple of recent events, some positive, some negative. I guess we start off with the negative first. So we can just get that out the way. Just to keep you guys informed. You know, we be on TikTok trying to seek out the smoke, trying to find new voices to talk to, new ideas, new perspectives, since we done flat smacked everybody on Twitter these days. So, y'all can catch us on TikTok. Unfortunately, we've had another anti-flurf meltdown. And I don't know if you guys remember, we talked about some of the weird stuff that's been going on in that community over there on TikTok between like the Goldbursts and the anti-flat earthers. Just super weird stuff. Endangering minors, preying on women, like all that weird stuff. And now they're like heavily just diving into just being completely racist now. And it's kind of getting out of hand, man. Like I said, I don't want to dwell too much on it, but at some point, bro, y'all gonna have to just hold y'all community accountable, bro. Like, I don't even know why y'all letting people get away with certain things like that. It just shouldn't happen, man. Like, it shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be antagonizing the people specifically just to like prey off of their downfall. I don't know, bro. It's just weird to incorporate these type of actions and behavior when we're just discussing science. All right, don't condone that on either side. Obviously, it's okay to criticize people, but not based off of their skin tone. That's my thing. Criticize anybody for whatever you want. Everybody got freedom of speech. But when it comes to like, I'm gonna criticize you because of your skin color, bro, that shit is just weird. Almost just as weird as endangering minors and preying on women, bro. Like, bro, y'all TikTok anti-flirts, y'all gotta figure that out. Like, y'all got a lot of soul searching to do. That is just, it's becoming a little bit. I'm almost thinking that y'all running out of arguments, so now y'all doing this type of weird stuff. Because ain't no way, bro. But anyway, I just want to get that out the way. Just want to let you know, like, it's becoming a lot more apparent that these guys have no self-awareness. They have no shame, and they are willing to push the line so far into these things that like are just rejected by any good heart in society, just for the globe. Just for the globe. All the flat earthers is like, bro, like, this shit is weird as hell, and all the Globers is like, well, it's not really that weird. He and just making blatant excuses for it. And I'm just not having it. I'm not having it over here on Twitter. Definitely not having it while I'm over there on TikTok. But I mean, I don't really do shit over there except, speaking a few lives until we start getting our own lives going, because I seem like that's what they need, because this shit is just getting too crazy. But just to keep y'all informed, like, the Anti-Flirt Community Foundation is literally in shambles. And it's funny to watch, but not in the manner that it's happening in, right? Like, they shouldn't be spiraling out of control by attacking a race of people, attacking children, and attacking women. Like, that's just not the way to go, bro. Like, globe Earth really ain't that important. Okay? So not gonna spend too much time on that. But I just want to let you guys know, like, that's what's going on currently in the new week of Globe Earth versus Flat Earth TikTok. It's just a bunch of weird ass shit over there. And there's a lot of kids over there too that's like watching this. So it kind of breaks my heart a little bit. But as long as we can hold ourselves to a higher standard, at least where we do our spaces, our lives, and have our conversations, and maybe hold ourselves accountable, like, we can lead by example. And we won't let that poison and that demon energy like infiltrate with the things that we got going on over here. So just be careful. Again, I'll be mindful of some of the people that are in the conversation. Just because they got a voice don't mean that they have a rational mind, and they may have more hate in their heart than anything, right? More hate than intellect. So just protect yourself and protect your loved ones on the internet, man, because it gets a little crazy out here.
Hey, Sacred, if you guys do decide to start doing lives on TikTok, because I'm on there, I did send Proud my my @ on there. But if you guys do that, throw that in the chat, please, because we'll pull up. Like, we'll pull up. I just wanted to drop that there. Like, you guys decide to start doing that, man, give us a heads up. Drop that in the Level Heads chat. We're coming.
Yes, sir. There's still like these weird qualifications. Like, in order to like go live, like, you gotta have like a certain amount of followers, and you gotta put in a certain amount of time in order to get on the live. I don't know, like, just more hoops to jump through. But yeah, we'll definitely, as soon as we start getting that rocking, because there's like tiers. It's like the more you use the platform, you get like new abilities. Like it's really weird how they got the whole thing set up. But yeah, as soon as we go ahead and qualify for that, me and Proud been thinking about how we're gonna get that first live going, just to get our minutes and our hours out the way, and then we can start doing more, topics maybe throughout the week with different voices, and then bring some of them conversations back over here to Friday as we meet new perspectives and new people. So look out for that. Just protect yourself while you're doing it, because TikTok is a crazy place, bro. I'm telling you. Now that we got the negative stuff out the way, I want to take a moment to shout out my guy, Witsit Gets It, for bringing in some new flat earthers into the world. Shout out to Witsit and Kai, and the brand new birth of baby Aurora. That's her name, right, Aurora?
Yep.
Hell yeah, congrats to Witsit for sure. I saw that post, man. Didn't retweet it, just commented on it. I wasn't gonna spread his stuff into my timeline, but yeah, man, shout out to him. That's awesome. Dope, man. Keep having kids. We gotta tell us we got a population crisis. We got the opposite of that. They're lying to you.
Yeah, that's a fact. I was hoping I was going to get a chance to congratulate him in person, but obviously he on daddy duty, so we just gotta let Witsit handle his business. But I wanted to tell him how dope it was. The fact that, I don't know if you guys know, some of y'all been here since the beginning. Some of y'all haven't been here before. This is y'all first time. But Witsit's first episode in Flat Earth Fridays was episode 77, and it was freaking legendary. If y'all didn't catch episode 77 of Flat Earth Fridays, man, it was one of the most GOAT episodes that we have ever dropped, ever been a part of. And that was his first time there. And coincidentally, baby Aura was born on 7/7. And it's crazy because Witsit said in episode 77 that sevens follow him around. And I just, when I seen that, because I seen it late, right? I seen it a couple days after he posted. I was like, oh, snap, bro. Aurora was born on 7/7, bro. And Witsit was around in Flat Earth Fridays episode 77. I just would love to hear some of the other coincidences of sevens that that he's been privy to. But that's super dope. I want to just clap it up for him. Shout out for him to expand the family. Prayers up to him and Kai, and Aaliyah too, because I think that's the firstborn. He got Aaliyah and Aurora. So shout out to them. Super legends already. Oh, and I don't know if you guys caught it. He was on live with Zerka. Y'all see that the other day?
No, I missed it. Witsit was?
Bro, Witsit was on it with Zerka. There was 800, 900, almost 1,000 people in there. And there was this one guy, or maybe he has a podcast. And it was a 2 or 3 other people, and just Witsit just running through every argument, just fresh off a baby, you know what I'm saying? Just off a whim. It's just just cooking in real time. And then you got the whole entertainment value of just the whole streamer thing, because I guess Zerka comes from that world. So it was just kind of cool to see the entertainment value plus the educational value in spaces, because that's what we like to do too. So I don't know if y'all got to see that the other day. It was pretty funny. I forgot the guy's name that was up there with him. Apparently he had challenged Witsit to a debate, but then something happened.
Matthew Stein, something.
Was it Matthew something? I forget. Y'all didn't see that? None of y'all caught that? I think I seen a few level heads in there.
Missed it.
What was it?
I don't know if it was recorded. I'll try to go see if I can find it. If it is, I'll link it in the Purple Pill for you guys to go back and listen to.
Oh, bro,
It wasn't for that.
You know, your boy already put episode 77 up in the jumbo. So you.
Oh,
guys,
yes, sir.
Yep.
Oh wait, I don't know if I see it. Hold on, is it up there? Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. Y'all go save that link and watch later, man. I'm telling you, it was super legendary. The other one that was one of my favorites was episode 79 as well. I love 77, 79.
Yeah, so I got the demonstration done. It's in the Purple Pill.
Oh, okay. Hold on. All right. So y'all want to jump straight into this? Because I want to present my demonstration first, so we can kick it off.
I've been waiting for this one, Coffee.
Oh my God.
But before we go forward, though, don't judge me too hard. This is something I did quick off the fly.
Oh, so this is a personal demonstration.
Yeah, this is me myself doing the demonstration.
Oh, all right, but you get a few extra cool points for that. That's what's up. Okay, so look, the reason why I wanted to have this conversation again, because we be on TikTok trying to find the smoke, and of course they always talk about things that they don't understand on the flat Earth, and I be trying to tell them, y'all. I really be trying to tell them, I'm like, look, we can't really do too much on TikTok, right? Like they don't really have that really good of a share feature. You can kind of open up your camera and like show a screen. You could also like share like a green screen backdrop, like screenshot while you're live, but you can't really like share anything like in the live. Like you can't share TikToks, you can't share videos, like you can't really share anything. So it's a little bit difficult. But so a lot of the stuff they just be talking back and forth, showing like screenshots and things like that. But anyway, so we was having like a back and forth in some random guys live, and they started to press me on, can we demonstrate these certain phenomena? And I'm like, I don't know who y'all dealing with, bro. Like, this is level heads. This is Twitter X Flat Earth Fridays, bro. We got demonstration for days, bro. Like 4 days. Are you kidding me? So like I was trying to show them, like, with the limited features that we had over there on TikTok, some of the demonstrations for the phenomena that we're talking about. And then this what happened. Then they obfuscated, right, away from what I was showing them to highlight the demonstration. I think we're looking at star trails, right? Because that's like one of the big contentions for anti-flirts. And then we're looking at Coriolis, right? So obviously we've been talking about this stuff all the time. But there's some things that we haven't really touched on because it's just such a wide range of topics. So I started off by demonstrating star trails. And they said, oh, sacred, that's not good enough because you didn't demonstrate all of flat Earth with your star trails. And I'm like, wait, bro, you wanted me to demonstrate a phenomena. So I'm showing you how it could work on a flat Earth. And now you're saying that I got to literally recreate all the stars right here on a local scale on TikTok with every other phenomenon that we're viewing. So now what you're asking for is a complete like model, not a demonstration. So you instead of you acknowledging the fact that you can no longer say this phenomenon is impossible on a flat Earth because I'm demonstrating it to you. Now you want to say, oh, it's only one phenomenon. You got to demonstrate all of them together. And it's just more goalposts moving, bro. This is what we were talking about last week with like moving of the goalposts. And it'd be so hard to like have a functioning, valuable conversation with somebody who operate like that. Because if someone says, hey, demonstrate this phenomenon, and then you can demonstrate it, the first thing you should say is, okay, cool. I can no longer say it's impossible because you're showing me locally how it could be possible. Right? But that's like their only argument. To just blatantly just claim that's impossible. And then when you show them, now they're going to have to actually address what is actually possible. And then they start glitching in real time. So I'm like, wait a minute, bro. Is this what's going to happen every single time we talk about science, right? We talk about reproducibility, demonstrations, falsifiability. Like, is this what we're going to deal with? just moving the goalpost, obfuscation, deflection away from what you asked for, just because you didn't know I was gonna pull up with the facts, with the heat. So I'm like, nah, bro, I'm not gonna let y'all do this. We're gonna have to talk about this on Twitter on Flat Earth Fridays. And I want to see demonstrations by globe earthers, because as soon as I showed my demonstration and it was completely just nuh-uh out the room, right? Then I said, yo, can you demonstrate, obviously, gravity? Can we demonstrate gravitons? Can we demonstrate Coriolis? Can we demonstrate any of these other phenomena that y'all are saying that's happening that's exclusive to a globe Earth? I didn't get not one single refutation. One of the things that I brought up was Coriolis. Now, I just posted this right before we went live, before we glitched out for the first space. Sorry about that, y'all. And I just want to go ahead and highlight this real quick, because I think that this is like a super cool phenomena, something that we can demonstrate in reality. And I want to break it down real quick, just so anybody who's not familiar with how quote-unquote Coriolis is explained on a globe Earth. So they're saying that the Earth is rotating, right? And as this Earth is rotating, it's causing a deflection for other moving bodies that I believe are also supposed to be rotating perpendicular to the rotation of this sphere. So they said this rotation causes different motion in the northern hemisphere on a globe and in the southern hemisphere on a globe, right? So basically they say that these ocean currents and weather, hurricanes and cyclones, these type of things, they all spin in different directions depending on what hemisphere you're on. Now that's a cool story, bro, right? That's a really cool story. Can we demonstrate it? So the globe Earth would have to demonstrate water or water currents or ocean currents rotating in opposite directions on a sphere on different parts, right? The hemisphere, northern and the southern hemisphere. Well, in a flat Earth, it would just be an inner rotation, which is where the North Pole is, right, at the center, and an outer rotation, an exterior rotation, which would be a rotation in the opposite direction along the exterior. Because on a flat Earth, there is no southern hemisphere. There's just an inner circle and an outer circle based on our known lands. Who knows what's beyond that, right? We talk about that all the time. But that's what we got to demonstrate, right? Because that's the equivalence. So here's the challenge. Who can demonstrate Coriolis? Can flat Earth demonstrate these different rotations over a flat surface? And can the globe Earth demonstrate these different rotations based on their hemisphere? Which means you need a sphere. I won't even make you make it oblate, guys. It doesn't even have to be oblate. I'll even allow it to be a perfect sphere just to make it easy for you. On a globe, you're gonna have to demonstrate those water rotations in different directions on different hemispheres while that ball is spinning and orbiting, or just in some type of elliptical fashion, right? And that's only two different motions. There's way more than that in y'all globe Earth. I'm really trying to be easy on y'all, but y'all are making a positive claim, and I'm trying to be fair here, because ain't no real way to simulate something that doesn't exist, right? Ain't no real way to simulate space the way that y'all describe it. So I'm not even really gonna hold y'all to every single standard that y'all try to hold us to, because we're fair and we're rational and logical, and we don't need to do that to y'all to show that y'all don't have it, right? But if you do, I want to see it. Now, like I said, on a flat Earth, we got an inner and an outer rotation. So I don't know if you guys can see, it's the second tweet that I posted. Y'all go check out the nest, the second tweet all the way to the right. I captioned it SciComm. Nobody's gonna know. They're gonna know. Coriolis on a flat Earth. I don't know if Alan want to pull that up. A shout out to the YouTube live over there, Space Audits. Shout out to the Space Auditors. If you want to go pull that up, you can go pull that up. And I just want to just quickly describe what's happening here. So there are physics. I'll give you guys a second just to catch up to that real quick. So there are physics to fluid whenever that fluid is within a electric and a magnetic field, right? And what happens is, strangely enough, when you observe this fluid within an electric magnetic field, we can experience rotations. So what they did here, they have a magnet, right? They put this magnet underneath this platform in the center, kind of like the North Pole on a flat Earth, right? Then they go ahead and wrap the exterior with a conductive material, I'm assuming some foil. And then they're going to add a charge. And I would love to hear Stone's breakdown, because like he like, this is like his bag over here. If he has an opinion or anything like that after I'm just breaking this down. So they charge this fluid, and they incorporate a magnetic field. And what happens is they then put water and they sprinkle pepper on top, just so it's easier to see the rotation. And then once you have these two charges, the positive and the negative, or what we call the charge and a discharge, you get an inner rotation, which circles counterclockwise, and then you get an outer rotation that circles clockwise, which is exactly what we would expect for what they call the Coriolis effect, except this is how it is on a flat Earth. Now, they say this phenomenon requires rotation, right? That's what they claim. Hey, the reason why we have these different hemispherical water current rotations is due to a rotation of Earth. But is that exclusive? If we can demonstrate those same rotations within a stationary frame, and this is excluding the fact that the cosmos is spinning around the Earth, right? We're not even getting into all of that, right? We're not even getting into the ether wind and all this, even though that's probably exactly what we're experiencing when it comes to this electric field and the magnetic field, right? But we're not even talking about any of these other things. We're just using a fluid, which, you know, our environment is within a fluid. We're using an electric field and a magnetic field. Sidebar, last thing, I'll close with this. What happens to the conductivity of water when it's salted? Does water become more conductive when it's salted? I would say yes. Hey, we got salt waters? I would also say yes. Now, let me think. So you mean to tell me that in order to recreate this phenomena, we need an electric field, we need a magnetic field. These things are measurable and demonstrable, verifiable, and it becomes more conductive with salt water, the same type of water that we have in real life. Hey, why do they want us to think that this wasn't intelligently designed? Why do they want us to think that this is just a random, random components that just happen to just create the phenomenon by pure chance? Pure chance. That we got these water rotations in a fluid that's way more conductive than just regular, like natural spring water, right? Because it's salted. We got a magnetic field and an electric field, and we got the same phenomena of rotation. So we got a demonstration for Coriolis. Before we get into anything else, can a globe earther demonstrate Coriolis on a globe? Not saying that you can't. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. So if y'all got a demonstration of the phenomenon, because I think we can all agree that physics is scalable, right? Physics is scalable. You should be able to scale those physics down to something that's more localized. I mean, y'all say that the math can do all these different things, so y'all could scale the math down, and the math is supposed to align with reality, so y'all could scale the reality down, right? Unless you can't. And if you can't, what does that mean? I'm just saying. So I just want to kick off the demonstration versus demonstration with the Coriolis. I want to get your guys' thoughts on magnetohydrodynamics and how this fluid reacts within an electric and magnetic field. And we can see if the globe Earth can show their Coriolis effect, and then we can get into some other phenomena back and forth. What do you guys think?
Looking good. Can I bounce a few off you?
Please, Stone. I could not wait for you to see this. Okay. So we can hear what you got to say.
Looking at this 53 seconds, there's just so much going through my head. I doubt I will be able to get to all of it. I will most likely forget closer to half of it while I'm mentioning the rest. But to cover your comments about salt, my response is that's a fact, Jack. That, yeah, you throw salt into the water, conductivity goes through the roof. That water by itself, they say that it's diamagnetic or paramagnetic, depending on the term. I don't know which one applies more. That's up to you. But it's not completely magnetic because it doesn't have an iron content per se. But influenceable by magnetic field, as we see here, that's for sure. But the salt issue that you're talking about for conductivity definitely comes into play in this Petri dish because of how much current that 30 volts will be permitted to deliver is a function of salinity of the water itself too. So yes, definitely that's it. And I would point out in a quantitative way that it's not at all linear. That when you go from absolutely pure water to ever so slightly salty water, you're already right up there with conductivity. And that adding as much salt as we've got in our oceans to that level of salinity is not a dramatic increase in conductivity compared to the first part that I talked about, that just introduce it. So I'm a little puzzled at why our oceans have to be so salty to produce anything like an ocean current based on what we're seeing here. But, you know, when I was looking at this, seeing the clockwise and the counterclockwise split across its essentially, you know, the midpoint of its radius between the two probes, I saw more of a relationship to do with wind currents. And what we're looking at here, where the magnet is along the surface, so to speak, with the pole north actually facing up to the sky, and we've got the dielectric going from the center to the outside edge, or vice versa, because I don't know which polarity is which in this case. They didn't state. They just said there was 30 volts DC running from point to point. And that's what the foil is for, is just deliver it down the side of the wall into the water to make physical contact with the water, and then it goes over to the other copper point. That's really why they added the foil. It was just for ease of transferability of the current. But what I'm seeing in regard to the flat Earth model is kind of the opposite positions, the way that these are set up. That typically we view the North Pole as, geometrically speaking, just like the probe that's been dropped into the center. And that the South Pole, to its South Pole, the other opposite pole in a dipole situation, is what the alligator clip is connected to. That's more the south end or the negative end, or however you want to think of that in terms of polarity, in either the magnetic or the dielectric realm. I hope that makes some sense. But I can see how even the inverse geometry here, like how we would be having the magnetic geometry switched with the dielectric geometry of what we're seeing in this video, as opposed to Earth. Okay, see, there's one of my thoughts just jumping away. As we flip the two geometrically, I think this is why we should be looking at the atmosphere more than the water in terms of the effect we're seeing here. Because when you think about this, we always talk about the toroidal field and how does that shape sit on the Earth? What is its orientation? And I tend to agree with most of mainstream or flat Earth mainstream thought about that, on how we are at the block line, the the block line, so to speak, of the dipole, and in the middle of the radial span of the toroidal shape that is dropped through the slice of the Earth that we live on its surface, so to speak. You guys are all familiar with the geometry. I'm just kind of using some confusing nomenclature to apply to it. But I really like this video. This is very demonstrative, and guys like Eric Dollard have similar experiments in the electromechanical realm, where they're producing simple machine just by running current through a metallic object. And it depends on how another object that is in proximity to that feels the force transfer or the voltage transfer or the resolution of charge, depending on how you think of it, and how it is physically affected because the magnetic lines of force are being manipulated around it, causing the machine to move, so to speak. But I wonder if we would be doing just as well with metal filings as we are with this pepper here. I'm really curious how it would react to the shape of the magnetic field coming up through the dish. That would tell me a lot more about the nature of how the magnet itself is polarized underneath, because they don't document that either. And there are many ways to make those little ring magnets in terms of how you can polarize them with multiple norths out the same face, etc., etc. Yeah, very interesting. What else would I say? I'll leave it there for now. If anybody else, by all means, shoot me more questions on this, and that'll probably tickle the brain, and other things will fall out. But that's what
Hey, so I wanted to ask you if someone wanted to start doing some reading on Eric Dollard, because I heard that he was like, one of these geniuses in electrical engineering. Where would they start out with? You have like some literature that you would recommend?
I tend to flock to his video output, and some of that goes back all the way to the early 90s. I think the early 90s or the mid 80s, when he was with Tom Brown and Eric Lindstrom. I think that's his name. Lindemann. Yes, Mr. Lindemann. And it wasn't even Eric. He was, what's Lindemann's first name? Paul? Anyways, you'll see their very old stuff, and Eric spends some time on longitudinal modulation as opposed to transverse wave propagation for electrical theory, and it's absolutely brilliant where he starts out in his video life, so to speak. And there are numerous lectures over the past 30 years that he has delivered from stage. You just gotta dig and find them. I've posted a few of them in the Stone Cold Truth channel, and that will lead you to places where they are posted, where you may find some more. But Eric Dollard, Dollard, just throw him in any old search engine and goodies will pop up. Rest assured, that's for sure. Oh, the Coriolis thought. I see the Coriolis force as more of a momentum-based thing when talking about the effects we see on the alleged rotating surface of the Earth, as opposed to what we're seeing here, which is the resolution of charge inside the presence of a set of magnetic field lines coming from below. That this is less physical momentum related. You know what I mean? In terms of the context of the word Coriolis and how the Globies use it. I think there's a little bit of distinction we need to draw there.
Can I ask a question about the experiment?
Yeah, shoot.
Would the conductivity of the medium change the resulting phenomena?
It would indeed, because of the amount of current flowing from probe to probe through the medium. And that is going to be applied directly and proportionally to the strength of the lines of the magnetic force coming up through the plate. So to put that more simplistically, if you were to drive more current through the wires in this one through the water, the pepper would be spinning faster.
Say that again, Stone. What will cause the pepper to spin faster?
That would be either applying more voltage to the wires or increasing the salinity or decreasing, in turn, the resistance of the medium, being the water itself. that you're allowing more electrical current to flow between point to point, that would necessarily set up a stronger dielectric presence, divergent presence across the magnetic field lines that are passing through this plate because of the magnet underneath. And because more current is flowing, there would be a stronger interaction with the magnetic field, etc. And that would transfer into quicker motion of the pepper spinning around in the water.
Hey, we can always count on Stone to break down the electrical phenomena. That's his bag, I'm telling you. And again, guys, like this is, I kind of agree, right? That's why I kind of preface by saying that, you know, I'm not even accounting for, with this demonstration right here anyway, I'm not even accounting for any other, you know, phenomena that are actually happening, right? We always talking about, you know, the sky spinning. We talk about, you know, this ether drift. There's other motions in our environment that's happening. So there's a lot of things that can be attributed to causing this phenomena, right? I'm just highlighting that it's not impossible on a flat Earth with this demonstration, right? So that's the goal, like to see, is the claim that it's impossible on the flat Earth actually true? Because it doesn't seem like it.
Cool.
It seems like it's very possible.
Let me
multiple different ways.
Let me revisit the toroid geometry just for a second. Underneath this dish, we have a simple ring-shaped dipole, but allegedly on Earth, we have something where the field we think of, the toroidal field around us, we're supposed to be mid elevation of it. If it is like a flat donut sitting on your desk, so to speak, that the donut would be half submerged into the desk and we live on the top of the surface of the desk. When we look at that and we get inside that cross section, if you guys remember much about Rodin, R-O-D-I-N, or people say Rodin, but it's actually a French name. Anyways, whether or not that guy realizes it, the Rodin coils and the way that they are wound, if you guys have seen any of his videos, it's all part of the beginning of his talks about sacred geometry. But really all we're talking about is addressing that we're not just running a simple coil around the donut, that there is an offset angle to the windings themselves. So it looks more web-like as it's done winding around the toroid core, the donut-shaped core. If you can picture those same offset lines of force, essentially, if you run current through them, you're kind of drawing spirals around the donut as you go around the donut, if that makes any sense, geometrically speaking. And it is because those wires are not aligned straight radial like lines of longitudes are on the Gleason map, that they're angled instead. They're not parallel to the longitudinal lines. We create offset lines of force across the surface of the Earth. And this is how we can produce, like I was saying, wind currents, more to the point, jet stream currents at more than one upper elevation of air mass in opposite directions at the same time. And I think this particular interplay that you've shown with this video is involved, but the geometry is, I guess, almost inverted to what you see in the demonstration here. That there is an electrostatic voltage gradient, not between these 2 points here, between center and outside, but above and below. That is where we introduce the voltage gradient that you're looking at here across the geometry of the magnetic lines of force that I just described to you in the toroidal geometry, where you take the Rodin coil windings into account. Hope that I'm not losing you too far, but that's kind of what I see when it comes to looking at this example and comparing it to something like atmospheric movement on Earth. Again, more questions anytime.
No, breaker 19. You got your ears on.
Shoot, buddy, come on back.
I need to, I have some things I need to do, but I wanted to pop in here for a minute because first, let me preface my statement and question with this statement. I don't believe that we live on a spinning ball, or a ball at all for that matter.
Excellent.
However,
I thank Elon, but I can't tell who's talking. Who's this?
no, this is Dog.
Okay, yes, go.
I'm in this back and forth with a couple of flat earthers right now about the mathematics of the spinning globe. And not that I agree with it spinning, but they keep bombarding me with these cartoon depictions of something spinning 1,000 miles per hour and how we'd all fly off. And I'm an automotive and diesel mechanic by trade, so I'm not a mathematician or a rocket appliance scientist. So, but I do know a little bit about math and rotation. Now, if something is spinning 1,000 miles per hour with a circumference of 24,000 miles, that would mean that it rotates 1,000 miles in 1 hour. Not that it rotates 1,000 times per hour.
That's correct. It rotates
Okay.
1/24th of the full rotation in an hour.
Right. And I'm trying to, and these guys are telling me that I'm what was the word? It was very insulting. An infiltrator. That I was a secret globie trying to infiltrate with some kind of tricks.
Hey, does that pay well? I could really get on that.
Actually, I have less than 2,000 followers on my account, and I do this for fun. I don't do it to get paid.
I think I could do an amazing job at it. No, really, I'm your guy. I'm your guy. Give me the bucks. Let's go. I'm in.
But I'm thinking if I can figure this out, and they keep arguing with me, coming back at me with all these angles and pictures of spinning carousels and all this other nonsense, and they're telling me that I'm wrong and that I'm just some kind of shill. So I just thought I'd pop in here for a minute. I'm sitting outside right now, and we got some four-wheelers in the neighborhood, and so I don't want to get bombarded with some four-wheel action in the background, but I just wanted to make sure that my math isn't as faulty as these people are claiming it is.
No problem. Let's address the two forces, because that's really what people haven't got a grip on. And it comes down to order of magnitude primarily. That we talk about the mass attracts mass thing if you're a globie. That's you, your little mass, on a gigantic mass, which is supposed to be the Earth, right?
Right.
Okay, great. Well, then, that's going to cause the 9.8 meters per second acceleration, mass attracting mass. This is what the globie will tell you. Now, we're just using their model here. Well, what about the centripetal? 1,000 miles an hour. But your radius is nearly 4,000 miles. You're going 1,000 miles an hour, sure. But that centripetal force, actually, that's the centrifugal. The centripetal is the mass attracts mass. The centrifuge, outward moving force, is supposedly from this rotation at 1,000 miles an hour, but your radius is nearly 4,000 miles on the surface, according to the globies. Well, that produces an outward force that is a fraction of a percent of the inward force they purport to experience on Earth. Then it's not you're going to get thrown off because you're doing 1,000 miles an hour. Look, if you were on a moon ball with a diameter of 8 feet and you were going 1,000 miles an hour, yeah, you'd be rotating 1,000 times or whatever per second. You'd be rotating around this ball so many times. Yeah, you'd be thrown off because the ball also has no mass relative to your mass.
Okay, but still, why would any person, and I'm not even going to say they're flat earthers because they don't actually say they're flat earthers, but I mean, it's really kind of obvious the way they talk that they believe in a geocentric model and not the globe model. And so why would it be so hard for them to understand what I understand about a globe with a circumference of 24,000 miles? It just doesn't make sense how I could be attacked for something that simple.
Well, that's what I was about to say, is that the answer to your question is also that simple. These guys are bad at math, and they're demonstrating that for you.
Yes. Okay. Well, I feel much better. I know it's terrible. I got to come in to how many we got here? 800 for validation. But I just for some reason, and I'm not bothered by much really. I live a real simple life, but it just got to me. These two just kept attacking me, and nothing of substance, just telling me how dumb I was and how I didn't understand math, and sending me all these memes and stupid comic book pictures. It was just weird. It was just really weird. So, all right. Well,
not to worry. That's what the illiterate will do. They will rest on other publications they don't understand. They throw them at you. I love it when people do that to me. They throw an example at me that they don't understand, and then I end up explaining it to them. You know what I mean? It's delightful.
Yeah, but they had such big words. They're so smart.
And they always sound super confident too.
Oh yeah.
That's Dunning-Kruger for you.
And then you get the have a nice day at the end of a paragraph. Like, that's weak. How weak can you be? Have a nice day. Why don't you just tell me you're blocking me or muting me rather than tell me have a nice day? It's pathetic.
Can't they tell how good of a day I'm having when I'm schooling them so hard? I mean, it's redundant to say that.
I know, it's horrible. All right, guys, I'm going to dip. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, man, if you get bored, come back. We'll be here all night.
Any old time, man.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any hands up at the moment.
Where are we going to handle Brian or Johnny? We had Johnny Coffee down there. Does he still have a mic? He does. Let's.
Stone's hungry tonight, boys.
Let's catch it. I'm just waiting,
Yeah, Coffee, you want to get into your demo?
Yeah, let's get into it.
Let me see. What number is it? You posted it up top.
So it's a pretty simple experiment. I used a clear Tupperware where I taped the sides, which it created a obstruction. I did that so I could provide a light source on the bottom to create the.
Did you post something on your own channel? Because I don't see anything up top here. Where are you at?
Same.
Yeah, we got my.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it up top for everybody.
Yeah,
yeah, go for it.
I just put it up for you, and before you get to that, Sacred asked for some literature on Eric Dollard. I put up about 5 or 6 different publications from him, some books and articles and stuff. So those are in the timeline, and then I'll be playing John Coffey's video in the background. So if you guys are listening along, you can click on my avatar to watch that while he explains it, or you can watch it yourself. But either way, continue on, lads.
Yeah, so I used the clear Tupperware so that I could provide the light source in the bottom to create the silhouette of the coin. I taped off the sides to create an obstruction where you can't see the coin anymore. I positioned the camera where you can't see the coin, right? It's angled at a specific point where you can't see the coin. I pour water into the actual Tupperware with the coin in it while the light shines in the bottom. And as the water hits a certain point, the coin becomes visible again past the obstruction of the sides of the Tupperware.
Okay, so you're demonstrating critical refraction. And how is this a demonstration of a globe Earth?
Well, I was asked to provide a demonstration of a silhouette being refracted. That was the specific, what was specifically asked, because there was a disbelief to the fact that shadows and silhouettes could be refracted.
Okay, but that's not really what we were asking for. We're looking for demonstrations that are exclusive to the globe Earth and display for us how it is that the Earth is a globe. What you're demonstrating here is called critical refraction, where we observing inside a very diffuse, rarefied, not dense at all medium. The coins are in the water, a very dense medium compared to the air through which we're viewing it. So the light is coming up towards our eyes and out of the water, critically refracting toward our eyes as the way that that would go. And yeah, sure, we see that. I've been seeing it as a kid because I vacuumed a lot of pools as a kid. But that itself, I'm going to ask you right away, first round, John, where on Earth do we observe anything about Earth under those conditions?
Hold on, buddy. So you're trying to say that atmospheric refraction and standard refraction and critical refraction don't have the same underlying principles?
You see, once again, in this experiment, one has to have a grip on order of magnitude, okay? The density of the water here is nothing like the density of air through which we observe things on Earth at any elevation, at any temperature, at any humidity level, right? Because it's air we're looking through.
Yeah, buddy, but what corresponds to it is the gradient.
There's no gradient there. That's why I called it critical refraction. It's because there is an absolute terminator line horizontally across what we're seeing here between the two densities of the media through which we're viewing the coins, right?
Yes, but the underlying principle remains the same, right? The light.
Okay, we didn't want you to just demonstrate and point towards an underlying principle that doesn't apply to any observation we make in real life. We were looking for something that demonstrates that we do live on a
I don't think
globe.
he was there when the demonstration was
Hey,
established.
John, I'm really not sure why you're interrupting me. Really not sure at all.
But
I don't
yeah,
speak for long periods of time. I make very clear sentences, and then I give you a chance to respond. Are you up on that?
That's cool, but you're assuming, right? You're acting as if you established the details, right, of the demonstration, but you wasn't in the room. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That I don't think you're catching the correlation there.
I do think Sacred did want this demonstration from a couple of days ago. A couple lives ago, maybe not even last Friday. It might have been before.
It was about like 2 weeks ago, I think.
Who was that? Oh, that was TM?
Yeah, I think it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure about
all
that.
All this shows is that from the deck of a boat, we can look out at an oblique angle and see what's directly underneath us. That doesn't tell us anything about the contour on which we float.
I mean, the established standard, right, is that refraction doesn't refract the image of objects above obstructions, which you see in my demonstration. That's one. Two, in a room earlier, right? This is the reason we created the demonstration. It was stated that silhouette can't be refracted, and that's directly right.
Okay, so both of those statements
in the video.
Both of those statements lack specific application to real life observation. This is the problem.
It deters from atmospheric refraction.
Right, but where's the shadow?
Say what?
The phenomena of
In
a
your
superior barrage lifting the image of an object above an obstruction, i.e. the curvature of the Earth.
Again, we will be looking at the obstruction and whatever's behind it or not behind it, or you can see it or you can't see it, through atmosphere only. Not through water, like your demonstration here shows. In a case of, again, John, for fuck's sake, John, I'm talking. Would you just listen to understand
I'm sorry,
instead of listening just to interrupt? All right? again, I'm trying to get this through your head, John, that your demonstration here involves medium that is not involved in real life observation on Earth.
Yeah, that doesn't make no sense, buddy, because the underlying principles are the same. You could look at the two different, right? Density gradients being the temperatures, right? For the
No,
atmosphere,
no, you
right?
can't. No, you
Why not?
can't.
Why
You
not?
don't look at those. This is, I try to say it over and over, John. You are involving coins in water, right? We are in atmosphere looking a couple of feet downward somewhat at this underlit container, plastic container, which is even more dense than the water, of water, that there is no observation we're going to be making on Earth looking solely at the surface of the Earth in the atmosphere layer only, where water is involved at this density or anything of the like. It is not an apples to apples comparison. It is an observation of critical refraction, which is an entirely different animal.
Bruh, do they not both involve the principles of light bending?
You think that is the rebuttal? And you think because you say that all of a sudden we're going to look at this experiment you provide and conclude that the Earth is round? You're insane.
So let me ask you, Stone, do you think, right, the phenomenon given is because of there's two different mediums or two different refractive indexes?
The former. It's got nothing to do with a refractive index when we're only looking a couple of feet.
Did you just say it has nothing to do with the refractive index? If you just said that, I'm
That's
done with
what
this
I said,
conversation.
John. You
We don't have
said,
to-
you asked me a binary question.
Perfect, my brother. You're good. We don't have to have this conversation no more.
You asked me a
You guys
binary
support that?
question.
That's cool.
You really think you're right on this? You think was that some kind of gotcha you think you composed there? Because it's totally illiterate the way that you posed it. You do not understand the optics involved here. If that is your review, if your
Buddy, I stated the underlying principle, right? I gave you a correlation. I asked you a question to see if you understand. You disagreed, which shows you your ununderstanding, right, of the
No,
concept.
it's not right. No, John, I refuted your correlation and the assertion of it
So with that,
because it is false.
with atmospheric refraction and this gradient that we get between temperatures, right? The medium doesn't change. What changes?
Well, it certainly doesn't involve the object we're looking at being in the water, does
Oh,
it?
you didn't answer my question, buddy.
Answering your question, can you hear the answer?
Like I said, I'm gonna answer it. Ask it again, real slowly. Within atmospheric refraction, right, as light is passing through the atmosphere through two different temperatures, two different densities, right? The medium is not changing. What is changing?
Let me quiz you on your analysis there just a little bit here. You're talking about two different temperatures of atmosphere. Like I said, this experiment does not resemble in
All
any
right, buddy.
way. Jesus Christ, John, I'm making a
Didn't
sentence.
answer
Are
my
you all right
question,
with
buddy.
that?
I was trying to get an answer
Can
to my
I
question.
make a sentence? Hey, John, do you understand that you're the one being triggered here, constantly interrupting me, and what that is telling the audience? I'm pulling a sacred. Can you see it happening? You're the guy who is getting so triggered at everything I'm saying, and you can't wait to interrupt me again to say the same thing that I'm telling you is not valid, with no attempt to understand how I'm getting to arrive at what you're saying is invalid. And the audience can hear it, John. Can you?
No, that's cool. Just get to the point, buddy.
Okay, the point one more time. You dropped coins in water and viewed it from an oblique angle. That in itself is not what we do when we make terrestrial observations through atmosphere only.
All right, Stone, since you didn't want to answer the question, I'm going to answer it for you. The only thing that changes within that medium is the refractive index. What influences the change in refractive index, right, is the change in density due to the change in temperatures, correct? Now, how that
Okay, let's
correlates,
get
hold on, let
quantified
me
there.
finish, my brother. I
Oh,
got
you
you.
asked me if I was correct, so I
How this
thought you were done.
correlates to the experiment given, each medium has their own refractive index. So it's light passing through two refractive indexes, creating a phenomenon that correlates directly with the same phenomenon that occurs during atmospheric refraction. I'll lay my plane.
Great. What you're telling me is that you have an abysmal level of understanding of what's going on here. You keep talking about different refractive indexes to air because one piece of the air between you and the object is hotter or colder or more humid or less humid than some other part of the air on the way to your eye. Okay? Either of those values are orders, plural, of magnitude away from the refractive index involved in critical refraction from water to air. They
Buddy,
are not the same at all. Can you hear that, John?
buddy, I can't say this any clearer, right? I directly highlighted the underlying principle, right? I pointed out how both characteristics correlate. You have two different refractive indexes. You have two different refractive indexes, right?
No, John, the plural is indices, all right? And you don't axe me anything. That's something you chop wood with.
Okay, that's cool. So thank you. But like I was saying, so you have two refractive indexes, and now I'm just correlating the phenomena, right? Principle, characteristic, following, responding, phenomena.
Okay, you're going to be a little closer to your mic for most people to hear you, but I can still hear you. And no, I'm going to say again, no, you are not actually drawing a valid correlation here. And it is because of the orders of magnitude difference in a refractive index, water to air, as opposed to air alone, which is how we observe on Earth.
All right, Stone, so I'll play your game. How do you suppose, right? We remotely try this experiment where we trap atmosphere, some atmosphere, right? Shine some light through it, right? We change the temperatures of them, and we see how the light responds and what characteristics come about shining that light through the different varying temperatures of that atmosphere. How do we do that with any practicality?
Do you think that you're going to be able to do it by trapping? I don't know why you need to trap atmosphere. We're already in it. It is not going anywhere. It's everywhere already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unless you want to artificially manipulate something about that atmosphere to turn it into something we do not naturally experience on Earth in order to prove your invalid point, I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask you, right? I'm asking you, Stone, how do we, with some practicality, right, demonstrate this phenomena? Even on your model, please elaborate.
How do we demonstrate this phenomenon? You mean the coins in the water thing on our model?
No,
You know how
atmospheric
retarded
reflection.
that question is?
That's the question at hand, right? This is the
No, it's not.
thing past the order of the magnitude to actually
No,
demonstrate.
that's John, that is not the question at all. I keep trying to explain it to you, and I'm pretty sure everybody else has got it except you at this point, John, that you dropped coins in water. And as soon as you did that, you did something that is completely outside our experience in observation and will never come close.
Buddy, I get your disagreement with the experiment, right? I'm asking you with your given knowledge, how do you suppose, right, we accurately, with some practicality, right, demonstrate atmospheric refraction to where it's actually viewable for people like me and you?
Okay. I think I want to deal with this globy assumption that somehow refraction is going to improve our view in observing something. You see, refraction at its basest analysis is nothing more than distortion. You can call it angular distortion all by itself if you'd like, but we all know the truth, that it is actually something that deteriorates the clarity of the image we see of the object, the more refraction that takes place. It doesn't help us to see things better around a curve. Quite the opposite. And it's really about time that you guys, all you globies, and I will generalize, all you globies, drop this argument, because although you do not realize it, it's actually helping us whip your asses at this part of the argument.
You know what's so crazy that you said that, buddy? Because refraction, right, refracts light into your retina, allowing you to see clear images.
No, it doesn't, John. Very nice try.
So your retina doesn't rely on refraction to focus light.
You mean what it does with its own lens and its own aqueous and vitreous humors inside the eye, as opposed to the atmosphere through which things are traveling before they get to your eye? No, why would I say that that doesn't happen? That's totally not relevant between you, the observer, and the object and all this atmosphere you've been talking about this whole time. Now you're bringing up the eye, and now you're interrupting me again as I again tear your argument to bits.
Buddy, you sound bugged out. You just said refraction distorts images. You just said that, but our eyes use refraction to get clearer images. That's a direct contradiction to what you just said.
No, it's not, because you are ignoring the element of distance.
Okay. All right, buddy. All right. Yeah. Okay. We can land it there.
I'm so glad. Anybody else got an example they'd like to bring up and show us? Because this is a waste of time.
Where's my mic? I definitely want Sacred to chime in when he comes back so he could take a look at Coffee's example. I want him to take a look at it. I kind of want to understand it more. He's saying that when the coin is in the water, you don't see it, and then when the water's poured in there, it raises, like the refraction is tilting the image upward and it's causing you to see it.
Yeah, in fact, when you look at the very last frame of it, and the camera's all the way back, and the water is in it, and you can see part of a coin peeking out there, that's the part of the coin you don't see when there's no water in there, right after he threw the coins in and the camera comes back, right? So if it was just like the very last frame with no water, you wouldn't see the coin. He puts water in, now you see the coin, because the light coming from the coin, backlit by the laptop that it's sitting on, goes up through the water and then critically refracts as it hits the atmosphere and comes towards us at that new angle. It's critical refraction, and nothing like that bends at such an absolutely extreme angle using just atmosphere through which we would view an object, regardless of how much refractive index changes between the air mass here and the air mass there. It's apples and Winnebagos.
This stem from Coffee saying he can replicate the Mount Canada observation, and his demonstration does not do that.
Right, it's not a full representation of Canada Mountains. I think that's where the discrepancy would come into the experiment, Coffee. Not
It's just not
necessarily
even
that it's not
close.
fully the right refraction, but just the fact that like the variables, like where the sun would be versus the atmosphere versus the mountain, is it
It's
technically
that
the
there is
same?
water involved here, that it is way more dense than any of the atmosphere through which we'd be observing an object at any distance, right? It's orders of magnitude different from the practical observation. It's just not relevant.
But Stone, does the water and the air have two different refractive indexes?
Yeah, but they are so different.
You just answered my question, my brother.
Okay,
Doesn't that influence the phenomenon witnessed by the refraction? Yes or no?
what your question is are there two different
What my
refractive
question is a
qualities
yes or
here?
no, buddy.
We're looking at media that are
So
immensely
you
different
can't
in density. Jesus
say it's
Christ,
impossible.
John, let me answer it if you want me
You
to
can't say
answer
yes or
it.
no.
You need to let me answer it if you want me to answer it. Again,
Buddy, it's a yes or no question.
again, the light is traveling through water and that it is traveling through air. Yes, they have very, very different refractive qualities. However, in practical observation, where we are only looking through atmosphere in every single terrestrial observation through atmosphere, the refractive value of that water does not ever become part of the analysis. This is irrelevant.
So is it a yes or a no to my question?
Not only did I answer your question, I answered
Buddy,
several that
if
come
you would have
after it.
answered my question, you would have said yes or no and then followed
Could
with
you not hear the answer that I gave you? See, you're not listening at all. So again, we should move on, man, because you don't
okay, so you're
understand it
drowning.
and you're
You don't
unwilling to
want to answer my
try to
question, and
understand it.
it's
So you're
okay.
interrupting me again, man. So triggered, man. Let's move on.
Bro, you didn't answer my question, and now you want to move on. I caught you twice in a contradiction, and now you're drowning.
Okay, so let's put it up to the peanut gallery. Anybody else want to make a call on this? Did I answer his question?
I remind you, it's a yes or no question.
Coffee, how many times did we ask you questions earlier in the day that was a yes or no question and you did not provide a yes or no answer to it?
Nick, you started that shit. I asked you as soon as I came on stage a yes or no question that you ain't want to answer. You can't ask for decorum you can't give, buddy.
I'll answer your question again. I'll answer your question again. We're looking from order observer to the item.
Stone,
We're looking through atmosphere.
Buddy, just save your breath, bro.
See, why are you fucking interrupting? I don't get it, John.
It's a yes or no question,
Do you
bro.
want the answer? Do you want to learn something or not? Okay, again, in order from the observer eye, in the very last frame when I'm looking at your experiment, I'm looking from my eye through atmosphere and then through water, and then there's the coin. Okay, that right there, where we're looking through one refractive value, which is the air, and then another refractive value, which is the water, and they are so different in terms of orders of magnitude of refractive index value, what you're asking me about, that they are so different in terms of order of magnitude that it renders it irrelevant to terrestrial observation, because nothing about terrestrial observation involves a refractive value anywhere near that of water. It is irrelevant. Can you hear that while you're trying to not interrupt
Ask
me?
you the question again, my brother.
I just answered it, bro.
Different refractive index.
Hey, bro, you're bugging, man. Stop
Influence the
bugging, bro.
phenomena given. It's just a simple yes or no.
Can anybody
I
hear
couldn't
the
hear
answer?
the question. I
He's just
couldn't hear the
asking me an
question.
easy question. He's asking me, are there different refractive values, water and air? Are they different refractive values? That's all he asked me. And he assumptively is springboarding from this question to somehow assumptively conclude something about terrestrial observation where water is not involved at all. See, he's interrupting me again. I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Does the two refractive indexes influence the phenomena given? The fact that
think he answered you, bro.
Of course,
refraction, does it influence it? It's a simple yes or no.
Yeah, but you don't understand the answer.
He
He
answered it
3
without
times, bro.
saying yes
Come
or
on.
no. He said he's looking through one index and then into another, so they're both obviously affecting what you're looking at. Okay, so what's your next point?
Yeah, but why do I have to scratch through his whole explanation to get a yes or no? For a simple yes or no.
I don't know, bro. That's just
Like,
what's the next point?
drowning ain't that hard, bro. Just drown in peace.
Did you have a next point?
The point is, right, if both refractive indexes being different have a direct influence on the phenomena given, it directly correlates, right, to both examples. That's it.
No,
All right,
doesn't.
so
Not the same.
let me ask you
Can't scale
there,
down
because
atmospheric refraction variables. It's
let me
unpractical.
ask you,
It doesn't fit.
because it was us having this conversation in the last space, right? So, and he's telling you exactly what I was telling you before, that what we're talking about is the experiment that you're doing and what others have done don't correlate to what we see in reality because it's only through the atmosphere. So tell me how you're correlating this, and then we can get to the next point of it.
So I directly showed that the correlation, right, the phenomena given, it's more governed by the differentiations in refractive indexes more so than the mediums. Because you can have the same medium given the atmospheric refraction, but two different densities giving you two different refractive indexes and get a similar phenomena. So what is the governing catalyst here? Is it the medium?
Okay, 2 points. It's not similar at all. Okay, it's not similar at all. And the refractive index of water is irrelevant when you're looking through air.
Buddy, listen, I'm not.
That's not his point. That's not his point. What he's saying is that what is the controlling factor in the result that gets to your eye? Is it the medium or is it the refractive index of said medium?
It's actually the difference between the two that controls whether or not it gets to your eye. It's that air is so much less dense than water that the angle coming to you is sharper.
Yeah, no, he just means in general. I think like just like John, you got to be more specific when you ask this question. Like, so
no, it's cool. That was actually a good enough.
All things aside, experiment aside, in general, what is the determining factor? Is it the index or is it the medium that determines how we get the final image in our eye?
Those are one and the same, actually.
How is that one? You can have a medium with two different refraction indexes, buddy, i.e. the atmosphere. The only thing that has to change is the density.
Okay, again, let's quantify this a little bit, and I'll use nice pretend numbers that round off nice and show the contrast without actually having to look it up on a table for you. Okay, look, let's say the refractive index of air. We typically talk about that in coefficients that are roughly close to 1. Okay, so it might be a refractive index value of 0.6 or maybe 1.23. Depending on which side of it you want to think about. Okay, now let's just go with the positive side of 1 there. And let's say that the atmosphere between us and this dish has a refractive value, an index value of 1.23 or something like that. Okay, the water's value is something like 128 and is never, ever going to come into the analysis when we are only looking through air.
That's cool, buddy. But does air, right? Let's say if the bottom is colder and the top is hotter, would those two variations have different refractive indexes?
Yes, like I just said, you would have one that's
All
maybe
right, I end my point, brother.
1.23 and
That's it.
1.41 or something like that, where there's this fraction of one that they are different, 1.23 and 1.41. They're pretty close to the same number. But the water's index is about 128. Can you
But at
hear
this
that,
point,
John?
at this point, all that is word salad. You just identified
Word
that the
salad. Thanks
underlying
for the
principle.
compliment.
You just
I
you
love it
just
when people call that.
you just highlighted, right? You were there
Bro,
with
even the dish you got it in, if
with
you got it in a glass jar, if you got it in plastic, all those have different refractive inputs too into the equations, bro. What he's trying to say is there's a lot of variables you're not counting for.
no, I
You're
understand the
skewing it up.
variable,
You
but
got to give up.
that's not what I'm
Listen,
No,
arguing.
what
you
he's
got to
trying
give
to
us
say is
all
that
those.
it's so
But
close in air that
we
it's
still
not
would need
gonna
all those variables to make it correct.
matter if
What do you
it's two
say?
different indexes very much, because the indexes will be very similar.
It's
It doesn't
about
matter if
orders
they're
of
similar. All that
magnitude.
matters is that they're different. That's it.
No, it's not all that matters that they're different. Sorry, John, but your analysis is a complete failure here. It's just too bad you can't see it.
Buddy, because they're closely similar refractive indices, right? Create the correlating phenomena.
You
Even
think,
though it's in a different scale, right?
John,
It still
John, you
correlates
think
with a
maybe I
air
can help
and
out
water
here.
have similar
you
refractive
still get the
indices?
optical phenomena of refraction, even within the atmosphere. The underlying principle, the two different refractive indices. That's it.
Okay, it's not underlining, it's underlying. And the point is here is that you seem to want us to believe that the refractive index value of water is anywhere similar to that of air. And this is what I keep trying to point out. That is not
Buddy, I
true.
wasn't arguing that it was similar. That wasn't my argument. They could be 100 fucking times different. That's not my argument. The underlying principles still correlate because the atmosphere is going to have two different refractive indices, no matter how similar, just like the experiment I provided.
Okay, here's why you're wrong again, is that most of the time we're looking almost horizontally. So pressure is going to be the same, altitude is going to be the same, air temperature is going to be the same, humidity is going to be the same across the entire observational distance
Buddy,
because of stratification.
buddy, you're throwing out all these characteristics, right? But at the end of the day, they're all influenced by the underlying principles. And
Hey,
that
John
still
Coffey,
remains the same.
go define stratification for us.
Yeah, please.
Do I look like I'm up here to play dictionary?
Just Google
Yeah,
it.
you do, John. You seem
Just
to want to
Google it.
tell us something. Tell us you know what you're talking about. How does stratification affect my analysis?
Just Google stratification and read us the definition.
Yeah, buddy, I'm not about to play that. I'm not about to play these games with you, bro. Listen, it's cool.
You're in over your head,
you can
man.
leave it at that.
John,
All
you
I
are
was
way in over your
correlating to
head. You
was
just
the
can't see it.
underlying principles. That's it.
John, this is the problem with the Dunning-Kruger effect, and you are swimming in the soup right now, bro. You can't see it. I know you can't. So what you need to do, John, is take a big step back from the situation and relearn what you think you learned. Okay? Relearn it. Go back
Sean,
and look again.
we didn't even get into temperature inversions.
No, we didn't. But the point I tried to make there is that even with inversion, the difference in refractive index quality of this part of atmosphere and that part of atmosphere, when we're looking essentially horizontal, in terms of orders of magnitude compared to that of water, it just doesn't relate.
Yeah, so John, it's the same answer I told you in the last space, bro. Until this is able to be done with atmosphere, where you're bending an image from one side of a curve over that curve to, say, a camera or an observer on the other side, and you can actually see the image, it's not going to correlate, bro. You can't correlate it. It's just they're way different, man.
That's why I called it critical refraction. right off the top because it's a whole different animal. When you're passing from water to air, the density change in the medium is striking and does not resemble anything to do with terrestrial observation horizontally over land or sea.
Okay, look, I'm back, y'all. My bad. I was working so crazy for some reason I could not get this app to open. I missed a lot of the back and forth analysis, so I'm so mad. I'm going to have to replay the episode back here.
You're gonna love it when you hear it back, Sacred.
I know, because it's crazy. Because when I kept on rugging out, and when I finally got it to stabilize, the first thing I heard Coffee was saying was whatever Stone had said. Because I came in right in the middle of Stone's sentence. Coffee said, "Hey, that's word salad." That's the first thing I heard. I'm like, Coffee gonna divert to word salad, bro. 20 seconds later, Sheepdog said, "Hey, define that word for me." And Coffee said, "Oh, I'm not playing those games with y'all." Now I'm gonna call word salad and highlight how your definitions and your words are not making sense. And then, because that's an important point for Coffee to make. But then when we go and flip the coin, no pun intended, back on Coffee, he don't want to play word games no more. So Coffee, if you don't want to play word games no more, don't accuse people of word salad, or else you're gonna have to stand on words, right?
I got my word salad badge tonight. I feel so good about that.
Now, my critical analysis, as I'm hearing you guys going back and forth, I don't know if Coffee's still up here. Oh, it's Coffee. Oh, he's still up here. Oh, wait, he just dropped. I'm gonna wait for him to come back.
I still see him up. That's Elon for you.
He gonna call somebody out for word salad, then somebody say, "Hey, can you define this word?" Then he don't want to play those games no more. You should never started a game if you don't want to finish it, gang. All right, well, while we wait for Coffee to come back up, I guess they swapped me out for Coffee and vice versa. Elon, chill, bro. We're trying to get a back and forth going. Let's let RG jump in here, and then we'll wait for Coffee to pop back in.
Yeah, what up, G?
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh man. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, man. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, man.
Good to see you, bro. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Sorry about that, Stone. I was trying to point out in a way, just I couldn't see. I don't know where y'all were watching that video. I guess you were saying his demonstration.
It's right up top.
I don't know where to go.
Scroll right
when
up
you say
in
up top, okay, in this space. Okay. Sorry about that, though. Yeah, I was like, bro, are you looking through? I was like, are y'all looking through glass or plastic? Like, that plays a big factor as well. It's like you got to go through the front of the tank and then out the back of the tank, like to lighting the source. Like, oh man, there's so many variables. But anyway,
let's talk about the water one just for a sec, G. And you know, it's something I give credit to Dave Weiss for first talking about years back. Look, when you're in an Olympic pool or, you know, something that's tens and tens of feet long and you're under the water and you're at one end and at the other end, there's a 150 watt light underneath on the wall in the pool. So it's at the same height as your eye. When you're 2 feet underwater, it's the same height. It's 2 feet below the level of the water with you, but you can't see it because the water is so dense and distorts the light so much on its way to you that there's none left. R squared takes over and you don't even see it that far away. You're talking tens of feet. Now you get out of the pool and you can see light 10 miles away. Half the wattage because air is nothing like water.
Yep, that's true. It's true. It's a lot thinner modality of water, right? Isn't that kind of?
Yeah, it's all about the density.
Yeah, and then like you said, the you know, the layers as well. It's not like the gradient they talk about way up there, but you know, as far as electrical currents and stuff too, like the ether wind would, you know, go up as you went up, you know. But yeah, when just viewing it with the eye, yeah, I agree with what you're saying. It's really like it'd be the same as trying to, you know, put a metal straw or a long stick in there, and you would see the refractive difference is a whole lot different. Like it curves the whole thing, right? You know, the whole stick. But anyhow, I wanted to just say a little bit about what you were talking about earlier, with the change of like the Coriolis from what they say is the north and south. What I see, like if you notice patterns over a good long period of time, like in say the Gulf, when the hurricanes come through the Gulf, right? They usually go in and then curve up. That's like I've seen it do that for years, and there's obviously the current, but I'm pretty sure it's the magnetic or the ether downflow, right? Like the downflow would meet in the middle and kind of curve outward and up.
Well, that's why I was talking about the toroidal field and the Rodin
Okay.
coil, the Rodin coil styles of wiring one up. Wrapping copper
Mhm.
around the core, the toroidal donut-shaped core. And if you took that entire thing, slice straight through the middle of it, and that's the surface of the earth, so to speak. So half of the toroidal field is above and half below, so to speak, although we don't bother ourselves with that part of the analysis. If we're only looking at the bunt can that Lindsay likes to play with there, that cross-sectionally, because the way Rodin wires the coil, you can see how there's going to be some corkscrewing of the charge delivery, of the way things are moving through the magnetic lines of force. And this is what is causing, all of these grass hockey stick shaped movements toward the equator. It's really about where you sit in the cross section and the orientation of the flux itself. I wouldn't even necessarily say that this is an ether function. I think that's going too far. This is an electrostatic function in the presence of a magnetic field operating
That's cool to think about.
on a paramagnetic medium like water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking at someone's post earlier. I think it was TikTok, actually. I don't get on there much, but speaking of the fractal nature of kind of like lightning, how it splits as it goes down to equal out, right? And then say like sparks flash, that would be like just tinier modes of that bolt, like little tiny sparks or whatever it is, it twirl and then it goes back into the ether background.
I don't think
Something
I
like
followed you
that.
on that one. Can you draw that again? Try me again, man. I missed that one.
Okay. I just think a little bit out of the box sometimes, trying to put together a lot of people's their presentations and trying to go through and pick out what it could be. So I'm thinking of like the fractal nature of, say, the plant kingdom, or roots and trees, like how it all interconnects, right? I think there's as it goes from, just like people, you get to a certain age, you've gotten to a maximum amount of cells that can start copying itself, right? And then it breaks down over time. But it can happen really fast too, like with lightning. Like say it's going to equal out on the ground. Let's just say it hits a tree and it causes all these sparks. You would think it would be a mimic like of its bigger self, like fractaling, like twirling, spinning. Nature spins everything, grows upward toward the sun, right? Like when it comes down, it goes the opposite way. That in a magnetic kind of pull toward the earth, I guess, the electric. Sorry, I might be mumbling a little bit.
No, I think you're kind of banging away at something there, but let's back up and just talk about one particular part, and that would be lightning. Are you up on that mechanic? And what is physically going on during a lightning strike, and what causes it, etc.?
Well, I think maybe it's plasma natured in the really dense lowest layer of the atmosphere, kind of where balloons stop. I think you can see sprites that'll hit that and knock some of whatever it is down. When you look at it in really slow motion, these high-speed cameras really up high, well, they've got different footage, and the way it happens is when it meets in the cloud, that's the middle point of going up and down. So it kind of transfers, I think, in that layer of the atmosphere, the clouds.
I get you. Okay,
Maybe.
let me drive the fundamentals past you first, and maybe that'll change your perception
Yeah, I
of
want you to help me out.
what you're thinking about
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I like help.
Let's
Yeah,
just
thank
deal
you.
with the mechanics of lightning itself, the cause, et cetera. Yeah, we talk about this
Hold on,
natural
one second,
voltage.
Stone. 1 second. So, RG,
Yeah, what up,
just whenever you stop speaking, RG, just mute your mic because we can hear a little bit of background.
Oh crap! I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. I just want to make sure the listeners can hear you guys back and forth. Go ahead, Stone.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, the mechanics, the lightning, the thing. What causes it? What's really going on there? First, let's talk about the quote, the mainstream term, the electron, and the spark is more directly what we're referring to with what you just said, in the form of the lightning itself and the shapes that it takes on the way to the ground. Okay, well, first off, we've got to recognize that when we see a spark, what we're really seeing is the point at which in the circuit charge is resolving. Charge is going from a charged state to a neutral or grounded state. And we are at the ground, so we see it more on this end of the equation where atmosphere is densest. And this is something I want to point out in the difference between the fork lightning we see down here and the elves and sprites and all the cool names they give for the same phenomenon we see in upper air masses where the air density is so much lower. Okay, so now when we get back to the root cause of what causes the lightning strike in the beginning of all this analysis, I was going to bring us back to the textbook diagram everybody's familiar with the horizontal lines across the page with the guy standing on Earth, and there's 100 volts here, there's 200 volts here, there's 300 volts here, and every meter you go up, there's another 100 volts away from the surface, that kind of thing. Well, if you take that into the upper atmosphere, you're looking into the millions of volts by the time you get up over 100,000 feet. In fact, the gradient itself, it has been found through experimentation. The gradient itself per meter increases with altitude. Okay, so we're putting these two factors together, that we have way lower density air higher up. And this is why the lightning itself looks different. It's not forky because there isn't the same density of medium to travel through when the second Gaussian plate above us, so to speak, catastrophically fails because it is being overdriven with voltage. The same way that you have a capacitor in your hand that is, rated at 16 volts, it's a DC cap or whatever, and you hit it with 100 volts, it's going to explode. But, as a part of that explosion, all that's really happening is sparks are flying from one plate to the other through the electrolyte that's supposed to be functioning as an insulator so that you can hold a charge in the capacitor in the first place at a given voltage. In the Earth model here, where we are inside that voltage gradient between the ground plate and the upper Gaussian plate, what's going on is from above, and we don't know from what, this is the problem, is there is excessive, constant voltage being applied from above in excess of what Earth's rating, so to speak, comes out to. This is why they talk about lightning is striking the Earth 60 times a minute, 24/7. It's always striking the Earth. Well, yes, because that's what's going on. That the Earth as a capacitor is constantly, catastrophically failing. That the electrolyte for us is the atmosphere. It is functioning as the insulator, which is why when there are clouds formed and the air is denser, it allows the charge to resolve to ground with less resistance. There are more stepping stones to travel on the way to the ground, making it easier for lightning to strike in the first place. I hope that makes sense, because this is the mechanism that you need to observe. And you're going to see that in the lower atmosphere and the forking, because the charge itself, in its desperation to find ground, has more nuclei to run across in its search for the ground. It's really looking for the path of least resistance in all directions from itself towards the ground, so to speak, the sparks themselves that are forming in that lightning strike. Does that make it a little clearer for you?
You go ahead and unmute,
Yep.
RG.
Yep. Yeah, man. Oh, sorry. My phone was on my stomach down here. I was just
good thing.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you for saying that, man. I'm sitting here wondering the whole time when we're discussing this and thinking about, the old architecture and the possible like Mercury bowl things. Well, that plus like copper and all those cool designs, those little look like windmill things, but they're central. They were central for getting that electricity too. I think and powering without depending on everyone else. I think there was the capacitor kind of churches in a way, what they call churches now, but they have the cool. Oh man, it looks like water memory. The cool symmetrical things in the with the big the big organs and
Exactly. Yeah, the big peaks they throw up into the sky. Those that are made out of metallic conductive things that are more conductive than the air, and making it easier for the charge that is ambient to resolve to ground through the conduit. And we're taking advantage of that down near the ground. Yeah, absolutely, man. It's a no-brainer.
Right. Yeah. The things we see, man, when we wake up is wild. Hey, I did want to say one more thing though. What was really cool is that some town in Virginia, I was looking at old photos on the internet, trying to, look at old architecture. And I caught 2 or 3 buildings, and I've got them. I've got the picture saved. I'll have to put it on here. If I can go get them tonight, I'll put them on here. But anyway, there were big copper wires that were coming out of those little pointy bell houses looking things, on top of the houses. And it was a copper wire that ran right down the side of that building, man, and inside the front door. And I was like, duh, like they could just run the copper wire and, run that wire and spread it out all over the house or whatever. I thought that was really cool.
I would definitely recommend some caution to anybody who thinks about doing something like this and should study the real ins and outs of lightning rods and what they're used for and how they are properly used. I mean, typically, nobody wants to buy more than one, and that's a systemic problem because people put them on their house. And all what they think they're doing is addressing the inevitability that lightning is going to strike their house someday. And when it does, it's going to have this copper to get to the ground real fast. But what they're actually doing is supplying a permanent, easy way for lightning to strike. What you should do is instead buy 4 lightning rods, and none of them go on your house. Instead, draw lines on a map away from the corners of each, from each corner of the house, assuming you've got a rectangular house of some dimension. You got 4 corners in a major. Even if you don't, it doesn't matter. Go off in the 4 cardinal directions if you like.
Like a 45 degrees.
Find, the 45s, the 90s, it doesn't matter. The point is if they're equal away from the house, equally spaced in terms of angular, and hook up those lightning rods on the tops of the tallest trees about 100 meters from your house in those 4 directions, so that when lightning strikes, not if, when lightning strikes, it hits those rods and not your house. It's that simple. If you got that going on, then okay, you can have something maybe a third of that height sticking out the top of your house where you're actually pulling voltage down all the time. And you run far lower risks of being hit by lightning day to day.
Got you, man. I'm about to start looking for some trees, and that's awesome. Thank you, Stone, and thank you, Sacred and Proud, and everyone. Hey, Mr. Mayor from Boston Bear, Alan. Hope everybody's having a good night, man.
Yes, sir. Shout out to you,
It is
RG.
my absolute pleasure. Thanks for coming by.
And you reminded me of RG. Oh, go ahead, Alan.
Oh, I was gonna say have a good night, bro.
No, I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna drop down. I'll let somebody else come up and speak.
Appreciate you, bro. You reminded me about when you said sprites. We really need to do a space on just like electrical phenomena in the sky. Like, what do you guys think? You think that all sky observations are electric in nature? Electric in nature.
Yep, and they correspond to where the sun's with the sun's position. It's I got some sprites and elves playing in the background now where you guys were talking about it. It's insane. Looks nuts, dude.
Yes, sir. When I started, because I'm not well versed on it, so I want to be a little bit more well versed on what sprites are and some of these different phenomena in the sky before we do a space on it. So I'm gonna do a little bit more research. But when I started to come across some of this phenomena, like it was really interesting how you have these different discharges, different directions, shooting up to the skies. It's illuminating. It's doing a bunch of different things. So I think that would be a really interesting space to just focus on that for a little bit to see exactly what's going on in the sky. Because I mean, that could tell us a lot about our reality, right?
I agree.
Yeah, facts.
And when you do, though, keep in the back of your mind that it is all about the resolution of charge, and everything will just fall into place.
And mind you, just like go ahead,
let me say one more quick thing. He made a good point a minute ago too. I liked how he described it. I said this a long time ago, a different way, but when he said, if you can really think about those two capacitor plates and in between them, sporadically, but all day long, basically, there's electrical output, going to equalize itself out, and pop in and pop out, basically. But it's happening all over the earth. So that's charging, staying given sustenance. You see what I'm saying? To the luminaries, to us, to our moods, to the hurricanes. There's a lot of things that electricity and magnetism do that we take for granted, maybe.
The biological process itself. Yes, indeed.
Facts, no doubt. We're still waiting for coffee to pull back up. I don't know if he will. If not, I'll just drop my reaction real quick after we get to my guys. D3, I do see you, but I haven't spoken to OG yet, and we gotta say what up to OG holding down Flat Earth on Clubhouse. OG, what up, broski?
Yo, what's going on? Hey man, shout out to the level heads, man. Everybody in the building tonight, man. Proud, Sacred. My man Shane down there, Alan, man, what's good with everybody? Yeah, man, we stay over there on Clubhouse. You guys have ran into a few of the characters that kind of we created on the low, a little anti-flat earth troll group we have parading around the internet everywhere. So you guys put them on a few highlight reels. Shout out to y'all for that, man. We had some good content off of that. So yeah, man, I'm just dropping by to show some love, man. I catch y'all from time to time. I never actually had a chance to speak. Man, Coffee, he's a good guy, man, but he's been caught up with he's stuck on the fence. He admits to a lot of things, but he's still stuck around he's been hanging around those other guys too much. And we've tried to tell him that the sugar tank it's not really analogous to anything we're trying to say about how refraction is. He brought out the Tupperware refraction, and they're getting desperate at this point. But Hey man, I don't want to
Hey,
put
OG,
too
what
hard
you
on my
call it? The
guy.
Tupperware refraction?
Yeah. He
Touche.
brought out the Tupperware refraction, man. It's all in good sport, but yeah, it's not analogous to anything we're saying. That you know, they say you had to have a little sugar in your tank to get that curve line through that water in the first place, but yeah, man. So I'm just chilling, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I love it. I'm here for it.
Rock on.
They say you had to have a little sugar in your tank to get that curve line through that water in the first place, but
Someone is echoing back, Alan.
No, I'm
That's
muted.
D3. Yo, shout out to OG. Hey, OG, drop your Clubhouse link in the purple pill so anybody on Clubhouse can go rock with you. Levelheads, go support OG.
Ready.
Dude, shout out to the Clubhouse lads. Shane talks about you guys all the time. He always has a great time over there. I like how we just have networks of people that hold it down on all different social media networks.
Bro, it's crazy, bro. Listening to them straw man Shane is this. I mean, it's pure comedic gold in my eyes, bro. I mean, that's really where we're at. I love the title. You know, what is demonstrable and what isn't. You know, and we're kind of seeing that they have to go to these great lengths and straw man the flat Earth just to try to even enter the arena of a debate in the first place. So, you know, that's really where this whole thing has led up since the conversation started, you know, 10, 11 years ago.
Sorry, I don't understand. I'm Russian.
I love seeing the great minds of Flat Earth merge on different platforms and collab. So that's good. I'm glad we're threatening the walls, y'all. The portals are opening. I don't
Everywhere.
know
We'll
how
say
to pronounce
every
her
corner of the world
name.
too. We all over the world. I mean, I'm in West Baltimore, so you know it's in places you probably wouldn't even expect. So yeah, keep pushing.
Shout out Flat Earth Baltimore.
We're gonna have to make a map. Somehow we're gonna have to get like a map for everybody to put their pinpoint on to show like where we all are.
If only there was some sort of app we could use. Oh, the Flat Earth Sun Zodiac Moon Flat Clock and Dave Dearth app. Available on iPhone and Android. And if you're on Android, don't get the app that's not made from Blue Bay or whatever it is. If you see Blue Bay, that's the one you want. And also use code RUN, I think it is, to support the mayor, right? If you want a chance to ride in the mayoral limo, right? You can use when you sign up, use promo code RUN.
That's awesome, dude. And yeah, you can. Yeah, he has it on Mac too. But I'm gonna raise my hand and wait. Thanks, bro.
Politeness from the mayor, dude. Shout out to your boy.
Hey, as the mayor runs in place, because you know the mayor be moving, man. Let's slide over to D3. Shout out to. Oh, wait a minute. Before we do that, I wanted to just quickly say because
John's back.
Okay, cool. Proud was asking if you know Rohan, OG.
Oh yeah, we know Rohan very well, man. You know, we're nice to him over there on Clubhouse. Y'all don't take it so easy on my guy, but he's well deserving of it. I will say that. What is he? Y'all should hear the questions he asks us, man. You know, where are the flat Earth companies? Right? Where are your Fortune 500s? I don't see any NASA flat Earth companies out there, so the Earth has to be round. You know, that's usually his go-to.
You must have
I
met
got you guys in
Rohan
the
before
corner on
he
the ropes.
met his cuckold.
I mean,
Ain't no way you met Rohan next to his cuckold and you still feel like he deserves respect.
Rohan is Ian's stunt double.
Yeah, it's bad. I know you talk about cat myocarditis over there. I think that's where we all got to meet them. You know, when they were doing their rounds on Clubhouse with the anti-vax. I don't know how it is over here. What you can and can't say, so I won't say too much about it. But yeah, that's where we got introduced to them, and they, try to bring the same tactics over there. And they got, posterized so many times in our spaces that they kind of created an a space of their own to get cooked in. So you know. But hey, I'm here for it. I promise you. Sometimes I don't like doing all the heavy lifting, so I enjoy. I mean, y'all got some of the greatest minds in the game over here. I'm like, I'm like stepping into the USA dream team of flat Earth right now. So I mean, they really don't know what they're walking into.
Outside before making sandwiches. They just want food. That's all they want.
Yeah,
Man,
we
y'all
fell
with that
into
hard
that
mic.
toxic trap one night off a 36-hour live. We ended up stumbling into Cope Harder. What's his name? You said Cope Harder live, and they are just, oh
Yeah,
my
that's
god, the
Mr.
attacks,
Mayo
the
Coke
ad
bangers.
homs, the disrespect, like no home training whatsoever. So that was interesting. And then Rohan brought his ass over here without his mute button, without his human mute. And he really didn't have no reputations for his own claims. I think he even brought Clubhouse claims to us to strawman us and say, well, this is what you guys believe, so debunk it. Like, bro, what?
Oh, that's exactly what they do. I think that's been their other go-to is to just misrepresent us so wildly and drastically that they, you know, believe they're making some leeway in the conversation. So yeah, it's the same tactics everywhere all over the internet. You know, you see that's my man. Easy, my guy, Coffee. I really like Coffee. He's a good guy. But you know, it's the sugar water, and you know, I forget his name. Stone was it Stone who was breaking it down. I mean, I couldn't have had that more logically and, you know, elegantly said to me, to the point where I, you know, we just have to take a step back and realize we're talking about a silhouetted mountain hundreds of miles across water. That there's no variable changes in this little Tupperware, you know, inch of water that could be analogous. And that's the key, is when you say demonstrable, is it analogous? And I think it just falls a little short, but that was you know, I couldn't have said it better, Stone.
Yeah, just to say one thing, it was supposed to be as analogous as possible. I've said in the last room that the horror corresponding phenomena is impractical to demonstrate. It's not really feasible, or on a scale to where I could demonstrate it fully, to where it directly correlates. Right? We was trying to find the best correlation, at least. That's why I kept directing to the underlying line principles rather than just the variables surrounding it.
So you thought water was the best choice?
Oh, what else am I supposed to use, buddy?
You can't, because it's just not relevant the way you set it up with water. I mean, anything else, as long as it's just atmosphere. This is the point.
But wouldn't there have to be two varying densities to actually be two varying refraction indexes?
You mean in order to invoke critical refraction like this? Yes, one is going to have to be orders of magnitude different from the next, which is not what we ever observe.
No, I understand that, buddy. I understand that fully, right? This is why I said it's impractical for me to try to directly demonstrate atmospheric refraction, because that's the closest I could get. Now, the point that I'm trying to make here, right, is the fact that with the one medium, right, just the atmosphere, right, that alone is not enough to create said phenomena. It has to be varying densities so that the refractive indices could be different. No matter how similar they are, they have to be different for there to be light bending.
For God's sakes, John Coffey, he's told you fucking 20 times. When we look at a target through atmosphere while standing on the fucking beach, we're not looking through water like we're fucking bow fishing. Bow fishing would correlate with your experiment. And I didn't even look at it. I've just been listening for 8 hours. Ever since your fucking 10-pound weight on top of another 10-pound weight made 20 pounds and proved mass attracts mass. So your intellect correlates with a house plant or a fucking plunger.
Thank
Hold on,
you.
chill, Uncle, chill.
I'm glad I'm not the one who had to say it.
Don't you gotta speak.
We don't want to discourage the brave Glovers Lee's showing up with a demonstration because this is what we
He's
want.
not that fucking dumb. He cannot be that fucking dumb.
Well,
He
that's
cannot be
true.
that fucking dumb. To cling to a belief that do you even remember the teacher that taught you the bullshit you believe? You don't. You don't even
He's
remember that.
interrupting you
want
right
to see
now.
5
He
minutes
can't even
101.
listen.
I want to see how much you know.
But here's 12 people who care about your fucking progress. And you interrupt, dismiss totally logical explanations to where I've heard them 10 times, some of them. And you keep saying correlate. Co would be two things relating. The only correlation that you have is to a fucking houseplant or a plunger.
Hey, Unc, are you able to turn that TV down?
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
So, Mr. Uncle, I want to target you for a second, my brother. Let's see how smart you are.
Were you the one that said something about Jesus? Yeah, I believe in Jesus. What of it? About
Understand
8 fucking hours ago, some shit like that.
One sec. Can you turn? Are you able to turn the TV down in the background or the radio, whatever that is, please? If not, it's cool.
Yeah, oh my God, to hear nothing but the shit. It was rough. Yeah, I was double dipping. I admit. You caught me.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, way busted. Yeah.
All right. So, do you understand what we're refuting here, and even my stance of the argument?
Check your mic level, John.
Yes. Here, I'll steel man your argument. You bring an experiment showing the refraction of something that's in the bottom of a cup of water. Now, I haven't even looked at it, but I've listened to it 10 fucking times. When we're looking at a target over flat water, is what the point we're trying to make. That's miles and miles away. We were looking through one medium, the atmosphere. At no time did we decide to go bow fishing, which is the only thing that experiment would correlate with, because yes, you have to adjust your aim as per the depth of the fish and the angle that you're shooting at the fish with your arrow.
John, do you know what bow fishing is? Do you know what bow fishing is, John?
I have no idea what that.
When you shoot fish with a bow, instead of a hook and a worm,
you're looking down into the water instead of looking over across the water. Is what he's saying.
And you keep and I don't even know how you would in any way perceive that would equate to looking over the water.
All right.
And it was 8 hours ago that I said, hey, we can't do over land. No, because you could have a hump that you couldn't see over, and I could take a bulldozer then and bulldoze it flat, and you could see over it then. So land is a bullshit fucking thing to try to gauge the fucking curvature. And this was like right after your 10-pound weight on a 10-pound weight proves mass attracts mass. We went through for fucking an hour.
Okay, all right, let Coffee respond. Let's see what Coffee got to say.
Yeah, I ain't gonna do you that bad, my boy.
He's on the spectrum or something.
Now, do you understand why they both have refraction in the name? I.e., critical refraction and atmospheric refraction?
John, get a grip on your mic.
Yeah, I'm with refraction. I'm totally with refraction. Here's refraction in its highest order. That you get optics that are so strong that you could see 27,900 miles, and you could look through it right across the water and look at the back of your fucking dumbass head. That's refraction.
Bro, why are they both called the refraction? Just humor me.
Refraction is as fucking authentic as your fucking magical friend gravity.
All right, that's not an answer to my question. Stone, if you want to pick up where he left off.
Am I familiar with refraction? Yes. Every ding dong that we show that you can see many miles over water, proving that the water is fucking flat as fuck. That's what they say. The word that they will say is fucking refraction. Yes, I'm totally familiar with it.
John, stop interrupting.
It's bullshit. Refraction is fucking bullshit. It's as bullshit as your little magic friend gravity. because this works on density and buoyancy. And the fucking direction is fucking dictated by electrostatic.
Okay, Mr. Uncle, you take a while to land, buddy. You got to work on that. Now, why do they both have a refraction in their name? Can you just answer that question?
Are you saying
Mr.
water and
Stone,
air?
Waterstone.
By both, you mean water and air? The two different mediums?
What is?
Is that what you meant? Yes, there's different properties when you go looking through the surface of water as something that's underwater. At no time are we doing that. At no time are we doing that. That does not correlate with the observation that we are fucking trying to fucking impart to you.
So why do you get refraction with one medium, i.e., the atmosphere? If you
Say
need
water. I dare you, motherfucker. Say water.
Yeah.
Relax, man. Relax.
Say water one more goddamn time. Oh, sorry.
One more time.
Hey, Copy, when you came pulling in here, did you see a sign on the front of my house that said dead global storage?
Hey,
you know why you didn't see that fucking sign?
Does
Because
he
it
look
ain't
like
there.
a
Storing dead global. So you're not fucking
Oh man, this man got energy today. All right, hold on. Let's I don't know if Coffee wanted to respond. Hey, Coffee, if you're gonna ask a question to this is what you're gonna get. You're gonna get this answer. All right. So if that's what you're gonna utilize your mic time to ask a question, hey, that bro, this is what it is, bro. All right, so I'm gonna let you say something, but I do want to hear from D3 because he's been real patient. But I know you also may have wanted to direct something to Stone. I'm not really sure, and I'll give my quick little analysis so we get to the rest of the hand.
Stone, I'll ask you the question next, buddy. Why do
Get
both
a hold
these
of your mic level and your mic proximity, and then ask me a question.
Okay, then I just won't answer the question. Cool.
John, listen. Get a hold of your mic proximity. You're not listening. You're not listening. Listen. Get a hold of your mic proximity and your mic level, and then ask me a question. Okay?
Waterstone, I'll pull my mic back a little bit, but it seems like you keep finding a reason to run from my question.
No, you're
That
too
just seems
quiet
like
is the problem. I can't hear you. Nobody can hear you, Mike. Get your mic to your
All right,
face and turn it up.
Now, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better. Thanks.
Good. Now, back to the question. Why does both of these phenomena have refraction in their name?
Both of which phenomenon?
Critical refraction and atmospheric refraction.
Because both suggest that the rays of light are changing direction. However, they are different terms. They mean different things. They apply to different media, and they are not the same just because they have the same word in them.
No, you answered my questions tonight with glory, my brother. Thank you so much.
Hallelujah.
Any old time, man.
Go ahead, D3.
Just before D does, I have recommendations for Mr. Coffee here. Because you can pretend that you understand what I'm saying all you like. But what I really think you need to do, you really need to do, is get a hold of the stream of this on YouTube. Play it back. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm making the bouncy ball go really slow so that you can get this. I pick my words very carefully so that you can get this. Go back and listen to the YouTube stream, maybe 4 or 5 times. Stop making arguments in your head while you're listening. It's a different mental function and inhibits comprehension. I cannot stress that enough. It inhibits comprehension. Go back and quiet your mind and hear what I'm saying. Maybe that'll help.
Everybody try to let D go, boy. God.
Hey man, everybody here is agreeing with me, not you. That's probably for a reason that you're not picking up on. That's why I'm
Buddy,
making this
you already
recommendation.
answered 3 questions for me. You highlighted that you need 2 different refractive indices, right? You already highlighted that the 2 different mediums don't matter because in atmospheric refraction, there's only one medium, right?
I think you're
Just
getting
end it there.
close.
Just end it there. You're good.
Well, gee,
You sound
dude.
like a glober, buddy.
Like,
You're
I
trying to
tried
deny
to
the
end it there.
principles and
John,
highlight all the variables in the world. You sound just like a glober.
I tried to end it there 14 times, and you're pretending like you don't understand me. I don't think it's pretending. You just don't understand me. That's why I made the recommendations that I did.
No, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure the audience understands me. That's it.
They understand you so well, they're fucking swearing at you. Get it?
Okay, Waterstone. Let's get to D now. He's been waiting for a minute, my boy.
Yeah, no need to insult my name, Guy. It goes a long way.
Bro, your new name is Waterstone. You stay drowning. That's the only consistent
Is
thing
it?
about this
I'm
conversation.
so entertained.
What up, D3?
Fun conversation. Hey, Coffee, I'm sorry to do this to you, but actually I wanted to build with Stone so you got hear Stone a little bit more.
What's up, D?
Stone, what's up, man? We were having this conversation earlier, and I had brought up a point that I wanted to bring up with you to see what you know about it. When it comes to refraction, and maybe we can kind of kill the whole refraction argument. If we're looking at, say, just a mountain in the distance, the story is it refracts up to a particular level where it's level with our eye. We see it as level, and it never refracts above that. It's always the same. What I was saying earlier is that, okay, if we're looking at something, for example, Canagoo, sun's behind it, we're seeing a silhouette. If I take a drone, same location, go straight up, we're no longer looking through the same density, right? We just continue to go straight up. Nothing changes about the view that we have of that mountain. The mountain is, the silhouette is still going to be there as a silhouette. The mountain is still going to be there. It's not going to disappear. It's not going to waver. It's not going to really change shape very much. It's just a matter of perspective changing, but not the actual refraction changing. So what do you know about how should it change, or would it change at all going up into the upper atmosphere there and still looking at the same thing? Because I've never seen anything change. Also, just a side
Oh,
note
you
to
breaking
add
up?
on to that,
D3?
in that video by
Also what?
Dubay, films with the infrared camera out of the
Hold
window.
on, D3, can you hear me? Snipe.
He's breaking, but it's still coming through. I can still hear him.
Yeah, he just dropped. I think he lost his signal.
Okay. Well, until he comes back, I'm going to handle his first question. I guess he can hear back on YouTube because I don't know how long it's going to take him to come back. We might as well have something to chew on. I think people are misunderstanding a very important factor with the Canagoo observation, and that is observer height. As far as I recall, it's about 1,000 feet above sea level, the observer height, not the mountain height, not the target, the observer height. So when Dee was talking about taking a drone and flying it straight up and how the atmospheric conditions were going to change, that's actually where I disagree. You see, if the observer height, actually, let's take the if clause out. The reality here is that air density is densest at 0 MSL, at the sea level, right? And the rate of change of density per foot as you go up is also greatest at 0. That as you go higher, the atmospheric change in that condition reduces per foot. And that when you're up at 1,000 feet, the nature, the refractive index of that chunk of atmosphere through which you are observing the target involves almost no refraction at all, because there's almost no humidity up there. There's no moisture in the air up there. The density of the air itself is dramatically lower than if you were observing it at the beach. So I think people need to get a grip on that refraction is not even part of the analysis in reality. It is only a function of observer eye in terms of the elevation, and you do that by the foot, and you work with the 1.22469, I think it is, and you root that out to find out where your distance to the actual horizon is. 8 inches per squared mile formula for the remainder of the distance from that horizon point to the target to tell you how much of the target should, according to the Globie model, should be behind the curvature that you just measured with the first equation. And I hope that becomes clear for people. And is D back? I have my eyes closed. I wasn't even looking.
Stone said I was cooking with my eyes closed.
Doing some ray trials.
Hey, let me see if I could reiterate that in a simpler form. So 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the distance to the horizon. Once you hit the horizon, anything beyond the horizon, right? So if you have an object that's 25 miles away and your horizon is 3 miles away, so you now have a hidden object of 22 miles. So you would have 3 miles to the horizon, and then you would do 8 inches per mile
And you would
squared. So 8
total load
inches.
at 322 feet. You got it.
Right. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple, y'all. 8 inches per mile squared doesn't begin from where you're standing unless you have your eyeball on the ground.
That's correct.
If you're just so y'all know.
No, I absolutely agree with that. That is a very concise way to put what I was talking about, give or take some environmental factors. And if anybody would like to get more practice at looking at analyses just like the Canigou one that we're talking about, buzz over on Telegram to the Stone Cold Truth channel. You can find the invite on my Twit feed here if you need it. And just do a quick search for, eights and that kind of thing in a post. And you will see many analyses of many different targets, pictures, video, where people are doing these types of observations. And I lay the math straight out for everybody to see so that you can become more fluent in these things.
That's a fact. We got all the links that you need. D3, I know that you were in the middle of saying something. I don't know if you heard everything that Stone said, but it sounded like you had another part to your question that Stone was waiting for. And then I want to jump into my quick little analysis. I'll let Coffee reply, and then we'll get to Jerry, Ron Boston, the mayor, and then we also got Snowflake, Buttercup on the mic as well, so we see what they got to say. But yeah, let's do that.
Right on.
Hey, I don't remember I don't know where you guys got in my conversation before my question. What did you hear?
We got to the end of your first question about Canigou and flying a drone straight up, and I dealt with that on a number of levels. So what's your whole second question? Let's deal with that.
All right, so it was kind of just an add-on to the first part. We have the video by Dubé where he has the people in the plane at the end who are using an infrared camera to look very far into the distance, and you essentially see the same thing. The mountains are there, they're at just below eye level. They're not being affected so much by refraction because he's using the infrared lens. And I think you probably already covered it. I didn't hear much of it, but
and he's in a plane, right?
Like where? Yeah, it's But the thing is, you're still seeing things way off in the distance that, you know, they're not being affected by the refraction. So it just doesn't add up, I'm saying. And maybe we can put these things together to kind of end that that argument.
Okay, well, in that kind of observation, again, a point you didn't miss because you were just glitched out. I was speaking on how air is densest at sea level, right, as opposed to way up in the plane where the air density is very low, humidity is very low. These things are going to affect your observation of things far away in a very different way than if you're near the surface or on the mountaintop or something like that. You know, when you're up at 30,000, the only point between you, the observer in the plane, and the target down on the ground where refractive values are going to matter are right near the target and nowhere else, if you know what I mean. That the closer to the target, the denser the air because it's lower elevation and the more refraction is going to play some kind of part. But because your viewing angle is so oblique and so not horizontal in terms of the viewing angle, refraction becomes a non-issue.
Yeah. So just
in fact,
to finish up.
I'm sorry. In fact, there's more of an issue with straight up distortion than refraction.
So to bring it full circle, Coffee, what I was saying before, this is exactly what I was trying to get to is, let's say we were looking at Canada with an infrared camera from ground level and then from up in the higher atmosphere there. We're not going to see very much of a difference based on the index change of how that object in the distance looks. That's enough right there to tell you that it's not refraction that's causing us to be able to see that silhouette over a curve. Now I'll land it there.
Nicely done.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. And I agree. But first, before I start, I do want to say, in regards to, you know, Coffee actually pulling up and, you know, providing a demonstration, man, we gotta you know, give him a round of applause for, you know, at least pulling up and standing to the test of Flat Earth Friday scrutiny, man.
He did, yes. He made an attempt, and I think that's a good thing. Sure thing.
We gotta appreciate
we
that.
appreciate it, bro.
That ass for real, because I mean, be doing anything you want on a Friday night, and you here chopping it up with us. So I do want to say thank you for that. And honestly, I think it's a really good attempt, and I'll tell you why. I don't know if, let me just ask, Coffee, did you do this before, like on Clubhouse, or you just did this based off of the Flat Earth Fridays conversation?
Yeah, no, I did this based off of the conversation had in the last room, in Nick's room.
Okay, even better, because you know, this is an observation that we definitely want acknowledged, right? And you know, there's specific points that we want acknowledged, and it seems like, even though for the most part, I will say I don't think it's analogous, and I'll tell you why in a second. He attempted to acknowledge those specific points, right? He attempted to create a silhouette. He attempted to show refraction. He attempted to show an observation with different mediums, even though it's really extreme. But you know, he attempted to do these different things, which is what we wanted, right? So he's listening. That's more than what we can say from a lot of anti-flirt y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want y'all to, like, you know, attack so crazy. Is at least he's listening. I don't know how, if he's listening, he could still think he's living on a globe, but at least he's listening, right? So I do want to say shout out to you for doing that, bro. Couple of things that I would tweak. First of all, I wouldn't use a coin. I think that was the first mistake, because it's going to be hard to keep light from reflecting off of a coin. So I would use something that's more analogous to the mountain, right? The other thing is the angle of view. Right now, here's the thing. What, in my opinion, what Coffee did was say, hey, if I see a shadow over there and I put glasses on, because I'm looking through my glasses, my eyeglasses, I'm refracting the shadow. That's not what we're talking about here. So he's using the water as a lens and saying, hey, when we look at from this angle of incidence, we can see a displacement. But is that analogous to what we view on Earth with Canigou Mountains? Now, I do get the point that the guys are making, saying, hey, you're using extreme mediums. But, I mean, we're just asking for somebody to come on Twitter and demonstrate something like quick. You know what I'm saying? So we got to give them a little bit of bailout. But I think we do acknowledge that we're not looking through a pool of water, right? But that brought me to my first question. If we were looking through a pool of water, right? Because we're talking about our normal observation. We look out horizontally, right? So my first question in the coffee would be this. If you did have a glob or a pool of water suspended out horizontally in front of you, how would you create that object to displace upwards? Because the angle that you're looking at it, you're looking down into water, right? And this is why I think there's like special type of fishing. If y'all fishermen in here, y'all pull up on the mic and let me know. I'm not a fisherman, so I'm not really sure. Maybe get Cug up here because I think he'd be in the wild.
It was bow fishing is what Mr. Uncle was saying.
Oh, okay. So y'all already brought that up. I was thinking more like spear. Is it called spear fishing? Where they gotta know how to
Same concept.
Same
right.
deal. Yep.
Yeah. So you have to know exactly the angle of how to spear the water when you're trying to catch a fish, because whatever you're looking at is not the actual location of the fish. Now, I would assume if the fish was directly below my line of sight or in my line of sight, it wouldn't have that much displacement. It will maybe be a little bit magnified, but at any angle, it's going to displace more and more and more. So when we're looking at Coffee's demonstration, we're looking downwards at an angle through water. Two completely different mediums, right? Obviously, he's going to do the best that he can. But what would happen if the water was directly in front of us? So that would be my first question, Coffee. What do you think? What would be the prediction if you had this same medium that you're using directly in front of us, and then we have an object in that medium? How would you cause that to displace upwards?
Can I interject one little thing real quick, Sacred?
So
Just
now
as
this
a
is where
comparison.
my explanation is going to align with stone, because if it's horizontal, then I have to recreate the critical angle that's causing the phenomenon. Because I do understand what Stone is saying. I'm not trying to refute anything he's saying. He's 100% correct. It's a lot of the critical angles that cause the internal reflections and the fact that the image is reflecting into the water rather than the air. You feel me? First, you feel me, that give you that phenomena. So I will have to recreate those characteristics to actually recreate that phenomena.
Can I interject something real quick though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me, John? I
Oh,
don't
did
know
y'all
if you can
catch
hear
that,
me.
or was that on mute? I was talking for
Oh,
like...
we could hear you, John. That's for sure. What up, dude?
I don't think John can
Oh,
hear
what's
me.
good, my guys? My bad. I was just talking for like 2 minutes. I thought y'all could hear me.
John, can you hear this other guy talking?
Yeah, we heard you, but can you hear Sheepdog?
Yeah, I can hear you, Sheep, now. I can hear you.
Okay. And I just want to say, like, that's when you are outside of the water, there's a critical angle of incidence, right? When you're in the water, that critical angle of incidence is removed because you're actually in the medium. Does that make sense?
Is it me? I can't hear nobody talking at the moment.
Yeah, that sheep talking to you. I guess you need to come out and in.
Yeah, Sheepdog was talking. Drop down, come back up. I want you to hear what he got to say.
I got you.
That's an argument that I make for a lot of people, by the way. Like, people want to claim refraction. I'm like, you're standing in the medium, dude. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. If you were outside the medium in another medium, then there would be like a severe change in refraction, and then you could possibly make that argument. But when you're in the medium, the chances of refraction are minimalized.
Well, yeah, that's
Sheep.
Oh, go ahead, D.
He just reminded me of something that I also brought up. I should bring up here is that in this particular instance, another reason that the refraction is essentially impossible is because first, we can't even see this thing. It's so far in the distance that we're looking through so much medium that we can't see it until it's backlit by the sun. So there's no way that refraction is doing all of that through the medium that where we can't see it during the daytime. I just wanted to put that out there too.
I think that's more of a contrast issue in brightness. That while the sun is still more overhead, it's lighting up the mountains as much as the surrounding land. But when it's approaching and moving into the horizon line, that angle is completely changed in terms of how much radiation is hitting the surrounding land, and we're seeing it all come across the mountain. It's a much bigger contrast, so that's why we see it.
Proud you see Coffee yet?
Can you hear me?
I still see him as a speaker.
It says speaker, but he's at the end of speakers.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him up.
Listener.
I'm gonna let him up. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Uncle, check my DM right now. Check my DM, Uncle, right fucking now.
I don't even see him in here.
He listening.
Yeah, I see Uncle in there.
Okay. Uh-oh. Check that DM. ASAP. I don't make too many requests. Anyway, I'll let Proud handle that. Coffee, you back?
Yeah, I'm back, bro.
Okay, cool. Was it D3 that was saying something? Somebody was saying something.
Oh, Sheepdog.
Oh, Sheepdog.
Yeah.
Well, all I wanted to say, John, is when you're looking through, when you're standing in the air and you're looking through air, you're in the same medium as the air. If you're standing in air and you're above the air, you're looking through the air, and then you look through water, that's a critical change in medium right there. You don't get that when you're in the water looking through water. It's the same as if you're looking through air. It's just water is more dense, so the attenuation disperses quicker. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, trust me, I get exactly what you and Stone were trying to tell me. I get it 100%. I was fucking with Stone for the most part, pulling his coattail, but I got what he was saying. You feel me? I did not get what he was saying. My point is, my correlation to it, right? No matter how feasible it was straight to the underlying principles, right? And I get it. Atmospheric refraction is not dealing with critical angles or the total reflection or internal reflection or none of that, right? It's more of a gradual change in density due to variations causing this slight bend. But the underlying principle remains the same, right?
Even if it was raining, right, and you were looking through the air, you're still looking through the raining air. You're in the same density, no matter what.
No, but the distance in between, the distance between you and the object, the temperatures, you feel me? There's variations between the conditions, the densities of air between you and that.
Well, the critical angle changes in refraction through air only occur when there's temperature inversion, right?
Yeah, so you're gonna have a temperature inversion, especially over water.
Right. So no. There's temperature inversions all the time. Doesn't have to be over water, but I will say this: when you have a temperature inversion, you no longer have refraction bending downward. You have refraction deflecting upward.
Well, it just bends towards the denser medium. Wherever the denser medium is, that's where it's going to bend towards.
Right. The denser medium is up because the heat is below.
Well, that's why it depends whether it's over water or not. Because when you're
the air is hot, John. The air is hot. There's your temperature inversion. The air isn't cold. The air is hot. This is what I keep trying to explain to everybody. When you look at a sunset and you see it getting cut off, this is why Rob Skiba's video is so important. When he shows the Fresnel lens and he shows the sun going down and getting cut off from the half, the temperature inversion is creating the deflection upward, giving the illusion of the sun sinking into the horizon. That's the temperature inversion, man.
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, but you're still gonna have a temperature inversion due to the water affecting the air above it.
It deflects upward, not downward.
All right. So if the colder water is cooling the air above it, right? Wouldn't the air?
Where's the denser medium? When the air is warm on the surface, where's the denser medium?
What surface are we talking about? The water or land?
Water. We'll just do water. Where's the denser medium? If the water is warm, if the surface of the water is warm, just above the water, right? Where the air is, where it becomes the air. If that air is warm, where is the denser medium? Is it above or below that hot air?
No, I believe it's still below the air because the water remains the most absorbent.
But you're not looking through water.
The excuse me, the water's gonna absorb the heat quicker than the air does. So it's always gonna be the cooler medium.
The water, you're not looking through the water though. So if the air is warm, the air is less dense, right?
Yes, of course.
Right. So if the surface, if right above the surface of the water, there's a temperature inversion, that means the hot air on the surface of the water, on the surface, not in the surface of the water, on the surface of the water is less dense than the cool air above it, correct?
Yeah, but it depends. It depends on the variables, the distance. Like, because I get what you're saying, bro. I'm not trying to throw you a leg.
No, I know you do.
Put that in the answer
Rob,
slot on a physics exam sometime. Yeah, but
Rob Skiba's video all of a sudden makes a whole lot of sense, right?
Because it's possible for water to be warmer than the air above it. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just trying to think, would it, because I know water absorbs heat much better than air. So wouldn't there be a layer automatically that's cooler above the water that the light would have to bend down towards? That's what I'm thinking here.
Why would it bend down when I just told you that when you have a temperature inversion, light refracts upward instead of downward?
I get what you're saying, buddy, but the light is always going to bend towards the denser medium. So if there's still
But the denser medium is above the heat, not below the heat.
Yeah, so I'll just leave it at I'm not 100% sure, bro. I'm just giving you my explanation, but from what I believe that water absorbs heat better than air, so you're always gonna have that cooler layer above. No matter how small, it's still gonna be a cooler layer above the water.
Okay, so but hey, you know what? I get what you're saying. You're just not listening to my words because it's different than what you were expecting based off of what you've read. So I could appreciate you at least trying to listen and at least trying to understand. But I think you really need to think about what temperature inversion means and what it means to go from water standard refraction going downward to the more dense medium going upward to the more dense medium because the heat is changing the refraction. There's your Fresnel lens. Oh, he's using a Fresnel lens to demonstrate refraction. Well, duh, what do you think is happening in that heat pocket? It's a Fresnel lens.
I'm going to go grab the demonstration that Sheepdog is talking about right now. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, I'm sorry if I killed the room.
Nah, man, I think you helped solidify that we can kind of put this refraction thing to bed, man.
I told Indio, I wish Indio was here. I told Indio like 8 months ago that I was gonna figure out why refraction works on the flat Earth, and I think I have, going through all of these videos talking about how light disappears or the sun disappears bottom up. Like it's a kinematic equivalence, right? I can show you through a demonstration on the flat surface, the sun disappearing from the bottom up. And then you're like, well, how does the light go away? Why doesn't the whole Earth stay lit up forever? Well, there's attenuation. Like light doesn't travel forever through a medium.
But yeah, but with temperature inversions, right? Doesn't it have to be inverted according to how our atmosphere is laid out? So as we increase in altitude, we have a decrease in temperature. So the inversion will have a pocket of hot air over a pocket of cool air.
There's just less material the higher you go, right? Different
Yeah, but
material.
it's an observable fact that it's colder.
Yeah, it gets colder after a certain altitude, yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to state.
yeah,
The
but
corresponding temperature inversion will be hot to cold, right? Hot on top, cold on bottom. That's inverted to what we experience within our atmosphere.
Then you have some explaining to do about the globe Earth, then, man, because again, you're defeating yourself.
I mean, I'll look it up right now. Temperature inversions, what they correlate to. But from my understanding, it correlates to the fact that as you go up in altitude, the temperature decreases. So if you have
Okay, so let's take it to the frozen lake scenario. So when we're looking at the frozen lake scenario, the air that's right over the ice is going to be the cold stuff, right? That's where we're making the observation. That's a temperature inversion. So for us, the flat earthers running our laser or sighting lights far away or landmarks far away over a frozen lake, refraction is actually working against us. That visually, those items in the distance should be going downward, appear to be refracted downward, not upward, making them easier to see, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay, you seem to be dead sure that you know how refraction works, and you know all about a temperature inversion. But as soon as we apply an inversion to the refraction effect itself, all of a sudden you're lost. What is that?
No, it's the ice part that I'm not getting. Wouldn't the ice
The ice
cool?
part is the thing causing the inversion.
Can I
It's
explain that?
cold,
Can I
right?
finish?
So the air near the cold thing is
Yeah, it's
cold
gonna be
air.
cold.
That's the
Yeah,
inversion,
there's
right?
gonna be a pocket of hot air above it, right? And
That's the inversion,
yeah,
right?
then the refraction is gonna bend down towards the denser material medium, right?
Right. So it's going to be working against us when looking at things in the distance, allegedly over a curve. It should make them harder to see because it's through an inversion, right?
It's the cold air. Remember, the cold air is dense. Hot
Yeah,
air is less
that's the
dense.
part that I'm not connecting. Why would the inversion make it harder to see? That's
See,
why
that's the
the
thing.
condition correlates with an image raising.
That's the
Right?
thing,
The
right? You
downward
keep
bending
talking about the image raising. The image raising. Well, that's when there's hot air below and cold air above. So the image
no,
would be raising.
that's the
The image would appear to be higher. Now we're
It's the
talking about the
opposite.
opposite.
It's the opposite. When there's a hot air at the
No, you
surface,
get mirages when
the object appears
the
to
surface is
sink
hotter than the
in the
air
distance.
above it.
When there's hot air on at the surface of the Earth,
Yeah, that's
and
how
I
you
say
get.
that loosely, but the surface of water, the surface of Earth, whatever is in the distance appears to sink below a physical deflection point, wherever that is. That's why the horizon appears to move, because depending on how hot that pocket is, or how vastly the change in temperature is along that way, that will cause the shift of the horizon moving to and fro away from your vision.
Quite right, Sheep. I sit corrected that you have the analysis correctly inverted. And it may not have anything to do with the frozen lake. It could be entirely the other way around. But the point is that temperature inversions exist, and while looking through them, refraction around curvature, so to speak, should be working against us in terms of observation. Yet it doesn't.
Don't forget, guys, Jerry's been waiting patiently to jump in.
No, let your boy jump in. I'll rest here.
Hey, what up, Jake?
Hold on. Let me finish my quick little analysis. I don't know, Stone. He calling you sinking stone over there. Sound like coffee need a little life jacket. I don't know. Throw him a buoy.
Yeah, I wasn't here for Vine.
All right, just to quickly close off, 'cause I do want to hear from Jerry. So, so angle of incidence, everything that you guys was talking about. Obviously, the mediums were different. I wouldn't use a coin because it's still like too reflective. You know, I would get that out of here. I would still want to know what it would look like if it were a refracted image, up into the sky, right? Because it has to be overlaid onto a lighter surface, right? Because that's what they're saying. It's an optical illusion. So it has to be something that's a horizontal observation that's pointed upwards. And then that whole like heat inversion thing is a whole different ball game. I hadn't even considered that either. So that was a really good point. And I think the last thing, which is kind of funny now that I'm thinking about it, bro, you used a container of water, not a sphere. You use a flat Earth framework. So that's my quick analysis. That was a good attempt, though, bro. I do appreciate that. I think you can make a few more tweaks, but yet and still, I don't think that you're gonna ever really be able to recreate the actual phenomena the way it's supposed to be, because I don't even think that you're going to be able to even gather the components to do so. But I think it was a great attempt, though, and I really appreciate that. So I'm gonna still clap it up for you.
Yeah, and shout out, even with all the bullshit I gave Stone, shout out to your boy for keeping integrity throughout the debate.
No doubt. That's what we're talking about: civil discussion, extracting value. And then we on to the next. Let's hear from my guy, Jerry Johnson. What's up, Jerry? Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Your first time?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, time enjoyed it. Good arguments, way above my head, way above my pay grade. I just wanted to point out something. Maybe I can throw a lifeline to my fellow Globers out there. There's a mathematical principle in scaling that if the Earth was flat, it doesn't matter what scale you make the Earth and the land masses to it, it should all fit on the Earth. But the mathematical principle says that a sphere cannot have things accurately scaled on it on an X and Y axis. You need an X, Y, and Z axis. And because you need an X and Y, Z axis to properly scale the land masses, every single map that was, is, and will ever be created is flawed. And most map companies will admit this, because the land mass in some areas are so large that it curves with the Earth. And so the only way to properly scale that is to have an X, Y, and Z axis. You can't scale it on an X, Y axis. So it doesn't matter how big you make the scale of the Earth. You just have to match it with the land mass scale to the Earth scale, like it would naturally be. And you'll find that every single map that's ever been made is flawed. Like you can think of the common world map that has Africa and Greenland the same size, when Africa is actually 17 or 18 times larger than Greenland. It's because you can't scale properly a three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional plane. It can't happen. It's mathematically impossible. And I think this absolutely destroys the idea of a flat Earth, because you couldn't scale all the land masses proportionally to the Earth and still have room. We know this because we do it on maps, and we have to literally lie on the maps, and the map companies admit it. So it doesn't matter when or where or how in the future that you try to do this, it should be mathematically impossible. And
I would definitely agree. And where we see it the most on especially Mercator, et cetera, projections is on the opposite side of the world from the prime meridian, where most people are looking at maps because that's where they live. When you look over on the dateline side, north to south, you see a lot of timelines scrunching and stretching on each side of the equator. It couldn't be more obvious.
Yeah, it can't be. If you flip the flat Earth on its side where you could see all the land continents in front of your face, you could not scale them proportionally to fit on the Earth. There's just too much land mass to actually fit on the scale of the Earth, no matter what scale you make it in two-dimensional space. You require a three-dimensional object. It's mathematically.
Hey, you know, they said they just found an ocean south of the continent of Antarctica. Another whole big, huge ocean.
Yeah, that
I don't
makes
know. There might be some more land over there.
Now you have less surface area to put larger continents that can't already fit there on a flat surface. So you'd have to shrink more continents down and or make certain.
You know, they also said they found 7,000 new islands a few years ago over by Japan. And said it was official.
All of that just makes the scaling problem worse. You would need things removed in order to fit.
I don't think we know the true shape of a lot of things, really. If you ask me, it'd be hard to.
I probably agree.
You said, it'd be hard to plot all the way.
Do you think the Earth is growing, Jerry?
Not to any measurement that I'd ever be aware of.
I mean, they're finding all these new land masses, but they give us a definite size of the Earth.
Well, you would have to grow enormously larger. The Earth would have to grow enormously larger to scale properly the land masses on a two-dimensional sphere, on two-dimensional surface. We know this all you can do is a circle, but the problem is some of the continents actually curve with the Earth around into the z-axis. And so you have to shrink that in order to make it proportional and fit on the map. That's why if you look at most maps, you won't see the sliver of California that goes towards Mexico. That's often.
Do you know how they make maps?
I know a general idea of how they make maps, but I know this is a graphing issue. This isn't a mapping issue. This is just saying if you take
so they're not mapping out the land. They're mapping out the sky and then putting it on a map.
I mean, that may be the case, but that still doesn't define the underlying issue. The issue is that there's not enough room.
Well, we're not in the sky when we map the sky. We're on the Earth when we map the sky. So we have a azimuthal grid of vision that we see.
But that's irrelevant.
On Earth.
Measure it by inch if you want to. And there's not enough room on the size of the Earth. You'd have to make the Earth like 4 times larger. And that's if you add no new lakes, no new anything.
What shape do you think the Earth is?
They told us that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a scaling issue. You can try it for yourself. You can take an image of the Earth, write your name on it with Photoshop, and then try to map it onto a two-dimensional sphere, a two-dimensional plane, an XY axis. Your name will be disproportionately stretched all over.
Well, that's because you're trying to wrap it around the ball.
Exactly, and that's what we do with maps.
No, we map out the sky.
That has no observational evidence for me. The observational evidence is if you can't fit something on a two-dimensional plane, which is your claim.
How do you do celestial navigation?
Huh?
That's how navigation is done. It's done by celestial. It's not done by looking at the land.
Yeah, but that in and of itself is three-dimensional time, space, and momentum.
Did I wake up the bear, Alan? Did you want to take over on that?
Dude, I was gonna say, so like when you're looking at the continents on maps and stuff, dude, those are all projections relative to the tool that's being used. Please don't talk over me. On maps. Oh.
Yeah, when the host is talking, we don't interrupt. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, so they're all using the same coordinate system. So what you were saying earlier about the invariance under transformation, right? They are using the same lat long system. So when they show you different stretched out versions of what the land masses would look like, that's relevant to the projection that's being used. All the distances and whatnot are the same. So what you're saying is super incoherent. You're just like you're like putting an arbitrary I don't know, it's just super arbitrary and doesn't make any sense. Like if you understand how a map works, they all project the same graticule, right? So like if you wanted to take a different argument, then like, well, actually to take it back to what Sheik was saying when he was referencing celestial navigation and whatnot, right? So all maps are coordinate systems related to positions of where the stars are at. So you're talking about, oh, it's bending, this continent's bending around the z-axis of the globe and it has to be accounted for. No, completely irrelevant. It's all based on positions of the stars, and that's there's no consideration for a z, like whatever you're talking about. Like that's not relevant to what they're presenting us with the map or how it would work on a flat Earth or a globe, right? It's relevant to the coordinate system, and that's where the landmass discrepancies are coming from. So like when you say it wouldn't work because X, Y, Z, it's like, well, that's just like something you're telling yourself in your head. That's not really applicable to reality. Anyway, continue.
Go ahead, Jerry. I just want to make sure you heard everything Alan said. You got to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me? Okay, yeah. I would have to say that's completely wrong. This is a mathematical principle, a law of nature that has an accuracy of 10 to the 75th billionth of a power. So you're talking about something that's almost inerrable. And
do you have a citation for that?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was asking, do you have a citation to that 10 to the 70th billionth power?
No, 10 to the 75th power.
Okay. Do you have a citation for that?
Let me read to you the scaling law. It is physically impossible to accurately represent the Earth's surface on a flat plane without distorting it. And why? Because every flat projection of the Earth is flawed.
So y'all can make the time scale work in the south.
Do you have a demonstration?
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, you can demonstrate it yourself.
Not a demonstration, a citation. I need a citation, dude.
This is straight, very first search off Google, the scaling law. It says, the Earth requires stretching parts of width and height, which results in 4 slightly distortions: size, shape, direction, and distance. So you're trying to map a 3-dimensional object in a 4-dimensional space, which also involves the paper or the abstract you're using to map it on. And so you have to distort 4 different things in order to get a semi-close image of a map, or say even a military map, which is probably even far more accurate, which shows every hill, every nook, every cranny of a land mass, even it. And the Army field manuals will tell you this is inaccurate. And the reason for that is because there's not enough accuracy in on a X and Y plane to scale a 3-dimensional surface. You just can't do it. It's mathematically impossible. And that's why I said this isn't something you can go and I know this knowledge, or I know this law, or I know this science. This is an mathematical impossibility. So it's not a if or a can it or how it's mapped. This has nothing to do with that. We could be in a universe with no other object but the Earth.
So Jerry, so you're saying when they developed the maps by using the sky, they assumed it was a sphere. And you're saying now, since they assumed it was a sphere by mapping out the lands by using the sky, they try to flatten that, and it's impossible to flatten a sphere onto a flat Earth.
You can, but it becomes a circle, right? That's generally what a sphere will turn into when you flatten it on a two-dimensional shape.
But did you hear the first part of what I said?
Yes, but the problem is when you do that, you're only seeing one vortex of the sphere. You're not seeing the whole dimension of the sphere. So
Yeah, you're assuming the sphere.
Well, no, I'm saying that because even if you take a two-dimensional Earth, you're compacting what's spread across 4 different vertices, north, south, east, and west, and you're putting it into a type of image that only has 2 vortices.
How come every single surveyor references a plane survey?
Because a survey is only a very limited space.
But it works within a specific distance, and that distance is 100 square miles.
Yeah, that's not even 1% of the Earth scale.
So you can map on a flat surface, because you said it was an impossibility.
Map, but it will still be inaccurate if you try to project it on a 2D axis.
Okay, I think we're getting a little off topic here, and I may have overspoke when I said, when I dismissed the corrections, right? So the sky, we see it spherically, right? And we're mapping it on a 2D surface, right? So there is distortion, there is corrections, there is loss, right? But it's all tied to the coordinate system relative to the star's position, right? The way that you're portraying the corrections and the way that it's presented in that article isn't actually how the map is made or why there's distortion, right? Because equally, if we see the sky in a curve and we're translating that to positions on the ground, then it would be the exact same explanation, just different dynamics, right? Instead of Earth curve. Yes,
because we're not just mapping it on the basis of the Earth.
Hold on one second. That's entirely correct. You're not mapping it to the ground. You're mapping it to the sky, right? That's where all distances and everything are derived to. That's what the coordinate system that you're talking about all goes back to. So the land masses all still fit and everything all still works.
They work only if you lie about some of them.
Well, no.
That's why
it's just replacing the dynamics of the curvature of the Earth with the curvature of your optics, right? So if the sky is curved, it's just it's the same thing. It's your argument, but inverse. So like that's where the map comes from. So now you don't have an argument.
No, because you're basing it off a map. The map is the after product. It's not doable even in a plotted graph. You couldn't do it if you draw an X and Y. You can't do it. It's impossible. Because you can remove the stars, remove the whole universe but the Earth. There's only the Earth in this universe, right? And if you put it in a 2-dimensional state, so it's a circle, sort of like a flat Earth looking at you, you have to combine all the continents that are spread over the whole curvature into one area. And so by definition, you will have to stretch and lie about the shape of some of them completely by orders of, like I pointed out, Greenland is like 18 times smaller than Africa.
Yeah, but if you didn't have all the stars in the universe,
that's relative to the projection.
Jerry, if you didn't have all the stars in the universe, Jerry, you wouldn't be able to make the maps that they're claiming they make.
Oh, so you can't draw a line and match things? I mean,
they map it with the stars.
You map it at night, definitely with the stars. And you can map with
like it's all mapped with the stars.
But we also
have the evidence that it's mapped with the stars.
We also have maps that were made of boats traveling along the sides of the land masses, and they drew the land masses. Any map for the rest of time, it does not matter how you want to spin it, how you want to twist it, how you want to fit it to fit your worldview. Every map that will ever be made of the Earth will be flawed. It is a guarantee. There is, and you can Google it. You can read an encyclopedia about it. It will all tell you the same thing. It is impossible.
Can I recommend a video for you to watch, Jerry?
Go ahead.
Can I recommend a video?
We'll get to your hands after this. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I recommend a video for you to watch, Jerry?
Yeah.
Can you go onto Twitter and search up @anti-disinfo86?
Yeah, I can
and watch his pinned tweet.
Oh, okay, but I don't understand that. If it's about maps, the maps won't change the scaling issue.
It's about how your eyes work and why they use the stars to map what's underneath your feet.
Again, it's not about the map. It's about the scaling. It's
I mean, if you don't want to listen, Jerry, that's fine. But like, you believe whatever you want to believe.
You're literally going back to the map. The map.
You don't think we thought about all this before?
Do it on a live
What are you
screen
applying
camera.
the scale to, dog? Like, come on, Brody. Anyway, go watch the video that Sheep told you to.
So you just ignore the fact that it has nothing to do about the mode which is observed. You can observe it in a movie, in a picture, in a map, any form. Two-dimensional observation.
Hey, what makes the globe dominant? What makes the globe better? Can I ask you that? What makes the globe?
One sec, RG. No, we agree that there's distortion in the translation just on the causal mechanism, dude. And then you're trying to isolate it to before where the comparison of what you're talking about goes to, right? Like when you apply it to the coordinate system for it to be distorted too, right? So again, like you're talking about, okay, they had ships and drove down the side of the of shorelines to map things out to get the shape. Yeah, cool. But you know how they came up with the scaling to get everything to fit and have the distances derivable to relative to the position of the stars? Like that's why this is why this is so important and where the history of the maps and stuff comes from. This is why this is all related, right? Because it's like in your head, you've got this solid refutation. Oh, it can't possibly be flat, right? Because of these reasons regarding the geometry of how you would map it if it's a sphere translated to a flat surface. But that's not actually relevant to that's not analogous to what's happening, right? Like that is true, but that's not analogous to what's happened. And if you look at it through optics, it's the same thing, just different mechanism. And you're getting caught up on the translation of the different areas of what they would look like on the projections after the fact.
No, I'm saying that it's physically impossible to mathematically, with a formula, do it. And that's what the math said.
For sure.
So if it's a truth, a fact of nature, that must precede any argument that you can make. That is the law of nature.
So did you refute the globe too then?
No, that is, as far as we know, that's what the globe is based off of. But
yeah, I feel like we're just talking past each other at this point.
Well, no, I'm saying that a law of nature precedes any argument that can be made. It is a law.
Agreed, and yet we have maps, right? Like, what did they do? How'd they do it?
Imagine if we didn't have maps. Okay, the issue would still exist.
Nah, I got you, but but how you're applying it to a flat Earth versus the map that we have, it's not analogous, though, right?
It absolutely is analogous because you see the effect on the map.
Yeah, but is it cause from translating the ground curvature shape, or is it based off of the curvature of your optics, though? Like, how would you distinguish? Like, you would still have the same fucked up map translation, but now we have to decide, is it due to the z-axis of the continent relative to the position on the globe, or is it due to optical curvature and deviations to positions of the stars? Right? Like, we're in this real big debacle here.
Yeah.
You know?
No, this is
Jerry, hold on, Jerry. Hold on, Jerry. Hold on. Do this. Just can you? And I want Alan to do the same thing. I want you to repeat back the argument that we're making, and then Alan's gonna highlight. Then hold on, bro. Hold on. Relax. We're gonna be here all night. Stationary Saturdays. Retweet the space. Don't worry. You will get a chance to speak, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna pass you the mic. Please don't interrupt. I'm trying to get some order here because you're just like a little trigger talking over each other, and people are listening, trying to keep up. Yeah. So I want you, just so we know that you understand where we're coming from, I want you to repeat back what we're saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm gonna have Alan do the same thing for you, and then y'all can continue so we know that we're on the same page. And if one of the parties is incorrect, then we can correct on the position. So can you repeat back to us why we're saying your position is flawed?
Of course not.
Give him a chance. He's I think he said this was his first space that he's been into. So,
Jerry, you there? You there, Jerry?
I got hope. I got some hope.
Jerry, you there?
Yeah. We hear you, Jerry.
Can you repeat back to us why we saying your position is flawed? And I'm gonna have Alan do the same thing. He's gonna repeat back what you were saying. But can you repeat back to us why we say your position is flawed? It's okay if you can't, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page, because if you can't, that's probably why we're talking past each other. Jerry. All right, I'm gonna give you a chance to get your mic right, and we'll double back. I don't know. Are you there?
Hello. Yeah. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Hold on, Steve.
Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Phone come on charge or come unplugged. Sorry, it's charging. Yes. Because I'm taking the attacker's position, you're asking me to defend his position and affirm it. What is strong man in his position, right? I
want you to steel man.
Yeah, I know. I know you want me to steel man, but I'm saying the steel man comes not from the defender, but from you have to steel man the aggressor, not the defender first. Because you got to understand what the challenge is before you can understand it.
Do you want me to steel man yours real quick, and then you can do me? Your position is that it's geometrically impossible due to the shape of the Earth, and you would have to consider the z-axis when you're translating it to a 2D surface. So you're saying that there would be distortions that would have to be made in the size to get it to fit to the scale, which is related to the coordinate system that I'm talking about, which I hope you remember this part because it'll be crucial when you're steel manning my position. And that's the summary of yours, right? That it's a mathematical impossibility due to the translation. And I'm saying, well, actually, I'll let you continue to summarize my position.
All right. And so your position would be that basically it's pretty much the inverted end of that. Agreeing that this is the scaling law of nature. So to the side, we both agree on that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So we're both in agreement there. Your argument is kind of the reverse of mine, which would be due to the way we're mapping based off the stars and the coordinate system, it's going to turn out to appear basically to get the same results, but kind of backwards. And that is a good argument.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that the problem with that argument is that because we both agree that this is prime, so this law over here is prime, we have to assume that anything that we observe comes out of that prime law. So because that is a fact, a brute fact of nature, because this is a brute fact of nature, as best as we can tell, any observation we make, it should stem from that fact of nature. There's no way around that, right?
Yep.
Okay. Observations are not necessarily reflective of true reality, though. An observation let the
man continue his line of questioning, please.
Let's make this a perfect world, so we ain't gonna have like minor errors of things.
Alan, did he do all right, steel man?
Yeah.
Want to move forward?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, why I think that's a wrong answer, because if that was the case, it would actually negate what we see, because it would be the same formula that brings out the same reality, but you're basically putting a negative sign there. Well, that should cancel out the effect rather than observe the effect, because if you notice, the globers suffer the same effect too. Anytime a glober maps the flat Earth, they have to do the same thing. But we understand that the principle is based off this law is why we're getting this effect, not anything we observe. It's a brute fact of reality that it's going to produce this outcome. no matter if we're flat earthers or globers. But we have that explanation because we can say that's a direct result of, because it's a sphere. You're applying a sphere to that, which tells you in that brute fact you will get that result. So it's like going x minus 9 equals 1. Well, now there is an infinite number of numbers you can put in the negative scale to get that same result, but there's only one positive number you can put there to get 1, and that's 10. What I'm saying is we have the simpler explanation to get that result, which is what the law dictates itself. And because we put the very variable.
Your mic cut out.
Muted, Jerry.
Yeah. I said that's to me that's the simplest answer, because all you have to do is plug in the variable itself. You need no other explanation. If you plug in the variable of the Earth being a sphere into that equation, you should get the observed result.
Yeah, so you can derive the radius of the sphere from the radius of your optics the same way, right? So when you talk about it all being tied to the radius of something, right? Like you're primarily thinking it's the radius of the globe. Well, it's also the radius of your optics, right? So
yeah.
It's literally. Hold on 1 second, please. 1 sec. So your argument is essentially we got here first.
No, that's close. My argument is that it's not that we got here first. We actually both got there at the same time. I just had to walk a straight line, and you had to walk the curve to get there.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I require no other variable but that the Earth is a sphere to get the result we observe.
Oh, I require no other variable than we see in curved visual space with a radius of 3959.
All of that.
I still think Jerry doesn't understand the concept of the graticule and how it's sourced, and that'll probably solve it for him when he comes.
I don't think you can go beyond the brute fact of reality, can you?
Yeah.
He didn't hear what I said.
No.
You're adding to a brute fact. I'm saying what we're observing is a byproduct of the brute fact.
Are you observing it with your oculars?
A blind man would still know that the maps were flawed.
Nah.
Didn't you say nature trumps everything?
Nah, you're observing it with your eyes. And one second, RG. Yo, you observing it with your
blind people?
Yeah, you're observing it with your eyes, and it's the same radius. So we're gonna have the same distortions and the same problems. Your argument is we got here first. In summary. Right.
Well, no,
my argument is you're using your eyes, and there's an optical equivalence to the thing that you say is curved beneath your feet, and I'm saying that it's the curvature of your. You do though, and you just don't know it. As Stone was just elucidating about the graticule, you should look into the graticule, please, sir.
Jerry, you need to have some mic etiquette, bro. Please don't make me say that again. You shouldn't have to censor somebody in order to have a conversation.
What's with all the blind people saying they see Earth curve, man?
Dude, there's a pandemic of blind lads thinking that there's curvature that they can see.
Can I ask a question based on Jerry's question?
For sure.
Yes, to the flat earthers. So it's a two-part question, kind of. So do you guys believe that the proportions on either the azimuthal equidistant map or the Mercator, whatever map that you guys want to use, do you believe that the proportions are correct? And if not, is it possible with today's tools to map out a flat earth map with correct proportions?
Nah, we'd have to map it out the same way they did with the globe. with curved visual space and the radius and all that, it would turn out the same way. Shane's been working on a way to do it, and it's literally like, it's not because it's like globe inherently, but it's literally tied to the coordinate system and how they're how they're applying it. So it's like if you're deriving distances and everything based off of the sky, you're already using like curved visual space. So it's already like you're already inherently using spherical trig and all that to derive everything, because it's all based off of, to get your distances and all that, it's all based off of cosines, the different GPs and stuff. So it's all going to be related to the exact same thing. And there was one other part of your question that I wanted to answer too, but I kind of forgot it. So sorry about that. What was the first part of your question again? It was pretty important.
No, I asked, do you believe that either the azimuth or equidistant, or the Mercator or whatever map?
Oh, yes, the proportions. Yes, thank you. So the distances derived from those maps are actually all the same. They're all invariant under different projection transformations. So although they look different, like Australia looks all skewed and stuff, like if you try to get a distance comparison on that and then to say, a Mercator map, it's going to be the same distance because it's all using that same lat long.
But just to interject, aren't both of those based off of globe projection maps?
Well, they're based off of the old graticule, which is derived from the celestial sphere, which is what we were getting into. It's like they've never actually measured the ground or taken into account for curvature of a z-axis of a continent or anything like that. It's all relative to where they need the stars to be to be in a certain position to fit the coordinate system, and then they make corrections based off of deviations to that, and they'll say, oh, this is where the Earth's super oblate, or oh, this is where the Earth's equigravitational potential is different, so we have to physically tilt our apparatus to change it, et cetera, et cetera. And can you please mute your mic?
All right. If I can, just quickly.
Hold on, Steam. I see. I'm gonna come to you in a second, but Snowflake is ahead of you. So we're gonna get to Snowflake and then run Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm interested to know more why you guys can't figure out a system. Like, do you not understand how wide the USA is? Like,
we can't hear you. We can't hear you, and you got a weird ringing in your mic, bro. Can you fix your mic?
MK Ultra.
Somebody was flatlining in the back.
Snowflake be blowing up my timeline.
Explain
there. He might bring a glober.
Yo, your mic. Go ahead, bro.
I don't know who that is coming off mic with the noise, but if they have headphones in, it might be causing it.
Take your headphones out, Snowflake.
Real quick, while we're waiting for Snowflake to fix their mic, I'd just say, if you don't understand what dome of vision means, literally just take your hand, point it straight out in front of you, and then go up and over your head and backwards. Like you are creating an arch. You are creating a dome. That's how your vision works. That's how you're observing the sky when you look out into the distance. It looks like a dome in your vision.
all right, can you guys hear me now? I switched to a shittier mic.
Way better.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yep.
Way better.
All right, I guess I'm confused. You guys were saying the only way to map the Earth was to look at the sky. Why can't we look down and use tools that just measure two distances, like coast to coast of the USA? Do you not have an agreement on how wide that is?
Yeah.
Can you walk in a straight line?
Well, all those units of metric and stuff are all derived off of units of a sphere. Like they got together in the 1800s and made everything a derivative of a sphere. Like the radius of a sphere,
okay,
specifically the nautical. Hold on a second. Specifically the nautical mile, and it's a ratio of a sphere. So what you'll do, right, is you'll have a distance, and you'll go, okay, well, if I go measure this, is it going to be, what the globe predicts? And oh my God, it is. And to answer your question, how they did that, they all got together and agreed on the units of measurement and how to derive them as a ratio of the sphere.
Somebody talking right now, because I can't hear anything.
So that they could do
Alan's
that.
talking, Stone.
Yeah, drop down, Stone. I'll bring it back.
Okay, yeah, let me get out.
So I keep on hearing you guys saying they did this, they did that. Why can you not derive your own way of figuring out the distance? Like if you had to figure out the distance between Houston and San Antonio, can you not figure out a way to do that doesn't require
How would you figure out the distance over water, like large bodies of water? Right?
Start with land masses first.
Well,
you not. What?
You're going to need that proportional to a whole universal coordinate system that you can use, though, right? Like, do you understand the issue? You could use you could use the stars and do the whole thing in one shot, ground in water, dog. Like what what you're trying to impose is ridiculous. Go ahead.
No, I'm
saying, how would you map out the distance between North Carolina and Africa?
Actually, sorry, I didn't mean to say what you're proposing is ridiculous without knowing that it would all derive back to the radius of the sphere and all that and how it was derived. Like your position's obviously like, why wouldn't you just do this? But that's the answer though, right? And that's why it matches up to, you know, what they say is the globular prediction. When I say they, there was a board of like Royal Society members and stuff that got together and decided all this. There's some citations you could look at on adl.place on Shane's database. Type in graticule, and then it should be in the units of measurement somewhere in the graticule section. Hello? Did I bug out? Yep, it crashed for me. 1 second, boys. No, he didn't give up. My browser crashed. And now it's having trouble opening. There we go. Actually, just make it full screen. Oops. Damn it.
From one side of a coast to the other, how would you know for a fact that you're walking in a straight line using a compass and not going along the curve?
Well, I said you would use a compass. And
so I'm asking, how would you do that?
so you're saying it's the year 2024 and you don't have the ability to measure the distance on land?
No, that's what I'm saying, and I'm asking you how to do that. And
no, I'm saying that this isn't something that has ever come up in a flat Earth.
Hey, Snowflake, you want to answer the question? How would you do it if it's so easy?
No compass, no GPS, just measuring a straight line.
Can I interject for a second?
No. No one is going to interject. I asked Snowflake a question, and I want to hear this answer because I've been thinking about this, and he's making it seem like this is such a blasphemous question to ask. I'm going to ask for the 5th time. How would you establish a straight line using whatever mechanism you want? Compass, whatever, you just can't use a coordinate system. How would you establish that you're actually going in a straight line and not a circle?
Sorry, I apparently got muted there. So,
yeah, I muted the whole space because everybody was interrupting you. I want to give you a chance to speak. You're welcome.
Okay. All right. So, sorry, I was told that I can use a compass or I cannot use a compass. Not straight.
Yeah, you can use a compass. Say you wanted to go east, and you say you use a compass. How would you determine that you're traveling in a straight line?
Okay. So if I travel east, I look at a compass, I stay as close to the compass as I freaking can, and I would use landmarks along the way.
And what would that do? So you go from one point to the next.
Yep.
And then as you move from one point to the next, your compass is going to adjust relative to north.
Okay, so the issue is that you have trouble staying due east, is what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you, how would you determine it?
Oh, I just don't understand what the confusion with using a compass would be.
Because as you move, as you're in motion, your compass is going to adjust to north, which would be the center on a flat Earth. So how would you determine that you're going in a straight line?
So you think it's difficult to go due east using a compass is my question to you.
I'm asking you, how would you determine it without using any coordinate system?
No, so I'm saying I'm holding a compass, and you're saying it's difficult for you to understand how to walk east.
You circumnavigate north when you go east.
Okay, so let's make it even simpler. Let's go due north, and then you don't have to worry about. Do you understand walking straight north would be easy?
No, we could go north and south. Like, that's not the issue. The issue is east to west.
Okay, great. So let's start very simple then. Let's go north and south. So what's the distance?
Like it's being dragged out for no reason. Like, did you already explain it? Like, from the top of a sphere? Like, if we were on the top of the sphere and the North Pole was at the top, your compass would be pointing towards the center.
I'm just trying to understand why it's difficult to map distances on a flat plane. So if we have a compass and we start walking, what's the difficulty?
Because on a flat Earth, you're just going to adjust your position relative to the center, which would just be a circle.
Oh, okay, so I guess I'm not understanding something. You're saying that it would be difficult to determine the distance between the East Coast and the West Coast using any tools? Like, there's no system you can come up with?
What I'm saying is, if you go east, how are you determining for a fact that you are going in a straight line relative to a circle? How would you do that?
Okay. Do you believe that some cities are east of where you are right now? If you start heading in that direction and you get to that city, did you not go east?
You could take roads to certain cities, yeah. But we're talking about like mapping out. So you need to go from left to right to know how big it is left to right, but you would have to go in a straight line, not a curve. I'm saying, how would you know you're going in a straight line? Let's say there was no well, I'm just let you have it.
No, I guess I don't understand your limitations on this. So there's something I'm missing about the flat Earth experience, that with all the technology that we have available today, you guys can't walk in a straight line and tell me how big it is between coasts. Like, you're saying that you don't believe that the East Coast is so many miles away from the West Coast, or you don't trust what a mile is? I don't understand.
No, you said, why don't we map it out, right? That was your question.
Well, my initial question is, how big is the U.S.? And then Alan mentioned that the miles and all the system was built on what they told us. So I'm just saying, okay, so do you guys have an estimate for how big it is between the East and West Coast? Like, have you guys not traveled at all? I don't understand.
Well, we're taking roads, right? And a coordinate system that corrects along the way. We're just saying, how do we verify that? One way to verify that would be, in my opinion, would just be driving in a straight line from one coast to the other.
Okay, sure. You can do that. You can drive in a straight line, or you could also...
How would you do that, though? Is there a straight line road? Like, and how would you establish that you're actually driving in a straight line? I mean...
Well, the easier way to do that would be with flights, because they don't have to avoid as many things as roads do. Or you could hire a helicopter pilot to take you in a straight line. These are just spitballing here. But if you go from a city that's on the East Coast to the West Coast, I don't understand if you look at approximate flight times and...
Hire helicopter pilots.
Snowflake, but pilots reference coordinate systems. How do you determine distance in the air if you don't have a coordinate system?
Okay, so are you saying that you don't, if I asked you the distance between LA and New York, you have zero idea?
How do you determine distance in the air without using a coordinate system given to us about the things that we're actually questioning?
Okay, if you're using a helicopter going at a set speed and it is following a set course, then you determine distance over time. Well, whatever course you want to go on.
You have to connect to a coordinate system?
Well, no, you just use a compass and you go at a set speed. What's difficult?
And how would you determine you're going in a straight line?
Well, if we're making it as very simple as possible, we're going to go due north because that works on the flat Earth, right? Or due south. And then we can measure the distance between the north of the continental U.S. and the south of the continental U.S. Can we do that easily?
I'm asking you, how would you do that? So you're in one position and you want to go in one direction, what would you do?
Okay, let's hire a helicopter. Would you trust the speed readings on a helicopter, or is that
I
something
guarantee Snowflake has never land nabbed in his entire life.
Much less basic landmark orienting. No, he hasn't. And he doesn't understand how that's just not going to work as a method when you're working with thousands of miles instead of just trying to find the next road in front of you? It's entirely different.
So I'm saying let's test
Bro,
the maps.
like, I want you to really think of, like, what I'm trying to say, Snowflake, by asking you these questions, I want you to think about how difficult it would be to just do it. So to ask the question, well, why don't y'all just, bro, you don't know how difficult it would be just to determine if you're going in a straight line without referencing anything else?
Okay, so if you have 3 people do it and then you take the average of that, that would be approximately close, right? Because yes, there would be a sense of
what
error.
to do yet, bro. We haven't even established what to do yet.
Okay, Sacred, can we go back to the start? I asked, how wide is the U.S.? Can you tell me how wide you think the U.S. is? Best approximation.
Well, I'm more concerned with the South, if I'm being totally honest.
Okay, north-south.
Most things in the North, I say there is an equivalence. Most of the distortion, I believe, is in the South, which is what's in question. But I already said, like, I would literally have to drive in a straight line, because at least I could count the rotations of my wheel. And I could say, okay, I know my wheel is spinning, unless my speedometer is Illuminati confirmed, right? At least I can count the rotations of my wheel along a landmass.
Okay, can you explain how you're going to do that?
Well, I could just drive, and I know that I'm driving, and my wheels are rotating. My thing is, am I driving along a curve, or am I driving in a straight line?
No, but you said you would count the rotations of your wheels. So what's your methodology for this?
Snowflake, can I ask you a question? Have you ever?
I'm just trying to keep it simple.
Have you ever walked 5 miles in a straight line before, Snowflake?
Not in a perfect straight line, no, because I haven't had to. Like, I doubt anybody here.
Give it a try sometime and see what gets in your way along that way.
So you're saying that you can think of a system to do this?
You can't walk in a straight line forever, bro.
No, I'm just saying that you guys have thought about this before and you haven't come up with a system, is what you're saying.
You can't walk in a straight line without things getting in your way, bro.
Okay.
That's why I said it would have to be a straight road that's just created just for this purpose, because it doesn't even exist.
Well, the border between the U.S. and Canada has a good clear-cut section that is fairly straight. I mean, you could go test that, I guess.
And that's not a straight line, bro.
No, the 49th parallel.
Look, I don't want to drag this out too long, but I just want you to just realize that you couldn't even highlight a simple way to establish a straight line distance without using a coordinate system that's given to it already.
Okay, but I'm saying you test
a coordinate system.
Test it on a smaller scale and see if those readings are accurate. Like, if you go to Google Maps, do you trust the distance on Google Maps? Yes or no?
I trust the coordinate systems and I trust the directions on the roads within those coordinate systems, but I don't know what it is over water. That's what Alan was asking, because a lot of
I get that, and I'm saying let's simplify it. So we're only talking about land. We're only talking about the U.S. areas that you can go to.
That's not.
So do you trust the? Do you trust the distance between like Seattle and L.A. on Google Maps?
No, I don't trust the distance between the two, but I trust that I can take a road to get me to where I need to go. So that it could be a different distance. It could be off a little bit. I don't trust the exact number that they give us. But
okay, what would your estimate be?
It would be close though. Like,
what would your estimate be?
I don't know, bro. But make your point, because this isn't the South. Like I said, there's more of an equivalence in the North than the South. The South is really distorted. That would be the focus.
Well, the South is distorted if you're using a North projection. Yes, if you're using the South projection, it's more distorted than the North. Have you seen the South equidistant projection? It looks silly because we live in the North. So yes.
The globe Earth looks silly too, and y'all don't have no spherical globe that you navigate with.
But the reason that people
you use maps and then you correct with all your navigation along the way.
But do you understand?
You can't even just assume what would be predicted. You got to correct the entire way, bro.
But do you understand that if the Earth was flat, making an accurate map should be extremely easy?
Well, that's what I was just asking you. You couldn't even give me a simple answer on a landmass. We didn't even get to the problem, which is the water in the south and those distances. Because
we couldn't even get over the simple part of being on land, which should be very
you didn't have an answer.
Okay, and I asked you what is the distance between the north and the south of the continental U.S. in your opinion, based on all your thinking?
But what does the north and the south got to do with east to west? And how do we establish? How do we
east to west is harder? So I don't understand, but east to west.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying north to south. That you said that was easier for you. So
you can't walk in a straight line, Snowflake.
Okay, I'm not saying you have to.
You've gone completely non sequitur, dude.
You do.
From what we're talking in the beginning.
So I'm asking, can you guys tell me the distance between two cities? Like you're saying it's impossible?
No.
Seriously?
Can't walk in a straight line, bro.
And walking is the only way you can think of.
Snowflake. What I'm saying is, if we gave a distance, how would you verify it?
I'm just curious to know what your opinion of the world is. So have you never thought of how...
Bro, do you not hear what we're saying? That the coordinate system needs corrections, and we don't have anywhere to verify them, which is why I'm asking you, do you have an idea to verify these landmasses?
You can't drive in a perfectly straight line, no, but you can drive along paths that are quite straight, so you can get a general approximation. And I'm asking you, do you have a general approximation to how big the country you live in is? You're saying it's impossible because they make it impossible. You don't know the distance between your city and the next city over, approximately?
No, because it curves.
Was that a joke?
The road turns. It turns and it zigzags and it S-shapes.
Okay, so you can't make an approximation on how far two distances are because you can't walk directly there.
Nope.
So you have no idea.
I would only be able to determine my actual the distance that I traveled, because I could count the rotations, but I don't know the distance between those 2 points because,
So when you keep saying you can count the rotations, do you
the rotations of your tire?
You have a camera pointing at your tires? Is that what you're doing?
There's a mechanism built into the car.
Odometer, man.
That's something that Glober's built, so I didn't know that you would trust that or not, because you don't trust GPS, so I didn't know if you trust
Glober. They had to establish level in order for the car to work. You know that, right? They didn't assume the surface was curved.
Why would a curved surface matter when it's using a car?
Why would you bring up a globe earth or engineering mechanic like that? Was a non sequitur. So
no, I said Glober's invented GPS.
It didn't curve anything except the wheels on the car.
Okay, but you do understand the person who invented GPS was probably a Glober, right?
Round positioning systems. Using plane surveying.
Did you answer the question? You do understand that.
This is a whole non sequitur to my question. You even lucky I'm entertaining this.
Oh, I'm lucky.
You answer the question of how you already admitted that you can't drive in a straight line or establish a straight line. So you don't have any mechanism or any methodology behind how you're going to establish this. You asking us to do it.
Yeah, I'm saying that I'm coming into this group and saying I didn't realize that this would be this difficult. So no, I haven't put much thought into it. But you've lived on a flat Earth for how many years? No, how many years have you lived on a flat Earth for?
I lived on a globe Earth longer than that, and we still ain't got anything figured out. Now what?
No, but the globe Earth, you ain't got anything figured out.
I learned about the globe Earth longer than the flat Earth, and guess what? Y'all still ain't got everything figured out.
No, but
you have no idea about gravity. You have no idea about the cosmos. You don't even know about what's at the center of your Earth.
You don't know how wide the country you live in is, so you cannot point fingers, buddy. Holy shit.
You can't walk in a straight line. You can't walk in a straight line.
I can walk in a straight line.
Then tell me how.
Do you want me to get up and walk in a straight line across my
room? 5 miles.
Tell me
5
how
miles.
you're going to do it
That's
over
all I'm
distance.
asking. 5 miles. Do 5 miles in a straight line. Tell me what you come across.
Let alone 5,000.
Okay, but I'm saying that you don't need to cross the entire country. You just need to go to specific areas and verify that Google Maps is correct.
Oh, like every 10 miles and say, hey, this is flat, plane surveying. Let's stitch all these things together. Hey, it still works. All these flat surfaces.
Yeah, you could determine, hey, it would be really easy to walk
That's
in a straight
exactly
line.
what they did.
No, it would be really easy to walk in a straight line along this part. Let's see if Google Maps is accurate here. Oh, look, it is. Oh, look, they're probably right about the distance between the east and the west coast. Instead of, I have no idea how far that is.
Well, it sounds like you have something to do.
I do have a Google map of the USA, and it says map by plane coordinate system. So would that prove flat Earth for you? If I show you a Google map that shows a country and it says plane coordinate systems, planar, not curvature, plane coordinate systems, then what will you say?
What would I say? I would say, can you tell me the distance between them?
It's flat. What does it matter? It's flat. It says
No, but
plane coordinate system.
do you trust that distance?
If it says it's flat, does that mean it's a flat Earth?
No.
So then what's the point of you referencing the countries? If I bring up a country in this map using plane coordinate systems, then I show you that and then you want to disregard it. What's the point of even
No,
talking?
I'm saying use Google Maps to get a distance.
Google Maps shows me a country built off of plane coordinate systems, no curvature. So if I show you that, does that mean the Earth is flat for you?
No.
So then why are we talking about Google Maps then?
Because
you don't want to acknowledge their information.
The distance. No, I trust Google Maps. You apparently don't.
What do you mean? I said if I reference Google Map plane coordinate system, they show the country. Okay. And all of these are based off of plane coordinate systems, not assuming any curvature. Then what? Does that mean the Earth is flat for you? Because you want to reference Google Earth or Google Maps, excuse me.
No, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
But then what's the point of even talking about Google Maps if you're going to disregard information?
I'm not disregarding it. I'm saying look up the distance on Google Maps of the. Can you do this for me? Can you look up the distance?
Oh, you do it. You do it, bro. This is about demonstrations for y'all. Y'all got to demonstrate what y'all talking. And you can't even demonstrate a straight line, brother.
You're the one wanting to disprove.
Straight line.
You're the one wanting to disprove flat Earth. Why don't you go out there and walk a straight line from one city to another and prove the globe, dude?
Okay. Yeah, I'll get right on that. That seems like a great.
Yeah, the more gotchas don't get us no more, do they? The more gotchas don't work, brother.
And don't deviate to the left or the right either, bro. Be honest with yourself.
Okay, it blows my mind that you guys don't understand how big the country.
You try to gaslight us, but we was just asking you. So we saying we don't know how to do it. So we asked you, can you help us? And you didn't have no answer. So you right in the same boat with us. Hey, by the way, that boat's on flat water, gang.
Okay. So that the whole map discussion was not why I came here. Sheepdog invited me in because he didn't want to answer if he believes that water is made up of oxygen and hydrogen. So I was just curious.
Complete non sequitur, dude.
No, that is
we're
why
asking for demonstrations of the globe Earth. That's what
okay. No. But you invited me in here, and I was asking you that question. So can I just get a thumbs up or thumbs down? Thumbs up if you believe that water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen. Thumbs down if you believe it's an element. Can I get that from the group? Thumbs up. Oh, Jerry thinks it's a oxygen.
He ran away from that whole subject, didn't he? He didn't want to know that one.
Sorry, what subject?
So what, you don't believe in earth, fire, wind, water, and ether?
What?
What?
What? Do I believe in fire? What? Earth? Earth like dirt? Yeah, I believe there's dirt. I believe there's water. I believe there's fire.
Yeah, those are the 5 elements of life, right? Earth, water, fire, wind, ether.
Okay, an element from what?
Those are elements, right?
I don't believe water is an element, no. So could you explain what you mean by water being an element?
It's one of the 5 elements of life. Earth, fire, wind, water, and ether.
Okay, and can you describe what you mean by element, I guess?
Oh, sure. Elements, a part or aspect of something abstract, especially one that is essential or characteristic.
Okay, so can you break water into oxygen and hydrogen, in your opinion, Sheepdog?
That's not what the definition is asking.
No, that's what I'm asking you, and that's why you invited me into the conversation.
But that's not the definition I am using for an element.
Okay.
Cool. Here's the demonstration of the sentence for the definition of element that I'm using. The death had all the elements of a great tabloid story.
Okay, I honestly don't care about your definition anymore. I'm asking you,
it's not my definition. This is the definition of element.
Whatever you want to say.
This is the definition of element.
Cool. Can you answer my question?
I don't know what water is. Water is water.
So you've never seen a demonstration of water and electrolysis where it becomes a gas?
Yeah, I've seen it become a gas.
Did you, was that not done in high school for you?
I make mud in the oil field. I deal with water on a regular. I watch it get condensed into gas all the time.
Okay, so you understand that it turns into a gas, but you have no idea what it is? You don't know that it's oxygen and hydrogen? I'm very confused.
I assume it's oxygen and hydrogen because that's what they teach you at the periodic table of elements.
Okay, so when you said I have no idea what water is, and then you follow up with it's made of oxygen and hydrogen. Those
I said I assume.
Oh, okay.
I assume that's what it's made of.
So you have no idea, but you assume.
Okay.
Is that not a conflicting statement?
No.
Like if I said I have no idea where you live, I assume.
But I assume you live in the United States.
Yeah. So those are conflicting statements. You have a
because I don't know where you live.
Yeah. No, but you have a U.S. flag as your background, so I assume. So I can't say I have no idea because I can make that assumption. So you saying that you don't know what water is, but you assume it's made out of oxygen and hydrogen, when you could have just saved me an hour of my time and answered that.
Do you know what quantum locking is? When you get to a certain temperature and it deals with water, do you know what happens when it's super low temperature? Quantum locking, that's an easy one, bro.
Okay, go ahead, explain it.
It's kind of like what the sun does or what the moon would do. It's just stuck up there.
Superconducting magnet.
Superconductor. There you go.
Call it
Thank you, Tom.
allowing it to.
I was just wanting to. That yes, perfect.
Okay, what temperature does that happen at, RG?
There's just something about water. I figured since we're on that topic about water.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you to tell me more about what you just said. So what temperature does that happen at?
He's just gonna waste everybody's time. We got hands.
Yeah, man, we got to get to these people. Man.
I just don't really understand that logic, though. Just because you have an idea or an understanding about it, don't really mean you understand it completely. And we can literally use gravity as an example. You guys claim you know what it is and you have an understanding of it, but then at the deepest level, you don't. And even the top level physicists are confused. So you can say you know what gravity is and the components of it, but not really. We also know the components of water. We know what it's made out of technically, but I don't think it's been recreated. You can't make water out of thin air. Otherwise, there wouldn't be people dying of thirst around here.
But you can't. You don't think you can make water if you combine oxygen and hydrogen in a room?
Where is the patent for that? Why hasn't the richest man been renamed the guy who made water out of nothing?
Well, because oxygen and hydrogen is harder to get than just water. So water is an abundant resource. So creating water doesn't make much sense when oxygen and hydrogen are harder to transport.
So again, you know exactly what components you need to create this water. However, you can't do it. It's out of your depth. It's not possible to do. So just because you know what something is and the components of it doesn't mean you really have an understanding of it.
So, my question to you is: you don't think that you could make water using oxygen and hydrogen if you were given large containers of both?
I've looked into this separately outside of this conversation, and there's an issue with synthesizing water, like to actually make drinkable water for humanity. Like we can't, hence why we haven't. However, that could also be like propaganda. They could have told us, oh no, it's not possible, don't worry about it. But it's actually technically possible. They just don't want us to have an abundance of water. But I'm just saying from the standpoint of like, I think there are plenty of things in the world that we know of and about, but we don't really have a full understanding of. That's all.
Okay, no, I understand that. My issue with Sheepdog is he said that he didn't have any idea, and then he had an assumption. So that those are two conflicting statements. Not that I have some idea would have been an accurate statement.
Seems a little semantical, but I'm glad you guys were able to hash it out like a couple of broskies do. That's very cool. Who's got their hand up, boys? Who wants to jump on the next part of the conversation? I see Run Boston Bear over there.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, what up, Mr. Man?
I'm gonna say my little spiel and then probably turn in. I've enjoyed tonight's. What up, dude? I've enjoyed tonight's conversation. You know, it always gets push and pull. People think they have ideas about things, and you know, it's an emotional road. I mean, first thing I wanted to say is I enjoyed the conversation that everybody had on Discord on Ether Cosmology. It went till 1 a.m. the other day. Also, Mord Wand talked to Witsit for a long time, and it was almost the same kind of conversations I've heard tonight. They were talking about like the star trails, and the problem that I'm seeing is what are people bringing to the table, like the preconception, because for somebody that's coming to the table that believes, they're on a globe, they definitely think that they're spinning on a planet. They know there's curve, and they know that we're flying around the sun and that the stars are super, super far away. Well, for some of us that are waking up to the deceptions and being tricked and being fooled about where we live, we know that there's no curvature to be found when you actually measure it. And measurements can't have a bias. They can't be emotional. We found that, using interferometry, the motion needed for us to be making that trip around the sun also can't be found. Well, that's weird. There's a bunch of stories on why that's that way. And we live in a pressurized system. The sky clock moves perfectly over top of us. So that's basically the breakdown of what a flat earther or a truther is bringing to the table. Then they start to look around in this realm that we live. And then people that are like, no, it's a globe. I'm on a planet, you idiot. And so then it becomes everything the flat earther says or anything in the conversation. It's the one believing in the globe, thinking just how stupid anyone thinking it's not a globe is, and we don't really get anywhere. So my notes started way back with the Tupperware of water, and I got tired and I almost fell asleep, and I tried to hang in there. But here's the thing I want to say about that. I really learned something new, Stone. I appreciate it. Like the 0.6 to 1.23 refractive index in the air, and once you hit that water, it going way up to like 123 or 128. I'm like, dang. And I imagined if I was to show my kid, I like, gather around, kids, look at this. I got a coin in the bottom of this water, and I'm going to fill it up. And I show them like how much that coin appears to shift away from its actual position. They're going to be like, wow, Dad, that's crazy. How'd that happen? And I'll be like, well, it's called refraction. But there's no way I would take that Tupperware experiment I do here at the house, looking down into the water, and then go show them Canigoo and say, look, this is the same thing. If you're a glober, you're going to say, it's the same thing. This is like how that fits together. That's how that's doing that. But, as a truther and as a flat earther, there's no curve and we're not moving. And so the sun is just illuminating those mountains really far away, giving it more power to come to us through the atmos. And I find that fascinating and amazing. And I'll land my plane with this. I started thinking, like, what if the experiment was about gravity or, the downward acceleration? And I would assume that if you're trying to measure the downward acceleration, you'd be fine doing it at different elevations. If the humidity was different, if the temperature of the air was different, all that stuff's going to be fine if you're testing and trying to experiment with gravity, because you're in the medium of air. Even though that air is changing a lot of different modes, you would never like drop a bowling ball in all those conditions, measure it a whole bunch of times, and then say, hey, let's take this bowling ball into the water. Let me drop this bowling ball in the water, because it would drastically change the whole experiment. No longer are you trying to figure out gravity in the medium of air. But anyway, that's just stuff that was bouncing around on my mind. But yeah, much love to everybody. It is a very emotional journey trying to figure out what the truth is. Hearing about this mapping, there's no way to walk in a straight line. And if you're going east, you're turning the whole time. You're turning. But anyway, that's all I got.
So glad you got so much out of it, man. That's always good to hear. But make sure that you also heard my preface to my use of those particular figures, in that I didn't go and look them up for that analysis. All I was really trying to illustrate and highlight was the disproportionality between the refractive values you find in air and the one you find in water, and that they are so dramatically different. The numbers are entirely a different order of magnitude apart. But by all means, do not quote me on the actual numbers that I used.
No.
Because they're not the ones you need to find. You just go ahead and hit the books. They're there. Those numbers are there, and the proportionalities are very much along the lines of what I pointed out. But if you want to use the actual numbers, that's where you find them.
Awesome, man. No, I could dig them up if I wanted, but I did enjoy thinking about being at 1,000-foot elevation with Canigoo and just imagining like how different would it be all the way across the ocean in that moment of the day. And it wouldn't vary much. It wouldn't, like when you're comparing the angle looking into the Tupperware bowl and how drastic and massive the change in medium would be versus all the way across the, the water. It made the whole premise, it all made sense to me. And yeah, I won't quote those exact numbers, but yeah, I just thank you all for showing up and sharing what you know and digging. And Sheepdog, I liked a lot of the stuff you were saying tonight. Even the Globers that are trying to bring stuff, it's like, thanks for showing up. We need more. So that's all I got.
Hey, Ron Boston. Hey, don't leave right this second. You got 1 minute. I wanted to see if Sacred, you said you wanted to hear a little bit more on the sprites and stuff. I dropped a video. It's probably about a minute long in the Purple Pill. If you don't mind, Ron Boston, I think you'll enjoy this.
Is it the sprites on Founded Earth Brothers? I like their video. Yeah, they got one that says something like, what is the firmament? Or it shows a lot of the footage of the sprites. I'll drop that one too.
Yeah, I don't think it's the exact right offhand. I don't think it's them. But yeah, please drop that. I'd like to see it.
I shared it up top in case you guys want to save that link for later. Appreciate that, bro.
No problem.
Okay, last thing for real. It's about what I talked about earlier with the star trails. The interesting thing, and I'm trying to be concise with it. It's like a juggling act, honestly, because when you're talking about what are the motion of the luminaries doing, like how is it doing what it's doing, you have to also hold the truth that there is no curvature to be found and there's no motion. So if it's a stable, stationary topographical plane that you're on, then you can begin to research where do we live and what's going on. But if you're like, no, we're for sure on a spinning ball where there's a bunch of curve, then you can argue till the cows come home what's going on in the sky. And when, why is it so hard for folks to not acknowledge the no curve and no motion, or not, the motion not required, the 30 kilometers per second? Because do they act like that's not in existence, that those tests weren't done?
Ego prevents. Part of their own identity, somehow they make the mistake of intertwining with belief in a concept.
Mm-hmm.
That they see some part of themselves that they're losing in conceding the point. And ego prevents that.
I mean, I get it. It's weird, but it's extra weird to deny the results of measurements. Anyway, that's what I got.
Agreed.
Appreciate you, JT.
Yeah, much love, y'all.
And one of the things was when he brought up Canigoo, I forgot to mention earlier. When you're looking at this observation and they're talking about this refracting effect to cause the image to bend up in the sky, that would mean that you're seeing an optical illusion, and then the actual position is behind the surface of the Earth. So as you're moving closer to that object, wouldn't there be some type of a convergence? Like, wouldn't you see the actual object start to peak up, and then whatever you're looking at start to like dissipate? Right? Because when you pour that water on that coin, like there's a point where the water magnifies the coin, and removing that water, it goes back to its apparent object. So wouldn't there be some type of convergence? Just something to think about. I also don't forget, I do want to ask the Globers on stage if y'all have any observations or any demonstrations of Coriolis on a sphere. That's the other thing we wanted to ask you guys, but we did have Steam. I think he had his hand up, and then we're going to double back to Jerry and we'll see what the guys got to say.
Yeah, hey guys, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, first of all, yeah, awesome convo. You know, I got the invite from a Flat Earth friend. I'm a glober personally, but I view myself as, just quickly, I just view myself as an open-minded glober. Like when Flat Earth started popping off, I was a Flat Earther for a little while, but I couldn't get over like certain observations of it. And since then, it just kind of steamrolled, and now I'm like hardcore glober, you know. But I still love the conversation. I still love, you know, the truth-seeking aspect of it. So just quickly, because I wanted to say when Snowflake was talking and you guys were talking about like the straight line thing, I've got survival wilderness training, and one thing I'll say is like if you need to go in a straight line, as long as you can see a landmark, you can go in a straight line. If you see mountains in the distance, a big tree, anything, you can follow that in a straight line. If you know the sun's coming up on a certain side of you, then all day you can walk in a straight line. It is possible through basic kind of environmental observation. I just wanted to say that.
The sun's path though arcs. It doesn't go in a straight line.
It does arc, but its arc is not going to be directionally like valid over the course of like, let's say like one day, right? So if the sunrise is on your right, then you set your course for that day, maybe pick a landmark in the distance, and you can be pretty certain you're going quite straight. I mean, yeah, it's like
you're circumnavigating the North Pole, though. You're not going in a straight line.
You're starting with a celestial observation, too.
Yeah, don't get confused, man. When we say you're not walking in a straight line, we're not saying that you can't establish direction. That is not what we're saying. You can establish direction, but you have to establish that you're walking in a straight line. That's what we're talking about. So if you're constantly adjusting to your surroundings, whether using a compass or using the sun, whatever the case is.
Okay, what about a landmark?
You can go from one point to one point, and I guess maybe you can establish a straight line from that point. But like,
okay, if I saw like, you know, if I saw like a really tall tree, like
continue to do that.
Yeah, but if you see like a mountain peak, like a few kilometers or miles in the distance, I'm Canadian, I use kilometers, but you know, in the distance, you can pick that point and set a path to it. So it depends on like what distance are you talking about that a straight line is impossible.
But at what point would you stop referencing, because you say if you see that mountain for too long, it's not really there.
Or what happens if you come across like a large rock or a large cliff or some shrubs that are really thick that you can't walk through? Now where's your straight line?
Well, for sure, but like first of all, you know, like let's like define straight line. Like, are you talking about like down to like let's say like the meter?
No,
you know,
no
like how much fluctuation?
No deviation.
No deviation whatsoever. So like decimal point, pure straight, like robotic line.
Yep.
What's that going to accomplish though? Like, well, why is that a requirement for anything?
That's how we measure distance, right? As what is it? What do they say? As far as the crow flies.
As the crow flies, yeah.
As the crow flies, yeah, straight line. It's not a. We when we're on land, we have to navigate topography, and so there's not only do we have the left and right turning that we have to battle against, but also the change in elevation. That's not a straight line from east to west or north to south.
Well, sure. I mean, like change in elevation, you know, would affect that. But let's say, like, you know, when with the conversation with Snowflake there, what he was talking about is kind of like getting an idea of distance, which you could easily do even if there's a little bit of deviation. Like you said, what if there's a thick bush? Okay, I take 5 steps to the left, I go around the bush, I take 5 steps to the right, I pick my landmark, I keep going. You know, it's like you can still like extrapolate fairly accurate distances.
You've done wilderness survival, right?
Yeah, lots. Yeah, I live in northern Canada.
Dude, I was in the infantry in the army, and anytime I tried to walk around a thicket, I would go like even up to like kilometers deviated from my natural straight line path that I was originally in.
I mean, that's all environmentally dependent, though, right? That's not universally true.
So there is no straight line.
I just don't see what's impossible about that. I mean, at least like straight enough for the general purpose of the conversation, right? It's like, yeah, a robotically straight line, no, but for the purposes of gathering a rough estimate of distance, yes.
For the complete thought science and the complete hypothetical, and let's imagine it in our brains, absolutely you can go in a straight line.
No, not even just a good idea of distance, right? It's like, yeah, same with like, when you guys were talking about, how do you judge distance, like over the water? It's like,
well, I don't think you've ever thought about this before, bro. I really don't. It sounds like you have some survival skills in the wilderness, and I don't think you've ever really put this into your brain.
Well, it depends on what level of accuracy you're talking about.
Steve, tell me how you would establish distance over the ocean.
Well, over the ocean, it would depend. Like, are you able to judge your own speed?
I'm asking you.
No, I know, but that's okay. Like, I'm just saying, in this hypothetical, I'm on a boat. Do I have a speedometer?
How would you determine that?
How would I determine what?
How the distance using
the distance? Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying, like if I'm on a boat, do I have a speedometer?
What are there?
How do you measure speed on a boat?
And how do you account for the currents? The currents going left, right, up, down.
Yeah. How do you figure out the current underneath you and what it's doing?
Well, I mean, that's a good point. Yeah, like currents are definitely.
There's boats that turn around because they don't think they're getting to the location that they're supposed to be getting to, even though they're still on the correct path. They're just moving slower than they thought.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going at it out of I'm not a mariner by any means, so I'm not going to die on this hill per se. What I will say though, in reference to what you guys were talking about before with like the maps and everything like that, right? A question that I have is, somebody referenced that all the measurements are like sphere oriented or something. Like, what was that?
Alan, you want to try it again?
Well, like just what I'm wondering is that there's a certain point where like all maps that people made were flat, and then heliocentrism comes about, and then you see the maps actually evolve.
That's not how it went, bro.
I think we should throw a mic to Shane and let Shane work this out with the guy. He could give him like 165 slide presentation on this in like 40 minutes. Yeah, that would be a good move right about now.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what a dome of vision is?
Yeah, it's like the sphere of vision, I guess. Yeah, dome of vision.
Right, because you got the Earth in the way, so you can't see the sphere of vision. You can only see the hemisphere of vision, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right. So, if you want a better understanding of like how they map the sky onto a flat piece of paper in order to make all of their coordinate systems work, because they were getting lost.
What do you mean by map the sky onto a flat piece of paper?
Well, that's how the globe was mapped out. They mapped it from the sky.
They navigated via the sky.
They used a spherical sky and then mapped it on a spherical Earth.
But how do you map an Earth from the sky? Right?
That's what they did in the 1700s. That's how they made longitude.
Yeah, but what they did was they used the stars to navigate, and then based off of their assumed position, velocity, and all of that, they created maps of the Earth. So it's a little bit of both, but you don't just you can't create a map of any landmass by looking at the sky. That's I don't even know what you mean by that.
Yeah, that's exactly how it's made. If you want to go to Shane St. Pierre's page, he's got a pinned tweet that gives a pretty good explanation on it. He's still working things out, but overall, it's a pretty good video to watch. It's called Anti-Distinfo 86.
Yeah, I mean, like I see what you're saying, but like I mean, it's obvious that yeah, they use the stars to navigate, and then based on their position relative to the stars, they created maps.
Have you ever read the book Longitude?
No.
You should try reading that. When I read that, that's when I realized, oh my God, they mapped the sky. They mapped a spherical sky onto a spherical map. That's what they
What do
did.
you mean by spherical sky? Like a hemisphere, like the dome?
Well, so the way they map the sky is like you're inside of a bubble, and the sky is the bubble. That's the way the constellations are mapped out.
Are you talking about like the actual like bubble dome of the firmament, or are you talking about personal sphere?
It's just how vision works.
It's
curved. You're talking about a personal sphere.
It's curved
It's
visual
just vision. Yeah, it's curved visual space.
based on the azimuthal grid of vision. Yes.
Based on
like if you were the center of that bubble, if you were there in the center of that bubble and there was no Earth, that's how your vision would work.
Well, vision works by light, right?
We're getting non sequitur, dude.
No, I'm just saying like vision is based on light. Like whatever light reaches your eye, you see.
The ball Earth was created because the sky looked like a ball.
Well, I mean, if you're on a spherical Earth, then the sky would look like a ball.
Why? Why would it?
Well, precisely what you said. It's your dome of vision, right? So, like, you would keep going, for example, south, and you'd be like, hey, like, the southern hemisphere, there's different stars down here. That's weird.
Go ahead and go to Anti-Disinfo86's Twitter page and watch his 12-minute video.
Make sure you click the highlights tab too. There's another good one there.
Can I just interject about going to Shane's page? Just for full information, he stole a model from Walter. He claimed he spent 2 nights fixing it up.
He didn't steal it. It was open source.
Just open source, Snowflake. Come on, man.
And he changed enough on it to make it his own and claim it his own.
He claimed he did 2 sleepless nights on it. Somebody did a deep dive on what he changed, and all of it was just removing copyright information and
small just enough.
Okay, how many hours do you think he spent?
Doesn't matter. You only have to change 10% to legally make it yours.
He didn't change 10%, bro. You just don't.
Bro, it's
all
under
of this is immaterial.
It's under Creative Commons. He doesn't have to change any percent of it, dog. But anyway.
No, but she
and when you say somebody did a deep dive on it, it's like, dog, you can go to it right now and see what was changed to it. Like, there was modifications done to it, such as the bending light was removed, the dome was increased, and the map was changed slightly.
Yes. How many lines of code were changed versus how many total lines of code?
It doesn't matter at all. It's under Creative Commons, dog. It's for everybody. You can grab a copy of it too, dog, and make your own steamboat model.
Yeah, but
no.
Man,
Hold on 1 second. But no, nothing. It's Creative Commons, dog. It's everybody. You can cop one right now. You're doing some virtue thing over nothing. You have no argument. It's Creative Commons. It's Creative Commons. You have no argument. How many did it? Doesn't matter.
If it's an accurate representation of the Earth, then why is there even like even a discussion about who stole it? It should just be true.
Oh, but the guy who made the model said
it's based
this doesn't
off
work
of.
for this reason.
Hold on 1
this
second.
Information should be included with the model.
You want to know some shit, dog? So check this out. Your boy Walter Bislin made all these claims about how, it's based off of heliocentric exclusive predictions. It uses gravity and blah, 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 and all this shit. Dog, it doesn't use any of that. It uses geocentric stuff and stuff based off of timeanddate.com, which is just observations. So he's lying to you. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, dog. He's lying to you guys. There's no distance to the sun in that. It's all literally based off of geocentric stuff and what's it called? The ephemeris, right? So it's not even in regards. It's not even in regards to a distance to anything or any heliocentric stuff, dog. Like you guys got played so hard. Hold on 1 second. You guys got played super hard, and then you're gonna come back here and be like, "But how many lines did he change, buddy? Why is Walter telling you guys stuff that's false? about that? Nobody gives a shit about that. Hey guys, Walter lied to us a bunch, but this other guy also is like exposing that, but we're going to question him about how many code lines he changed when it's under Creative Commons and it doesn't matter.
Okay, I wasn't saying it was illegal. I'm saying that naming it his own model.
Bro, you're back.
Bro, no. Do you not understand what Creative Commons means? It's literally his model now. He changed the name to it to Shane's model. It's literally Shane's model now. Would you like a Walter Bislin model?
Illegal.
You
Why
can have
do you
a.
keep calling it Creative Commons? So what?
You started off by saying he stole it.
You started off by he stole it and all this shit, dog. You literally don't have an argument. I'm trying to.
No, he took someone else's model and is presenting it under his own name. That's what I should have said. You're right. My bad.
Sure.
So what's wrong with that?
So
if it's true,
he took a model based off of sky observations.
So if Edison took something Tesla made and presented it as his own, you guys would not have an issue with that.
If he published it under Creative Commons, yeah. Do you not understand how you don't have a position and you're still trying to hold on to it? Like, you got to let that go and move on to what was actually presented. So you made some claims about Creative Commons, which has now been refuted, and now we're on an issue where hold on 1 second, and now we're on an issue where Walter is lying to you about what's in his own source code information, and yet no one has addressed this. The people that have meticulously went through it to find what Shane has done have not verified what Walter even says about it, dog. Where is your guys' investigation into why Walter's lying?
Okay, what is Walter lying about? I haven't seen any of these things that you.
Okay, so he explicitly makes the claims that his model is based off of heliocentric observations. It accounts for Newton's gravity, all this stuff that's like mutually exclusive to a globe and heliocentrism. It's all based off of time and date and the almanacs. It's nothing.
Okay, so what you guys are saying is that Shane took a model, copied 95+% of code.
How about using
as his own, and then
a model?
What's that?
Shane's using a model that's freely available to everyone to use at their own accord. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Source. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, but he named it his and did not include what Walter requested. So as a nice thing to do.
Well, hold on 1 second, dog. Again, hold on 1 second, RBG. Again, Creative Commons. So it's nice that Walter's like, hey, I want you to do some things, but dog, it's Creative Commons. It doesn't matter. That's a cool thing. And in addition, 1 second, if you go to Shane's website, adl.place, for those listening at home, click on the database, go to Walter Bislin's model. You can scroll down to the very bottom, and oh my God, Shane gives Walter credit just like he asked if you click on his little nosy. So again,
did you know that, Snowflake?
So you came here to cry again, and are you the guy that came on Discord yesterday with this exact same argument? Are you fucking Windward? Because you're verbatim repeating. Hold on 1 second.
Like, oh, this guy's amazing when he just
listen.
Snowflake, hold on, Snowflake. I hear what you're saying. You said that he didn't give Walter any credit.
He didn't include the bit that Walter requested to be included with his code. Walter made this code.
Did you know that he has a direct link to Walter Bislin's model on his website?
Okay, and what does it say there?
Which it's a direct link to Walter Bislin. So you're saying he violated all these different things. I'm asking you, did you know that he had a direct link? In order to get to Shane's model, you have to see the link. It's on the same page. Did you know that he had a direct link to Walter Bislin's
I'm looking at it now, and I see that he put a meme at the bottom of it.
Did you know that there was a link to Walter Bislin's model? Yes or no? Before you came up here,
I don't see a direct link on his page. No.
Okay, so you didn't know that. So if you go to
I'm
the
looking at it
bottom
right
of
now.
his
So
page,
tell me where it is.
So if you go to the bottom of this page, you see a meme there, right?
Yeah.
Click it.
Okay, so
tell everybody what happens when you click that.
Click on what?
The meme.
Oh, are memes normally clickable? Like you're trying to use this as a gotcha? Yeah, okay.
Click it.
Well, hold on.
Does it say
further, 1 second. Again, it doesn't even matter what Walter even wants people to do. That's just a generosity that they would even capitulate to it. It's Creative Commons. Doesn't matter if he did anything to acknowledge Walter. It doesn't even matter. So your point is still retarded.
No, my point is
it's still
that
irrelevant.
no
And
flat earther has made an
Walter,
accurate model. You guys had to take a model someone else made and present it as your own.
well, no globe earther has made a heliocentric model either, it turns out.
What?
Does this guy even know what the model is based on?
Oh no, it turns out Walter lied to you guys and there's no heliocentric exclusivity proof in there? That's a darn shame, dog. You should ask Walter about that and stop worrying about Creative Commons. All you're doing is distracting yourself with dog shit.
Is he mad that Walter
Hey, to
Bisling?
answer your question, Snowflake, we invited him. Actually, Shane invited to speak to him, and I think Walter turned it down. So not only did he go ahead and link it, he invited Walter to have a conversation so they could to figure everything out, and Walter declined. Did you know that?
No, but I'd be interested.
There's a lot that you didn't know when you were coming up in here.
No, I might as well hear from the man.
Now you're hearing Flat Earth Fridays, and you're learning.
Yeah. So Shane, why don't you bring yourself up and answer some questions about your model?
Why don't you admit that you was wrong about a lot of those things first?
He's been AFK for a hot minute, so I don't think he'll be here. But like, I couldn't listen to fucking Creative Commons dog shit virtue signaling any longer. It's like, if you're gonna make an actual point and talk about the model, do that. Because we just wasted all this time talking about legal mumbo jumbo that doesn't apply at all.
You were the one that brought up.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the model. Where's the flat Earth map? Let's talk about that.
Hey, you know what just hit me, y'all? You know what just hit me? Walter Bisling is a flat earther. That makes sense. That's why you don't have any heliocentric proof, right?
Well, it turns out it's not necessary to include. It turns out it's not necessary to make sky predictions, unfortunately. So you know how all that stuff that they say about mutual exclusivity and distances and Kepler's laws and blah blah blah. Turns out when you're doing navigation and making observations to plot it to a coordinate system to use for navigation, you assume everything is the same equidistant distance, and that's 6210 for a radius, and then everything is mapped accordingly based off of a hemisphere of that, which just happens to be the same radius of your eye. Or, I mean, you would get the same thing with the radius of your eye. So when they plot that to the celestial sphere and you're like, where's your map? It's like, well, it was all derived off of where people see the stars.
What are you talking about? A scaled down version of any circle is a representation of any other size circle.
Does a circle automatically mean that it's a sphere? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
No.
Well, I mean, circle can be represented on a 2D plane. So yeah, but a sphere, any size sphere could be a representation of any other size sphere. So of course that makes sense.
Yes, and every sphere has
a certain size sphere.
Every sphere has a bisecting meridian that goes through it, right? So the equatorial plane. When you get into the celestial sphere, this would be called what's called the fundamental plane. Now, the fundamental plane coincidentally has an infinite radius to it, but what they tell you is that it's 3959. Just trust us, right? But because it's an infinite radius, you can also look at the sky as being planar. When you attribute curved visual space, which gives you the same radius for what they're attributing to the globe, it would be the same. Like, so your position is what? Your position is what now? Like, we see in exactly a globe, and they told you that you just live in a globe, or on a globe. Sorry.
Wasn't somebody just talking about like personal or like a visual line of sight, dome sight?
Yes, the azimuthal grid of vision. If you open up Stellarium,
yeah, sure. So if you're standing on a spherical
lines.
Earth, then wouldn't the celestial sphere be an equivalent to your line of sight from said spherical Earth?
We're talking about a crepuscular effect.
Not
a spherical one.
Yeah, so you would have to make certain assumptions about the stars and their locations, right? So you would have to say that they're at an infinite distance so that you can have parallel light rays come in to say that the displacement that you're seeing in the sky is due to the...
And whoever said any star is at an infinite distance?
Well, the distance, it would just have to be like super... I say that like... because it just... You're placing them at a distance that's so far away that it comes in parallel. So it could be whatever. Just
no, they're placing them at the distances that they're actually at. It's not a fantasy. That's why that's why the numbers actually matter.
Steve, no.
That's why the numbers actually matter. You can throw infinite distance, right? Oh, the stars are at an infinite distance, but when it comes to like actual like proper measurements, like the distance does matter.
So when you say great, I'm glad you said proper measurements. So when you're saying proper measurements, we're talking celestial navigation for practical use, right? Not like imaginary parallax where we could measure an angle using a triangle that would be equivalent with a geocentric position where the sky is moving to produce the baseline of the triangle, where you would see the displacement of the stars, right? We're talking about actual practical stuff where it would be useful for the measurements. That's why I brought up the limit of the vision for the 6210. So everything, when I was talking about the celestial sphere, they bring everything to a distance of 6210, wrap it as a sphere around you to make an equidistant web, and then everything is mapped around that. So that's your distance. When you're talking about heliocentric distance, the stars in the heliocentric, hold on 1 second, distance? Not done. The heliocentric stars are not 6210 miles away. So now you've just, that's a real predicament.
But like, okay, you brought up in that little rate, like you brought up, like again, celestial navigation. So it's like, are you talking about a system that is designed for the ease of celestial navigation, or are you talking about actual astrophysics and the exact placement of the stars? Because those two do not need to correlate to be effective.
Okay, when you say the exact position of the stars, what do you mean by that? Because all the stars, everything you see in the sky is in apparent position. Even that's even noted by NASA. There was an experiment done called Aries failure. You might note it. They might tell you that this is an experiment that disproved the ether, but what it actually proved is that the starlight comes in at an apparent angle already. That was like the main premise of the experiment, not to get too far into the weeds, but for the purposes of the exact locations of stars, like what are you even saying, dog? They're all apparent locations. That's why when you do triangulations, you can get distances that are 93 million miles away to the sun, or 6210, which is the limit of your vision, which they would use for celestial navigation. It's all based off of angular resolution. There's no distances
Now, what do you
involved.
mean by limit of vision? You said that a couple of times. I'm just curious.
So you don't see forever, right? Like the concept that starlight comes in from an infinite distance so that it's parallel, so that you can get that kind of role play. Like that's not even on the table, right? So you said let's go for practical measurements. That's why I'm talking about celestial navigation.
Wait, so are you an I-beams? Are you an I-beams guy?
No, because what's actually used for practical use is the 6210, the limit of the vision. That's what the whole map was derived off of, and that's what gets back to the radius of the radius of your vision.
I can't get over this.
Hold on 1 second.
I can't get over the limit of the vision thing because, like, hang on, I just can't get over the limit of the vision thing because are you saying that?
Listen, I don't care if you can't get over the limit of the vision thing. After I'm done talking, we can get to the limit of the vision thing. So now that I kind of forgot what I was talking about because I had to mute you and get distracted from that, go ahead. What was your question about the limit of the vision? What has you so perturbed, sir?
All right, am I back?
Bro, stop interrupting, bro. When he's trying to give you information, don't interrupt.
I know. I apologize. I've had like 8 beers.
Not on the phone, bro. You want a space with a lot of people.
I've had like 8 beers, man. I'm half in the bag. I'm trying to keep it together here. But what I meant by like limit of vision is because the old school sort of hypothesis of how vision worked was it was kind of like eye beams, right? Like your eyes just project out and see what's around you. But we know now that vision is light going into your eye. So if it's light going into your eye, then hypothetically there is no limit to how far that light can come from, as long as it's from a big enough, bright enough source. So this like idea of a vision limit, that's what I'm asking. Is this like the old school I-beam kind of theory? Like, are you denying how sight works?
I got you. No.
You want me to explain it?
No.
You want to? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Real quick, I'm going to touch on curved visual space, and then I'm going to go take a shower. So in the 1850s, they found, they assumed the optics was Euclidean, right? So like, in other words, a simple way to think about that would be that can you mute your mic, please, while I'm talking, because I can hear you breathing. Is that train tracks wouldn't converge in a distance, right? Essentially, is what they're saying, right? They're saying that you would see in parallel lines, but what they found is that you see in what's called curved visual space. They started doing what's called an alley experiment. So what they had was lights distributed in the dark at an x-axis away from somebody, and then at a y-axis, but also at a distance from them, like on an x-axis as well. But what they were doing there was plotting out where people would see like the apparent position of things. And then when you plot that on a graph, if we see in Euclidean geometry, as was postulated, the lines would never intersect. And if they do intersect, that means that we see in what's called curved visual space, and there's like a hyperbolic curvature to it. So what that means is like we see like in a field of view, right? We get everything from an optical convergence point, right? So everything converges from a point, and then it expands outward, and then reconverges in our eye. That's how we see things. So when you were saying earlier about, well, couldn't the sun be super bright and we see it from super far? Well, if the predictions of the geometry of how optics works in regards to that postulate and seeing, you know, blah, 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 right? If the sun is 860,000 miles wide or kilometers wide, and the Earth is only, was it 24,000 miles wide, the entire side of the daylight should look like the entire sky, like sunlight. You shouldn't see the sun like as a focal point of 0.5 arc seconds, right? Or I'm sorry, 0.5 arc seconds. So it's half a degree angular size in the sky, right? So in order for that to, in order for us to see how you're postulating and for the distances to work out, the entire sky would just be the sun. But we see something that's 0.5 degrees angular size in the sky, like a focal point distributing, you know, luminosity everywhere. And then we see in curved visual space, right? So it's more in lines with that than it is the way that they would present it for the globe to be true. I'm sorry, for heliocentrism to be true, rather, because they're applying optics to that and then getting distances. But anyway.
Well, when you say like the whole sky would be the sun based off the angular velocity and angular plane of the light, that is, it's almost like on his face wrong, because that would mean like in a spot in the sky where the sun is not, the light would be curving directly into your eye from every single angle, which it's obviously not. It travels in a straight line, which is why sun's rays reach us parallel.
Oh, so if that, like I was saying, if that were true though, right? If that parallel light ray was postulate though, that's what I'm saying. The whole sky would just be parallel light rays of the sun. All you would see is just a bright illumination in the sky. You wouldn't see like a focal point of the sun.
Let's see if we can get a visual. I know Proud have one floating around.
Yeah, I don't.
Let me see if I can pull one up. So you can get a visual.
You know, or corpuscular rays. Do you know what those are?
Yeah.
You do? And you know how they work?
I don't know how they work really. Corpuscular rays are refracted rays, right? Or am I mixing that up with something else?
Well, it doesn't matter. There, if you can triangulate something above the clouds, and it gives you three options, like you know, you're plotting points on a graph. You could, if you have 2 points, you could plot that third point and would hypothetically be where the sun is. Close to it anyway.
Oh, okay. You're talking about when light rays come through clouds on an angle, you could look at the angle, both those angles, and then triangulate the position of the sun based on that.
Well, I would say not to perfection, but it's a way to show you that it's not 93 million miles away, basically.
All you're plotting is its apparent position in the first place.
Right, it's apparent position.
Yeah, so they say that when you see those angular rays, they say that that's an illusion, and it's really parallel, because the more angular those rays are, the closer that sun becomes. So they say it's practically parallel, because if they acknowledge the angular observation, it brings the sun a lot more local.
We can hear you breathing. Can you please mute when other people are talking?
Sorry, my headphones are,
You're good. Just trying to keep that in mind.
When it comes to, can you hear me still?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fine, and we're going to get to Jerry, because I think Jerry been patient. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, I was just going to say, y'all have a good night. I'm going to take my sleeping med, eat a couple of little peanut butter cookies, and call it a night. May even hit the blunt one time before I go to sleep. Yes, sir. I appreciate everybody.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Good luck with everything, man. And hey, I was going to ask you, how do I get in touch with you, Sacred, if I wanted to make some music with you, bro? Because I write a lot of music.
Some flat earth music.
Yeah, well, I write songs. You know, CMG, man, he allowed me, he gave me the okay to use his older True Solfeggio album, to use them as instrumentals and write, you know, true songs, man. And of course, I'm going to make a Flat Earth song. But I just need some people to maybe, you know, tag up with and bounce some ideas off of, you know.
Feel free to send me some of your pre-production.
I'm about to say, we got to get Stone involved because Stone do the instruments.
Well, listen, Stone, it's the first album of Alex Michael. It's the song Heart. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but it's in 432. So it's got a lot of guitar. It's kind of slow, but there's times where it picks up. But I've already wrote a couple songs. How do I get in touch with you though? I'm not good at.
Just hit my DM, bro, and then you could drop it on Discord. Oh, and Stone's on Telegram. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Are you on Telegram?
Discord? Yes, I am. I'm
Okay,
under.
you catch me out, Man of Stone. I'm easy to find.
Man of Stone. Okay, you know, I went and looked for you on YouTube the other day, and there was so many you won't believe how many Man of Stones there were.
I don't do much on YouTube. Those guys are scumbags. I do have a channel on BitChute. You will definitely find me at Man of Stone there.
Okay. It'll probably be easier on Telegram for me then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I'd be happy, man, to try to get some critical feedback, and you just.
I'd like to hear some work. That'd be great. Let's take a shot.
All right, bud. All right, man. Y'all have a good night. God bless.
I'll tap in with you, RG. Appreciate you, bro.
Oh yeah, man. Thank you, man. This was a good one. I mean, there was some back and forth, but you know, I think what happens is when they finally get to where they want to succeed, they'll just kind of change the subject. But hey, man, we're on the job, right? We're on the job, yeah. But y'all have a blessed one, man, and you too, Proud. Alan, I know Shane ain't here. Man of Stone. I know I'm forgetting some other people, but damn it, y'all have a good night.
We're all here. Next time, man.
Appreciate that.
All right, man. See y'all. All right, bye.
Hey, man, it's Stationary Saturdays, episode 104. Is the globe Earth demonstrable? Spinning rock. Magic.
I'm seeing Flat Earth Dave as a listener down there still, or did Elon deceive me? But I do believe I see Mr. Wife still listening.
Shout out to Dave.
Yo ho.
He's probably upset because we messing up his sleep cycle. My bad, bruh. Good to see you though. Dream about Flat Earth Fridays. Hey, I see Jerry with his hand up. I don't know if he wanted to say something, chime back in on something, but I did kind of want to spin back on the globe Earth. We still got a few of y'all on the mic. Seeing if y'all got any demonstrations for Coriolis on a sphere. Still waiting for that. Go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I got one.
Oh God, the guy that had 8 beers is the one's gonna save y'all. He actually feels the most.
Hold my beer.
Hold my beer.
Respect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Vaguely.
All right. I just wanted to continue to pound this into the ground. You know, give y'all no life, any chance in the flat Earth. Even if it were the case of all of this, let's say all the miles, everything, nautical miles and all is based off of a curve, just say heavenly bodies, space. All right. You run into the issue that now you have no way, absolutely no way of measuring anything, anytime, anywhere. And yet on a 2D plane, I absolutely can measure things with precise accuracy because I have 2 points that I can use. And so now you have a contingency problem of being able to reconcile the reality that if the system that works best and is self-correcting is the global base system, which GPS is global positioning system, not playing anything. It's based off of a globe.
Okay, so if you started with the correct graticule, why would you need to have corrections at all?
Yeah.
Because you can have nothing accurate within 100% in the universe. There's absolutely nothing that's accurate to that degree.
So what they did is they made the units of measurement that we're using a ratio of the nautical mile. So when you go to physically confirm it now, it's going to match for sure, right? And then when you get into GPS, can you mute real quick, please? What they use how GPS works, most people don't really know this, but it's a time interval system. And what that means is it's basically taking a snapshot of the time from when the signal was sent and the time from when the signal was received, and then they're multiplying that by the speed of light, and they're getting a distance off of that. But what people don't know is that there's meridian corrections that are built into GPS. So based off of how long the signal propagation was from when the time the signal was sent to when the time the signal was received, your device will automatically make a correction to delete time from it, essentially, right? Like, which thereby will correct distance, essentially. Well, not essentially 1-to-1, because that's what how they're deriving distances. So it's going to effectively change your distance and put you on the globe. So when you're using GPS to confirm, you got to mute, please. You got when you're using GPS to verify your position, it's going to put you right on the globe and be super precise about it. And it's going to give the appearance, you're going to be like, oh, look, globe, right? But then, like I was saying, you wouldn't know because it's already has meridian corrections in it. And I didn't even know about this until I started looking into GPS myself. And this is something that's not well talked or not much talked about, but it's just like, if you have the leadway to make meridian corrections on a timing system, like, I mean, you're never not going to have, you're never not going to put someone on the globe, with the device you're using. Go ahead.
Did you say that GPS is super accurate? Is that what I heard you say there?
Yeah.
That's a physical reality problem for your side. If you can say that this system is precise based off of these issues, you can't flip it and say we have a precise system when you can't measure anything based off of anything, not meters, not miles, not nautical miles, not inches, not centimeters. All of that is based on the same system. Even if it's not, the whole underlying system is that the earth is curved. And so any system of measurement that you come up with, you will be more wrong than you are right by measuring. That's a reality issue there.
So again, though, right, if it's all based off of the optical equivalence for what you're calling earth curvature, and they've given you units of measurements that are based off of a ratio of that sphere, and you're like, oh, this distance I just measured is a sphere. It's like we're kind of going in a circle because the tools that you were given with are going to put you back on that and lead you to that conclusion, when like the optical equivalence, it doesn't have to be the conclusion. Right.
Well, yeah, but it would also be the same as the conclusion if it were true. If it was true that you could go from point A to point B on a curved path perfectly every time at the exact same amount of time, granted whatever circumstances, in a perfect world, basically, you should be able to go to point A to point B every time accurately 100% of the time, or as close to it as you can get. You don't have that option with the flat earth. Every single measurement you will make will be more wrong.
Well, it turns out no one really did.
It's just the reality of the prediction.
Yeah, it turned out no one really did. And that's why they've given us the system that they gave us and got together and made a board where they decided of how they were going to make the units of everything ratios of a sphere. So
you realize that would be the same as insufficient evidence.
No.
I don't understand why the measurements matter at all. Like if it's a mile, a kilometer, or a kilometer.
Yeah, because when you go to use it for the repeatability and accuracy, like he was saying, right, you're going to be referencing that coordinate system, and it's going to be accurate down to what they gave you to derive it based off of the ratio. Like, do you understand if it's a ratio of it? Hold on a second. Do you understand if it's if a unit of measurement is a ratio of the nautical mile, and the nautical mile is the basis for the graticule and all that, which gives them the reference points for how they derive everything in distances, that would everything you're using is going to give you an accurate distance every time. And with the optical equivalents, there's no, like, you're just kind of, I don't know, putting me to sleep.
Yeah, you're arguing from lack of sufficient evidence. That's irrelevant. One's about which one has more practical usage in the reality we exist in. If I have a system that will give me a wrong answer because there's no curvature along the path, and there absolutely is curvature in the real world, then we're going to have an issue with arriving at set dates and times at specific moments when we need to. That's going to be a big deal. One is coherent with reality, one is not.
So when you say curved distances in reality, like, what are we talking here? Do you think like the Earth is curved and like they've measured that or something, or what?
No, it all can be summed up in how space-time curves, but that's irrelevant.
Well, let's not.
Absolutely.
One second. Are you the 8 beer lad or no?
No.
No, this is Flake.
Are you fully sober?
But that would be you're asking why curved in what the amount of say the gradients you want would be, because a curved one's going to have larger gradients than a straight path. And so you're going to arrive at the wrong location every single time.
I don't even know what you're saying at this point.
Because the Earth is curved, it requires curved mathematics that are scalable,
right?
From the minute scale to the gigantic scale. Doesn't matter what position we put in.
Yeah, I got you. You brought me
and
back
we
on board.
arrive at the correct.
Yeah, like the ratio of the sphere. You know, like we just went over. So
yeah, but it's important that you have no system to derive that without that mathematics.
So anytime you take a angle to a star, you're already doing that. You're already using curved visual space with that. You're already
making the stars moving.
What does that have to do with anything, dog? You're taking an angle
the
to get a distance.
Stars are moving, and you're traveling in a straight, perfect line that would affect the distance that you are projected to travel.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tap out on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're expecting out of the conversation when they can't agree on how wide a country is, what they think of stars moving. Like, they obviously don't believe stars move.
Well, I just told you how they derive distances, though. Like, we just went over that. So the distance you asked about is 1 second. Please don't interrupt. Oh, their bestesses on that? Well, I think, you know what? I actually agree with you. They are bestesses on some curve, but I think they're bestesses on optical curvature rather than physical Earth curvature. So now what?
That would be two curvatures in the theory, and that would cancel out.
Oh, a little.
And so you hold on. So you should be able to project perfect maps on a 2D plane. You can absolutely do it on an XY axis, no matter what location you want to put it in there. You can put it in there. You cannot do that on a map in our reality.
When you say they should cancel out, do you know what geodetic surveying is? When they went and tried to map the shape of the Earth, all they did was make longitude corrections, make deflections of the vertical, where they take a measurement, they transform it down to what it would be if it was on the surface of the Earth, right? And then they do what's called astronomical corrections, where they're like, oh, hey, you know what? After we did these transformations, what would the positions of the stars be if the Earth fit this model that we're comparing it to, right? Because they're not just making these corrections out of nothing; they're making it to a comparison a blade spheroid model. So they already have the model that they're comparing it to. They've already got refraction coefficients that they introduce for everything, which already assumes a radius. They make measurements that are sub 180 degrees, right? Tons of them, right? And then they, with these corrections, right? With these assumptions, with these deviations from the stars, they still didn't have enough. They still needed one more correction. You know what they had to come up with, dog, to get the globe to measure sphericity after already assuming its correctness and still not being able to cook the books, they had mid-measurement halfway through the project. They were like, guys, we need more corrections, but we're out of ways to do it. So here's what we're going to have to do. The gravitational potential of the geoid is off, and we're going to have to physically tilt our device. We're going to have to do another deflection of the vertical. Dude. So, like, when you talk...
That's 100,000 times better than nothing.
No. It's literally not measuring the Earth, bro. Do you understand that? So when you say it's 100 times...
How do you arrive at two locations at the same time?
Well, as we just went over, the old graticule derived from the celestial eye. Radius of the globe, right?
So you're bagging on how they measured the Earth. So how have flat earthers measured the Earth? Can you?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Tear someone else down.
Yeah, there was a huge group of flat earthers that went to go measure it. It's if you go to mctune.net/se. You can look for the geodetic surveying, right? The arc of the parallel. That's what I was just referring to, where all those corrections, assumptions, and everything were applied to the measurements to get to them to conform to where they could get enough spherical excess to say that that's the radius of the globe. Because interestingly enough, you know how earlier I was talking about curved visual space and all that? Well, that was actually pioneered by a guy named Gauss. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with your boy Gauss. He came up with a theorem that shows that you can derive the radius of a sphere by measuring the angular excess in it, right? At the time they called it angular excess, but you would call it spherical excess, right? So you can derive that. Yeah. And what they found also in the 1850s is curved visual space, right? So when we were applying that same situation, that same math, that same equivalence, that's all, there's no difference what you would see if you're applying it to the sky and then deriving distances based off of a map or to make a map and all that.
Sorry, which of those people was a flat earther?
You got me. Gauss was the flat earther, dog. His country hired him in the 1850s to do surveying to find Earth curvature, right? And you know what he found? Okay. That the measurements were not much different from zero, dog. They found no Earth curvature. Okay. And then no. Hold on one second.
You were talking about flat earthers measuring the Earth.
No. 1 second. Oh,
way
sorry.
To straw man it up, snowman.
No. Wait. He's actually for real. I was being super sarcastic when I said a group of flat earthers. I was applying that to the geodetic surveyors. That was a joke. I apologize, or I'm not going to apologize, but I see how that was confusing. That was a joke.
Okay. Okay. I can see that you guys talk about this a lot, so I can see why you'd make jokes. But yeah, when you're explaining stuff,
I was saying it was a joke.
Did they measure it by?
Angles. I was saying that specifically. What's it called? Arc seconds. What? Yeah, sure.
Angles or curvature.
Okay.
So
anyway,
you do understand. Like my question was about measuring.
And you know, hold on one second, angle guy.
Hold on. Listen to yourself. They measured angle curvature and got zero. That's a cancellation.
Buddy, they went to go measure curvature, right?
Yeah.
They didn't get it. They didn't get any excess. So they had to invent ways to get excess and act like it was incorporated into the measurement without like already assuming it, right? That's like when I went over that whole narrative about the deflection of the vertical for the gravitational potential, right? That's where all that comes from. Nobody measures angles of angular excess, right? That's computated after the fact, after it's already been assumed, so that the corrections applied to it will give you the exact amount of spherical excess that will give you the radius of the sphere that you think you live on, which is how I'm laying out the narrative of how this was all figured out in the 1850s by your boy Gauss. Right, try and keep up, please.
Sorry,
yeah, he was wrong. They found out he was wrong.
What?
Like I said, you still have the scaling issue, which matches the spherical model.
Yeah. All right.
You cannot scale a sphere into a two-dimensional object proportionally.
Bro, why are you
know
that
that
to a sphere so much, bro?
Well, one second. Let's do a quick recap of the.
This is a perfect world. Okay, so hold on. Exactly my sphere.
Dog, let's do a quick recap of the argument previous. I agree. You think ground curve. I think sky curve from optic. Continue.
Okay, so we're dealing with curvature either way, right?
Yes.
Okay. So either A, you think we can proportionally decide the size of the Earth based on the curvature of the heavens, or you think we can decide the curvature of the Earth based on the curvature of the Earth. There's no flat plane anywhere.
I think you can derive distances based off of the stars on that. That's what I think.
Okay, so when you're looking at the
when you talk
stars,
about putting the locations of the places on the different map projections, like that's all whatever. Don't care about that. It all gives the same distance.
You think the stars are in a straight line from us?
It still gives the same distance regardless. You haven't caught up that you don't have an argument. I'm going to go hit the showers. Oh, you're welcome to do a closing statement. My closing statement is whatever I just said a couple seconds ago.
I call that a mic drop.
Well, hold on. Is it you or me giving a closing statement?
He was inviting you to give one, not that he's going to listen.
Oh, absolutely. That he's 100% wrong. Not only is he wrong, it's mathematically impossible.
Amazing.
Mathematically impossible. Mathematically.
Testing.
The word used by mathematics is impossible.
It's like I'm not even talking. The guy just whack off anytime you want to say something.
Say it was my closing statement.
In there.
And you're interrupting my closing statement.
You interrupt me all right now, man. Just amazing.
It's my closing statement.
Right.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Usually when somebody says your closing statement, they don't continue to talk afterwards. Have you ever seen debate go that way?
We'll let you get your closing statement.
The closing statement is it's 100% impossible to scale any of the landmass onto a map, not because of the heavens being curved, but because the Earth is curved. And because the Earth is curved, it's impossible. That theory that we both agreed was true is based on a spherical model of the Earth. You lost when you began arguing. And since you agreed from the beginning that this is a brute fact of nature, this is a brute fact of nature, this law is, that means nothing you can argue can undermine the brute fact. The math comes out to this. Because of that, it doesn't matter how inaccurate the mode of measurement is. The fact is, it will be infinitely more accurate than a flat Earth model. That is the premise. That has always been the case, and that is, it will never be the case that flat Earth can produce an accurate model of the Earth. They cannot do it, and we can with a globe. That is a logical and demonstrable evidence.
Demonstrable.
That the globe is true.
All false, actually.
Okay, so 2 points there. One, I'm stymied at how you think rhetoric is going to get you anywhere with this crowd. Second, I don't know who this you is you keep asserting toward, because Alan's in the shower.
Whoever was interrupting me. That was who I was referring to begin with. But the idea that you can somehow defy a brute fact of nature to make any argument. Well, you here would be used as a them, whoever's making an argument for flat Earth.
It sounds like you're just saying neither one can make a map, bro. That's what all.
No, I'm saying one can make one infinitely more accurate. One can make one infinitely more accurate than the other. Isn't that a problem?
With or without correction?
Does that matter? It still would be infinitely more accurate.
Wait. You don't think that trying to map something out that's supposed to be based on reality that needs corrections, you don't think that matters?
No, because we can't mathematically get anything at 100%. And from 98% to 99% is more distance between 97% and 50%.
Yeah, but how many corrections do you need? Can we use the same amount of corrections?
Let me put it this way. It will take an infinite amount of corrections to get it 100%, because the distance between 99.99% accuracy and 100 is infinite. And so
you're saying that neither the globe, Earth, or flat Earth can create a flat map. And when you create a map, you rely on corrections and adjustments in order for it to function properly.
That even the best flat Earth attempt will be less than the accuracy of the flat Earth.
But you haven't showed how that can
it's a law.
Bro, hold on, bro. Like, y'all got a problem with just like interrupting. People can't even get their thought out. You really go this hard for the globe? Like, I know you work for the government, bro, but like, chill out. It ain't even that deep. Like, people can get a thought out before you having to interrupt. I'm just saying, bro, like, you haven't shown where one is less accurate than the other when you're saying that you have all these corrections built into yours. I'm just saying, can we use the same amount of corrections? Because if I can use the same amount of corrections and the same type of corrections, then is that an acceptable map? Go ahead and then we'll get to the end.
Absolutely, it would be an acceptable map if it could provide sufficient, accurate distance measuring that is greater than the 98% accuracy we have now.
It's only 8% after correction, not before.
Well, you would need, even just to match, you would need an amazing
I don't even know
amount.
if that number is true.
Well, we're talking about a brute fact of nature and how it bends and how we can't map things perfectly on a 2D plane.
Yeah, you're saying that a globe, like a 3D globe, will always be more accurate than any 2D map.
Absolutely.
Because any 2D map needs distortions, is what you're saying. Yes.
Relative to a globe. But if we're using the methodology, you're saying reality, but you rely on corrections for that reality to exist, right? So if we're using the same methodology with this, using our observations of the sky and curved visual space and all these different type of things, if there's an equivalence there, is what Alan's been saying this whole entire time.
No, the equivalence would be Toyota to Lamborghini. That's the equivalence. You could perhaps soup up a Toyota till it got to the speed of a Lamborghini, but it'll never be a Lamborghini.
Well, how is it a Lamborghini? A Lamborghini doesn't require as many corrections as a Toyota.
A Lamborghini requires
better. So like, that's non-analogous, bro. We're talking about if you have what you would want is something with the least amount of corrections, and you are where Alan was just highlighting, inventing corrections just for the prediction to work, which is really not.
But that's because there's no model, none that will work with a flat Earth. That means you have to invent a whole new science in order to develop a method of measurement. That's what it means.
I don't know why you keep saying that. It's like none will work on a flat Earth, and we're highlighting that it doesn't work on a globe either. You require corrections, and I don't even know anybody that really tried to map out a flat Earth without referencing a coordinate system. So I don't know if it's ever been done. So I don't even know how you can claim that it's impossible.
It can't. It could be done if it was two-dimensional. That's the thing. It absolutely could be done. You can do it every day with video games. They do it every day.
Yeah, but we don't live on a smooth two-dimensional surface, bro. That's not where we live at.
Video game smooth surface?
I don't live in a video game. Do you?
No, but they have mountains and hills and trees and oceans and lakes and ponds and them.
Right. So it's not a two-dimensional. Like, it's topographical.
It would still be a flat plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it will be a surface devoid of curvature.
Right. Well, that's a better description.
And you're saying that there's curvature because there's you can't see, and you think you have an infinite vision.
No.
And you don't account for a spherical like your actual spherical vision, your spherical view of space. You don't account for that.
If you had a flat plane and your spherical eyes, and those two were in contradiction, they would cancel each other out.
Huh?
If you had a two-dimensional reality with the curvature of your eyes, it would still appear flat.
What do you mean a two-dimensional reality?
If you're on a 2D plane,
you're on a flat surface, is what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. If you're on a flat surface,
you're on a flat surface and you have a spherical view of space,
you should still see a flat plane.
Which is what we do, because when we go to see if we could detect curvature, there is none.
No, that's not true.
That is true. You should ask me how. I know.
No, because the measurements. Hold on. The measurements. Okay, let me get that point out. The measurements you already said had the curvature of your eye. There are things that are curved in reality, right? But when we look at a true two-dimensional thing, we see that nothing fits. That's supposed to be on a two-dimensional thing. And so the only explanation we can do is to distort the shape of things to make them fit. If we existed on a two-dimensional or a flat or a semi-flat plane, even if it was semi-flat.
That's not true. All engineering works up to 100 square miles. And then when they try to stitch them together into a geoid, which has an assumed radius, there's a deviation. Then they have to correct for that. They shouldn't be able to do that, bro. They should not be able to map things out in a planar manner without accounting for curvature over 100 square miles.
Well, please say something.
100 square miles is tiny and compare to the scale of the Earth.
Yo, but that's not what we're talking about. There's curvature detected within 100 square miles. Do you know how much?
No, I'm not sure how much is in 100 square miles, but the fact that you detect curvature is a problem.
No, see, what curvature are you detecting? And that's what Alan has been trying to get you to understand. You think you're detecting physical curvature using optics. We're saying it's all optical.
It doesn't require optics for this law to exist. This law would exist whether or not we existed.
When we don't account for curvature and can still build things, and things look like it's disappearing due to curvature, but there is no curvature there, then it would seem like it would lean towards optics. Because there's no curvature in front of me.
I just made an argument that had no optics. If there's no human there, this law would still apply, and the distance between two objects would be more accurate.
Philosophy at this point. I think we're done. We could double back to this a little bit later. I think other people want to chime in, but I think you're really stuck to the globe, but you're not even acknowledging the equivalence. You're not acknowledging the equivalent. I don't even know if you're really taking in the information, but I do appreciate you still.
You have that equivalent if humans aren't present.
Why are you interrupting while I'm talking? You want me to take your mic? No, I was talking. What are you talking about? I didn't interrupt you. I know for a fact I didn't interrupt you because I don't interrupt my speakers. Now you trying to gaslight me? That's how I know you getting cooked, bro, because you got to start doing weird stuff like that after I've been very cordial with you. All I'm saying is, bro, we giving you a lot of time to speak. I don't think you're acknowledging what we're saying because you think we live on a globe trying to apply it to a flat surface, and that's not what we're saying. Why are you interrupting? Holy shit! What, you got me playing in the background? I think Bill was up next, and then we'll double
Bring
back.
Steamboat Jimmy back.
Just a second. I think Cosmological after Bill, and then we'll figure out the rest after that. What's up, Bill? Howdy.
Hey, how's it going? Just kind of wondering about Giovanni. What'd y'all do to him? He's so scared he won't even bring up any evidence of anything anymore. He just wants to go out and troll everybody and just insult them and deny shit.
Shout out to the trolls listening anonymously. All mics available.
Hey, how's it going?
Cosmological, you wanted to jump in? Just make sure you turn on your background music. I don't know if you was done.
Am I glitching?
No, I can hear you.
Cosmological, your
Okay.
mic is open. Just make sure you turn
I
down the
think I'm
background.
muted though.
Cosmological
Okay.
crisis, can you hear?
I just wanted to say what I think the last speaker wasn't really understanding is that the radius value has been falsified. That's the bottom line. There is no curvature. And this assertive, affirmative kind of like tone doesn't make it true, you know? So at the end of the day, it's just the fact that the radius value has been falsified. And I think that's what he doesn't want to see or look at. You see, the last thing that came up when you were making your empirical, disclosure on what the truth is, he obfuscated to some kind of, I have no idea what he even was trying to explain on the last comments he was making and diverting from the actual scientific experiments that have been tested time and time again. In fact, the P900 has obliterated and falsified the radius value just with the camera. But anyway, God bless everyone in this man as well.
Try to reset. I don't know. Can you hear me now, Cosmological? Y'all let him know that I'm trying to talk to him. If he can't hear me, then drop down.
Just out of curiosity, when was the radius, like mathematics, falsified? When did that happen? Anybody know? Like, surely there was a point in time when they went from one measurement and goes, oh shit, we gotta fake the Earth. Let's switch up our math.
Yeah, I would be interested to know what the flat Earth diameter is, but I'm guessing that it's one of those measurement things that hasn't been worked out.
It's not that it hasn't been worked out. We can't freely and independently travel beyond the 60th south parallel. No, not being able to have access to the entirety of the world, you're not able to map it out.
So that's what I mean by not worked out, is you guys don't have a number, correct?
Well, how can you have a number if you can't independently travel beyond a certain point?
Well, you could do a lap around the 60th parallel and then figure it out from there.
You have up to that point, but how do you map the world out over water? You have no reference points. There's no like buildings or anything. No locations.
So how did they navigate the oceans before GPS then?
You use the stars. You can navigate.
So you can navigate the oceans.
You can navigate the oceans, but how do you map out the world?
If you can navigate, you can map.
Yeah.
You have no way to determine distances.
Of course you do. You have speed and time.
Over. Speed and time, over.
Speed and time can tell you the distance traveled.
So what
I can't
boggles my mind is that you guys blame the 60th parallel, but then we say, okay, measure inside the 60th parallel, and you say we can't do that because it's over water. So you do understand that past the 60th parallel is water, so that no point on saying they won't let us pass.
What points are you referencing on the water? How do you know when you get to one location to another?
Was that Snowflake or Steamboat? Somebody is like mumbling. I'm sorry. Somebody's mic is really low, guys.
Y'all please tell Cosmological.
But a special shout out to Alan for being patient and and concise and explain themselves. Just having to repeat, it gets redundant, and I get it. But I honestly believe the guy that was just needing to hear it on a very remedial level, because basically, isn't that the actual spherical map of the sphere started?
Do you know English?
Didn't it start with a plane? Right? Sorry, Al.
Proud, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay, that's one.
Can you please tell Cosmological to drop down? He cannot hear me.
Oh, cosmological, you gonna have to drop down because you can't hear a secret. Maybe I couldn't hear you before. I feel like there's somebody I can't hear.
Hey, Cosmo, are you hearing any of us?
Oh shit, maybe he didn't hear me.
There he goes.
Can anybody hear me?
Sure can.
Start yelling. Okay, have some mic etiquette when people are talking.
Yeah, you got to learn
Yep.
to mute up, Jimmy.
We speak English. It was Cosmo's turn though. I didn't want to like skip him and wait till he comes back. But I mean,
Snowflake was saying was like there was water beyond the 60th south parallel, but eventually there's gonna be some land. It should be Antarctica.
Yeah, so TM said that you guys don't know the diameter because you can't go past the 60th, but I'm saying you don't know the diameter between the 60th anyways. So what, like, shouldn't we figure out how to map that before we talk about going past the 60th anyways?
That's what we were trying to ask earlier. We're back to square one.
Next.
How do you determine distance over water?
Is that something that you haven't asked like Flat Earth Dave or Witsit?
We've been having this conversation for 104 weeks with everybody that's been in the space. So now we're asking you.
No, but I'm asking that has never come up with a conversation with the guys that spend hours on it every day.
Yeah, we've been talking about it with everybody, including them. Flat Earth Dave is in here, which has been in here. So everybody, globe earthers and flat earthers and anti-flat earthers, have all heard this. We've all been talking about it. This is the first time I'm talking to you. So I'm asking you, how would you do it?
Okay, well, as I mentioned, I would probably use a helicopter over land distances. That makes the most sense. You could fly in straight lines as the crow flies, like somebody mentioned earlier. If you're doing this with a funded project, I'd look at doing it with drones and have like solar panels so that they can land, recharge, and take off and stay in an absolutely straight line. Like somebody mentioned robotic line before. Why not have a robot do it? And aerial robots make more sense because they can stay in a straight line without having obstacles in the way.
Okay, so you said an aerial robot over water. Is that the point that you're making? Because you kind of like waffled in like 3-4 different things, but I don't really know if there was like an actual methodology.
No, I think first of all, you guys are very obsessed with over water. We need to get land measurements right first. Do you agree with that? That's the most important.
I think they're all equally important because we're supposed to be determining these distances over all land masses and all water.
Okay.
We spent a lot of time going over land masses, so I don't really want to go back to that because we didn't get an answer. So I was just asking. I was just asking you about how do we determine distance over water? What TM asked.
Well, over water would be with aircraft would be the best way, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sacred. These are pretty glib answers considering you haven't spoken anything about instrumentation or sensors or input interpretation of these drones or these aircraft.
Okay, yeah, we're starting at base level, right? You guys are saying, how do you go in a straight line? Well, aircraft seems like the best option. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I totally disagree because again, you haven't said whether it's just the pilot using his eye looking along his dashboard, or there's some kind of machinery involved on the aircraft.
Okay, so the question was, do you agree with it being aircraft or not aircraft? And you're saying that you would go with non-aircraft?
You're not paying attention.
You said you disagreed with my assessment it should be aircraft. Was that correct or incorrect?
I disagreed with both of your assertions, and I explained why. And when I was explaining why, you were not paying attention.
I was paying attention. You were not answering my question directly. So why don't you start, and I'll listen. But you be very clear about what you think the best way would be.
I disagree with both of your choices because, frankly, they were both glib responses in how you have not, even yet, spent any time telling us about how these craft are being used in terms of any instrumentation or machinery that's on them, sensory input, mechanics.
If you think you have a better starting point, please lead the way.
Or whether the pilot is just using his nose to the dashboard and looking at something out front of the craft and assessing that as a straight line. I don't know where you are in between those. You didn't mention any of it.
Okay, I was saying as a starting point, aircraft seems superior to someone walking on the ground or using a robot on the ground.
Why?
Because in order to go in a straight line, as was mentioned earlier, there are lots of obstacles. So aircraft don't have to deal with as many land obstacles and can go in a straight line. That was the main issue.
How does he know he's going straight?
The main issue earlier was saying no one can walk in a perfectly straight line. Do you understand that? So they were obsessed with it being a perfectly straight line.
How does a guy in an airplane know that he's flying straight?
Well, there are instruments available that can
Which
guide
ones would you be thinking of?
I'm not an expert in this field, so I'm just saying here's
the baseline. Why are you answering the question like that?
You
don't know what you're fucking talking about.
You see why I ask the questions over and over, because I always get down to that. It always get down to sounding really confident, and then when you ask them, well, exactly how, they always, well, I don't really know. It's like, why you can't just say that?
Do you want me to look into this and come back? Sure, but I'm saying
I don't want.
Agree that an aircraft would be superior.
I do want you to look into this to come back, but I also would want you to not just say things that like as if you knew that they were true when you factually know that you don't know that they're true.
All I'm saying is that is true, is that aircraft make more sense than walking because you don't have to deal with.
You couldn't describe how, though.
What do you mean?
You couldn't describe
aircraft.
You couldn't explain
if you're
how.
above something, you don't have to worry about walking past it. Okay?
The bigger point here is that I do know about aircraft, which is why I asked you why. And even when I asked the question,
go ahead.
Why are you interrupting me? Why can't you just mute up, buddy? I'm talking. You were. Now I am. Do you get that? I picked the question right out of you because I knew that you wouldn't be able to answer this question to any degree of anybody's satisfaction. It was you set yourself up in even bringing this up.
Because they haven't never thought about this all the way through. That's why he's trying to gaslight this. Well, y'all ain't talked to Richard about this. Like, bro, you haven't. No, you ain't gonna interrupt me while I'm talking.
Up,
you had a very enough amount of time to respond, and you didn't open up your mic. So I'm jumping in now. This is why with all that condescending, oh, they don't know how to walk in a straight line. Oh, they don't know how to measure this. And then we ask you how to do it, and then it comes down to you don't know either. So all of that like shit you was popping earlier applies directly to you, and it makes you look even more foolish because we've already thought about this.
Yeah, no. So that's the thing.
You haven't. So why would you even approach the conversation like that?
May I speak?
The steamboat knows.
May I speak? Okay, I don't see that your mute is on, but I'll just assume that that's a yes.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Go for it.
You've had 104 episodes where you've talked about this a lot, apparently. And you're saying that you're not even further ahead than me. So you're saying, how would you do it? And I said, here's how I would start. And you guys are saying, no, that's wrong. So I said, okay, what's your approach? And you haven't even given me a single approach. So
I didn't say it was wrong. I didn't say anything was wrong. I just kept on asking you how until you conceded that you didn't know.
Okay, but you've had many hours of discussion about this. So can you tell me where you guys have catch me up to where you're at?
The fact that the Earth is not in motion and it's not curving. That's where we're at. and we're waiting for y'all to catch up and for y'all to have a coherent thought to add to the conversation without being so condescending. When you're just going to end up right in this same spot, bro. That's why Steve Dogg told you to come up here, because we would never be able to get you to admit this and have this interaction and this moment happen on a timeline, because y'all could fake like y'all know what y'all talking about when y'all on a keyboard. Then when we get on the mic and we actually start having an engagement back and forth, it always goes back to y'all don't know either. Y'all don't have the things that y'all have. Y'all don't have no unified model. Y'all use corrections. Y'all haven't everything figured out. And y'all try to gaslight flat earthers. And it's like, bro, we're like, bro, we are ahead of y'all. Y'all don't even know the things that y'all believe in.
No. You guys can't even agree on a model. What the hell are you talking about? You guys can't agree on anything.
Neither can y'all.
Of course we can.
No, you can't. Some of y'all think that there's Newtonian gravity. Some of y'all think there's graviton. Some of y'all think that there's relative.
Yeah, but now you're talking about like weird, obscure theories. But in terms of the cosmological model, that's just a fact. Everybody agrees on the cosmological model.
It is obscure, but your whole model relies on it. So you're
getting obscure. So yeah, if you want to talk about quantum physics, yeah, you're going to get a lot of disagreement.
Hey, bro, you just admitted to your whole model dependent on an obscurity.
No, it's not. I said if you want to get obscure. No, I didn't. I said if you want to talk. If you want to get obscure, you can. If you want to talk quantum physics, yeah, that can get pretty obscure, and you'll get a lot of disagreement. But to pretend that because there's disagreement, look, man, to pretend
precise measurements
that just because there's disagreement on something like quantum mechanics, that there's disagreement on the cosmological model, that's dishonest, man.
Just because you don't understand them doesn't mean that it's obscure, bro. They just don't align with your model on all scales, and your physics is supposed to scale, and it doesn't. So you can't sit there and gaslight the flat
misrepresenting what I said.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. You said it was obscure. I didn't use that word.
I said science can. Did I?
I brought up gravity, and you said
Can I clarify?
Things. No, I don't want you to interrupt me while I'm cooking you, because I know you feel that pressure after you popped up off the mic for no reason.
You're misrepresenting what I said and then cutting me off and not letting me clarify.
I was talking about gravity because you're
misrepresenting what I said and then trying to straw man into a dominant position. That's not going to work.
I know
that's not what I said. I said science can get obscure, and that's where the disagreements are. It's like if you want to talk, quantum mechanics, dark matter. Yeah, there's a lot of disagreement there, but to pretend that because there's disagreement there, to pretend that there's disagreement there means that there's disagreement on the cosmological model or on Newtonian, physics or Einstein's theory of relativity is asinine. It's insane. And that's a straw man. And it's just wrong.
That's exactly what that means. Y'all all have different cosmological models.
Absolutely not. There is not multiple cosmological models.
Look. You can't even stay off your mic. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm about to take a mic because you say you got 8 beers.
Of course I do. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're making that plainly clear. In fact, you're embarrassing yourself.
You literally just said that y'all don't have everything figured out, and y'all trying to make it seem like.
Of course, you guys can't agree on freaking anything. How high is the sun? Where is the sun? How high is the sun? Please tell me that.
You tell me.
How big is the continent of North America? You don't know. You literally don't know anything.
Why don't you have any detectable motion? Where's your start? Now you don't gotta mute him. You don't gotta mute him. It's fine. Let him keep on going on. Because you don't know how you don't know how far the stars are. You don't know the radius of the Earth. You know
the sun. How high up is the sun?
You tell me how far the sun is. Where you at?
93 million miles away.
Really? And when it's summertime, and even though we're closest, we're summertime.
How high is it on planet? I gave you an answer. Give me an answer. Where is it then?
Right now, we're furthest away from the sun, but yet we're experiencing summertime. And you think that we're 93 miles away?
Where is it then?
How?
Where is it then? I gave you an answer. Now give me one. Where is it?
You don't have no way to verify that. Your whole answer relies on.
You can't even give me a number because you don't know. You don't
know either, bro. That's what I'm trying to say.
I just gave you my answer. I haven't heard any number from you.
It relies on parallel rays. It relies on parallel rays, and you already acknowledged earlier that we have.
How wide is North America?
You don't know
the answer to anything.
You don't know
one thing ever.
You don't. The Earth is not curving. It's flat.
You're embarrassing yourself. You literally cannot answer one question.
You can't answer the questions either. Is what I'm trying to.
I just said 93 million miles away.
And how do you know that?
Because
see, crickets. It's always crickets. It's always crickets. Every single
I got
time.
crickets from
All
you. Where is the sun then?
All you're
Where
doing
is the
is
sun?
appealing to a number that you
Where-
just know, and you
yeah,
can't
because
even tell me how you derived that.
Yes,
You can't even
because
tell
you
me
know
how you
what?
derived it. I even gave you
Science
the
is
answer.
quite
How did
freaking
they derive that?
complicated and just to spew nonsense.
They
It's
derived
easy
that
like
number.
you do, all right?
How did they
It's like, do you
derive
really
that
want to
number?
know how far the sun is? I was like, okay, let's like talk
How
about
did they derive
triangulation. Let's
that
talk about
number,
light
bro?
and angles. It's
Why don't
actually
you want to
quite
answer that?
complicated.
Why don't you want to
Where is
answer
the
how they
sun then?
derived that number?
Where is the sun? Answer me. Where is the sun?
It's
How
in the
high up
sky.
is it then?
It's in the sky. Now, how is your
If I'm
sun
wrong,
in a
how
vacuum?
high up is it?
How I don't know because they're angular rays.
Yeah,
Now, how
yeah,
do
you don't know.
How do you know?
How
How do
wide
you
is
know that
North
it's 93
America?
miles
You
away?
don't know.
How do you know? How do you know it's 93 million miles away?
Like,
how do you know, Steen? How do you
I
know it's
know
93
it's 93
You
million
heard what
miles
I
away?
asked you? How do you know?
I don't.
Steve. Oh, you don't. So you have a blind
Of course,
belief.
what, you think I fucking
You
I
have
went
a
there and
blind
checked?
belief. So
No.
I'm telling you. So hold up. Wait a minute. Now I get the mute. So I say, hey, bro, I'm not gonna give you a number because I'm honest to say I don't really know because we know that the sun is the parent position. You give a value and try to make it seem like flat earthers don't know anything. So then I say, well, how do you get that value, Steen? Oh, I don't know. So it's just a blind belief. You're the one that got the religion. Don't you see that, how clear that is? After all of that trying to gaslight me, you don't even know how they derive the numbers that you believe in. At least I'm honest enough to say, hey, I have no idea, bro. We don't know the medium. We don't know the composition. We don't know anything about what's going on in the sky. We just got to appeal to the government data. And we know that they've been lying about this the whole time. And most of the time that data relies on corrections and blatant assumptions that are optically and observably untrue, like the angular rays of the sun, which you got to believe that they're parallel. That's
Yeah,
how
you can keep muting me if you want, but it's, I'm still right.
No, you're
Okay,
not.
children.
Oh, you know what? You are right about not knowing how they got the distance of the sun.
Okay,
You are right about
children.
that. You are absolutely right about that.
Yeah,
So
but you
can I just say that
literally
you
know
were wrong?
nothing. Why do the
know more
stars
than- I know
rotate?
more
Why
than
do the
you.
planets rotate different than the stars? Why are there different stars in the southern hemisphere? Why, if I go down in the southern hemisphere, is the moon upside down? What
Why
is
are you
gravity?
using the
Like,
sky
you can't answer
to
literally anything.
validate your
Yes,
belief?
we can. I can answer all of those things for you.
No, you can't. You literally can't, and you won't.
What you,
Is this
what you
your,
want to talk
is this your
about?
first time talking to Flat Earthers, Steamboat?
Children, two things. One, Jimmy and Flake, you guys got to realize that replacement is not a requisite of falsification. Consider those words deeply. Second, it's 4:30 my time. Gonna have to call it. Y'all can just play in the sandbox by yourselves from here on out.
Appreciate
It's been
you.
awesome. Sacred, it's been a spicy one. Had a great freaking time. Catch you next one.
Do you feel better saying play in the playground as you run away? Like just that kind of childish
You
insult?
think I'm
Did you
running
find out?
away? Is that the stupidest piece of psychology you can come up with?
No, I'm saying that you signed off with an insult. Like that was fucking
get
petty.
real. I
But
signed
also,
off.
replacement is not a requisite for what?
Falsification.
Yeah, well, it sort of is, because imagine if you were
Not
doing something. No, imagine if you were like trying to build something, and I came up to you and was like, "Hey, you're building it wrong," and then you're like, "Well, how should I build it?" And I go, "I don't know." Are you gonna even like take me
Okay.
serious? Of course
What
not.
you're doing is
okay.
you're telling me that you're
Hey,
also
hey, it's
logically
bedtime. It's bedtime. It's
impaired,
okay. No, you
and
can
I'm
go.
still
You can go.
calling it. It's
You can
not
go.
running
No, but it's
away.
true. If you
I've
were
been here
building
for
something,
6
I came up to you and was like, "You're building that wrong." Wouldn't you be like, "Well, how should I?"
How you're building it wrong? I could tell you how you're building it wrong without giving you a replacement model. I could tell you where you putting the wrong beams and the wrong bolts, but
But
that
if you
doesn't mean I have
can't
to give you an
correct the
alternate
mistake,
model.
what credibility do you have? If you can't correct it, what credibility? Oh, you're doing that wrong. You're not supposed to do it. Oh, how am I supposed to do it? I don't know. Well, fuck you then. I'm just gonna do it how I'm
So
gonna do it.
sad how logically broken you guys are.
How is
Catch
that
you next
logically
time, gang.
broken?
Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good sleep there, bud.
Nice
Hope you feel
stuff.
better about yourself.
That's a definition of cognitive dissonance.
Both of y'all got cooked. I don't even know why y'all even trying to gaslight other people up here. Like y'all both had.
You're like the king of gaslighting, man. That's all you do.
Y'all have no
Literally all you do.
demonstration whatsoever, bro. You agreed that the sun's rays was angular, so it's just like, what are you even talking about? That falsifies your whole model.
That's why
Literally.
you have the discussion. It's just to catch people up, not because you want to hear their side. That's why there's been 104 episodes, and you say you're not listening to me, but you've made up your mind about it, and no evidence would change your mind, and you're not.
Exactly. Yeah. None. I started my whole thing with you, Snowflake, by asking you questions. Right. I didn't tell you anything. I was literally saying, hey, like, you know, if you have a way where you could derive distances in specific ways, then let's figure it out. And when we got down to the actual details, look, you interrupted me because I'm making a point. You can't even keep. I let you say whatever you want to say. That was a strong man and completely.
You interrupt everybody all the time, bro.
Look, you want to do it too. I guess he thinks that you need help, but I'm gonna continue saying what I want to say. I started off by saying, like, I just was asking you questions. I didn't tell you anything. I didn't push anything on you. I said, hey, maybe. See, you just chiming in just to say whatever.
You're just gaslighting. You're just.
How am I gaslighting when I'm just running him through exactly what happened? I asked him questions. That's what I did. I didn't tell him anything. Snowflake, am I right or am I wrong? Didn't I ask you questions up until a certain point?
You did ask me questions, yes, but it is important to note that there's been 104 episodes, and you've said that you've talked about this. So to expect me to be at a higher level about something that you've spent hours thinking about is very silly.
No, I don't expect you to add anything. I take everybody at face value. I don't care if you got a PhD. I don't care if you never had this conversation before in your life. You may have an idea that I've never considered. That happened plenty of times before. I always talk about a rainbow observation. I had like a specific idea about how rainbows work, and a globe earther had me look at it in a different perspective. It led me down to another globe earther, a globe earth refutation. But because I had that interaction with that globe earther, I had a new perspective. So it was like, I could learn from anybody. I don't expect you to be at a higher level. But if you say things as if it's factually true, and when I ask you questions about the things that you're saying, and then you realize that you don't really know, then yeah, you're gonna have to just acknowledge that and admit that. That don't got nothing to do with me, bro.
I thought this was a discussion and not a tell me if you don't know 100% of things, then I'm gonna dismiss it. No, you said that you've thought about this before. So why? Tell me what you've thought about. How have you thought about measuring distance?
Yeah, the title is episode 104. Is the globe Earth demonstrable? So we're talking about demonstrations in this episode. So you were supposed to demonstrate how we could determine distances over water, especially and specifically in the South, being that that's where the most deviation is supposed to be. Because there probably is a high equivalent in the North relative to the South. So we want to focus on the South. And when we were talking about those details, you couldn't provide them. So the topic is about demonstration. And really, it was really supposed to be about Coriolis, but I let y'all guide the conversation to where it is right now because y'all still haven't been able to demonstrate Coriolis on a sphere either.
Okay. I got into this conversation because someone
Coriolis right there.
A simple question.
Yeah, we could demonstrate it on a flat surface. You demonstrated on a sphere.
Counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, clockwise in the southern. Coriolis right there. Hurricanes, stars.
Yeah.
So we could take those observations. We could take those observations, Steam, since you want to jump in front of Snowflakes. You have no respect for his voice. I'll just address you. We could demonstrate that on a flat surface. If you go look up at the top, if you're not too wasted enough, you can go see the second tweet all the way to the right. I posted it up there in a nest. We could demonstrate these different rotations.
By demonstrate, you mean
exterior rotations. We can demonstrate this on a local scale of what we would predict on a flat Earth. So if you're saying, hey, the ocean currents are turning clockwise and counterclockwise relative to each other on different hemispheres, then you should go get an observation or a demonstration of that on a local scale. Go get a sphere and demonstrate how Coriolis works on a sphere locally. Don't point to the things in question, because we can demonstrate the things in question over a flat Earth locally, as I demonstrated on my tweet. You got to go get something that demonstrates it on a sphere, but don't use the observation as your evidence. That's what we're trying to demonstrate. I'm gonna let you go ahead and reply, and I'm gonna get back to Snow because I don't think he wanted you to interrupt.
What's happening?
All right, thank you. I'm gonna reply, but the only reply I'm gonna ask is, I'll check out the videos. But when you demonstrate it, are you applying a force? For example, if I have a glass of water in front of me, yeah, I could stir it counterclockwise, and the water will continue to move counterclockwise. That doesn't prove anything. So
I
it's like,
use only
demonstrate it
components.
how.
I only
The interesting thing about hurricanes are their natural formations. There's no hand with a spoon stirring it in a glass. It's caused by the natural rotation of the earth. So when you say you demonstrated it, are you talking about if you stir water in a cup, you can stir it counterclockwise? Because that doesn't prove anything.
Right. So you're speaking ignorantly about something that you haven't watched yet. So you should probably go watch it first before asking questions. And it's not
Sure,
about
I'll
whether
admit that, yeah.
hurricanes can be formed. It's not about whether hurricanes can be formed. It's about their rotation relative to each other in different hemispheres. So we want you to demonstrate that rotation. Doesn't even have to be a hurricane. You just show water on a sphere. I'll make it simple for you, right? Just show water moving on a sphere in different directions in different hemispheres, because that's what you guys are claiming to be true. So if you can do that, I'd like to see it. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about demonstrations to answer Snowflake's question. And yeah, I did post our observation. I'm not saying that we're using your interpretation as Coriolis, what you guys say that need to happen on the globe. We're just demonstrating the phenomena on a flat surface.
By
Snow,
stirring?
did you wanna go ahead and finish what you were saying before we get to the hand?
Sure. I guess like my thing earlier is you said that you guys don't agree on anything, but Steamboat J and I do agree on almost everything that he said. Like you brought up Coriolis, and I thought about hurricanes too. Like they don't cross the equator, right? They don't, like the eye of the hurricane won't cross the equator. You might find some instances where they got close to the equator and part of it went past, but they don't cross the equator. Do you think that is just natural and has nothing to do with Coriolis?
Well, you think the different spins on different hemispheres doesn't have anything to do with Coriolis? Is that what you said?
No, I'm asking, like, does your video address hurricanes in that capacity, like not crossing the equator?
It acknowledges the phenomena of these different rotations. So I'm not actually creating a hurricane because it's just about the currents, because these currents on this globe moves in different directions, whether there's a hurricane or not. Right. So this is just showing different rotations of water over a flat surface, which what we would expect, the inner rotation going one way and the exterior rotation going another way, using the same components as available on Earth.
Okay. And do you pick? Sorry,
So,
one question.
So my last thing, let me just say this. So you say you will agree on everything. Let me see if you and Steam, you Snow and you Steam can agree on this. Is your globe Earth Coriolis effect demonstrable? Let's see if you guys can agree on it.
Yes.
He says yes. Let's see what you say, Snow, and let's see if y'all can.
Demonstrable so that flat earther believes it? Probably not. But
no,
yeah, good point. Yeah.
anybody. Show me any demonstration, because all you have to do is just show.
Okay. Turn on the Weather Channel.
All you have to do, Snowflake, is just find a video of something like a sphere having water on that sphere and it's rotating in different directions. That, that's what y'all say is claiming that's happening. So if you can demonstrate that, I'd like to see it. Steam says he can. I don't think he's going to show anything. I think he's just going to just say something that's non-analogous, but I'll let him go in a second. Snowflake, what do you say? Do you think it's possible without being condescending?
I'll give him a bad shot. I think using logic and looking at data, it would be demonstrable, but could it be like a prove it in court to a flat earther? No, I don't think you could, because it requires a lot of, like, it's not a strong enough force that it's an easy demonstration.
So how would you demonstrate it if you said that it's possible?
Well, sorry, as I said, it's not demonstrable in court, so it's not easy that you can just say, okay, demonstrate that force to me. You have to say, oh, look at hurricane data over time, look at these small forces in the water, like tides, and everything like that.
Yeah, so physics is scalable, so you should be able to scale that phenomena down and demonstrate it locally, just like I have.
Demonstrate it locally, okay, but it's a small force, and it doesn't, like, you can't say, show me a ball that holds water on Earth, because you still have the Earth gravity. So it's just like, yeah, you can't demonstrate water sticking to a ball when there's other forces acting on it.
So Snowflake says, no, you can't demonstrate it. And Steam says, yes, you can. And I have demonstrated in my capacity. That's
Well, I think Steam and I would agree that it would be understandable, but I don't think you'd be able to demonstrate it, like come up with a demonstration that Sacred would say, yeah, okay, I understand that.
What about you, Snow? Would you think that he can come up with a demonstration that you would accept without speaking on my behalf?
Well, I'd be interested to hear what he has to say.
You should have started by saying that, not throw me in there. Hey, Steam, Snow wants to know if you could provide a demonstration for him so he could see it. Let's see if you could do that.
For sure, yeah. Before I provide my hypothetical demonstration, can I just ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go for it.
No, the host there. Sorry, I'm not sharing your name. What's the host name? Guy who was just talking?
Yeah, you call me Sacred, but yeah, you
Sacred. Oh yeah, there you are, Sacred. So yeah, look, let me just before I answer, I just want to just out of curiosity, what was the parameters of your demonstration? Like, what did you do exactly to demonstrate it?
Show an inner rotation current and an outer rotation current in the same water, in the same pool of water.
In the same pool of water, an inner rotation and an outer rotation. So you had water presumably in a bowl with two different currents going opposite ways.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is predicted on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and how did you achieve this effect?
Through electric fields, magnetic fields, and water, a fluid.
Through electric fields. So you ran a current through the water?
Yeah. Did you see the post up top?
Let's see here.
It's the second post all the way to the right. Matter of fact, I'll just post it up.
Second post all the way to the right.
I just
Sacred SciComm, nobody's gonna know that one.
Yup, that one. So while Steam is going ahead and looking that up, probably take him a couple minutes. Was it Bill and then Jerry? Or was Snow about to say something? I don't really know.
I just want to say, like, it's not an observation that you have to prove to us. Like, if a 5-year-old asked you, like, to replicate Coriolis snow, like, you would show them probably a hurricane, it sounds like. But for actual demonstration, like, you would have had to think about it and sit down for a second and be like, oh, wait, like, how would I replicate Coriolis in a demonstration? Like, you would have just had to think about it. It's not, but if somebody else asked you that, you would have still had to think about it, whether it was us or them. But yeah, I think Bill's next.
I think Jerry was before me.
I was like glitching before. I'm trying to tell y'all that Jerry hand been up for so long. I think it was stuck. Like he was talking and his hand was like stuck up there. Is he talking?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's sweet. Yeah, sorry about that. Maybe my weather here too. I'm getting some thundering and lightning. Yeah, I think you just pretty much gave up science though when you, as a group, can say we can't measure anything accurately. That's pretty much the end right there of science, and that's when you enter incoherency. The reason I brought up this brute fact of nature is because you can't escape it. It means that if you try to measure yourself against the fact of nature, it will crumble your argument because it's a brute fact. And the fact that we can't scale anything on Earth accurately in a two-dimensional plane, no matter how hard we try, no matter how many thousands or billions of years we have to try it, it won't scale. And that's why I was actually the only one, as far as I can tell, to give a nuanced, novel prediction, which is you'll never, ever, ever, ever have an accurate map that represents the Earth in a two-dimensional representation like a map. I don't think you can ever do it. As a matter of fact, I know you can. It's mathematically impossible. But you know, I don't know how to argue in support of something that is a brute fact of nature. Because if we have to scale things down based on their 3D application, even Hot Wheels cars, from a NASCAR to a Hot Wheels car is a scale down. And we have to do that in a 3-dimensional way. And so if the sphere is correct for the Earth, if it's a globe, it should be the case that we never ever are able to produce an accurate map. That should be the case. That would be the proof of a globe Earth. If the Earth was flat, we can measure an infinite amount of points on a 2D space. Granted, if it's a perfect world, we're not in a perfect world, but we're making this hypothetical a perfect world. You should be able to measure or form some kind of measurement of some kind across a two X and Y axis. We all did it in school. We all plotted lines. We ought to be able to measure those lines. If all of a sudden now we can't measure with the X and the Y axis 2 points, then we've run into we're madness. That's what we have left. But because it's a sphere, we can accurately scale it in 3 dimensions with X, Y, and Z axis. We can scale all of the Earth, all of the land mass, all of the oceans accurately to 99.9999%. And this is something you can do with any computer. But what you can't do with a computer, no matter if it's a quantum computer, the greatest supercomputer ever made by any nation, you won't ever mathematically be able to produce an accurate map of a 3-dimensional object, which is the Earth. So that is my prediction, that you won't ever be able to produce an accurate map anytime, no matter how many billions of years.
Yo, I just got back. Was that closing statement part 2?
Pretty much.
Hell yeah, brother. I agree, man. Without accounting for the curvature, yeah, it'd be super hard to plot all that.
I'd only like to really contest one thing. I think something about like how nobody likes measurement or believes we can measure anything. I just like how those lasers measure flat every time over those lakes. So I don't know. That's all I really wanted to tell you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody ever really said that we can't measure anything. I don't know. We got.
Well, no. In theory, the laser would technically be bending with the curve of the Earth.
What? I can't wait to look that up.
As a matter of fact, we already know it can, because we can measure gravitational waves with lasers now.
Oh my god, dog.
Dude, they got you guys so good. You know, no, he's right, bro. You forgot about that.
If we can measure curvature through gravitational waves, we can absolutely measure. The Earth will absolutely curve the laser, but we won't perceive it because it'll be such a minute scale.
Dude, proud. Space and time bend around Earth curvature. Straight facts. My boy just like what are we gonna do, dog?
Alan, your sarcasm was great.
We're gonna pack it up. Jerry,
it's such a unique talent to be able to be sarcastic.
Well,
Jerry,
here's the thing.
I'm glad you're here tonight. I'm glad we're gonna get into this tonight.
Here's the thing.
I do want you to hold that thought too, though, and we also want to let Bill, but I'm gonna let Alan chime in.
Absolutely, I loved your question.
All right, where doth we start? The derivation for gravitational waves or the curvature of laser measurement? Which one do you guys want to start with first? Relativity theory?
How about
curvature?
representation of a 2D plane?
Well, the gravitational lensing came out of nowhere. we were talking about like just in general, like measurement, so local scale curvature. So I didn't expect him to say it bends with the earth, high key. I thought we were gonna introduce the ionosphere.
Well,
But
to be fair, they do say that. Like my boy would say the laser or even the mirror flash, for example, will follow Earth curvature. It's actually what they do. Like, you know.
wow, that's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard a
Yeah, that's
Glober
why
make
we're
that
looking for the
argument.
unified field theory. It unifies all of reality into one equation.
You know, instead of talking about, you know, easy stuff like lasers and unified field equation, how about we just address like the biggest point that that guy made, which was you cannot project a 3D object onto a 2D plane in accurate scale. To this day, there is
So we have to
no
address it again?
flat Earth map to scale, which should be the easiest thing in the world to produce.
Do you think
In
there's
fact,
a globe map
you
to
should be
scale?
able to look at any globe projection of the Earth and point out all the errors in scale. But no, they're too scale inaccurate. I'm sorry, that's a flat Earth killer.
So
Absolute killer.
So I know the 8 other people on here have told you why there's no map accurate to scale or something that we could give you that will
No, because they just said we don't have all the land mass. Oh, we can't go past this area. But even if you couldn't go past a certain area, even if you don't have the complete circumference of the world, you could still come up with an accurate to-scale representation of what we do know, and you can't even do that. It's the simplest thing in the world, and you can't even do it.
It did it up to 100 square miles.
Yeah, but even if that was true, and there was a whole bunch of land mass that was not, mapped or anything like that, then my point would still stand that all globes would be out of scale.
They are.
If the Earth
that's why
was flat.
That's why I've been telling you for the past, 5 hours that they all require corrections.
No, they don't. What do you say corrections? What does that even mean?
Can you give us an example of 2 points on the globe?
Yeah, I know. You said corrections a lot, and I've been muted every time you said it because I don't understand what you mean by corrections.
Because when I started talking about it, you probably started interrupting me, which is
no, I'm completely muted every time you've talked about it. So
probably because you was interrupting. That's the only time that I had to mute, right?
Okay, so what do you mean by corrections? I'm dead curious. I don't know what you mean.
So we're talking about latitudinal meridian corrections. They have navigation corrections. They wrote a whole book on it.
What's
the guy's name?
Andre.
No.
There was C.S. Callimore, and then the supplemental ephemeris.
We got lost.
Sacred, do you know what scale is?
Hold on. His pronouncement, guys. What's the guy's name?
C.S. Callimore.
Callimore, yes, Callimore. He wrote a whole book on how they used to navigate, assuming about equal proportions on a sphere, southern hemisphere. And every time they did it in the south, they were vastly off their course, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. And they had to make corrections, which then in turn, they had to develop these quote unquote magnetic declination corrections. And I'm just naming a few, and Alan probably know like 100 different more.
Okay, that's really interesting, and I'll look into that. But a quick question: do you know what scale is?
Yeah, that's what we've been talking about this whole time, right?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like if you grab,
as soon as you ask me a question, as soon as you ask me a question, I try to answer, and you won't stop talking.
No, you said you answered, so I was following up. That's a follow-up.
I wasn't done talking. Literally.
Go ahead. My apologies. I was just trying.
We know what scale is.
It's a two-parter question. That's my bad. Go ahead.
All right, bro. Go ahead. Finish what you want to say, bro. Go ahead.
No, okay. So I was going to say, so scale, it's like if you're looking at a globe that's to scale, and you grab a ruler, and let's say it's 10 miles for every inch, and then you look at Africa, and you bring that ruler there, and you go, okay, between this city and this city, I'm measuring 10 inches, so it's going to be 100 miles. Then you go there, and you can drive, and it will be exactly 100 miles, because that's to scale. There is no to-scale flat representation. 2D. Look at Australia on any flat Earth map. It looks like a freaking hot dog. It's ridiculous.
not a flat Earth map. That's not what the map is used for. But there is an
You
equivalent.
have no flat Earth map.
Yo, you see what I'm talking about? I'm really about
You
to take
have
your
no
mic,
flat
bro.
Earth map.
Yo,
I'm
you
just
have no,
gonna-
and you have no globe Earth map either. Why
Of
do you
course,
keep
every
on-
globe you've ever seen is an accurate representation of the planet.
navigate with a globe.
Literally, the evidence is staring you in the face, and you cannot see it. It's so simple.
Don't navigate with a globe, and even if you did, you require corrections to navigate it. Y'all don't have it either. Your nervous laugh is not
Corrections.
gonna help you
What's
out of the
correcting
corner.
what? What are you talking about?
The things
What
that you don't,
corrections?
the things that you don't understand. Remember when I referenced a whole book on how they used to navigate? You said, "Hey, Sacred, I'll look into that." That's what I'm talking about. The things that you don't know that you're speaking ignorantly about, and I can post it before you open your mic. I could post it up top so you could educate yourself, so you could speak more coherently. And we still waiting for you to acknowledge the demonstration of Coriolis, but we just talking about this right now. But you haven't shown anything else, bro, like at all. And we've been trying to give you the information that you don't know.
No, but you're like that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. You say corrections, but like if I'm driving across the country and I'm looking at a map, what corrections am I doing to said map while I'm like, I mean, like you're acting like as if it's like everything is like AI GPS that's making corrections as I'm going. But if I'm navigating based off of like a paper map or if, like what corrections? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Bro,
When you're looking at a map, it's not a globe.
When you're using a map, slight correction. You're using a graticule, right? That very specific coordinate system. I posted in the Jumbotron a little history on maps where they can change the size of the. Can you mute your mic, please? We can hear you breathing. They change the size of where they change the size and the position of the land maps in accordance with whatever. They change the size and position of the land masses in accordance with whatever propaganda they're running. And during World War I, they actually had to change the maps because the maps that were publicly available that people were using to navigate during the war were actually incorrect. Right? They just gave us a fake map, but it looked nice. But then when people actually went to go use it, they found that it was off, right? And they had to make a corrected version of it due to the increased flight back and forth for everything, like the increased amount of travel. So how is this possible? How do they have this coordinate system that we've been talking about for the past, 3 or 4 hours that you're like, it can't fit in a thing and all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, you're talking about, and then you're like, oh, but on a flat earth map, it looks retarded. There's no flat earth map, dog. There's a graticule. Okay, land masses and the distribution therein are going to change on the projection that they're using. And then you're getting super lost in nothing, in your own confusion, man. It's like we've all been there. Like this is like, new information or whatever, right? But when you really understand what a map is, how it works, what you're referencing is exactly what we're talking about. And then you're just like, but nuh-uh.
Do you understand that if we actually were on the flat plane, that making a 2D map should be extremely easy?
The easiest thing in the world. It blows my mind they don't get it. I don't understand.
Like
it's literally a scaled down version of the plane you're standing on.
Yeah,
no complicated math required, no anything.
Buddy,
it's like literally if the earth is flat and you went above the earth and took a picture, that's your map. Where is it?
What?
How come maps?
Do you think that's how? Hold on, dog. Do you think that's how navigation works, dog? That's why
that's how a representation works, and that's exactly what that would be. If you went 1,000 miles above the flat Earth and took a picture, and then superimposed that on a piece of paper, there you go, an accurate to-scale representation of the flat Earth.
Oh my God!
But you just said it would be in the globe style.
He really thinks.
I don't get how you guys aren't getting this. It blows my mind.
So I'm just gonna take the beat. So for one, that's not high enough. That's obviously not high enough to see the flat Earth. I just give it to you.
I'm
That's
10
not
beers
high enough
deep.
to see the flat Earth. I understand that you're in the hole, but you're experiencing thoughts, and you're gonna wake up and be like, yo, did I really spend all night talking to flat Earth? Or you're gonna think you were having a dream. I get it, bro, but I don't know. Like, you ever bought something the wrong size? Like, it didn't fit? Like, if you don't know the dimensions of something, if you don't know it fully, like we don't know out to a certain point, which would be like the amount you would need to know to buy the right tile, my guy. Like basically what we're saying is we understand to have a complete map, we would definitely want to know all the land that we believe is out there, on top of a question I didn't even get to ask, which is land that already exists on the known lands that we don't know about. Oh, it's muted, but yeah.
Okay, well, where's
That,
your map of the known lands? That you have nothing. I don't get it. You have nothing.
You just said no lands, but we could
known land. Where's your map of the known lands? You have nothing.
do you understand? Like I asked already. This was your first conversation with a flat earther, but known lands is literally the land that we all consider land that we know, like the continents, bro. Like that's known land. Inside of what we consider the outer lands.
Yeah. So
Okay,
you should
so
still be able to create a map of the known world, which you don't have because you can't do it because the Earth isn't flat.
No, that's not the reason why we can't do it, bro. Like, first of all,
why can't you do it then?
So the reason why we can't do it, first of all, it takes a lot of time and resources. That's number one. We just up here on talking about Twitter, exposing the things that most globe earthers don't understand and showing a lot of contradictions within our own globe model to derive our own perspective. That's what we here doing, right? But when you're talking about mapping out the world, like, bro, it took a whole fleet of. Go ahead, bro.
You think they know all the known land that exists? You think they know everything?
It doesn't matter. I'm saying a map of what is known. It doesn't matter what's unknown.
What?
That's not going to give you any more accuracy.
What? You don't think it
Listen,
matters what continents are where and the perception that we think they're next to each other? You don't think none of that
did
matters?
I not say known land, meaning we know what
Yes.
continents there are, we
Yes. Do
know
you
what their
think-
distances are,
No.
we know the sizes of where everybody lives. Like, it's
Yeah.
not a secret what the square miles of North America is. We know that. It's been mapped, it's been circumnavigated and everything. So of the known world, you should still be able to create an accurate 2D representation, which I have never ever seen, and no flat earther has ever done it, because it cannot be done to scale. You just fail every time. You can blame it on
That is fallacious. You're wrong due to the simple fact that even recently they have reported islands popping up randomly. Okay.
What does that matter?
Oh my God. You could give me your interpretation of why you think those islands came from where, but I think it would just be naive to believe that you actually have an idea of all the land that actually does exist, when it's thousands and hundreds of bunkers, it's thousands and hundreds of land that's technically government property that don't even show up on your little Google Maps when you look it up.
No, you're
So
right.
it's-
You're absolutely right, actually. That there probably is a lot that we don't know. But my point is, from what we do know, all scale globe maps work in real life reference.
yourself.
No, because it doesn't matter what is unknown. What I'm saying, the known projected maps of all known land masses projected on a globe are accurate, distanced, and to scale.
And
But
how did
you guys are
validate
trying to
that?
hide behind the fact saying, "Oh, well, there's probably land we don't know about, therefore we
Yes,
can't
he's
create a
talking about
map."
the
Doesn't
known
even
land.
make sense.
No, he's talking about the known land, the stuff that's not hidden or secret. So it's pretty
Okay,
simple.
and how do you validate the distance?
Yeah, we explained
you
how
validate that
distance
yourself?
was
Same way we do on a
derived,
globe
right?
Earth, and that's why globe Earths are to scale. Like, it's not. You should be able to
That
easily
doesn't make
debunk
sense. That doesn't make sense.
Of course it does.
No,
Like, look, if you look at
You just
North
said- you just
America
said you
on a
didn't know-
globe,
you just said you
it's
didn't
to
know.
scale.
That's just retarded.
Like, that's the word I would use too, but in very different context, because it blows my mind that you guys can't wrap your head around scale.
No. You just said you don't know all of the land, but you just said you can.
I'm saying it
all
doesn't
of the
matter
land.
if you're trying to represent it on a map. What I'm saying is
Oh,
globe maps accurately represent the land that we know.
You don't
It
have
accurately represents North America.
It
accurately represents South America. It accurately represents Asia. So where is the flat representation that can accurately represent those things just like the globe can? It doesn't matter if there's some weird island out there. That's not going to affect scale.
Look. To answer your question, all state planar coordinate systems.
Everything you just said contradicts everything you just said. Like that makes no sense. What makes no sense? You just said you know all of the land, but at the same time you said you don't know all of the land. I didn't say we know all the land. I'm saying if you tried to create a map of all the known land, shocker, it's accurate and to scale. It wouldn't matter if there's some island or even another continent somewhere. The map is still accurate, projected on a globe of what we know. It wouldn't matter what else is there because what we know.
You don't use it to navigate.
It would matter. It would matter. You don't understand scale, do you? Look at Australia on any flat map.
How do you know it's not a flat Earth map, bro? It's just a projection that we use to show an equivalence. But how do you know everything is equivalent? Like, how have you verified all these things? Like, the only thing I've been able to verify is the roads or the distances of whatever the roads are, because I could drive the roads. How have you verified it? And if you haven't verified it, does that mean it's a blind belief?
Can I chime in here?
It's like saying I know the size of my bedroom, but I haven't scaled it all. Like it's just
the miles are based off of the globe model too. So even if you used an odometer that measured the turns of the tires would be relative to the miles of the on the curvature of the Earth.
Not if it's mapped out as a plane coordinate system. Not if they literally built those streets assuming there wasn't any curvature. Not if they engineered all your neighborhoods as if it was flat. And
that literally doesn't even make sense, man. Like,
yeah.
When you build a house, you don't have to take...
Wait. Steam, you know what state plane coordinate systems are?
What I'm saying is it doesn't even matter because that does not even remotely make sense.
Okay, I'm asking if you know what it is so you can tell me why it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense because things aren't measured backwards. They're not like maps and distances are not engineered to fit an idea. They are what they are. Simple as that. They're not like, well, we're technically on a flat Earth, but if this were a globe, this would be this. So therefore, we're gonna make it that on the maps. Like that's insane. That's literally insane.
That's quite literally
like schizophrenic shit.
Hey, you know what? That's why we're flat earthers, because that's quite literally what they did.
You're schizophrenic? I believe it.
No. So what they did was they took a bunch of flat maps and they stitched it together and said, "Oh snap! It doesn't fit into the globe. Now we got to make adjustments." And that's literally what they did. That's when you say, hold on, bro. When you say like, "Oh, it's crazy, it's insane," like I got to be schizos if they really did. Yeah, that's why we flat earthers, because that's incoherent. Why they did that. That's why I asked you if you knew what plane coordinate system was, and I don't think you do because you didn't answer.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is because it's irrelevant to everything we're talking about.
Here it goes again. Now,
that's the most asked.
So here's another point. So now I asked him, does he know what planar coordinate systems are? He said it doesn't know, and he's about to just like unleash a bunch of insults because he doesn't know. So he's going to project his insecurity right now again after like what's this, a third or fourth thing that he's admitted that he didn't really know about, which is why he probably still believes it's a globe. Instead of just saying, "Yo, bro, let me see what you guys are talking about so I can look into it," right? The same thing like he said he's going to look into, the Coriolis over a flat Earth, and he still hasn't addressed that either. So it always comes down to a globe earther just saying, "I don't know," and it comes down to like personal incredulity, right? And then you want to project that on the flat earthers, which is fun. You should just go look up what we're saying, bro. You may have.
I did, man. I looked up your Coriolis effect. That video was very good, man. It's a nice little science project. I don't know exactly what's happening there, but it doesn't mean that it's representative of the Coriolis effect on a flat Earth.
Well, if you just say you didn't know what it means, again, you're admitting that you don't know. How can you pass judgment?
No, I don't. I'm not a electro
magnetists or whatever the fuck they're called. I don't know. Yeah, that could be true. But the fact is, the Coriolis effect on an Earth is not a dish of pepper with an electrode in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we didn't. That's a straw man. We didn't say that we were modeling the Coriolis. What we said, we were demonstrating the Coriolis.
You're replicating. You were replicating it.
Yo, you see what it says up there in the title? Is the globe Earth demonstrable? You will keep on talking about scale. We say scale your globe down, and create the Coriolis effect.
Are you religious?
Down and do that. Scale your globe
religious?
down, scale your globe down and go ahead and create the Coriolis, bro. That's what we're waiting
for. You believe in God? Are you religious?
That doesn't matter.
Let the record show that we did not bring up religion.
Oh yeah, we gotta.
No, I brought up religion. I'm just curious.
We gotta keep on keeping track of that, bro. Every single time during Flat Earth Fridays that a globe earther brings up religion first.
No, it was a genuine question because if you remember when Moses,
what do flat earthers do? Because they always say that flat earthers rely on religion and all this extra stuff, and we just say, hey, there's a correlation, but we never need to bring that up as a talking point. And it's always the globe earthers that bring up religion first. Whenever they get put in some type of a weird acknowledgement or a corner, I don't know, whatever they be feeling, but we ain't talking about religion here, but like at all.
Well, honestly, hang on. I actually was, but it's actually a pretty good point, though. What I'm saying is when Moses was, in Egypt, the Pharaoh had his, three stooges come up and try to replicate what God was doing with the plagues. And it's like, yeah, just because you can replicate something doesn't mean it's the actual thing. What God was doing was the real miracles. And what his little magicians were doing was exactly that with a bowl of water and pepper. It's a little magic trick. It's not representative of the grandiose effect of Coriolis.
We're saying that we don't need to describe what the observation is in the way that you need it to work on the globe, because you require a rotation of an Earth. But we're saying we can demonstrate that same phenomena using the same components that's already available on Earth to demonstrate those same effects.
Yeah, just like the Pharaoh's fake magicians made snakes.
And to get the same results. So even though you may be right in saying just because we can demonstrate it doesn't mean it's actually happening. But what does it mean if you can't even demonstrate what you claim is happening?
Turn on the Weather Channel, look at a hurricane, demonstration right there.
No, that is the phenomenon in question. So we can demonstrate that on a flat surface. So we can demonstrate that over a flat surface. So we're saying, since you love scale so much, scale that observation down to a ball and demonstrate that. You said you can't.
Doesn't even make sense. The
only thing that you should be trying to do is go get a demonstration of that phenomena on a sphere. That's it. Just go find water currents moving in different directions, clockwise and counterclockwise, on a sphere. If you can do that, then we can have a conversation about hurricanes. If you can't do that and the flat earthers can show different rotations on a flat surface where they're supposed to be, then you have a problem. That's all I'm saying. So take some time and go find a demonstration, or you can concede like Snow did and say, hey, I don't think that we can demonstrate that. Because right now you two are in contention and you said you guys agree on everything.
Map books at gas stations would be like little pop-up books. Like instead of being flat pages, every time you turn the fucking page, it'd be like a little pop-up globe for the little town, but it's not. It's flat.
Yeah, how far do you drive? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean? You're going on
a map would be a representation. Yeah, you crossing the United States every day there, bud?
No, because you're going with curvature.
Maps are local. They don't need to represent curvature in that way.
But do you not understand how you represent like the scale of everything?
Of course, but maps are designed to be used locally. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't think locally the fucking Earth curves like locally?
Yeah, but to the amount where it would need it to be represented on a map to be accurate is fucking insane.
Your own
man.
logic.
Are you kidding
you guys
me?
Don't even understand. It'll be a pop-up book if you guys fucking.
Like that's like the most insane thing I've ever heard.
No, it's not.
Why would you have a
that is like that's hilarious. I gotta write that one down. I'm gonna be chuckling about that for a good while.
Good. Be good.
That's fucking hilarious.
Probably gonna
That
be
maps need to be spherical.
No, it's like no. What?
That's literally what you
just
said. Maps
you just
maps
said
need to
that's
be spherical. Okay.
You just said the globe. The globe would be spherical. You idiot! Like
Yeah,
what
the
the
globe is spherical, but do you drive across the globe? No. So why would you need a spherical?
No, it's a pop-up book, you idiot. Like you pop it up, it's not the whole fucking sphere. It's a little town.
Oh yeah, it's just a semi-sphere, just a little bit of curvature on your map there, bud.
So what? The town doesn't curve at all? What is your town?
The town curves so much it needs to be represented on a literal map. Like, yeah, tell me you don't know how big the Earth is without saying you don't know how big the Earth is.
You don't even understand what the hell I'm talking about.
No, I don't, and I guarantee you, nobody does either, man. You're
because
in another plane.
So there's no curvature in like a little town when you go by your own logic.
There's so much curvature in a little town that needs to be represented on a map like that.
Well,
is that what you're saying? Like, if you go 5 miles, you need to have like a map that shows like the curvature that would represent the 5 miles in order for it to be an accurate map. Like, what are you fucking nuts?
Yeah,
it doesn't even make sense.
You don't make sense of your logic. What are you talking?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, get your spherical maps. Have a good time.
It would be a pop-up book. Your guys' map would be a pop-up book.
No, dude, that's very silly.
Hey boys, quick intermission, real quick. Hey, Sacred, I sent you a DM. Somebody made a song dedicated to the host, you and Proud, of Flat Earth Fridays. So if you're able to play that through the mic or whatever later on, if you want to do that, this guy made it especially for the cast and crew.
Oh, turn up! Shout out to the level heads, and we're gonna have to get that rolling. Hold on, let me see if I can cue it up.
Your boy Flatio from the YouTube chat. Not sure if he has a Twitter. But shout out to you, boy. Shout out to Flatio. Yeah, and Steamboat, if we're about to rock out to this, dog, mute your mic real quick for a minute, please, brother.
Are y'all ready?
Yep.
So this is I'll Look Into It by Flatio.
Giving yourself undue credit, it's very true. Sometimes I wonder if you'll know the hate is for sure. Who wants to put the rhetoric? So long you end up martyr. Another casualty phone. My people you think are missing a few chromosomes. Yet they have to explain your own silly belief system to you. It's pretty weird, bro. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I said I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I'll look into it. I said I'll look into it.
escape your grasp. Your brain must not have enough gravity to keep the thoughts from escaping your skull cavity. But you're sure caught up on your profanity, triggered so easily like a bull in a china shop, breaking everything repeatedly, hitting defensive immediately. Though with your cocky attitude, one might have thought you're a PhD, an expert on these mysteries, but you don't even know basic scientific philosophy. Yeah, but hilariously, you know to save us from our own stupidity. Meanwhile, you think Donnie Kruger was that guy from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Lost superiority, check. Intellectual inferiority, double check. Still belongs to a sorority, check. Worships master as an authority, double check. I'll look into it, I'll look into it. I said I'll look into it. I'll look into it, I'll look into it. I said I'd look into it. I said I'd look into it. You almost too busy getting blown by people so dumb they don't even know that the earth is a globe, but you can't wait to show how low you can really go. Like temper tantrums are thrown as they patiently explain that our vision is gold. Sputtering the same tired arguments from like 2014, as if that's supposed to mean anything. When your proof is debunked, you wish quit in a funk like a dumb little punk, instead of staying and learning a thing or two. But we're obviously not smart enough to hang with a genius like you. I hope one day we can be that cool. Slow superiority, check. Intellectual inferiority, double check. Still belongs to a sorority, check. Worships master as an authority, double check. I'll look into it, I'll look into it. I said I'd look into it. I said I'd look into it. I said I'd look into it. I'll look into it, I'll look into it. I said I'd look into it. I said I'd look into it. I'll look into it.
Very much of church back from my childhood days.
That's actually a new addition to the playlist. I don't think you were here for the intro. You don't like James Jones? I guess.
The king is here, by the way.
Was that Ruhiff I heard? Oh, sorry.
It was.
Yeah, it
What
was.
up? What up, young Rue? Yo, did you hear about that new refutation?
Oh, I've already commented. Yeah, your Brian Leakey reputation. Yeah.
Yeah, well, how did it go? I haven't watched it yet. I don't know anything about it. I just heard that it was going to be forthcoming and that it dropped earlier. How'd it go? Is it a globe or is it flat?
Oh, it's globe. I gave him a foot on the tripod height though, so I dropped my observer height to 9.5, and the rest of it was rubbish.
Well, that was generous of you.
So predicted 25 feet, measured 23 feet. Yeah.
We almost got you.
Almost. So close. Could be a flat earther in a few months if you keep at it.
Hey, we'll keep trying. We are persistent.
Anyway, what's the topic today?
demonstrable Earth flatness or curvature. One of those
I
two.
can run my spiel if you want.
It's the Earth curvature.
Or
Dude,
even Coriolis.
Well, it would be preferable to what was happening earlier, I guess.
Oh, I heard the discussion about the maps, and that was ass tearing. So yeah,
Send it.
all right,
Boys, take notes, Globularist. The professional is about to teach us about the glob.
Pro. Yes. All right. So I'm on the top of a mountain at 1,000 feet, and I'm looking across to another mountain on a flat Earth, which is also 1,000 feet. Am I looking up, down, or horizontally?
Hold on. Say it again.
I'm on top of a mountain at 1,000 feet, and I'm looking across to another mountain which is also 1,000 feet in elevation. Am I looking up? Am I looking down? Or am I looking perfectly horizontally?
On a flat Earth, horizontally.
I thought you was demonstrating Coriolis, Bruce.
I thought we're doing curvature.
Coriolis.
All right, we'll let you get your. We'll let you. Bro, we can't hear you. You gotta mute everybody if you want to talk.
All right, so we agree that I'm looking horizontally on a flat Earth?
Yep.
Cool. Okay, now if, let's say the mountain is, let's say the mountain's 10 miles away and there's 8 inches per mile squared. So I should be looking down by about 66 feet over those 10 miles, right?
Yep.
Cool.
Man, this is not a flat earther answering you. This guy's just saying yeah to anything, and he's happy. I think
he asked the question. Nobody's answering because he's stumping it. You don't know what to say.
Wait, no, he gotta say it again.
Bro, if I told you to repeat back to what he said, you wouldn't be able to repeat it.
Sure. The first one was if you're standing on a mountain that's 10 kilometers high, looking at on a flat Earth, looking at another mountain that's 10 kilometers high, is he looking up, down, or horizontal? The second one was if you're standing on a mountain that's 10 kilometers high, looking at another mountain that's 10 kilometers high, but it's, 6 miles away, I think you said?
10 miles away.
10 miles away. There would be 60-something feet of curvature, so you'd be looking down by 60-something feet. So yeah, I was listening.
Almost.
I'm 10 beers deep, and I can still recite that shit better than any of y'all.
Sobriety test. Yeah.
Almost.
Dude, what are you drinking, Broski? What are you drinking?
Budweiser.
Bruised ski or?
Very nice. The king of beers, some would say.
You probably need the last one we accept up here that got 3 or more in them. I don't think we can do this anymore, but we let them rock.
There will be a drink limit, but Steamboat was pretty all right. As far
it's the cocaine. It's really balancing me out.
So we can measure that, right? If we're looking down 66 feet over the 10 miles, or whether we're looking straight, horizontal.
With or without curved visual space?
I don't know. That's your thing that you just interpreted into the injected in the conversation. So you tell me how it works.
Wait, me? Ain't this science? This ain't a flat earther thing, is it?
Oh, I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but you tell the story.
Nah, I'm just joking with you. I mean, we do got to factor that in if it is a real thing, right? But I want to hear for the rest of your example.
Yeah, we could measure whether we're looking down 66 feet or whether we're looking horizontally. The end.
So you know how to measure stuff, is what you're saying? Like how did you measure the distance between the mountains?
I took a theodolite.
But how do you know they're straight? How do you know how do you know the distance? How do you know it's straight?
What do you mean straight as in horizontal? How do I know it's horizontal?
Yeah, like how do you know anything?
Because it's perpendicular to down.
No, but you said the other mountain was 10 miles away. How did you measure that 10 miles?
Oh, let's assume that we know the distance and we know the heights. They're a given, right?
Yeah, see? It's always known distances and given, assume, whatever.
Yeah, no, from the discussion earlier, you need to be able to verify distances, and the globe miles have lied to us. So there's no way of
we
knowing
can
how
survey
far.
it, right? We can drive it. We can do lots of things.
Oh, oh no.
We're laughing because you don't know what we've been dealing with for the last couple hours, sir. It's like...
Clearly not.
Yeah, no, we were told that
we got them to like think for themselves. We got them to think for themselves, and they've been glitching ever since.
No, we were told that you cannot drive in a straight line for that long, and you can't walk in a straight line for that long without knowing that you've deviated from your path. So there's no way
you
of
can't
verifying
fly.
away.
Right, you can survey though.
Well,
We got your known distances. Go ahead.
No. I would love to hear how he can survey 10 miles, and then maybe he can explain to you guys how you could survey the east to west of the United States, and we can get that all figured out in one night. That'd be great.
Big triangulation surveys. And they measure one edge of the triangle and do the math.
Does that mean that you think that it would be possible to measure the east coast to the west coast of the United States in some kind of accurate measurement?
Yes, and it has been done. Yes.
Oh shit! I love this guy. You're the best. Can you tell me how far approximately that is east to west of the U.S.?
It's like 3,000 k's, isn't it? Something like that.
Bruce, what they're like trying to poke fun at is that we were saying it's difficult to measure different distances over water. So they're trying to look. See, that's why they get triggered, because they don't have no answer for it. So we were saying, look, see, that's why they coming off a mic. They're like, oh no, don't do this to us again. Right. So we're saying to
this is all recorded, but they basically said it was impossible to measure the distance between the east and the west coast in any accurate measurement.
Yeah, I think one guy said bushes would be in the way.
That's what Jerry said. Jerry said that it was impossible to measure those different type of things.
Oh, and you
said there was no way to project that. He was saying
you said that you had no way of doing it, and you were asking me for it. So here's your pal who's been on the Flat Earth Friday before, right? How did this not come up that he knows how to survey and could have shown you how to do it?
Oh, we did. We brought up plane surveying. He's bringing up the other license. When I brought up what Alan was trying to tell you guys about, which is curved visual space, that's what he was saying. Like, I don't know anything about that. You tell me how that works, Sacred. And I'm like, well, that's what we got to figure out. How are we incorporating this optical phenomenon into the optical observation?
Okay. Well, it sounds like Rufus can get us an accurate map of the world. We're on a great start.
Right.
Appeal to somebody else. Please tell me what to think, Rufus, please.
No, it's funny how relieved they are.
Yeah, I feel like I can retire and pass out in peace now, knowing that someone's here to carry on the fight.
The king is here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm passing out. Yeah, it was fun, guys. Later.
Later, G.
What time is it? Like
Friday.
4:30?
All beer finds its level.
How do you guys do this every weekend?
How dare you, Sacred? Desecrating the curvature of the Budweiser. We all know that the Budweiser is, establishes its vertical by being perpendicular to the gravitational potential of the geoid and not just simply down.
You guys probably spend more time in Discord.
Yeah, I have to say Twitter's rubbish, Proud. Good to see you in Discord the other day. You should come there more often.
Man said rubbish. Yo, I haven't used that word since.
It's rubbish, mate.
Say trash.
It has its downfalls. It's better than TikTok. That's
True. So do we think we can measure that 66 feet of curvature? Oh, no, puppy, hold on.
I said, it's a globe! It's a globe!
The dog's barking about the curvature and spherical excess.
Dinner's arrived for wifey, so... Yeah. Doorbell rang. So 1312 asks me, 1 feet is of course a great height. I agree with you, sir, but can you check if you can see the curvature from 70,000 feet? Yes, you can. What's his name? Pommy guy. Mr. Sensible did a great high altitude balloon experiment. That's good. Took
Wasn't
out,
Mr. Sensible that acknowledged? I feel like he conceded to Wisted though. They had a debate, and Wisted asked him like 3 point-blank questions about man, what was it? I feel like they were talking about planes though. Maybe they were talking about aircraft. But whatever he conceded to definitely was a concession of flat Earth.
I'm not sure that he conceded to the Earth being flat. Sacred.
Hey man, them questions that he answered, he has to answer them direct and honestly too. I gotta go find that. I forgot about that. Shout out to Mrs.
Questions. I actually made 3 Witsit videos a couple of weeks back. 3 videos in a weekend. Went a bit cray-cray.
Why? Why do you spend your time doing this?
That's what I do.
What I do.
It's my hobby. And I get paid super big fun bucks from CIA and NASA and shit.
We know. That's who just rang your doorbell. We heard it. Dropping off the pack. Oh, you in Flat Earth Fridays? Check.
Check.
We'll put in that overtime.
Oh, sorry. 1312, this 50 Shades of Bliat, whatever. Is he listening? Is he in the chat, maybe? Anyway, he has posted footage from, I think it's the U2 spy plane. And I don't know whether this is the right video, but towards the right at the end, so where it's 29 minutes 50 or something like that, the pilot of the plane grabs the camera that's recording, and at that point you see that it's a GoPro because you see all the distortions of the lens. Let me try and find a screen grabber. Oops, back.
Dude, check you out sharing on Twitter like a grown-up.
Did I? I got tagged. All right, so he's about to pick it up at 29:40. Yeah, so you can see when he's playing with it at around 29:30, 29:40, that it's clearly a GoPro. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Boom.
So is your assertion that everyone who's been up in the U2 spy plane and said that they've seen curvature, they've all been lying?
Not my assertion, no. I believe that they have seen curvature, yes.
Oh, okay.
What about that high altitude balloon footage at 100,000 feet? Ain't no curvature up there.
Show it to me.
Hold on, I got you. While I do that, Coriolis demonstration on a sphere. I'm trying to ask all the Globers why they here to give a chance.
So, Coriolis demonstration on a sphere, on a physical model or a computer model?
Yeah, no, physically, because we want to scale down the physics. So what they say is happening, right?
No.
It's positively claiming that something's happening on the sphere, and we want to scale it down.
How do you propose that I negate the Earth's gravity in that model?
I don't know. We were able to do it over a flat surface, so we just trying to get you guys demonstration on a sphere.
Right, because gravity corresponds to a flat plane as well, right? Your flat dish or whatever you did, you've just lined up the Earth's gravity with your flat dish gravity. Can you do it with the dish upside down?
Can I do it with the dish upside down? Why would I do it with the dish upside down? We don't live on an upside down. We don't live on an upside. We don't live on
your dish.
We don't live on an upside down Earth. Why would I do that?
You've lined up your dish so that gravity is in the same direction as your model. How am I supposed to do that? How do I negate Earth's gravity in my model? I can't do that. I can do it in a computer model. I don't see a possibility of doing it.
Well, you're applying what you believe gravity is to flat Earth, right? Opposite. I don't know what to do about that, brother. Y'all got your own framework. So if y'all say physics is scalable, scale it down.
Right. We both have downward directions. You've aligned your dish with the downward direction. I can't do that with my model, and you know that.
Well, you could. I've actually thought about this, right? You could actually potentially perform this in a very large vacuum, like a vacuum drop tower, and see if you could do it that way. So that way, like, there aren't pretty much any forces acting on the sphere. And maybe if you find a way to get that water to stay with the ball and you spin it how y'all say that the Earth is spinning, you may be able to create some Coriolis effect. I don't know, bro. This is what y'all got to figure out. Talking about demonstrations. I was really thinking about how y'all could do it. And that's like my best thing over the past couple of days. I thought about it.
There's still gravity in an evacuated drop tower.
But according to your science, there's no force acting on it, and that's the biggest point.
There's an acceleration. Whether you want to call it a force, it's fine. So Colin, this is via Alan. Alan, would you ask Ruhif if an observation from 81 miles target 2,400 feet of prominence, if that's a different or better than his suggestion of a mere 10 miles? Oh, it's better, yeah, yes.
The acceleration wouldn't matter because everything everything is supposed to fall uniformly.
So I drop the ball and then try and do Coriolis as it's falling in free fall?
I don't know, bro. I'm trying to help you with your model. Y'all say that y'all got an effective model. Y'all say y'all got an effective model, and I'm just saying, hey, we can demonstrate the observation without using whatever you guys describe Coriolis as. So we're just saying, hey, if we're going to demonstrate reality, why can't we do it? And we're just looking for the Globalism to do the same thing. That was just one of my things that I brought up, but we were really talking about any demonstration. But I just wanted to see, since I set the standard, if anybody could demonstrate Coriolis.
But you're purposely aligning your little dish with the Earth's gravity.
Yeah, you could eliminate that effect if you put it in like a vacuum or something. I don't know.
Vacuums don't eliminate gravity.
You're saying Earth's gravity is begging the question. Like,
we all agree that we have a downward acceleration. That's just a brute fact.
And you can literally eliminate that by putting it in a vacuum because everything drops at the same rate in your paradigm based on your prediction. So that wouldn't even matter.
Vacuums don't get rid of gravity.
Yeah, but you're saying gravity is affecting it, but everything's falling at the same rate, which means that there's nothing acting upon it, almost as if it was freely suspended in space. Right. If I was levitating in space, or if I was like dropping in a vacuum, I couldn't really tell, quote unquote. Like that's the closest thing we can get to recreate in that environment.
Right. So I've got to find a drop tower, evacuate it, and then do the experiment in free fall.
Oh, you do it. It's not me to prove your thing. I'm just giving you a suggestion because I don't think you considered it because you asked me, and I was engaging in what you hadn't thought about. So I just said, hey. What I thought about is maybe this way, maybe you got a better way to demonstrate what you guys say is reality. And you should be able to
with a computer model. A computer model is a very simple way to get rid of Earth's gravity.
Yeah, we're talking about demonstrations. We're not talking about a model.
I will still use a computer demonstration.
No, it got to be demonstrated in real life. Physics is scalable. You can make math.
It doesn't seem like a genuine request, Sacred.
Well, yeah, we're talking about, because, all right, this is what happened. You weren't here, so I'll give you the background real quick, and I'll get to the end after this. When I was on TikTok, I was having a conversation about, globe Earth, flat Earth, and it was pressing me on demonstrations. So the anti-flat earthers, not really sure. Maybe you're an anti-flat earther, a little bit cordial, so I don't really know. I guess your mind is made up, so I guess you are kind of the anti-flat earther without pretty much the toxicity. But anyway, they was pressing me on demonstrations. So I was like, oh, okay, y'all want to talk about demonstrations? Well, let's talk about it. So we went through a range of different things to demonstrate. And I was able to show demonstrations of these phenomena. They weren't. So I said, well, let me take this conversation to Twitter and see, like, if we can go demonstration for demonstration with the globe earthers. And I'll start by the thing that I led with. And maybe we can go through a list of different things of demonstration and who come up with more demonstrations or not. And not a lot of globe earthers really shared anything today, except one. Shout out to Coffee.
I will let you guys use computer models because I think they are the best way to model things. Like you've seen those, what is it? The guy that put his P900 at one end of like a football field, started walking to the other end, and he started to disappear bottom up, right? That's been around for years. he assumed that the football field was perfectly flat, and it wasn't. So the only way to make sure something is perfectly flat is to make it mathematically flat.
Well, there was a guy that did it. There was a guy that did it on a basketball court, and the basketball court obviously is flat.
Is it though?
It is. It like measurably is. Whenever you do a foundation of something, you do it on a foundation court. The court of a basketball court is flat.
Yeah,
and he walked away. The one that you're talking about isn't the one that I saw on a flat court, or obviously like a big old Home Depot or whatever, like we always talk about, of a concrete court. No, it does the same effect with the concrete court, miles and miles. If you do a swimming pool, does the same shit for miles and miles.
Can you post the basketball one somewhere?
I mean, it's been so long since I've seen it, but the basketball court is obviously a flat surface, and I'll look for it. But yeah, it's been years since I've seen it. But yes, and also since I've just came on for a second, I've been listening to y'all for a little bit. But like, whenever you're a young kid, they taught us this model, and they didn't even know it. Like in your textbook, they told you that the mantle of the globe model is 1,700 miles thick. They told you that the outer core is 1,400 miles thick. I'm looking at my notes. I've had these notes forever. The inner core is 1,500 miles thick. Like, if you go look at the deepest hole ever dug in life, it isn't even close to these miles. So you're going to sit there and like think the inner core, where you think the molten core is, that miles deep. No one ever who you've ever even known has even gone that deep into the Earth's crust. Like, we go back, like, you become a flat earther whenever you go back and you like just listen and observe and like remember what you've always been taught. Like, this shit is super simple and like so basic. It creeps me out that people believe the Earth is a globe still. It's like, where are we going in life? Like I feel like you wore a mask. Like, I feel like I know you already, is what I'm saying. It's like, you know, it's like you probably injected yourself with poison. Like, and I hate to go that route, but it's like, we know each other by these like simple, easy things to learn in life. Like, I hate that I'm a flat earther. Like, I don't want to be ostracized by everyone in life. I'm ostracized by everybody. My granny, my friends, nobody wants to hang out with me anymore, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It's like,
I've got a simple solution. Go out and measure that 66 feet of drop over 10 miles.
are you listening to anything I said, brother?
Yes, yes.
Did you listen?
I've had five.
How thick is the mantle of the Earth's crust?
I have no idea.
I just explained it to you.
Yeah, you said 1,750 kilometers or whatever. I have no idea.
Yeah, but what is the deepest hole ever dug?
Like 8 miles.
And this has nothing to do. Listen, this has nothing to do with flat Earth, globe Earth. This has everything to do with learning skills, like a bell curve of like, oh, should I look into this or should I not look into this? And like, okay, so if that textbook, whenever you're a little child, told you this, and then you looked into it and it wasn't that, you don't want to look into it anymore, or you just want to like make fun of the people wanting to look into it?
I mean, he said go test the curve for yourself. Like, he's saying, don't believe what you're told, test it.
Yeah, go and measure that 66 feet. I'll help you do it.
You're saying that things aren't above the Earth curvature? And then also, what, you're not going to answer me about the deepest hole ever dug?
I think it's like 8 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, 8 miles. And so whenever the textbook tells you the crust, the outer core, the inner core, they tell you the answer. You believe that answer?
I tentatively accept that they have good reason to tell you that, yes.
So,
I don't know what the reason is.
So if the deepest hole ever dug is 8 miles, you're going to believe somebody that says they've been past 8 miles?
No one says they've been past. They've used logic to determine what is below it. Like, we have volcanoes. We know why molten lava comes out of the ground.
They've used logic. Come on, guys. Like,
Yeah, they've made an
really?
inference. They've made an inference, yes. I assume it has something to do with like earthquake
To
waves.
infer or to use logic isn't like, you cannot sit there and say that it's like beauty and actually thinking for yourself. That it just seems mental to me.
Do you guys want some quick borehole gravy?
Sure.
Give it to me.
So every 100 feet they had predictions and they were wrong about the material makeup of what they were going to encounter, right? So they would do their seismology. They would send out sound vibrations, and then they would go, oh dude, we interpret this data to be, this is where we're going to hit water. Well, they would hit rock, and then they would go, okay, this is where we're going to hit rock, and then they would hit water, and they were just wrong all the way down over and over again. And then what ended up happening is they had a specific prediction for the temperature, and that was based off of what they would need for the let's see, for the temperature going down to the core. Somebody's mic's going off. That would be anyway, the temperature was related to what it would need to be to not be affected, basically to not cause the Curie point, right? So like cause magnetic failure in their model. So anyway, as they were digging down, though, they were wrong about the temperature. I forget how much they were off, but it was pretty significant. It was like by over 10 degrees or whatever. But anyway, it's
they're off. They're off past 9 miles.
Yeah.
Anyway, no matter what I'm listening to you, brother, but it's like they're off past 9 miles. Period. They say 1,700 miles thick is the mantle. Okay, this is what they teach in the textbooks of classrooms that I would put my child in, and I'm not putting my child in that because they're beautiful. They're raised out in the garden. They never had a shot. They will never wear a mask, and I never wore one. It's easy. 1,700 miles thick is the mantle. Outer core is 1,400 miles thick. The inner core is 50. Listen, fellas, inner core is 1,500 miles thick. Science says from the surface of the Earth to the inner core, it's about 4,600 miles. Who went there to the inner core and taught this page that you read on a book? Who did it?
We explained that someone doesn't have to go there. Just like we can send robots to Mars, doesn't mean someone has to go there to be on Mars to give us information about it.
Creepy shit we live in.
Buddy, they couldn't even do it for 8 miles. They were
What is the
consistently
reason
wrong.
that they say it's 1,750 miles, right? What is the reason?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What? This shit's creepy what you are saying.
Jonathan, they will have a reason to say that it's 1,750 miles, right? You can assess that reason and whether you believe it or not, but don't just say, oh, it's 1,750 miles and we haven't dug down any more than 8 miles. That's rubbish.
What?
What, lad?
We don't have to dig to the inner core
to know if it's an inner core molten lava core or not. You don't have to do it to believe it.
Yeah.
Where do you think molten lava from volcanoes comes from if you don't believe there's an inner core like that?
Who knows? I don't know.
The assertion kind of holds up.
But what is the reason they give to say that it's 1,750 miles? Assess that reason. Don't just dismiss it. Assess the reason.
I have yet to dismiss it. I hold it in the back of my mind because my mind is open like a parachute. It is always there. That thought is always there. But to sit there and say, that is why, is
I didn't say I
ridiculous
know.
to me.
I said I tentatively accept it that they have reasons to believe that it's 1,750 miles. I don't know how far the inner core is. I don't know.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Like, this is retarded what you're saying. You're like, it's double speak. I mean, you can measure the Earth and see that there's no curvature. You never see there's curvature. Like, I'm not even trying to get off. This is just one little basic thing that I've always like been like, we'll go back to what they teach you in the science books, and more times than not, believe me, like my English teacher, she was a beautiful, badass chick. Like, I remember her forever. I love her. She read the answer to us. She never knew the answer. Believe me, knowing her now, like later on in life, like she never knew the answer. She got it out of the book and she just regurgitated it to us. That's literally most people in life. And then whenever you go see what water does and all these things, it's so simple to easily see what's going on. I don't like, what do y'all say about like water not curving and at rest it like lays flat?
You can observe water curving in a glass in your own home today if you want. Just fill up a glass full of water. You can observe the curve.
Where's the curve?
Above the brim of the cup, water is curving.
What is that called? Meniscus?
Yeah, I don't
That's just due to the design of the cup. It's not the water curving.
Oh no, I don't mean meniscus like inside the cup. I mean if you fill a cup to the very brim and then you add a little bit more, so it's almost overflowing, but it's not fully overflowing.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, I mean, we can obviously
not water curving.
Obviously,
that's so weak.
Like,
what do you mean that's not water curving? You can see the curve with your own eyes.
I wouldn't use that personally as evidence of water curving.
Thank you.
We're going to measure large bodies of water. Or measure.
Show me the large bodies of water curving, convexing.
I'm just saying that if it can curve on a small
it's really
scale, why would it not be able to
fucking
curve on a large scale? That's just logical.
That's not curve on a small scale, not in the sense that you need to validate.
Yeah, we can measure things relative to sea level and measure that 8 inches per mile squared.
yeah, and then also they tell us the whole circumference of the Earth is that certain number of 20.95, and it's like, whenever you do that, why did they tell you that in the beginning? Why did they tell you that number of the circumference? Who went out and did that? Who went out and found the center of the Earth? Nobody did that.
If you measure the circumference
Why
of the
are you
basketball,
laughing about
you don't have to go to the center of the basketball to work out a radius.
I know that. Okay.
So we don't have to go to the center to work out a radius.
Okay. So how did they find the radius?
radius?
Go ahead and tell me how they found the radius. How did they find the optimal surface of the Earth? How did they do that, brother?
They do meridian arc measurements. So the first one, way back in the day, was Eratosthenes, but then around 950 AD, you had the Arabs doing it as well, and they got it pretty accurate.
And they all have to assume there's a lot of assumptions that go into that.
Such as what?
You have to assume that the ground beneath you is curving. You have to assume that the sun's rays are coming in parallel.
That's not an assumption.
Those are assumptions. We observe converging rays. We don't observe parallel rays.
Okay, number one, right? The sun.
If you bring up train tracks, I'm just gonna stop talking to you.
That's exactly what I bring up, right? Train tracks are parallel, yet they appear to converge. Correct?
Yeah, that's due to perspective.
Right.
And you have to validate that with the sun.
So are the sun rays.
The molten core.
We literally observe them not being parallel.
Y'all just brush over the molten core, and the volcanoes do it. Well, how do volcanoes? Like, that shit is retarded.
Yeah, I personally don't give a shit about the molten core. I don't use it in any arguments. I accept it tentatively, and that's about it.
So why does the science community speak it into existence when you learn it as a child? Why do they tell it to you? Is what I'm asking.
Right.
And
Because
you won't
scientists
say
probably have
that.
good reason.
You brush it off as in like laughing at me. It's something to like question. You don't question that, brother? You don't question that at all?
Scientists, I don't care, and I accept that
You don't
scientists probably
care.
probably
Exactly.
have good
Boom.
reasons to
You
say
do
it.
not care. Because care comes with learning and like caring about the individual and who comes next. You don't care. You
I
don't
don't
care. You
accept
get fed.
inequities.
Tell me, please tell me, did you wear a mask during Corona?
Yes.
Please.
And
You
I've had
did.
five
And tell me
GB jabs,
why.
Jonathan.
And tell me why. And tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Because I was required
Tell
to.
me why.
No. I want to hear. I want to hear why this dude wore a mask. Tell me why,
Yeah,
please.
I was required to.
We ain't gonna get too much off
You were
topic.
required to.
Hold on, Jonathan, relax, bro. You don't gotta yell. Like, we're all here. We're listening. We want to hear what you guys say.
There we go. Yeah, I was required to, and I've had 5 GB jabs.
You don't have to mute me.
Yeah.
I swear. I'm a calm dude. I promise. I love y'all. Yeah, and he just said he had 5 jibby jabs, so y'all know it's like whatever. Okay. Like, why are we
Don't
even?
stand next
Why are
to
we even
me, big.
debating with people that have 5 jibby jabs and wearing masks? Like, that's what. That's where the whole
Bruce
debate
Spirit.
ends. It's like.
Are you serious, Jonathan? You're gonna dismiss someone just because of that? Like, he's giving you logical
Don't stand
statements,
next
and
to
you're
any big ferret.
attacking him
I mean,
personally.
you big
Are
magnet.
you serious about it? I mean, yes. Yes, I will debate on that part of it. Like, you had to have been blind and not living in life to know to not wear a mask the past like 3 to 4 years. And I'm not saying like a person that like genuinely had to do it and they had to go raise for their family and they had to do all that. No, I'm not hating on that person. Not so. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it's like, but at the same time, it's kind of like where you had to like literally be living under a rock to not even try to want to learn what's.
Cop that 5-piece nugget, dog. That's crazy.
Anyways, I love y'all. That's whatever. Came on here to talk about the inner Earth core just for a little bit, and love you guys. Just great conversation. Y'all are always beautiful here, and I'll leave it there. Love y'all.
Can I ask you something, Jonathan? Were you the guy that said that you were ostracized?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh,
Ostracized?
sorry. Someone earlier said that they were ostracized. What's that?
No, I just came in like 20, 30 minutes. I mean, I've been listening to y'all the whole night, but I just got on the mic just a minute ago. No, I'm not ostracized of nothing, bro.
Okay.
Definitely said that before.
Thanks.
I said that?
Yeah. Yes. And then I said, go out and measure 66 feet of drop.
Yeah, I could have sworn there was
flat
some ostracism. Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, you mentioned like your grandma doesn't talk to you, that kind of thing. That wasn't you?
I thought you were going to ask us to rough up your grandma, dog. Like, get her on board or whatever.
Is that Sean that's talking?
Oh, it's levelist.
Rough up your grandma? That wasn't Sean?
No, that was me, Alan. Rough up your
Alan,
grandma.
cool.
Ridiculous.
Alan, you're awesome. Alan, you're awesome. I thought you sound like Sean.
Never met her.
Kingdom in Context or whatever. You sound just like him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never. I'm not familiar with what he sounds like.
You don't know Kingdom in Context, Sean? You're a flat earther, aren't you?
Yeah, I know of him. I couldn't pick him out of a voice up though, or a voice lineup.
Yeah, dude, identical voice.
Oh, word! I'll have to look into it.
Oh my God, that's a real question. You guys don't think that you wouldn't recognize a voice that you heard on Twitter in real life?
I would 100% recognize you, Proud.
Oh
you,
no,
Rick.
yes, I did say ostracized. I was saying whenever you're a flat earther, you're ostracized from the world. Yeah, that's
Oh
what I
my
said.
god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
sorry. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
yeah, I did actually. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, my
I did
follow-up
say
to that
ostracized.
is that you mentioned that you were raising a daughter, and are you not worried that she'll be ostracized if you raise her with those beliefs? I don't mean that as an insult. I just mean that as a genuine inquiry.
Oh no, I mean I have two boys and a daughter, so no, yeah, no, yeah, I did say ostracized, and I said you're ostracized when because you're a flat earther or whatever. That's all I said. My bad. I do remember saying that.
Are you a little loaded right now?
No, I mean I've had a few beers, but I'm chilling, dude.
Your child doesn't necessarily have to be ostracized. You can teach a child like, hey, this is what, mainstream believes, but this is also like a second ideology that some other people have adopted. Like, you don't have to shelter them from flat earth. That way it doesn't become such a stigma.
Oh no,
Like, yeah, some people believe it's a flat earth. Like, yeah.
I agree with that assessment, but I think just the way he was talking about volcanoes being insane and the core of the Earth made it sound like it was not possible for him to take that approach.
I mean, to say that the molten core of the Earth causes volcanoes is kind of silly to me. I mean, to each their own. I mean, that to say that
Or
volcano. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
or to even say that iron keeps its magnetism way past its Curie point. That's a demonstration I have yet to see, by the way, y'all.
Yeah, no, all my children would do like things with each other, and we just test things. It's like you're always learning. Like I'll never stop learning. I didn't even mean to come off in here and like be a negative. Like I want to be a positive. So I would just people were like talking about like I'm just trying to show like you like just because a volcano spits lava does not mean at the center of the planet is a molten core. And then y'all are kind of like seem like y'all are laughing about me. Like like what? Okay.
Yeah, I feel you. It could very well just be phenomena happening like within the actual volcano. That could be a table under like different layers of rock where there actually is like melted rock and magma.
Yeah. I mean, they say the inner core is 1,500 miles thick, so it's like, so it's coming from 1,500 miles away, but we've never been 8 miles deep. So that's silly of me to say.
Right. I hate when the burden is on us when it's like simple things that we ask for proof of. It's like not demonstrable, but then when it's reversed, it's the same thing. They expect it for us, or they expect us to demonstrate everything. And if one little thing doesn't work, then the whole thing gets thrown out. The whole model doesn't count.
Exactly. And they ask every flat earther, they're like, well, how do you prove this? Well, how do you prove that? And you just can't prove everything. You're just trying to learn, listen. Like the only way you learn here is listening, and you learn from failing in life. The only way you learn here is by failing. And I've failed plenty of times. And so I will continue to fail and continue to learn. And so I love you motherfuckers in this room. And so I didn't mean to be anyway tonight.
No, I feel that. I think Bill was next, but Bill put his hand down. Maybe Jerry. Who wants to go? If y'all still up with us. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Cat, flat earther by the toe.
Yeah, you said something about
Maybe I'm in the Matrix.
earlier. Could you go further with that? With the lasers that you were talking about earlier? Can you hear me?
You cut out a bit. Who was the question for?
Oh, the young lady. I didn't. She made a question earlier about the straight line of a laser across like a dry or a frozen water or something. And I said that's because we think that the light bends with the Earth's curvature.
Proud, do you hear what he was asking?
I could read the captions, but I can't hear Jerry right now.
Oh, okay. He was just asking about you mentioning the laser test.
Yeah, I'm reading them. So yeah, you guys think light bends to the Earth because of gravity, or basically the Earth's gravity overcomes the light itself?
Nothing to do with gravity, no.
Wait, hold on, cause I can't hear him, and science.
Yeah.
I mean, one of y'all already said that science don't disagree, so
Yeah.
you can't say
Okay.
something
So
different than what they said.
gravity is only the bending of space and time.
Hold on, Jerry, I can't hear you.
So what does he have to do? Back out and come back, or what's the solution for you to hear Jerry?
Go again, Jerry.
Are y'all really just quiet? Are y'all waiting for me?
Yeah, Proud's back. Jerry, go again.
Uh-oh.
This is why Twitter's rubbish, Proud. Come to Discord.
What's up? Y'all can't hear each other?
I can hear you, Sacred. I can't hear Jerry. I can hear Proud.
No, I can't hear Jerry. I've been trying to read the captions, but he asked about the laser test, and I just don't think I ever heard a Globe Earther technically say that they think the laser bends towards the Earth. I don't even know if that's the Earth's gravity or if that's what they think happens all the time.
Yeah, it's not the gravity, it's the density gradient of the atmosphere that makes it bend towards the Earth.
Here, because the light bends towards the denser medium.
Yes.
Okay. Well, my bad, Bill. I was told gravity earlier, or a second ago.
If it's the same distance off the ground, how is it a different gradient?
Yeah, so my usual response to that, have you seen the laser in a sugar water tank?
When does the atmosphere is ever represented like that?
I'm asking Bill if he's ever seen the laser in a sugar water tank.
Yes, but water and air are not even close to the same refraction.
Understood? Understood. You've seen it. Okay. So have you seen when the laser enters the sugar water at an upwards angle, right? So it's coming from a low place and it's going upwards, and then it curves and then it starts to go downwards, right? You've seen that? So it's heading upwards and then turns and starts to go down, right? You've seen that? Yes? No?
Well, we're talking about across a flat plain, level
Yeah.
land or water, like something level.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point of this in a sec. Have you seen how it's angled upwards, but then it starts to turn and heads downwards?
Now I've seen more of the level ones. I haven't seen the ones where they point up. No.
Okay, well, you might have to just take my word for it then. When the laser is angled upwards, it starts to bend and it keeps bending and then it starts to go downwards. What you're saying is that when it reaches that horizontal point, that it should go horizontally. That's your idea of what should happen, right?
Not exactly.
So it should go down? When it reaches that horizontal point, should it then go down?
The medium is going to keep refracting no matter what. But if you're going across, it's going to be the same refraction.
I'm not sure you get my point then, Bill. There is a point in that sugar water tank, right, where the laser is traveling horizontally. It does not continue traveling horizontally. It bends down.
Yeah.
Right.
But that's not what I'm trying to say.
That's not what?
You're looking at straight horizon, right? You're not going through water.
Understood. I'm trying to demonstrate the point of a density gradient, right? If you are traveling horizontally, perfectly horizontally, through a density gradient where it's more dense below you and less dense above you, the light will bend down. It won't just keep going horizontally.
So then we shouldn't be able to see very far at all.
What? How do you get that?
Well, in that case, the light would always be refracting down. We'd never see any far distance.
No, you will see further when light bends down. How? Why did you say that?
To you, it hit the ground before it got to you.
Okay, so angle it slightly further upwards then at the start. The rays don't have to start going out perfectly horizontally. The rays might start going out upwards and then bend down towards your eye.
So, Ruth, if you think light is infinite,
Infinitely what?
no, I can't hear Bill. Damn. I'm gonna have to connect to the ether.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Bro, can you hear Jerry?
Yeah, but I can't hear Bill now.
Hang on, Jerry's a listener, not a speaker.
I
just heard him.
But yeah, when you're talking about any kind of massive object will bend the fabric of reality. And light itself, even though it's light, it's not traveling. It's not traveling at its peak when you see it, or you wouldn't see it at all. So it's not traveling infinitely fast. It's traveling sort of below infinitely fast. And because it's traveling below infinitely fast, it does have a slight weight to it. So it's bound to bend as the fabric of reality is bending to any heavy object as it's traveling. This is over great distances, not.
Yeah, and great masses as well.
Yeah, great masses. So if you actually want the truth, like inside a black hole with solid light, because light can't get out.
All pseudoscience, bro. All pseudoscience.
No, this is what the math betrays. But
So you
across the heavy,
subscribe to Einstein.
well, yeah, because it provides a more accurate model for reality. Because he realized that time is interchangeable with space. So if you had infinite time, the only way you can have that is by having an infinitesimally small amount of space, and vice versa. And so they're in nature, they're like a dual thing. And so anything that approaches a massively dense object is literally, it's not that things are being pulled down, it's that things are being bent around. And so even light is subject to that, basically that the space itself curving around any object. And there are two kinds of space, the space between objects and the space in objects. And it has to bend with reality too.
Pseudoscience.
Well, we can demonstrate it.
Where you could demonstrate.
Yeah,
That's exactly what we're looking for. Hey, I would love to see a demonstration of
gravitational waves were proven this year.
Bending, warping in space-time.
Yeah, we proved that with gravitational waves that were thoroughly proved this year.
Send me that source. I didn't see anything from this year that was thoroughly proven. I didn't even know science proved things.
Well, it doesn't prove things, but that's a colloquial that we found gravitational waves. And so therefore light must bend to those waves. Like it'll ride the heel of the wave, just like a surfer riding a wave on an ocean.
Are you talking about black hole observations?
Well, you can have a black hole or a neutron star or any kind of superly dense, superly packed density will bend the fabric of space-time.
I'm just talking about what happened this year that you said they was able to prove gravitational waves.
Well, I believe they had two I just said the star, two of those stars that circled each other, and we saw what's the equaling out of the waves on the laser at the same moment they crossed, which canceled the whole wave out, which that's what happens when two opposite waves are created and they hit each other, they cancel out. And so we observed that canceling out of the wave, which is not proof that there was a wave, it proves that the wave itself was canceled. And that could only happen by super heavy, massive objects.
Okay, so you're saying that they assume that the black holes and these luminary phenomena are super heavy, and you're observing a distortion in the observation, and you're saying that distortion is due to gravity because we're assuming that these luminaries are super heavy. Is that what I'm
getting? Well, you're close. It's that you're in the ballpark. It's that the two supermassive stars are circling each other, and as they're circling, they're having trough waves come out from around them. That's the fabric of reality itself is literally like shaking from the force and the power of them. And when they cross a certain point, which is directly aligned with us, then that wave cancels out, and then it picks back up when they circle. And what that shows us is that there are two of them, and they're massive, and the wave is canceling each other out at the exact moment when they point to us. And that's what we predicted to see if there were gravitational waves around supermassive objects in space. So we had a prediction, and then we found it after like 75 years.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Adam.
Are you familiar with a first order measurement versus a second order measurement, thirds, etc.?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you look at what LIGO, quote unquote, say that they measured, right? it's not like we're looking at a fringe pattern or something, right? They've extrapolated noise into a system, and then through various layered computer algorithms and neural networks, right? They run algorithms to extrapolate what they think a gravitational wave might look like. And we'll get to the mathematical derivation of that here in a second. But anyway, what they're doing is they have nothing to compare it to in reality. This is all just an abstraction, and then it's run through multiple neural layer networks where it'll come back and be like, hey, is this, do I have enough noise to fit what we're looking at here? And they've done this game so many times with this noise and this data and the data injections that people that work at LIGO don't even believe it when they say that they get a detection, right? Because it's literally just noise. And when you realize the process of it, what they're measuring, it could literally be anything. They're saying they're measuring a ripple in time, 1/1000th the width of a human hair. And then we'll touch on interferometry here in a second, but let's go back to the mathematical derivation of it, right? So Einstein's field equations are nonlinear, right? They diverge to infinity. So to solve them, to get meaningful extractions out of them, you have to rein them in and make general approximations to linearize them to get your predictions for them. So gravitational waves are actually, they get canceled out when you try to use curved space-time with them. So you actually have to use a preferred coordinate system to even get the prediction for them. So that when you make your linearizations, so that you can get how much of the ripple you would get to measure, it doesn't get washed out with all your other approximations during the linearization process. And then on top of that, let's see, noise, right? Okay, yeah. So let's get into an orthogonal interferometer setup, right? Now, these giant LIGO interferometers have a very similar setup, right? You familiar with Michelson-Morley?
Yep.
Okay, so same exact configuration, same thing, right? They say, okay, there's no variance in the speed of light, relativity, you can't measure linear motion, blah, blah, blah. Oh, maybe the Earth's falling around a gravitational field, et cetera, right? Are you familiar with that whole jumping off point?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So they say you can't measure 30 kilometers a second, right? But what you can measure is the mass of two black holes colliding around each other that causes a ripple in space-time that permeates for 11 billion years, and that they're going to measure this with a laser using the same configuration that you can't measure 30 kilometers a second with, but you can measure a ripple in space-time, the fraction, or 1/1000th the width of a human hair. And then and to back it up a little bit off of that, right? I don't know how much further you've looked into interferometry or linear setups, so-called linear setups since then, but are you familiar with the work of Dayton Miller, Hector Manera, Yuri Galev, and I think even Picard did one as well.
I know about Picard, know about Yuri. I don't know the other two names.
Oh, okay, so there was a guy named Dayton Miller who repeated the Michelson-Morley experiments, right? Because what they actually measured in that experiment, if you look at the paper, they measured a velocity of 5 kilometers a second. And obviously the heliocentric prediction requires 30 kilometers. So they were like, well, we could just round it to 0, right? Because it's only just over one fringe. Maybe it's just an error, like who knows, right? But they also suggest that, hey, we should take measurements at later times in the year to see, if these minimum maximum dimensions change, because we really don't know what we're measuring, or if there's like a group velocity between, X, Y, Z, we don't know. So they ended up not continuing anything, but then they redefined all of physics over that, introduced relativity theory by 1905, right? Now there was a guy named Dayton Miller who continued the experiments for over 30 years. So he went from 1905 to 1930, and he continued the experiments and doing different controls, doing different times a year, and actually using different apparatuses, different materials, et cetera, to account for controls to really narrow down what he was measuring. And what he found was that the measurement that they made wasn't an error. It wasn't something that should be disregarded and rounded down to 0. What he was measuring was a daily and annual fluctuation that has, it has a periodicity to it that matches the equinoxes when it reaches the minimum and maximum dimensions. So in other words, the speed of light is changing, daily in accordance with sidereal time, and then also with it reaches, goes even faster on the equinoxes and then slower on the other ones. So twice a year. And, and the velocity isn't within, heliocentric range. So they ignore it, right? They say, oh, Dayton Miller was a quack. He didn't know about XYZ and stuff like that. But before we move on from Miller, one of the last experiments that he did was to confirm his hypothesis about what he was measuring, in terms of the velocity component. He hypothesized that he would get a faster reading at altitude because you would be closer to the source of the motion, and that's what he found. So instead of getting the 5 to 6 kilometers a second that they were getting around 200 feet above sea level, at 1,800 feet above sea level, he got 8 to 12 kilometers a second. And then that was repeated by, the periodicity, rather, not necessarily the altitude, but the periodicity. So those daily and annual fluctuations were repeated by Hector Minera in 2002, I want to say. And then there was a guy named Yuri Galov who did it with a laser interferometer and also radio wave bands and matched that same periodicity. And then back to Picard real quick. So this was like back in the Miller days too, like right before they were, still in that time period, like in the early 1920s and stuff. Picard took an interferometer up that was, what was it? Oh, it was not symmetrical to the Michelson-Morley configuration. One of the arms was longer, and they got a reading of 27 kilometers a second at 1,800 feet. So they took an air balloon to 1,800 feet. So at the same altitude, Miller was getting 12 kilometers a second. So with a asymmetrical configuration, they got 27 kilometers a second, and they rounded that down to 0 and said, no ether wind to be seen here, boys. And it's like, dude, they were so close to that delicious 30, but that asymmetrical configuration kind of ruins it because it's the whole way that it works is based off of the symmetry of it. But so, they couldn't reproduce it, but it was funny that they threw that out because it was like, they almost had it, but then they were like, nah. So that's kind of the history of linear interferometry. If you have any questions or anything like that, I'd love to answer that before we get into SAGNEC and the generalization of it that shows that we can detect linear motion. And then remind me about midnight, noon, redshift, because I think that's one of my new favorite arguments against general relativity because it's super easy to understand.
Well, I'm not saying general relativity is perfect. Not at all. That's why I said we're looking for a grand unified theory. And I don't think it'll be involved in string theory or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, no worries. I can
this is just more accurate. It's more accurate than Newton's laws.
Well, let's talk about Newton's laws real quick on that, right? So there's a concept in physics called kinematics, and kinematics means measurement and predictions of motion based off of those measurements, right? So if you have a velocity and time, you're just going to predict where an object would be based off of its velocity and time, right? Irrespective of the cause of motion. So it doesn't matter if gravity's, okay, cool. So Kepler,
whatever the force is, it's still going to be there.
No, gotcha. So it's just based off of the measurements, no assumption about causal mechanisms is the important part.
Yeah.
So Kepler came along with his equations, his laws, and he was like, hey, basically what we have here is we have a proportional ratio with the periodicity of the event, and that will be proportional to the semi-major axis of the orbital body, of the body in orbit around the sun, right? Or not around the sun, but around whatever, right? It just happens to be in the sun.
Yeah, whatever the force is, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So anyway, it's in relation to the periodicity, and the important part of how they did this conversion was the proportionality constant, right? And that's where you take velocity, you take the velocity of the event, right? Because it's how fast it's moving in the sky based over a time, right? So we got to convert that velocity, and they did that by turning it into pi so they could make an orbital diameter, right? So that's where the proportionality comes from with the periodicity. And then Newton came along and was like, hey, boys, did you know that you could introduce mass in there, and we could work out the same proportionality with
energy
with Kepler's equations? And everyone was like, oh, bet, no way. So when they started applying the equations, right, because of how algebra works, once you have the periodicity and you have the velocity, you can backwards derive the mass off of that, right? So they started applying, using the constants derived from the Cavendish experiment. They started applying that to the sky, right, as a dynamic explanation, right? So moving on from just kinematics, right, not just applying like measurements and proportionality ratios, right, to say like the dynamic cause of the movement now is actually because the sun weighs this much and the earth weighs this much, and because of that relationship it takes 365 days to orbit the sun, and also based off of that we get the distance for the 93 million miles because of the proportionality with the semi-major axis, right? So that's how they derived everything, and they assumed, like, they were like, bet this works really good, right? For the so that's where Michelson-Morley came in, because if you have if Newtonian dynamics applied to the sky were true, there's going to be a velocity of 30 kilometers a second, right? And if you get into the history of interferometry, you'll find that from the Fizeau experiment where he demonstrated Fresnel drag, they knew exactly how to measure the velocity of light and friendship patterns and measure linear velocity, because they measured the translational speed of running water with an interferometer with a proportional ratio to 44% with the moving water and against, and that's counting refraction index in there as well, right? So this is an effect that's outside of the confines of refraction or whatever. This is proportional to the velocity. So they knew, exactly what they were doing with their prediction. And when you look at the equation from Michelson-Morley, it's actually the same equation that they use for the Sagnac effect to this day in ring laser gyroscopes. So it's that ratio of velocity over c to derive the fringes is, it's dead accurate, right? I don't think you would disagree on that.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah, so they knew exactly what to expect with that. And when they didn't get 30 kilometers a second, I mean, that falsifies Newtonian dynamics applied to the sky, because it reveals it to be just an abstraction. And what they'll tell you now, the best argument that I've seen put forward is that in modern textbooks, the mass has to be included. You can't just algebraically cancel it out. You have to reintroduce it. So what in the example that they gave, they reintroduced mass for a periodicity of Jupiter's moons, for example. So they reintroduced the mass of Jupiter for it. And what it changes the approximation by 0.00000.1% more accurate. Like so in other words, there's no difference and it is just canceled out. So it's still just kinematics. It's just disguised as dynamics, and it was experimentally falsified. And then that was reproduced, their experimental measurements were reproduced by other people over the years, and even in modern times with modern equipment.
Oh, okay. But wasn't that would work on close bodies of extreme density, but on extremely far bodies, we have to take into account time also, and mass, and direction, and can't remember the other one. But in order to get the spin of any object, we can determine if there's other objects orbiting them. We can detect that. We can detect when, like I said, two of these neutron stars cross paths because they ripple reality. The Jupiter is like 1 billion times smaller than, in density than a neutron star would be. When you get towards those kinds of weights, even Einstein's theories break down into gibberish when you get close to the very curvature of reality bending around those massive objects. I don't know if any other system, including any of Einstein's or anyone else's works, that can determine a future prediction of these objects and the noise of reality bending other than Einstein's theorems.
Got you. Well, I'm glad you brought it back to Einstein there so we could pick up off of that. So as we were learning about the Newtonian dynamics being falsified, the reason that they introduced relativity theory, because they had nothing left to go with, but if they agree that light was a constant and that you couldn't use it to measure relative motion, then you would be good to go. Now, that was falsified later with the Sagnac effect, where he shows that you can measure rotational motion with an interferometer on a velocity that's not even moving at relativistic speeds with the first order effect, of the velocity proportional to the velocity. So in 1915, they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. Rotation is considered an acceleration. It doesn't fall under special relativity. We're going to incorporate it under general relativity, and we'll use the equivalence principle for acceleration and gravitation. And that was kind of the jumping off point where they were reconciling that. So then they changed the orbit from going around the sun to now we're on a curved linear path, right? Which is a nonsensical term. How could it be curved and linear at the same time? But that's where you get into, well, that's a gravitational well. Well, let's back up for a second. So what's this gravitational well based upon? So here we're introducing big G now as a coefficient to distribute the gravitational energy that they say you would have, or where you're conserving mass as a gravitational field, and then you're using big G as a coefficient to distribute that over the space-time coordinate system. So what you're doing is they're just reifying the same two theories together without even though the dynamics of the first one was experimentally shown to be false. So the predictions, like it's kind of like a sandbox with a blank slate essentially, right? Because in relativity theory, what do? You take two bodies, you break them down into their own individual infinitesimal coordinate system, right? So it has its own section, its own slice of space-time, right? And then you're going to analyze the effects. Right. And you're going to analyze the effects between them and draw angles between the center of them. And you're going to get your bending and warping relationship, right? It's all a fantastic system, and it has practical application. Like, for example, in engineering, you can use the same kind of tensor calculus to analyze like the stress of an I-beam and whatnot, right? By defining an arbitrary coordinate system to get the dimensions of the I-beam, and then you would introduce your stress at specific points, and you would get the same kind of situation. So it has practical application, right? And it's wrapped up.
It's also been experimentally proven on scales that are relatively close to us, such as the experiment with the bending around the star, bending around the sun.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that.
We've observed the bending of reality that light goes around.
Ooh, so we will absolutely get to that here in a second. Let's see, where was I about to close up on something that was super important? Does anyone remember?
You saying about the midnight redshift and something else?
Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, so let's go with the local predictions of general relativity, right? Because like you were saying, to get relativity theory off the ground, to really solidify it, it had to, to supersede Newtonian dynamics and become the causal mechanism of gravity itself, right? It had to be observed experimentally. So they came up with the derivation for how much starlight would be displaced under relativistic effects. So what they did was they said, okay, we have the sun, and we're gonna predict how much starlight would be displaced based off of the gravitational field, right? And this prediction is geometrically different than the gravitational prediction that would be used for Newtonian dynamics, right? So in their conceptualization of it, this is like supposed to be extremely meaningful because of this distinction, right? So this is how one supersedes the other and becomes like a more accurate approximation at this quote unquote, relativistic scale where you get to the mass of the sun, right? It's like, damn, like, what do you do with that? Do you use a regular scale? And like, no, you need that Einstein scale, right? So anyway, as the fable goes, Eddington sets out for his observations, and he found relativity right where he was founding. or looking for it. Now, the history of the observations is a little dubious, but I found some subsequent observations that kind of support it, and there seems to be like a back and forth on it. So I'm not even going to fully discredit Eddington on that. We can let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say that there is some starlight displacement. Now, what people have observed primarily, and we'll get to the special case here in a second, which was brought to me by McToon. Shout out to McToon. But what primarily people observe is near the limb of the sun, where there's already assumed to be a medium of plasma and magnetic field, electric field, different gas, what have you. There's already assumed to be a medium there, that there's a little displacement. So that you could say maybe the refractive index XYZ could be doing this, right? And in addition to that, there was one other experiment that was verified from what would it be? What's the word? Solar radii. So 7 solar radii out from the sun, and that prediction, when you're 7 solar radii out, the prediction of the displacement would be 0.02 arc seconds, something like that. It's something insane.
I believe you're close. Yeah, something is ridiculously.
You would never be able to optically determine that terrestrially, right? So what this guy did is he has a very in-depth statistical analysis on the lens that he used, on the refractive, on the atmospheric conditions, et cetera, and some reference tables from the Gaia satellite, probe thing, where they were taking parallax measurements to get quote unquote the actual positions of the stars, or where they should expect them to be. So after this comparative analysis, 7 solar radii deep, 0.002 arc seconds into an observation, he's like, yeah, I confirmed it. But let's go. Okay, so we've got some maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. What is it? Well, in 2013-ish, Edward Dowdy Jr. came along, a plasma cosmologist, and using the same equation that Einstein used, essentially the same formalism, right? Just different variables. If you assume the sun is a Gaussian surface and all that, instead of being a mass with a mass attracting mass, it's going to be a Gaussian surface, so it's going to have an electric field, and the flux of that field and all that's going to be an even distribution, so that it just has a nice equidistant gradient emanating from it that drops off at the same rate that gravity would. So instead of having big G and big M, you're going to have big M as the charge potential, and then G is going to be that charge potential radiating outwards, right? So same exact predictions. And it's like, okay, so now what do we do? Is it due to an electric field gradient situation, or is it due to the bending of warping of space-time? How do we get a more in-depth analysis, right? There was the second proposal, which was along with, because there wasn't just gravitational redshift that was put forward. This was like a multi-year battle, starting with gravitational lensing, right? And then there was, what was the other one? It was the perihelion precession, but we didn't cover that one. But that one's not really that good. That's just that could go either way as well. But the big one for everyone was gravitational redshift, because that would actually provide like a mechanistic shift in light that they would measure, and they could attribute that specific shift amount to, okay, in order for us to get this frequency, and to kind of put it into easy to think about perspective, right, is they're saying that if you take starlight, split it with a prism into a rainbow, there'll be like a certain shade of red that you'll get, and that frequency, they produced by a certain frequency, right? So they're saying that starlight interacting with a gravitational field, when you look at it through that spectral analysis, will produce a certain type of redshift, right? And it's it's a very minuscule amount or whatever, right? But they say that they extrapolate this out of the equations, right? So
yes,
let's see.
That may also determine which direction you would be going.
Yep. What did they do for the first redshift? Was that just from? That was with the lensing. So okay, yeah. I totally forgot about that. My apologies. So in tandem with the gravitational lensing observation, there was predictions for the gravitational redshift. Now there were two gentlemen, John Evershade and St. John. Sorry. Those two gentlemen were the world-leading heliospectroscopists at the time, and those guys were tasked with, analyzing different starlight and different light from Venus transits of the sun at different times of the year to see if they could match gravitational predictions from relativity theory, and they couldn't match a single observation. And before Eddington went on his gravitational lensing expedition, he wrote to Swiss mathematician Hermann Well and was like, yo, bro, we got the lads out here trying to figure out this gravitational lensing prediction because people are asking for an actual physical mechanism here instead of just, abstractions in the sky. And they're not getting any measurements that are giving any agreement. And I know you're working on a new theory of gravity. Can you help us out here? So Eddington was, fully aware of these measurements and stuff. And when it came down to it, they announced the successful confirmation of relativity theory through the lensing, and they completely ignore the fact that they couldn't get any gravitational redshift to correspond to it. In other words, the causal mechanism, couldn't be established of was the photon was the redshift due to the interaction with the traveling around the bending of the gravitational field, or traveling around bent space-time, which is due to the curvature or due to the intensity of the gravitational field, like relative to the strength of the gravitational field that it's encountering, right? So they couldn't establish a causal mechanism, but they went ahead and pushed it forward anyway. And then later in 1965, there was the first, what I would consider the first laboratory experiment of gravitational redshift, where they did Pound Snyder and Pound Rebka in 1960 and 1965. Are you familiar with those? Actually, I just went over a lot. Do you want to talk or say anything?
Yeah, I'm bored.
Yeah, no worries. That was a ton of info. So if you guys are, wait, was that Ruhif?
Yes.
Oh, I thought that was dude. I was gonna say, damn, my bad. Didn't mean to sleep you.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. But we have observed redshift now due to gravitational the bending of space-time.
Yeah, we're about to get to that. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have any questions.
Okay, yeah, I'm still tracking. Now the other people might be totally lost because this is really into the weeds.
Yeah, this is as far as the weeds that you can get, dude. So
yeah, this is we out there in the bush now.
So Pound Rebka in their 1960 paper, they said that the title of their paper is "The Apparent Weight of a Photon," and when you read the paper, what they mean by that is that the classical theory of how a photon would interact with the gravitational field, experiencing frequency shift, as if it falls faster due to gravity, and then the relativistic, the Einstein prediction would be that the speed of light is the same, but the frequency shift happens in proportion to that ratio of gravity. But they actually make the same prediction, and what they're doing with the Mossbauer detector in that experiment, which is a Mossbauer detector, for those who don't know, what they're doing is they're essentially just ionizing energy and converting it into an electric signal, and they expect a certain pulsation rate based on X amount of energy. So this detector that they have will only accept a certain amount of frequency, in other words, a certain amount of energy. So when they emit a photon at the top of a tower, it has to be at a certain energy level for this detector to convert it. Right. So they got their detection, and they were like, okay, well, here's the thing, boys. Apparent weight of the photon. It could be either or. Could be relativity. Could be that the speed of light actually changed. Right. We don't know because it's a Mossbauer detector. So they went ahead and did the same experiment again in 1965, but instead they used a gamma ray, and this was to eliminate like the Stark and Zeeman effects, so frequency shifts that would be due to magnetic and electric fields. Yeah. And they got the same frequency shift again, and they were like, all right, boys, here's the thing. We're not making any specific comments on relativity theory or anything like that, but we got could be either way. We should do it again with atomic clocks so we could time it and get a definitive answer, because if relativity is true, then it'll get that signal at a specific time and not before it, right? So they ended up never doing that. So the best case that I could give you would be, are you familiar with you're familiar with the Sagnac effect. So there's vertical interferometry where people have done a Michelson-Morley style setup, and they've done it vertical, and they've gotten proportional fringes. I think it was, what did that one guy get? It was, the one guy said he got just over 2 fringes. But again, I haven't seen these guys' data or anything. It's just like YouTube videos. It's hard to analyze what they're doing. But there was one guy who published a paper recently, but it's $28. I haven't bought it yet. But he's saying that he, did more accurate reproduction of it, etc., and got two fringes on it. Yo,
do you know about Sci-Hub?
Yeah, it's not published on there.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would already swooped it. It's on some third party, like what do you call it? Like a private venue type thing where he did his presentation on it. Yeah, but anyway, he got his measurements on the vertical, right? So what that would show, obviously, is that the speed of light going up and down, there's a preferred direction, and it's not isotropic; it's anisotropic. And then further, what they'll do in modern times is they'll go, okay, we have an atomic clock, and this atomic clock is processing in accordance with gravitation theory, and we're using that as a proof of the redshift, right? Because the frequency shift inside the clock is shifting in accordance with the prediction of relativity theory. But with the atomic clock, you're running into the same problem with the Mossbauer detector, because how the atomic clock works is it's again an ionizing cesium and radio frequencies that are oscillating at the same frequency as the cesium to get an electric signal that they convert to get their oscillation rate for the frequency for 9.192 gigahertz. So it's not you would have to do you would have to do like the Pound-Repka experiment with atomic clocks to time the propagation rate, or you would have to do like, vertical interferometry, which the ones that have been done support, a variance in the speed of light.
I don't disagree. There's variance. I actually think I actually think it's actually way more complicated than that. I think the light's choosing its average speed. We can see at certain points around certain massive objects, and this is something very few people point out, but as the light tries to come up the gravity, what we call as the ball's spinning or orbiting or whatever it's doing, and there's like a cavity there that the object's spinning in between the fabric of reality. The speed the light goes up to climb over that is faster for some odd reason than it does it when it's decelerating off the curve. And that's something I think is quite interesting and quite telling. So if you were looking at a black hole and you have the disk around it, the flame, of course, it's not actually flat like a planet's ring. It'd be 3-dimensional because it's bending space-time in theory. As it's bending that, is the light reflecting off of itself and gaining momentum as it climbs up the well, or is it just accelerating itself to climb up, not before it falls into the ring, but the actual, say, the next wave over? The next wave over, you would think that the light should decelerate downwards with the wave as it's going. As far as I've found, no one has been able to come up with an explanation for this, and I don't know why. Which is the accelerating up the in theory, the ripple as it's going out. I don't know how to explain that. I don't know what instrument you could use to come up with a theory for that. But as far as I can tell, with the latest experiments with light, like the, I'm sure you're aware of the split light experiment, right? The, what's it called?
Double split.
Yeah, the double split experiment. But I'm also sure you're aware of the time split test. They also done like the opposite way.
The old quantum eraser?
Well, here's the thing. So they fired two beams, and they were, I don't remember if they were staggered. Oh yeah, they fired one and then fired the other and then fired them at the same time. And what they found was that the one, and they don't talk about this, that the one that they fired later somehow came back and informed the first beam about which direction was the path of least resistance.
Alan has a really new, cool revelation about the delayed choice and the quantum eraser. But before he goes into that, I just have one question. I'll go back on mute. You mentioned something interesting about Euclidean behavior of how light dips down a gravity well and comes back up and having to accelerate. I put something in the nest, the latest thing. Although that does seem rational, you do understand under the model, one of the postulates means that it can't do that.
I know that's why I said it's definitely flawed, because if you're an extremely, in the details kind of guy, you'd see things like this that shouldn't be there. I mean, Einstein himself didn't believe there would be black holes in this theory.
Well, I'm really glad you're honest about that, and that's appreciative. That's rare around these conversations. But you do understand, if you deny that, you pretty much break the entire model around relativity. You can't operate with a variance in C. But I'll let Alan continue.
Yeah, so the variance in C is actually, can't happen in relativity theory, because relativity theory is supported by the principle of relativity of simultaneity, which as a consequence of the constancy of C, that's where you're going to get this ability where time and space have to be merged to compensate for that based off of either your relative velocity or your gravitational potential. So what we were so anyway, if there was variance shown in C, that would mean that the speed of light is changing and not time and space, right? That would be indicative of an absolute time and an absolute space, which we'll come back to shortly. But there was what was the other the quantum eraser and which way and delayed time and all that stuff, right? So for the double slit experiment, no one's ever seen the pattern that corresponds to light being a particle. They only see the diffraction pattern of light being a wave. There's a really nice video of a lady on YouTube called Looking Glass Universe. During the COVID lockdown, she did the experiments in her apartment and found and used fog to kind of visually show the different intersection points of the waves as it's recombining from the diffraction pattern to create the pattern that you see on the wall, definitely indicating that it's not a particle at any time and it's a wave. And she was surprised by this because she has a PhD in quantum mechanics, and she actually, the way that they teach it is that the wave theory is the abstraction, and the physicality, the meaningfulness is the particle, right? She was like kind of blown away by that. And then there's another example here by Sabine Hoffenstetter, where she spills the beans on the quantum eraser, which way, delayed choice, delayed time, and all that.
I'm aware of her. I like her work. Yeah.
Yeah. So what she says about it is,
German lady.
What she says about it is that the way that they have the detector set up is that it's just splitting the diffraction pattern between the two detectors. Nothing's going back in time. When you superimpose the patterns together, it makes the same one that it always made, and it's just a cruel trick. Like the illusion that the observer changed it and all that, and like retrocausality and the light went backwards in time. None of that.
disagree with her because the light beams are leaving 2 different times, and they have the negative correspondence of the adjacent wave retracted from them. So, like you said, when you combine them, you could see the original waves. But what they found was the first laser acted as if the original form was there, and the second laser didn't. And the second laser had the form that it made out when the pattern was made was part of the pattern subtracted. And so the idea was that the pattern gathered its choice from the second pattern, which was fired last, not first.
Oh, I got you.
And so they think, so in now this is trippy because it implies that light itself may be, to me, it may be semi-self-aware. The light itself, it would imply that the light itself is going through time, like looking at the future and coming back and telling itself what's the best path to take. And so it's somehow semi-informing itself of future events. And it's a very frightening concept because it implies, what does that even mean for all of science? Because it would imply that, in theory, you couldn't know anything that wasn't already decided for you to know. In essence, every experiment itself, in theory, could be thrown into the air if it's true that it's informing itself. Because then you would only be getting the results that it informed you to get. So I think that's they haven't, she brought up a good point, but I don't think she missed the significance of it and why they haven't pushed any more on it, because it's a very it's like taking a chisel to the very bottom foundation of all of science. Because if light is somehow informing itself from the say like the present is already being informed by light that was both coming from the past and the future. I mean, what could we do to even test anything anymore?
Yeah,
I mean, in essence,
yo. Yeah, so the quantum eraser experiment, I think you're thinking of a different one because that's done with the in phase, right? They're not sending it in a different thing. So when you emit light at 2 different time intervals, it's not going to ever be in phase, and any diffraction pattern you measure of it is still going to be a wave. Like you can't really get around. It's always going to be a wave. And you're like, oh, how can we measure?
Yeah.
Well, hold on one sec. You're like, how can we measure a cohesive timeline or like know anything about it? Like, well, those V over C predictions and interferometry is how you could know, right? Those are all based off of a specific timeline of the time in the lab frame, right? But it's measured against absolute time, or absolute time and absolute space, right? So that's how they get the measurement. So if that's not the case, then there couldn't be a measurement, right? If C was a constant speed, right? The only way that the measurement could be made is if it's with respect to absolute time and absolute space. So they're not so they're not just like okay, that's great. So to acknowledge those and to understand that, but then to say that they're like intertwined is incoherent because they're absolute, right? You could measure against it.
Well, the thing is, we wouldn't know what light came from the future or the past, in theory.
Yeah, but you gotta kind of understand though, like what you're saying though, isn't it's not applicable to the situation because the pattern that they're getting in that reading doesn't change. It's never not the wave, and you can it's always the wave, man.
It's definitely the wave. The wave function is definitely happening. The wave function is definitely happening. The question is,
what is it you think is happening in this time interval thing?
My theory? Well, first off, I think the universe is clearly created by God. I think there's definitely
hang on. What's the name of the delayed time interval light experiment real quick?
It's literally something like that. The time split experiment or something like that. I can't think of the name of the experiment off my head, but it's basically the same principle, but with time rather than with light. But now I'm trying to think of the name. Maybe the double time split experiment or something like that. Don't quote me exactly what the name of it is because I don't remember. It's been a year or so since it came out.
You sure it's not the delayed choice?
Don't hold me to it because I don't remember the name. It's been a year and a half since I read it. But I think what's actually happening is you have light that serves its purpose somehow and then takes off and goes to the end of time. And somehow or close to it and then comes back. So there was a concept. So that light isn't actually the fastest thing in the universe, that the actual true fastest thing in the universe is the explosion of a connection between two certain neurons. I can't remember what they're called. But there's a experiment they did where they showed that the light itself is traveling so fast in between them that it disappears and then reappears on the other neuron. And so in theory, if light has this upper bounds limit to where it can literally just like kick on the afterburners and just split time itself, the wave function itself the wave function itself would be a predetermined event.
Yeah,
would be the implications.
Well, you're kind of just
Can I
asserting...
chime in about time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, before you do that, I was under the misunderstanding that you adhere to the mainstream science, but clearly you don't. But just one thing you have to say about time, even mainstream science doesn't say that you can go back in time. Theoretically, you couldn't even have this as a hypothetical because you disrupt cause and effect. You would cause and effect. And that causes a lot of paradoxes, including like the grandfather paradox and a number of different paradoxes, and you can't have paradoxes in reality because they're contradictions. But go ahead, DP.
Yeah, I was essentially gonna say kind of the same thing. Like, you're talking a lot about time and disrupting time, and you can go back in time, and it's informing itself because it's going faster in time and coming back. Like, we got to understand that time is nothing but a human measurement of change. So you can't go back in change. Once the change has happened, it's finished, and you can't go in future change because the change hasn't happened yet.
Well, the implications is that time is going all directions all at once at the same time.
No, you're failing to understand the concept. Time is a measurement. It's a system,
but
right?
So as light gets close, as you get closer and closer, not a human, but anything that gets closer and closer to the speed of light, time itself begins to slow.
No, it doesn't. That's a falsity. That's one of the problems with general relativity. So you got to get yourself out of that mind frame and stop thinking that time is something that can slow. The only way time slows is if the mechanism that you're using as the measurement slows. But that's something that's done mathematically. That's not something that's done in reality, unless you're using like an atomic clock or something, and you're changing the rate. You're using a different material that oscillates at a different rate. The oscillation there, but you're still using like a clock in that sense, you know. So it's a measurement with an oscillation. It's not what's actually happening. It's mathematics being applied to what's actually happening. So there's no slowing of time. There's change that's happening. So this is what I'm saying. This is where physics gets into the math and stops recognizing what's actually there.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying we're talking about something moving at near the speed of light. Space itself would be going by so fast that objects itself would stretch with the light.
That doesn't even make sense, man.
Plus, you got to accept that without prior derivation. I put something in the nest. I won't play it again. I've played it a couple of times for the group, but it basically talks about that. What has a cosmic speed limit that moves at that speed limit to negate an ability to calculate time doesn't equate there being a speed where time itself stops. That's reifying a concept that we use to measure change, like D3 says, into something that's a medium or a light line or a world line in a coordinate system. What happens with special relativity, it reifies a coordinate system. It takes a light line, a world line, and a space line, and it puts it in a flat plane, which is usually used for a surface, and it says that is your 3D reality. Like graph paper, we'll put something on this graph paper, and as you see that world line and space line bend, that's how space and time is bending. These are all fantastical concepts that people have to accept to explain away what we know. Like you accept, which I'm surprised that light has a variance, and you can't accept light having a variance while accepting the bending and warping in space-time.
I can. If the light is traveling into the future and coming back, or in the past and coming back, it would have, it could exist in the 3D space-time.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to start to approach that, but I don't know if
All right, well, let's look at these. Say we have the center of the, let's say we quantify and shrink the universe into a tiny little dot, and that's all the possible light that would exist at that moment, and then it explodes. It explodes in all directions equally fast, right?
Yeah,
but
it's like
the
expansion. You're talking about the great expansion.
But it would only give that appearance if either two things, three things. Either it had a consistent speed, something was acting on the opposite side of the universe, say like God was clutching it in his hands or something, and it was resisting that clutch, or speed. The speed of light varies according to the distance and the relative curvature of the space that it's going through. And if it needs to accelerate, it can. And if it doesn't need to, it won't. That's why I said we have this odd event where it actually speeds up the trough of one of the gravitational waves. We can observe that with the black hole and the oscillating disk around it, where the hottest part of that fire is. We can see it, and it shouldn't be at the bottom of the three-dimensional image. So the disk would be like halfway across the black hole and then halfway up it. We shouldn't see the hottest. Well, we don't see it; we measure it, but we should be able to measure the hottest part of that curve at the intersection, like the as it's going up. It should be at the top when it's as now it's got full momentum, full kinetic energy. As it rolls off, it should actually accelerate faster down than it does going up. But for some reason we observe it accelerating up against the resistance. And the only way the only way I can figure that out is if it's aware of that resistance at some level. Because if it falls on the other side of that trough, in theory, then it would be in the actual what do you call it, the event horizon, and there'd be it would almost be forever lost in theory. But we can measure where that hottest part of that fire is, and it's in a particular spot. And like I said, as far as I know, there's no theory that can answer this because it actually acts contrary to what we observe in any form of reality. That's like within a sane reality, we don't observe anything being other than something that's conscious, being aware of an obstacle and like pushing itself forward harder. Now they'll say that that's because that's the near the. I have heard them try to explain that it's because it's near the accretion disk, and the heat of the friction of that is going on, and there's some light that's escaping, and right at the edge, like maybe the tiniest little wiggle is in there, so it finally can spring forth. But I think once they set the limit, that's where it collapses. That's where you can no longer escape it. When you start making ideas like, well, maybe there's a tiny little edge of the wiggle in the event horizon, and it's getting all this energy, but then it's finally breaking loose, and that's what's causing. I don't think that's a sufficient answer. And I also don't think any other theory has it.
You have a lot going on with space-time on the mind. Maybe a diagram would help, but you have sentient light that it's aware of itself going in and out of time backwards while keeping relativity, but not keeping relativity with the variance of light. You got to understand it's a very confusing to try to keep up with. Maybe somebody else caught that, but you have a lot going on. Maybe a visual, but I'll land it with this. There's contradictions in your model. You can't have a variance in C and keep the standard model. It just can't. It breaks. They need those two postulates. All laws of physics are the same in all inertial frames, and the constancy of C is constant. It's the same in all reference frames. They need these two to coexist. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, unfortunately. But you have been civil, and thank you for the conversation. Maybe somebody else will pick up.
Dude, shout out to the homie Jerry, dude. Is that young Keon I see down there? You're not at dinner, are you, Keon? You want to come up here?
Not young Keon. Not young Keon.
Dude, I gotta hear an update, man. I gotta know. Is he like, I've been writing in my diary, like, dear diary, Keon finally became a flat earther, and every day I kind of write in there, is dear diary, is Keon still a flat earther? Next time you see him, get a follow up. Just want to see what's up.
Yeah, I was awake from the mic. How you guys doing?
What's up?
No, I'm actually neutral. I explained that. I
Oh,
wouldn't say
yeah.
I didn't.
Oh, I thought you had an awakening. My bad.
No, because I watched a video. I said this like 2 weeks ago, of a guy that made some bold statements, and yeah, that was kind of significant for me, because he had no reason to say those things. So I was like, oh my God, what's going on? But yeah, I'm more on neutral ground right now.
Ah, okay. Maybe it was like a little aggressive to change your position based off of what a Freemason said.
Yeah, kind of, because it's like he's the only one saying that. Like all the other researchers that I follow don't believe that, but he's the only one that said that. But it was significant because it's like 60 years old, and he says that he has that kind of experience in this world of secret societies and stuff. So for me, when I watched the video, I was like, this guy has no reason to say these things. Like, why would he say that the Earth is this when it's not?
For sure.
So,
Well, have you ever have you heard of Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike?
No. Tell me about it.
Oh, really? Well, he's a what was he? Well, the Freemasons have their rankings, their 33 degrees and all that. He was a 33 degree Mason, and he wrote a book called Morals and Dogma, and in there he goes into about their cosmology, and they are actually flat earthers, dude. He goes into detail about it. I can't recall the specifics off my head, and it wouldn't do it justice to just start reciting it, but maybe somebody has that quote, or I'll try and look for it. But it's really interesting because, like, it's their book, right? It's their Bible or whatever, right? And then if you ask them about it, they're like, "Nah, that's just some guy said that." But it's their cosmology, dude. But yeah, you got to be careful with trusting Freemasons on YouTube videos.
Well, wait, so you said morals and dogma. I'll check that out. But what are you saying? Do you think, do you think the guy is not credible? The Italian guy?
Oh, I mean, the Freemason cosmology is flat Earth cosmology, like as stated in Morals and Dogma. Like their whole thing with the symbolism of the compass and square is that the compass is for measuring the heavens because it's for measuring spheres, and then the square is for measuring stuff on the ground because the Earth is a plane. And like those two combined is the the geometric expression of their dominance over everyone's mind, essentially. The M in there in the middle, doesn't stand for Mason. It stands for your mind. I don't know. I just made that up. I thought it sounded pretty good, but that's their cosmology. That's kind of what he touches on in Morals and Dogma.
Yeah. Like I said, it was really interesting because it basically said what you guys have been saying for a year now. It said you can't leave, you can't enter, and that these planets that we see are not physical. So yeah, that's what he said. And yeah, because when I watched it, I said, yeah. So when I watched it, I was like, like, what reason does this guy have to go on a podcast and make these statements?
Yeah, well, you got to consider too. They have a specific oath. I don't know if you're familiar with their oath, but they're not allowed to go on podcasts and spill the beans. The stuff like per their agreement, like you agree to have your tongue cut out and be murdered over that type of stuff. They have a real strict snitches get stitches policy. So it's like when people are like, "Oh, I'm a Freemason revealing XYZ," it's like I'm already dubious because it's like, yeah, if you're not dead and deleted off the internet and memory hold in the next week, I know you're lying. Allegedly, right? Like if that's how their whole thing works, that's what the consequences would be for that. So you wouldn't even really have that, you know what I mean? Like anyone that was into that shit wouldn't be bean spilling. Oh, I think I disconnected again. God dang it. Let's see. Okay, let's get that out. Shoot.
It with the Masons. That's the whole reason why I started coming into these rooms. Just because they got stuff there that's written in their Bible, like they get like a special Bible. And I remember there was a clip someone had. They were going through a lot of the pages in there, and they think that we're on like an ethereal type plane or something weird like that. Like that the moon is like an X-ray almost of like a prehistoric version of what the land masses used to look like here. So it's or something strange like that. It's weird. I think it's probably it's got to be the most accurate thing that we have because I think it's what there's another like I don't know if you guys ever saw that movie or the documentary, I guess you call it, The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's a gentleman that narrates. It's I don't know if it's an AI. I don't think it is, but yeah, he's an Australian brother, and he's like narrating the whole thing. Anyway, it's a really amazing. Like I pretty much almost teared up several times listening or watching that thing. I used to have rooms like about I don't know, a year ago on here. I don't know if you guys ever came in there. I'd be playing sections from that film just because it blew my mind. And like when they showed like what the stars look like, I still don't understand what that lens that they were using. I've been meaning to try to ask somebody about that because I know photography and I know lenses well, and I still don't get like what is it that the lens has to be to see those actual like energy. It's like a dancing energy ball almost, like all the stars, which makes sense because they almost dance and twinkle when you look up at them, you know. So yeah, if anyone
Yeah,
knows.
that's exactly what the guy said in the podcast, that they are fluid bodies instead of physical. So yeah, that's basically what he said.
It's because that film I first learned about the like orphan trains and the weird repopulation event that we had, and we still don't know what it is. It looks like it might have been a vaccination movement, like a really old one, or either that or something else. There was just a lot of children at one point, and no adults anywhere. And so there's only so many like explanations for that, but stunt originally, and I don't know how much we've been up to the moon after that. But I am kind of torn. I don't know if like the moon's actually there or not, because it seems kind of fake. And I've seen this ring, a reset ring, refresh ring. I don't know what the hell it was, many years ago.
The moon refresh, yeah, we seen that.
And that kind of makes your head hurt, you know? It reminds you, like, this really is a weird place, like a controlled environment, you know? Like a simulation, if you will. Or I don't think it's a simulation. I think what it is well, never mind. See, someone has hand out.
I'll post the moon refresh up top for y'all if y'all want to go check it out. It's like a thread I created a couple Flatter Fridays ago. Like,
you know what? The guy that told me about that though was a Freemason. The dude that told me about the refresh ring, right? And he told me about one other thing that was crazy. He told me about Dr. John Dee, Queen Elizabeth's advisor. You know, in the 15th or so century, he was saying that it was Dee who reestablished communication to the old magic. Like he went through and found all the old spells and shit, and he figured out how to do the seances and the words and shit to reconnect with whatever. And at that point, that shit was either not practiced, or he basically revived that shit. And then he had something called the angelic conversations with this partner that he made, this guy named Carrie. And then they had these crazy ass conversations and shit, and went on these wild shit. And basically, supposedly, they learned how to create gold through alchemy. And that somehow the story is that this is one of the times that in our throughout history, we've had a renewing of a contract between giving away human blood for technology. And that's how he got the alchemy to create gold, right? And at one point, him and his partner were actually the most sought after gentlemen on the planet. You know, all the kingdoms found this out or something and tried to hunt them down. But if you read about this anywhere, if you go online or whatever archive, the story is they just talk about that, and then they just make it sound like they never accomplished it. They're like, oh, they thought that they, achieved making gold through alchemy, but they didn't. Even though all these kingdoms fucking went and looked for them for fucking years, and and they're hiding out in castles, but they didn't actually do it. So the official word has lied, and they've said that they never achieved it. But guaranteed they achieved it. You know, I think that's why there's even gold under the Getty. I don't know if you guys know anything about that guy, Stephen D. Kelly, with his Occupy the Getty stuff that he talks about.
Could you imagine how everybody would feel if they knew gold wasn't a scarce resource? I've heard of something similar, not so much through alchemy, but through a scientific process. There's a special type of heating that you can do with metal that it's just a couple molecules away from gold. Now, if somebody knew about this, and they say knowledge is power, that's why certain people hide knowledge to keep all the power. That'll be crazy. That gold is not as rare as we think it is. But yeah, that's good stuff, bro.
Shit, we can make diamonds out of people. I guess diamonds are very rare.
Okay, that's wild. That's a wild statement. But you can't open with that and go quiet. We can make diamonds out of people. Like, what?
It's seriously, there's a company in Los Angeles, I think I don't know how they legally do it, but it's called Blue Summit or Blue maybe Blue something. And yeah, you can make diamonds out of people.
Bro, that's taking blood diamonds to a whole new level. It would be in California though. Not gonna lie.
I'm pretty sure we're grown here, that we're on that we're on some sort of reserve, and that we're actually a product. But that's why we have this reality, is so that we think because if you knew you were going to be a crop and be adrenochromed, do you think you'd be into having kids and living your life to the fullest and being a happy, full, we need to grow and be happy and feel like we have something to live for, so that we actually have the health mentally to have the bodies and be the best product. And if you're going to get something so tragic as adrenochrome out of somebody, have to make sure that person has something to live for and that their life is fulfilling. And if you think about it on all the different like psychological levels and stuff, to have a decent product, if we were a product, there's no way we could know that we were that and be in a cage and something. We'd have to be in ignorance, you know, like how like we do for little aquariums for our fish and stuff. Like, which is why we're here. But that's just my opinion. I know that dream stuff's kind of dark. I didn't mean anything by that, but you know, in a happy way.
But that what you just said would explain the moon landing, though, right? Meaning maybe we can't get there because it's not just a rock that we can freely go to and land on.
Keon, are you going to watch the movie Fly Me to the Moon?
Wait, did you say, do I want to watch it?
You heard about that movie that came out yesterday, Fly Me to the Moon?
No.
It's basically a documentary. Rewind, moonwalk. It's supposed to emulate a documentary of how like they were trying to get to the moon and kept on failing it, and they were trying to like set up the public to believe they went to the moon. So Hollywood made a movie about it. And funny enough, speaking of what Simon was saying, they got this quote unquote, at least in the previews anyway, I ain't gonna give everything away. They got the guy that was supposed to be the one like leading the charge. And it seemed like he wasn't really aware of what was going on. Like they was bringing him in to come talk to him, like that actual guy that was supposed to be heading the mission. And then they brought in a body double to do his interviews for him because he wasn't comfortable to go and sit there and say like they was trying to do something and they wasn't able to do it. So they brought in a whole clone version of this guy, which body double, clone. I mean, they're distinctly different, but I mean, you know, Hollywood, they're gonna put something in your face anyway. And it's just like a bunch of like, it's supposed to be a comedy, but you know, the reason why it's funny is because every joke is a half truth, probably more than that. So it's just it's pretty much just showing you how they may have been able to fake that whole thing. I won't tell you how it ends.
If you think about these half truths.
Oh, you seen it already, Skater?
Nah, but I was listening to something and somebody like kind of spoiled it a little bit. So I was like, man, I mean, I guess I kind of knew that was gonna happen, but like I want to watch the whole thing in totality. I actually probably should link up with Toby and see if he wants to do a watch party over in Ether Cosmos.
Oh, no doubt.
Facts, down for that? Is y'all down for that?
Dude,
nah, I mean,
absolutely.
We can figure out somewhere else.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really want to see that because I would like to do next week on a kind of like a reaction. I wish that we could just do it right on Twitter, but like there's no way to really like watch it that like simultaneously. I guess maybe like Alan or Shane could stream it.
Just came out. We might get flagged if the movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't trying to get nobody nuked.
Oh yeah, we wouldn't be able to stream it. You talking about streaming the Moon movie? Sorry, I was half listening. I just agreed to something. I have no idea what it was. I was like, sign me up, boys. I'll pirate it right now. You want me to stream it? I got you in 4K. I'm heading to the movie theater right now. But
well, there's a setting that you can easily display a video, so you can put anything up. You know, it does like an OBS automatic kind of thing. You can do a video option with a room.
Yeah, it would be easy to do on Discord.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like I'm not gonna stream it on like YouTube though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, make sure you get streamer quality too. Know somebody, not with people in the front walking around with popcorn and stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dog. I don't fuck with anything less than 1080p. Like if it's not, you know. Imagine watching some poorly lit fucking dude.
Yeah, like they were talking about some 1990 bootleg. The block.
Yeah, I'm a 90s kid, man. That brought me back, bro. VHS, somebody coming at the barber. I got that. Terminator 2, I got that.
I got a bootleg copy of Cinderella Man with Russell Crowe. You know, that Irish boxing movie. And the lighting was so bad, dude. Like it was just the darkest movie ever. You couldn't see anything except for like these hands every now and then. Like when he was, going to the body with somebody, you would see a flash of hands, dude. It was the worst. Oh, shout out to Russell Crowe, dude. Good movie.
Yeah, you notice how the director, the DPs on these films now, everything's a lot more high key and still low key, lighting, and it's very different. Like Hollywood is very high. It was very low key stuff for a long time. Heavy shadows, heavy bright spots, and painting with light, that kind of shit.
Oh, speaking of, me and Proud over on TikTok, and we've been hanging out with this self-proclaimed, okay, not verified. I haven't verified it anyway. Self-proclaimed producer / Hollywood filmmaker, and she be hosting these Flat Earth lives over on TikTok. So she in this shit, and she like, yo, this shit flat as hell. Now I'm not saying that she got any hidden knowledge or anything like that, but there are people in the industry that do kind of acknowledge our observable reality. I'm gonna see if I can get her over here. Proud, what do you think? You think we can get her over here?
No, you sure won't.
You never know.
There was that girl from Stranger Things. I forget her name, but she was like, "Yeah, the Earth is flat," but then she needed to get more roles, and they was pressing her. Like, you don't believe the Earth is flat anymore. Nah, I might have been mistaken. Like, she still believes the Earth is flat. She just needs some roles.
Did she walk it back for real, Millie Brown?
That might be her name. I forget. I'll look it up.
I remember she was in a car. She was like, "What did they call it? Flat earther? Am I a flat earther?"
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Hey, Millie, if you're down there listening to comments, don't sell out. Stay on that path. Things are strange.
I understand that paycheck. Them Hollywood paychecks is deep though, so I get it. But hey, your reality, your soul is more important, girl.
Hollywood is losing its pull. Hollywood has lost its you know what it is? It's the influencer element of where we're at now. Like now there's more opinions and voices that we care about, like people who are content creators or influencers. And the thing is, it's like I was just looking at that thing that Eminem did, dropping that diss on Candace Owens or whatever. And like it's so funny. It's like,
dude, free
Eminem
Candace.
Candace Owens.
Free Candace.
And like nobody's noticed it, and it's just like nobody fucking cares, Eminem. You're like, no one gives a shit about you and your gay fucking drone.
He made a line about mask wearers too. He hit a bar with mask wearers. Like, yo, what are you doing now, Em? You wanted to go. Stop it.
You mean like face masks, like for COVID masks or something?
Yeah, he made a quick line about people who don't wear face masks. Like, come on, Em, this is not it.
Yeah, he dissed Candace twice and came at maskers. Like, dude is a moron. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the thing is people are becoming they realize how dumb celebrities are. That's really what it is.
Dude.
We realize that their opinions don't matter. You're puppets and you're an extension of the media, and that's what they are. They're just another branch of the bullshit media. They have to always dance like a puppet. Sorry, Eminem, you're a fucking puppet. You're a fucking tool. You and all your gay fucking hip hop fucking friends, you just keep sodomizing each other and playing gatekeeper, and it's like you're
Hey, to be fair, Eminem might be cloned. He may not realize what's going on.
Oh, he's definitely cloned.
Dude, shout out to the clones. My girl Nicki Minaj is one of them.
Kevin Hart's open about it. He's like, yeah, I got a few.
Yo, Alan, you gotta chill. I think the only people that can shut us down is them barbs. I don't want no smoke with the barbs.
The beehive or the barbs? Which one's more ruthless, Leo?
I don't know. Them barbs is relentless. I don't want no smoke.
If you guys ever looked into that guy, Donald Marshall, it's a trip. He has I'm trying to remember the site right now, but there's a site where there's a lot of this stuff, like his interviews and stuff, written out, and photos of like the old tweets that have now been scrubbed, and it's stuff from like Tila Tequila and what is it Manu? I forget that fucking pop star's name. But anyway, it's a few people that like you wouldn't really know or care that much. I guess maybe I just don't care.
Girl, Tila Tequila. Ridiculous name.
And it's like it'll be like tweets where they're talking about how they have what's called like consciousness transfer. It's like subconscious transference or something like that, which is like how I originally stumbled upon all the Donald Marshall shit. I was just looking into consciousness transference, like like going out of a body or going into another soul or another avatar. And then I was like looking at this thing and it popped up and it was referencing some movies that were written about it. There's a few Hollywood films that are like referencing it, but you wouldn't know it directly. And basically talking about how like when you go to sleep, if you've been cloned, when you sleep at night, you wake up in that other clone's reality. And so, and they were saying in the article that like some of the reasons why some celebs are so fucking worn out and look like they're just strung out from like, a whole week at like Vegas is because some of them don't feel like they've slept much in the past few years because every time they go to sleep at night, they're not really sleeping. And then like they get through this whole night and then they wake up again in their normal body and they're actually still awake just all that time, so they're always fucking tired. I don't know. I thought that was really interesting, That
Hey, look, hey, so let me ask you: Do they really like censor conversation about clones? But we should probably just do a space on that. That was like one of my first adventures into conspiracy theories. I was like, wait, they got clones? They got different versions? They got robotoids? They got humanoids? They got what?
Yeah, man. I think there's a few different, different ways they can do it, and there can be ones that have accelerated growth rate so that they can do it very quickly, but then I don't think they live as long, and like when you think about it, when you're cloning something, you're creating something only with one pair of genes instead of like when you have something that comes from a womb, it'd be coming from two sets of genes, and so genetically it'll be always a little more inferior, and I don't think we still understand to the extent what that's going to do to a clone in the first place, right? Like if it's going to make it, whatever. And I think you guys have seen some of these things malfunction on TV, and it's quite a trip. I always thought it was maybe just like a handler messing up, but yeah, I don't know. There's like I've seen a little bit of both, but sometimes it looks like it's a handler and it's a catchphrase or something. You'll see them like a celebrity will freeze in some sort of interview, and then it'll be stuff that'll be like something very, very different. And I think what we're witnessing, a myriad of different things, like people who are like either like having a freeze because their mind has been put in a few different alters and they have different personalities, like that kind of thing with like a handler. And I think the other thing will be like clones will malfunction. I think Shaq did it once. I mean, there's a whole bunch of celebs that have done it on interviews and shit.
Hey, if this is like a little bit left field for everybody, just go look up some of the laws in Utah, Utah cloning laws. Very lenient over there. Just saying.
A little lax on the cloning legislation, Utah. Okay.
Think about it. It has to stay in the dark.
Wait a minute. Is that the state where they store all our DNA from 23andMe? Go find yourfamilytree.com and give your DNA to the government.org or whatever the website's called.
Yo, if I find out they in Utah, it's over.
Yo, is there another cyborg sacred? Sacred, are you tired because you're just waking up every Friday on Flat Earth Friday and starting it over again? Is this dude right?
And this whole time, I'm just thinking it's time dilation. Holy shit.
Stop making fun of me, you guys.
Crazy
Stop making
world
fun of
we
my
live in.
racist stand.
Dude, I think I found supporting evidence for your theory.
You mean the cloning theory?
Yeah, or the celebrity, replacement clone theory. Nicki Minaj was looking hella tired too at her last performance.
They definitely have the tech to do that.
Okay, well, here's the cool thing.
If I find out Alan's a barb, I'm shut down Flat Earth Fridays.
Wait, what's a barb? What does that mean? You guys don't listen to Dungeon Dragon on repeat?
Every day.
And Starships? Not gonna lie, I fuck with Starships.
Sometimes I just turn on the hum of the Enterprise and I put it.
Starships are meant to fly. All right, what's up?
Background.
Oprah definitely has to have been replaced. If you see how like the clone reacts for the first time to like paparazzi, when all of a sudden the person comes out 30 years younger, and then they're in front of the paparazzi, and it seems like their first time ever.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole variety of shit that I think we've seen for sure. What really made me a believer is when I watched that Damar Hamlin thing happen live, like when he died on the field and shit. Because I don't know if you guys watched it in real time, but it's different than the edited version later on, and it was quite revealing. It's hilarious in a way. It was very comical because it was like so obvious what was going on.
I think you mean when he unalived. That's the polite way to say it now, or whatever.
I forgot we have to. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm so sick of that, bro.
Dude, he unalived suddenly. Dude, I heard somebody say that to something not related to what he was just talking about, but it was just like some dude died or whatever, and the guy said he unalived. I was like, what? What is that? What are you talking about?
Bruh,
it's just like common vernacular.
That's the TikTok language. That's the TikTok language.
Yo, exactly. Yo, if y'all listening, let me tell y'all, you cannot speak normal on TikTok. I mean, it's a whole different language, it's a whole different lingo. It's like you in a different hood, and they just popping that shit. It's like, yo, what are y'all saying?
How does that work though? Because if you do that, everyone's gonna switch to that language, and then that slang, everyone will know what you mean, and then eventually they'll have to like do that to that slang as well, right? So then they'd be like,
that's where I caught myself talking to Proud, talking about unalive. I'm like, oh my god, hold on, I gotta get off TikTok. It's over. Like, nah.
Yo, you made the right choice.
Unalive. I'm like, all right, it's enough.
the censorship over there got really bad, I guess, too. Like it's like one of the worst platforms now.
Yeah. Yeah, when you peace out, that's what I like. That's what I like to say.
But yo, it's so instant though. Like you say the wrong thing, like 8 seconds later, the host get a notification.
Really?
Like literally.
Whoa, you mean live? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, bro, live.
Yeah, live. Like somebody's standing there recording.
Holy shit. So like in here, it would be like them like messaging me right now? Like, damn.
It's either somebody listening or they got a program that just do that. Either way, that shit is scary as hell.
What does it notify him? And it's like, there's a bad man here. You need to take action, or like what?
No, I think it goes by the words. Like,
bro, it'll
notify incorporated with it.
Right, it'll notify you and tell you who actually is in violation.
Oh wow, yeah. So it's just like some automated.
I think anyway. That's what it sounds like. Is the host would be like, "Oh guys, please don't report. Just got flagged." So I'm guessing they could see who got flagged in real time.
Hmm.
They're like slowly manipulating, like on all platforms. Like, okay, like remember in the beginning of like 2020, and like people would like start saying things about, I don't know, maybe a vaccine or something on like Instagram or Facebook, and you'd get this screen that would pop up like once they knew it was like misinformation, and they'd give me a little card, and it'll be like, I'm sorry, but this thing you posted is a threat to public safety and health, and it's misinformation. And it would just be like you talking about like how you went and got the shot or whatever. Now they've changed it. Now instead of getting these cards and shit, what they've done is they've learned how to manipulate us with a carrot and a stick, right? You say the right thing, or I'm sorry, if you say the wrong thing, or if you say things, you can put it out there, but then you get like, 50, 60 impressions, maybe one person will heart it, 2 or 3, but if you put up that thing that's like, that follows the program, if you put up the shit that makes them happy, and you talk about how much you love vaxxing and masking up and shit or whatever. And then it's like all these likes come in, all these hearts, and you get all this so they're slowly trading us. Because if you want to have success or be popular or have your likes, get your dopamine, fix, then you're gonna fucking play along. And we don't even realize this, but it's gonna condition us to be good little slaves and be good little servants and never talk bad about the authorities or who we shouldn't.
Little social engineering never hurt anyone, right? As they, used to say.
But you can feel those effects, right? Don't you guys I feel myself doing it. I'm gonna leave something like, oh, I shouldn't write that, I guess. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? And I
Yeah.
By the way, it's the same thing that's going on Facebook and YouTube as well.
Good morning.
Dave, dude, I've been waiting to talk to you, bro. My mom watched your interview. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Wait, before you get into that, I just want to say two things before I forget, because again, I slept like crap last night. Thank you guys. What was I going to say? Now I can't even remember. Oh, the Facebook, the TikTok thing where they're monitoring, it's definitely AI, because I jumped on a stream. I forget the guy's name, some debunker, and I was literally about to shut him down. But I was on camera, and it saw that I was driving, and it banned me for a week.
Whoa.
It saw you. It
saw that I was driving, and it banned me for a week.
Wait, you can't drive?
You can't drive while talking. No, you could be a passenger, but it saw that I was driving.
Dang. It saw that 10 o'clock position or whatever, dog.
Yeah, no, it saw because I had it mounted on my dashboard, and so it saw that I was driving, and it banned me.
It's to the point now where when you go into people's live who's driving, it'll be like a built-in notification that'll say, hey, practicing in these, events could cause harm. Like a disclaimer, like, yo, this person doing something on this camera right now that probably shouldn't be doing. The other day, like literally just the other day, I went to a live and it said like substances being ingested in this live may cause harm. Yeah. I was like, yo, I had never seen that one before.
What?
All right. And then being true earthers, flat earthers, whatever you want to call us, every day I wake up and usually have my mind blown. Every day. You guys are probably the same. There's always something that blows your mind. Today's mind blower was Keon believes we landed on the moon. Am I getting that right?
Who?
Keon, our speaker, our Globie. Keon.
Correct on Keon. Oh no, I don't believe we landed on the moon.
Okay,
but I wanted to know science thoughts.
Oh, that's right. You were asking me about that. Sorry.
No. You don't believe we landed on the moon, so you believe we faked it because of political reasons, or?
Well, they say it's because of, there was a space race between the Americans and the Russians. So they wanted to prove that they're the first ones.
All right, so that's your belief. Okay. All right, you're.
No, I actually, I believe that's what happened.
Okay.
I believe they had to fake it for that reason, but it could go deeper than that because there are, too many theories about what the moon actually is. So I wouldn't be sure about, about that being the main reason why.
I can rest you ashore right here. I'm a photographer, okay, and I can tell you right now, there's one easy way, right off the bat, that you can figure out that shit is not real, and it's multiple angle light sources. It's just not how it works. The light comes from one direction, unless they had other guys out there with bounce cards, bouncing and reflecting that shit off of
Yeah, but he's saying they faked it, so he's on the same board with us, just for different reasons. I mean, it's clear that they faked it. Even Keon can tell. But that's a whole other thing. All right, Alan, where'd you want to go? What do you want to ask?
Oh no, my mom watched your interview with Roseanne and she loved it, man. She's a flat earther now.
Awesome. It seems to be a good stepping stone for those who wouldn't watch. Wouldn't watch something.
Dude, she loved it because she's a big Roseanne fan, and the way that you break it down, she was like, "Oh, I understood everything he was saying. He broke it down so well." She was like, "How come?" She was like, "How come every time you talk about it, it makes no sense and it's gobbledygook?" And I was like,
I can back her up on that. I could back her up on that statement.
But Dave, I got a question. I got a question for you, Dave. So
yes, sir.
We know that they faked it, but what do you think the different? What are the different reasons why they could have had to do that?
Well, I'll give you 10 years ago, or a little. I don't want to say a little longer than that. I thought it was.
Money.
Well, no, I want to go back to my first reason I thought they faked it. Yes, for the space race, and then I was thinking, no, they're hiding. There's people living on the moon. They don't want us to know about it, and there's advanced civilization. I believed all of that nonsense. They faked it because the moon is right there in our sky. It's not something physical. It could be some sort of reverse reflection of the sun or something in that general idea. It's just not a place you can go. That's why we faked it. And I believe the main reason they faked it is because attention was pointing towards Antarctica, and they said, no, look at the moon, and that's to prove that you can live on a ball that's spinning in space. And the main reason was to keep us in the globe lie, and keep us, believing we're insignificant specks in an infinite universe.
Keon, you think you think the moon is something solid that could be landed on?
I have no, bro. I'm at the point where I don't know anything.
Really. I like that.
Hey, that's a good point to be at, Keon.
Here's something. I think it was David Kane, the spacing his name, the telescope guy on TikTok, David Kane. What's his name? Telescope guy. He's a very strong Christian. Telescope work, amazing telescopes.
I know.
Anybody?
But I don't know the name.
Whatever his name is. I should know it. But I think it was him that showed he zoomed in on the moon, brought it into crisp, clear focus. Then he zoomed past the moon, bringing the moon out of focus, back to the moon, in focus, in front of the moon, out of focus, and showed that the focus on his scope could zoom beyond, on, and before. Then he did the same with planets. Then he did the same with stars. Then he focused on, I think it was the moon, and just moved the telescope to Saturn, moved it to a star without changing the focus, and they were all in focus.
God, it's so real.
I need somebody
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I need somebody to do that again. I mean,
video.
Yeah, I think someone needs to put it into one solid video. I saw it a while ago, and I've been trying to remember who did it and get a video of it. But that's pretty telling. What would be the heliocentric excuse for that?
Oh,
this is something I've been harping on lately. Distance.
We had to put on a tutu and dance around a fucking fireplace and play a little banjo.
But you guys know, like the moon landing has implications, right? Because apparently they're planning to go back at the end of 2026.
Dude, go watch Jaren's movie.
It's not India land, right? India had their shit.
Keon, you have to watch Jaren's movie. NASA going nowhere since 1959, and he shows you all the administrations. We're going to the moon. We're going kicking the can down the road, kicking it down the road. He shows every time they did it from the original moon landing to now, and you think it's going to change? They've kicked the can down the road 25 times. You think they're going to change? I mean, they're going to get to the point where they can fake it really well with, CGI or AI, whatever. But it's crazy to think that we're going to the moon. Not to mention, good.
Technology, we just don't have it anymore.
We lost that technology.
Think about this, Don Pettit, right? Think about like The Right Stuff, the movie, or just go watch any real military documentary. And these jet fighters, they're the best of the best, the fittest, the smartest, the cleanest cut, the strongest. These guys are fucking awesome Americans, right? When they're hiring an astronaut, they had 4,000 applicants to be better, more qualified than a friggin' F-16 fighter, whatever, right? And they picked Don Pettit.
Best of the best, man.
He's the best of the best. I mean, it's so. I made a video. I think I made a video on it. Just showing. I need someone to make a video just showing like military guys and the best, and guys getting awards and guys getting honors and jet fighters, and then cut to Don Pettit.
Dave, I made a short one a while back where it didn't show the badass fighter pilots, but it just showed, it was like a clip of you talking about this on a podcast, and then I was showing videos of like the astronauts just looking retarded, just fat, and just doing just acting like children up there on the ISS, and
Dude, that's
making
so
faces.
Awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah.
Send me a link.
I'll find it and send it to you right now.
Yeah, but
I can make it longer and try to put some jet pilots in there too.
Put some jet pilots in there. Just show it, and to point out they had 4,000 applicants and they picked Don Pettit. I mean, that should turn you into a flat earther right there. Just that nonsense. Not to mention his name, but some Looney Tunes, some McDonald's branded Looney Tune is spiraling over my friggin' Roseanne interview. Spiraling. And he is sending all of his empty channeled followers over there going, you have to get so-and-so, you have to get, make Looney Tunes on, you have to invite him on, like hundreds of comments. So anybody that wants to go over to the YouTube Roseanne Barr podcast and just leave another Flat Earth comment and bury those comments so the new people that go over there don't read all of these stupid comments, that'd be nice.
So let's say 2026 comes, right?
If you downvote them, you can hide them too. Like if it gets like 2 or 3 downvotes, it'll auto deprioritize their comments too. So just go over there, hit them with a bunch of thumbs down, dog, and sleep them.
Does YouTube do that? YouTube hides them.
Oh yeah. If you get like 3 downvotes, like even 2, it'll just start it'll just deprioritize it. Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone go over there and listen. Just do what you want to do over there. Just, if it's a stupid comment, downvote it. I wouldn't even comment on their comments. I would just leave nice, fresh, new, hey, just think about somebody over there for the first time. Because you can watch a video and go, wow, that's good. Let me see what the comments say. And if you read a bunch of shit comments, it really does affect you, especially as a newbie. I mean, it affected me being a seasoned truther I used to affect me. So just leave some positive comments. That's all. And we're going to be her number 1 podcast in a couple of weeks. It's going to be great.
And Roseanne's pretty awesome, dude. That's cool.
Yeah, dude. McToon's psychotic, bro.
Wait, what's that, Alan?
I said McToon's psychotic, dog. His tweet says, Roseanne, Dave Weiss scammed you. Like, dude, what?
Yeah, I'm using her for her audience.
It's an interview, dog. What?
Well, no, I scammed her for her audience to sell my shitty app.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got her, dog.
Yeah.
You sound like the biggest hater.
Yeah.
Ain't that like a pick me crowd? That's a pick me? Or no?
Yeah. Dude, I got I actually watched, I just kind of skimmed through his video a little bit just to see what he was saying. And the couple of points that I just listened to, so fucking stupid, straw man, ignoring shit. Like on a flat earth, if the sun was above you, it's 90 degrees. And if it's, 3,000 miles away, it's 45 degrees. And if it's 6,000 miles away, it's 23 degrees. He's showing an orthographic view of a sun, right? And he knows that's fake. He knows that's not how we see. He goes, you'd never be able to not see it. And it's just like, this guy is so disingenuous. It's disgusting. Spiraling, though. I enjoy his spiraling.
Oh, go ahead, Keon, and then we'll slide over to Dan Blue.
Yeah, because I think Alan couldn't hear me earlier. But let's say 2026 comes, right? And these people actually, go to the moon like they're saying they're going to. Like, how would we be able to discern that, whether it's real or not at that point?
That's a great question, because, they're getting better and better at, AI faking people. I believe years ago when Obama did his speech on ISIS in the White House, it wasn't him, it was AI. And I did a whole series of videos on it, where, it was this weird one where he came walking from the back. He walked up to like a half door. He did his speech and he walked away, and he glitched out at one point. So I think they're going to be able to fake shit. But so far, we're catching them blindly. I mean, easily all the time. I think it's going to get to a point where it's going to be super difficult for us to tell. But will they be ready by 2026? Maybe. Who knows?
Right.
Hey,
so there's no way for us to know whether what we're looking at is real or not.
So
even when it comes to Mars, it's going to be the same thing.
Well, that's not real right now. Like,
it's not real. Yeah, you have to look at all of the fakery they've done in the past, all of the proven fakery, and then all of a sudden the AI gets better, and you believe them. Come on, Keon, you're better than that.
Even without
No. I mean,
that's like there's different locations for the White House. Literally, there's like 3 or 4 different White House locations, and like they'll film these things with different versions of the actors in different places. I promise you, it's quite a trip.
Well, couldn't we have truthers on site at the launch with telescopes?
You're not the judge here. The problem is they don't let you get within 10 miles of a launch. You know how far 10 miles is? They could launch something up. You don't see. I believe that when they have groups of people 10 miles away, they are launching something, whether it's a miniature, whether it's a helium rocket, you really don't know. And then they just, as we all know, they just fly them out of visual range and crash them in the ocean.
That's why I think that's what I'm saying. So I think if there were truthers who were available to do it, they could set up telescopes, right? We can see really far with telescopes. So I think we could actually track the ship go up and towards the moon if anything actually does go towards the moon. I don't see why we couldn't be able to track that. Well, and then track it as far as we can as it approaches the moon.
So well, I don't think we have the technology to do that, and they'll just say it's too far away. But there was a recent SpaceX launch a year or two ago where it was like the moon was in the opposite direction of where they're going. And then, of course, NASA goes, well, that's just because we have to orbit the Earth first and slingshot to the moon. So they can always make up an excuse for the direction that it's going. And can they fake us, have a little something near the moon? Maybe they can do it the same way they fake the ISS transiting the sun and moon. I don't know. But here's the thing. If I lied to you every single day, well, Big Tune's going, you do that every day, Dave Weiss. If I purposely lied to you constantly, again and again and again and again and again, and then all of a sudden, I'm telling you things that you have no way of verifying, are you going to believe me?
Me no.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. Like, what I'm saying is it would be impossible for us to know whether it's real or not.
Yeah, but why would they have faked it all of the years in the, all the provable fakes? Why would they have faked it for so many years and then all of a sudden tell the truth? Because they got a better heart? What's going on? Come on, Keon, you're better than this.
The thing is, it's to what level they're faking it, I think they might actually be shooting a lot of rockets. It's just we never have to see them actually bounce off of anything or where they go, you know. We just see like the spectacle of them taking off, you know, because it is quite powerful when you see that, like these massive rockets flying up, you know, but
Massive helium blimps flying up. Have you seen my helium, NASA rockets or balloons section on the app?
I haven't. No.
On the app, on the web button page, the one that looks like a spider web, there's a section called Rockets Are Balloons. Watch those videos.
Right on.
Yeah, they're all balloons. Not all. Some are CGI, some are real rockets, but they're not going anywhere.
I think back on like things like the Challenger mission. Personally, I think that was like a harvest, a loose energy harvest.
Oh, sure, that all is, sure.
The way it was set up and the children being brought out in front of all the screens and all the publicity of the teacher going up there, and like it was like a thing for the children.
Exactly.
You know, when that day happened, they wheeled out all the kids in every single school, almost in every grade, you know, across the country and in other countries too. So it's like, you know, like every kid's sitting there watching the screen, and they see this tragedy, you know, like, and then instantly, like, you just have this, you know, half the planet of kids just going from joy to just complete despair. It's pretty fucked up. It was scarring, I think, for some kids.
It's scarring for me.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it. I wasn't old enough, but, you know, I remember, like, watching it when I was a bit older, and they made that movie with like Joaquin Phoenix that was about it, you know, with the fucking robot and shit, and, like Space Camp or whatever it was called. And, like,
one thing I remember is, you know, when it blew up, it didn't look that high. And then the way they played it on the news at that time, live, was that the astronauts were falling for like an hour. Like pieces were falling for like an hour. I'm like, wait a minute, the thing looked like it wasn't even, it was like right there. It should fall inside of a minute, you know, but it was falling. And then they're like, you know, the astronauts might have still been alive and they could have been falling for an hour before they hit the ground. It was right there. It was right in eyesight.
Is that the new thing that they're trying to like leak out into the public so they can cover their ass for why they're alive?
No. That was thing that just, it was more mind control. They're like, there was evidence that the capsule was intact after the explosion. So the astronauts, when they were falling to their death, were alive. That's more traumatizing. I remember that was the most. I was like, could you imagine being alive, falling? You know, and that was the most traumatizing part. So that's a true story. I mean, not a true story, but that's what they told the public at the time.
You're right.
But they were saying they were falling for an hour. Right now, I recently heard them say that they was only falling for a minute. They changed it.
You're right. They did make it more dramatic back in the day.
Wait, how would you fall for an hour?
Because it was so high.
Oh.
But it was right there. I mean, it was right there with an eye shot.
Gravity was pulling them at 9.8 meters per second, and it was
no.
high.
The Earth was rushing towards them at 9.8 meters per second. Get it right, man.
Okay, sorry.
Get it right.
An hour? That seems insane, even for like what they're claiming. Like how would you have to be to fall for an hour before you hit the water? That's crazy, man.
They were in space, dude.
In space, you could see it right there in the sky.
I know.
It's wild. I mean, it was still blue.
I forget the exact amount of time, but it was a long amount of time.
I know, but even if it was like 20 minutes, it's still insane because like the sky was blue all around them. So if they were in quote unquote space, wouldn't it have been black all around them? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Right. Also, another
hold on,
issue.
one second, Keon. Let's let Dan Blue jump in because Blue been patient.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I wanted to jump back to the moon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I wanted to jump back to the moon, but one thing about the Challenger that I found really interesting was about a guy by the exact same name who supposedly died in the Challenger has the Challenger smoke spiral in his business logo there with the cow on the rocket, I found that pretty interesting.
Yeah, cows and trees, and it did an exact spiral. I mean, not exact, but it looks just like it.
Yeah, I mean with his name and everything. But with the moon thing, have you guys read the theory about the moon and the vibes of the cosmos, where it's like
the moon map?
Yeah, where the moon is basically a map of the larger, both our portion of the Earth, but the rest of the land beyond where we're allowed to go. But yeah, so the moon is basically plasma, like, as if like you were focusing light, but it's basically turning the ether into plasma or something. I won't even try to explain it, but I found it pretty interesting.
I find that moon map thing super interesting. I don't want to say it's a reflection of the Earth. I want to say it's part of the Earth, right? We're all connected. It's all part of a system, just like we have similar DNA to monkeys and fish. The moon has a connection to this realm we live in. Ask me to explain it. I don't know. And I don't even think Alan can explain it. Okay? And if Alan explained it, I don't think anyone could understand it, especially his mother and me.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even attempt it.
the podcast that I watched, the guy said that it's like a projection of like
a projection. Keon, a projection is just the words that we have right now. Like a projection, you can say reflection, you could say a mirroring, you could, because it looks the same, the easiest word we have is reflection. I think it's the wrong word. And
yeah, it basically says that the moon represents our physical body, and for example, the sun represents our consciousness, and so on with all that.
Interesting. I've heard that the moon controls women's cycles and the sun controls men's cycles. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to add, you were saying that the moon is part of the Earth, in a sense. But I mean, that's the way, if you believe what Scripture says, that's the way it was created. It's all connected and it all has a purpose,
The number one thing I say a lot is, I didn't know that, and that's interesting. And that's all you need to do. Like when you learn something new, you can say, I didn't know that, and that's interesting. You know what's creepy is how obsessed some of these anti-flat earthers are with me. It's the creepiest thing in my life. I mean, these guys live their life around me. Like I forget they exist until somebody sends me a clip of their video or something. It's so creepy.
Yeah, it's a shock.
NPCs.
To believe.
I was just going to say NPCs.
Hey, they completely off my radar. Unless they pulling up the Flat Earth Fridays, I don't want to hear it.
It's like I'll scan YouTube and I'll search by most recently uploaded, and I just see my picture everywhere on all these channels. I'm like, they using my picture for their fucking thumbnails. I'm just like, what is this? I try not to watch, but sometimes people are like, Dave, you gotta watch this, And when I see like a 4-hour stream with my name, with my picture, I'm like, what is going on here? And I literally watch 2 minutes of it, and it tells me the whole gist.
Something.
That's not your picture.
Hey, you feeding them, Dave? You gotta feed them.
No. I always say, they need to be fed. I always say completely ignore them, and I do. But occasionally, as you all know, you gotta poke the bear sometimes. You gotta poke the bear. He's right there. You gotta poke him, right? Occasionally, you gotta poke
they watching,
the bear.
so might as well.
No, it's just like once in a while, just You got to poke them because it annoys the fuck out of them.
You know,
like speaking of that Lore Lodge guy is still just like spiraling on Twitter, even as of now. Like after Witsit rinsed him, like he's still spiraling. Like he's just on there last night, just shouting into the void here on Twitter, where like he has hardly any followers and no one's listening. It's just hilarious.
Bro,
Like,
I thought he said he was done with Flat Earth.
He did. Well,
he's still
never been
talking.
the same. Like he can't stop. He can't quit it. It's just like it's his life now. Like it's his life. It's just hilarious.
Dude, you hate to see it. He's now defined by his hatred for getting bested by Witsit.
Oh, Lord Lodge, you're the guy that got dusted by Witsit.
That's what I was saying about that Professor Dave dude. After that debate, he basically lost any credibility with his handlers or whoever, you know.
Oh, dude, some guy came by
Yeah,
our
somebody
Discord
was
last
saying, I
night
think
to
Dave was talking
reclaim
earlier
Dave's
about how like
honor.
the comments on YouTube get like upvoted and downvoted. If you go click on his where he posted the debate with Witsit, just all of the comments are like 100% in his favor, like strongly in his favor. It's hilarious. I mean, honestly, they're all just like, "Oh, you killed him, Dave!" Like, "Oh, this flat earth is so stupid!" Like all this stuff, and they're just like, all of them have thousands of upvotes, hundreds of upvotes, and then I mean, it's just hilarious.
That's what they're very good at, going, making comments and upvoting other people's comments. So please go to the Roseanne interview and upvote ours, downvote theirs. Play their game because we can win. We're better organized.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's if you look at like the names, like the screen names of all the people replying stuff like that to his videos, most of them it's like Steve 9964852 with like no like image. It's like
zero
it's just
content.
Like, oh, really? Is this a real guy? He's got no videos uploaded.
If you go all of the Looney Tune comments that went over on Roseanne's, I'll click on their channel, completely empty. So then I'll write, I was like, hey, maybe you got me. I see you've compiled all of the globe proofs on your channel. Which one's your favorite? That's my comment.
Yeah, there you go.
Roseanne don't seem like the type that care about comments though.
They love them all. They love them all. But no, they read the comments. I got a text. I don't want to say it on the air yet, but I
mean, in a sense, like to sway her opinion though. Like you think?
No. That they're literally Looney Tunes is going to turn her into a 100% flat earther with all the shit that he's doing, and the same with Candace Owens. I've been in contact with both of them, so I am not worried. But they're already flat earthers. Let's just say that. But it's the new people. There's so many new people. Like Alan, if your mom went over there and then watched it, goes, wow, that's interesting, and then read 10 or 20 McToon comments in a row from his empty followers, that could dissuade her a little bit. So let's just get positive comments over there. That's all.
So let me add context real quick just for the audience. Like the reason why this is so funny, y'all, is because flat earthers were once globe earthers. And then we took it upon ourselves to do our own research and came to our own conclusions. And at that point, it just would have just been cool. We just, all right, this is our perspective. This is what we thinking. This is how we trying to figure it out. But then there became a group called the anti-flat earthers. And those guys crashed out on those questioning the reality or whatever reality is being given to them. By doing so, they created us, the ones on the front line. Now, their whole existence is dedicated to trying to shut this down. And you just heard Dave say he in touch with Candace Owens. So every time that we come together and have these conversations, we learn new things. We're able to find common ground with the globe earthers because we know those are different than the anti-flat earthers. They are failing at their whole existence. So this is why they get so triggered. Because every time we move forward, it's a reflection on their failure to censor us. And that's why this is so funny. That's why we spend time talking about it, because it's because of them we here.
I missed the beginning of that. Are you saying that because there's some people that think like that maybe there's like a super enlarged round Earth or something? Like because I'm kind of in that category, I guess. Like I don't know if it's like a flat endlessness in one, you know what I mean? But it might be so fucking huge that it's almost.
I went down that Earth is larger. That's the first path I went down, and I actually went down it a couple of other times after. Like, hey, maybe it's just bigger. But we have observations that would require the Earth to be over 1,000 times bigger. Like if the Earth was 1,000 times bigger and we use that curve calculator, there's a limit to our vision. We can see beyond it. So if the Earth is a globe, which it is not, floating in impossible heliocentric space, which is impossible, and it was 1,000 times bigger, then you'd have to deduct that there's 1,000 times the number of continents. We're in the same problem. They're hiding more. They're hiding more resources. They're hiding the truth. They're hiding where we live, right? It's not a globe. But if it was, you're a flat earther, okay?
Have you ever thought about the fact, though, that we are being fooled about this environment? That we might be on something, we might be on a reserve. Like, I think we're on a reserve in a way. And, like, there's land around us, of course. And there's.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
We're basically like rats in a cage.
Have I ever thought about that, or have I ever not thought about that?
I mean, the fact that that'd be like a mirror reflection of something to make it look like it continues on. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I listen, I don't know what's beyond 60 degrees south. I don't know what's beyond Antarctica. But I have my speculations, but we don't need to go to Antarctica to look at the sky to prove the shape of the Earth. The Earth measures flat, right? We have physical measurements of the Earth. This whole, the not final, not experiment, they're not going to see a real sun circle around. And whatever we see in the sky, whether they fake it, which I think they can easily now with electrostatics, or whatever we see, doesn't matter, real or fake. The only thing it tells us is what we know about the sky. The physics of the measurement of the Earth do not change. So, and until Will Duffy can admit, yes, the physical measurements of the Earth will not change no matter what we see in the sky, then he is a deceiver up to no good.
Dave got smoked with all the ops today.
Yeah, I guess.
They woke up on time and on stationary Saturdays.
I was had one earphone in most of the night.
And just if you look at like what Jason Bashir's goes on about with this whole Phoenix event and stuff, it kind of makes sense that we would get to the point where we would have enough technology and just communications to actually like figure things out. And that's why they've had to keep resetting shit, setting us back, you know, resetting technology, making us go back to whatever, you know, wiping out a fuckload of, you know, adults and just having a bunch of kids, that kind of thing.
It's interesting, that's for sure.
Just saying, I think we need to that point.
Hey, Dave, what do you think of these videos people have been showing lately where they're saying the sun's in the wrong place? Like where they've got like a compass on the table and they're like, I'm in so-and-so location and like it's this time of year. I've been looking at the sun off my balcony for like 10 years now. I know where it's supposed to be this time of year. It's like, it's wrong. Like, what do you think of that? I'm not sure what to make of it yet.
Yeah, I've seen lots of people claim it, and I've seen it myself, but I'm not qualified. I don't take precise measurements, you know, to say that I'm right. I could just be mistaken, but I've seen it like, wait a minute. It like I watch the sunset almost every day, right? And so I see it march across the horizon heading south now. And like, whoa, how did it get from there to there in one day? Like it went through some sort of portal, you know, if you want to look at Enoch, you know, and maybe it does that every month and I don't notice it. And so, you know, I haven't taken precise enough measurements, but there's times where I'm looking at the sun going, it doesn't seem like it's in the right place. More so the moon, to be honest. The moon's been in some really weird spots, but I haven't done any measurements.
Yeah, that's
I haven't done any real precise measurements for sure.
that's
There's like a guy the other day posted a video. He said this.
I don't think you can hear Keon when y'all got to drop and come back up.
Yeah,
I hear Keon and Matt stepped on him.
yeah. So the axis of rotation of the Earth, they say is changing. That's why the moon and the sun are in different places. So it's like some people say there's a pole shift coming.
Or it's already happening or happened. I mean, I don't know if it's a slow thing necessarily.
I got a question about the pole shift and magnetics, right? So Alan, maybe Alan can answer this. So you get a compass and you get a bar magnet, whatever, and you hold it towards the compass and the north needle will point towards the magnet. If you spin that magnet around, does the compass flip to the other direction?
Oh, I don't know.
Someone has a magnet and a compass right now. If you hold it, if you turn the magnet at 180, does the compass flip around? I don't think it does, but even if it does, on a globe Earth, if you have a
bar magnet with a north and south, I think.
Yeah. You think it should?
Well, I think I've seen it.
I know I saw it in the McToon video, but here's the thing: is even if it does, interesting. But in the South, you should have a compass that points to the South Pole. But in the South, your compass points to the North Pole.
Have you seen those drains that are at the equator where they'll have like one like little fountain on one side of the equator and one on the other?
Yeah. And if you watch the breakdown of that, it's just a trick. On the app, in the frequently asked questions section, click the Coriolis button. There's a couple videos exposing how the sinks are they're shaped differently and how they pour the water into the sink. It's just a trick.
I'm surprised they would put that much effort into that.
But we can still demonstrate it on a flat surface.
Let's face it.
Up top. But I do want to slide over. We got a couple new mics. I think Raw's up here, and we got a few requests. What's up, Raw? Welcome to Stationary Saturdays.
Shalom, you guys. I just wanted to add value to your space, and I'm a firm believer in raising the hands and yielding to men. So, with all due respect, that's why I do that. I know you guys just speak, but I just believe in raising hands. So, I just wanted to add value. You know, the moon was given to us as our calendar. That's our 7 days. If you look at it, the first day is really the 8th day because the 8th day can't be seen, right? The fourth commandment was given as honor the Sabbath. You can't honor something if you can't observe it, right? You have to observe the Sabbath day. So you have to be able to see it visually in order to be able to observe it. And so when we have these new moons, and this is why the calendar makes up these crazy leap years. They don't know what to do with those days because they have no explanation for it. But I do. And it has to do with the moon cycle. You can't visibly see it. Okay? So, yeah, I just want to add value to your space as a flat earther. I'm a flat earther as well. I've been debunked as well. I was a globalist, global round believer, and I was put in my place by a brother, and so all due respect with my brothers.
You were a globalist and a round earther? Crazy.
No, I was put in my place to be a flat earther, man. Like, seriously, it was bad. So, I love debates. I love discussions. So, yeah.
What do you call me, guys? Am I the guy that's like in limbo? I'm like the super large, oversized round earther guy. Is that what you guys say when I leave the room? You're like, oh yeah, that sign guy is like, we're dweeb. Because the Earth's really big.
Too much background noise, son. Too much background noise.
Yeah. If you've already abandoned the radius, you're pretty much a flat earther. So, welcome aboard, good sir.
That's a great way to put it.
Oh, hey, I got to just jump on a call for a minute, so I'm not going to be listening for a couple of minutes.
We'll still be here, Dave.
I'll still be here too.
Pause the show. Pause, everyone. Pause.
Pause the show. Everyone, pause the show. Thank you, Alan. You're the best. Appreciate it.
Hold.
Hey, Blue, go ahead, and then we'll slide over to Keon, and then we'll see what X got to say. Oh, one thing I wanted to ask, Raw, how did you find the space?
I found your space through Sign. I absolutely love Sign. Like he has no idea. I'm like such a fan of his truther stuff. Like I take what people say in his space and I go research it and I can either debunk them or prove them credible. That's what I do. So yeah, and so I found your space through Brother Sign.
Shout out to my boy. Appreciate you, man.
You're awesome.
Good to have you.
Yeah, I'm the guy that's in denial. I'm still in limbo, I guess. I guess that's where I'm the guy that's like almost completely like stepped off the. Maybe I'm where Keon's at. Maybe me and him are, at a comparable level, right? Like, I can tell there's some shit that's rattling in your brain. You're like, fuck, this doesn't work. And then you hear this stuff, it kind of makes sense, and you're like, oh shit, that makes sense. And like you think about that round ass shit, and you're like, oh fuck. And then you look at that NASA stuff. Oh boy, and it's really bad if you take a look at the footage from the International Space Station. Oh shit. Then you're like, fuck. They don't even try to hide it. It's like they want us to kind of figure it out. I think it's weird. Makes us even more of a complex puzzle.
That's what sucks about it, bro. Because it's like, damn, could they really have done this? Could they really have pulled it over my eyes like that? Everything that we loved, everything that we thought was really what it was supposed to be, the planets, rockets, all that is just not true.
I love that shit, man. I was a kid. I used to watch the shows. They come out and they talk about space.
Some of y'all had NASA bed sheets. Stop playing.
I totally didn't have those.
I always say NASA is not a straight answer.
I would concur.
Whoever runs NASA is a really bad, not good person.
Well, you know who runs NASA, right? I mean, if you do your research, these are the Germans who were sent over to America, and they only indoctrinate their descendants to be at CERN. If you do your research, it's literally that's who congregates this whole thing.
Definitely a Parsons and Crowley brainchild, from JPL Labs for sure. And it makes you wonder too, like the alien thing mixed with Jack Parsons. I mean, for me, like there has to be a connection, like all that stuff that was going on, like, and then that stuff the Germans had from Mary Orsic from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. It's a trip, right? Like she translated all this shit and was like a medium in some way, and it's like, and I didn't know just until it was only a little while ago I found out that Parsons was actually actually close with Crowley. Like actually was like his little I don't know, like he was like grooming him to be like his replacement, or I don't know, take his throne of Crowleyiness or something. It's very interesting.
It is interesting. When you look at Manly P. Hall's information too, it goes back to this whole like Dagon worship, demonic stuff when you look at it, and this is what I, speak in my spaces about, is the deception, that we're all under. But yeah, Crowley, it all has to do with NASA and the Germans and what they discovered, what Hitler experienced himself with these supernatural events that he speaks about in his own letters. If we would just do the research that's public, but hidden at the same time because nobody wants to go and do it.
Isn't it weird how everybody got really quiet about everything after the Babylon waking thing or whatever that him and Hubbard did in the desert? It's kind of like they opened something up or pulled something through like a portal, or I think Parsons even said in his like fucking Antichrist like manifesto that that they conceived something, through their medium, which I'm assuming is that woman, that him and Hubbard were fighting over, and Hubbard, like, I think a lot of the success that goes to the Scientology thing is because he saw some shit out there, and he used some of that shit when he wrote that dialectics or whatever it's fucking called, and maybe that's why that stuff rings so true for people, is because he's actually stealing some of what he saw about like souls being like trapped and shit, and like use that with his Lord Xenu like fucking like design, and I mean, they're quite a force to be reckoned with at this point, too.
And that's why I love
Take
Science
his down.
Spaces, because this is what we do. We bounce back and forth with all of this information to inform the people. I love it, Sign.
Say when it's about clones and he get kicked out.
They're talking about clones. People kick me out of the room. Exactly. I'm like, no, you guys, we've really been cloning forever. That's it. I swear that's what's been going on. It's genetic fuckery. That's what it all has been about this whole time. This is genetic fuckery.
Hey man, it's deeper than what you may think. Like the nature of our surroundings can directly reflect who we are, where we came from. I always say that. Who'd I say? Was it Blue next and then Keon?
Yep.
Yeah, so in terms of the sun, maybe I could pick your brain, some of you guys who have maybe a better working model built into your, programmed into your mind. In terms of the sun, now I never took any measurements because I didn't really assume the sun was going to move position, but I live in a valley and I have all kinds of bonsai trees and landscaping that I all planted like 6 years ago, specifically to get the maximum amount of sun the way that it comes over the valley. And this year the sun, it rises, and I know this based on the shadow of where my plants are, so I know where it's moved in relation to where it used to be. And it rises farther north, and it takes like a wider arc, and when it sets, it's actually farther north as well. So it makes a much farther arc and like a longer arc. Whether it's artificial or if the sun's actually kind of changed positions, maybe making.
I question that too, because where I'm at in Arizona, there have been multiple people, and including myself, that have seen two suns here. And we're like, wait a minute, what? There's one setting behind us that's over towards Tucson. And then there's one setting towards over by Phoenix. And we're like, wait a minute, what the heck is going on here? So yeah, I can totally back that up.
Should we call it Nibiru, or should we call it, the Black Sun, or what?
Well, the Sumerians tell us straight up that it is Nibiru. So is this what they're hiding? What are they trying to do?
I don't know, man. I was taught that that's the portal where Silver Surfer appears and travels through, the 11 dimensions.
Oh, you talking about when he's out hunting for your boy Galactus?
Do you know it?
Dude, shout out to Galactus, dude. He knows
That's a
what's
great
up.
Galactus.
But
Epic.
But it's true though. It's true that people are seeing the sun as well as the moon in different places, and they're saying that like 12,000 years ago, they changed positions as well, and that was because a pole shift happened 12,000 years ago. Because it's connected to the pyramids and all of those things. But I wanted to say something else, because I was thinking about Mars, and Elon is saying that by 2040, he wants to have 1 million people on Mars, right? And that kind of leads me to two questions, right? Number one is, like, who in the right mind would jump in a spaceship to go to Mars? That's number one. Number two is, if we're saying that Mars is not a physical place, where would these people be going?
I'm not gonna lie, Keon. When I first heard about the Mars opportunity, because I think they put that out like 8 years ago or something. I was really considering, like, I would love to see what it was like, or what it would be like. I still would, but at this point, yeah, I don't know what's going on out there. I wouldn't even bother at this point.
No, and have you guys seen the movie Total Recall? Like every time we talk about going to Mars, I can't help but be reminded of Arnold Schwarzenegger's version of Total Recall, Like, he goes to Mars, and then look at what he does. Look what they do to him. Like, we need to have some common sense here. And I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying that maybe you've realized that, that this is not a smart idea. And Elon's just aloof in the delusions. You know what I mean?
Get to the chopper. Do it now.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying, like, we will see, if that's the plan, right? If that's the plan, we will see people jumping in spaceships and going to Mars, right? Because that's the plan at some point in the future. So I'm saying, like, why these people would jump in a spaceship and go to Mars? And if we're saying also that we can't go to Mars, where would they be going at that point? Because it will happen. If Elon's plan is to take 1 million people, it will happen that at some point people will start going, right?
Well,
NASA's
I mean,
movie studio.
yeah, I
So-
mean, they've been saying they're going back to the moon, and that hasn't happened. So going to the Mars, is it going to be the same exact thing? Yeah, we're going in 10 years. Oh, 10 years hits. Oh, we're going in 5 years. 5 years hits. Oh, we're going in another 10 years. Like, what's going on with that? I don't know.
I know when they're going.
It's staged, like the brother said, But what are they doing to our minds to infiltrate us to believe otherwise is the issue here. It has to do with like MK Ultra and all of the deception that we've been indoctrinated to believe as scattered Israel. That's what I claim us all as to be. As the Father has chosen a people to awaken only to Him, and that's the beauty of it. He does it through wisdom. She's profound and confounded through Him.
I know exactly when they're going to launch. Right when AI gets to the ability where they can make it look perfectly real and believable.
Well, we just saw India do it. Didn't they just go to Mars? I mean, or no, they went to the moon, right? We saw that landing, right? That was pretty sweet. They had like the whole thing land, and that thing came down, and sort of like that CG effects from like 2006, like the beginning of a video game. I think is where they mostly got that footage.
Control it with a Nintendo controller, the original Nintendo controller.
I like the cuts, the intercutting between the men in the room too, like all busy at their computers, like ground control, and then they look at the monitors and they cut to them landing that landing. They're trolling us. They gotta be trolling us. That must be what that is, right? Like they're like seeing if we're gonna say anything. They're like yeah, hey guys, we made it too. Check it out. Here's some footage. Here you go, Americans. Check it out.
But what if celebrities start going, like people that everybody knows, like just start jumping in the spaceships and leaving?
Yeah, what if? I guess we'll get to that when it happens.
Well, the Clintons had said it several times on platforms that we just can't penetrate that goddamn blue ice. They keep trying enough to where they have to mention it on platforms numerous times. So it's funny, like out of all the things they could say or all the sayings, it's just interesting. They mentioned the dome, they mentioned the Flat Earth Society.
Since we're talking about space and space travel, I mentioned this before. I think this is something we really need to get a hold of and a grasp on, about how they're calculating distances, how they're keeping in touch with craft that are out there. Where are these craft really? Like, how is the computation being done, and things like that. So we can look at it with fresh eyes rather than indoctrinated eyes and see, where these things really are, and then adjust with our model to that.
I don't know. I don't see it as you do. I see the abyss, like the ocean, having some spiritual aspect to portals. Because I'm serious, like if you look at Manly P. Hall's writings, there is some stuff there that is deep and heavy that has to do with our ocean and what is in the ocean. Putin has made several comments to this. If you've listened to any of his documents that have been interpreted by people who speak English, no, there, and beyond that ice wall, I've heard rumored that there are mermaid people. So Disney has been indoctrinating us through this whole thing for our children, through normalizing all of this stuff. So it's really super heavy.
also got to consider where we are in time too, because we now know that time exists always, like all points in time. It's no longer like having to go forward or backwards. It's all like within this same space. So, you know, some of it could be like we're seeing things like depending on how badly a certain gland is damaged in our mind. I think a big part of us being able to communicate or do things through other dimensions is all about that third eye. And if we can't access that, if we're still calcified, like most of us are, you know, it's dumbing us down, keeping us so we can't, like, you know, reach our potential, you know, and see those other things.